7 billion people around the world are forced into a survival game at sea, and the only thing they can rely on is the vehicle in their hands. The only person you can trust is yourself. This game sets strict survival rules. Everyone needs to constantly collect resources, make tools, and strengthen their own navigation tools to cope with ruthless natural disasters. What's more terrifying is that in 30 days, a natural disaster will strike, and only the most resilient will survive. As soon as I crossed over here, I appeared directly on an uninhabited island in the Pacific Ocean. Suddenly, a prompt sounded in my head. Welcome to the global sailing game. Do your best to collect supplies and upgrade your vehicle. It is your only reliance for survival, no matter who you meet, your own kind, monsters, or aliens. Stay alert. In this world, the only person you can trust is yourself. The novice protection period is 3 days, during which the vehicle summoned can ensure that you are not harmed. After 3 days, a new world will open up and danger will gradually approach. After 30 days, the first natural disaster is about to come. The situation in front of me and the prompts in my mind made me realize that all this was not just a dream, but reality. Since I'm here, I can only accept it. Complaining is useless. From the prompts just now, I roughly understand that this should be a game of survival at sea. I concentrated my attention and thought about opening the game interface. There were 4 options on the interface: warehouse, trade, manufacturing, chat, and at the top there were small words. Novice protection period, 2 days, 23 hours, 40 minutes. First natural disaster sea storm, 29 days, 23 hours, 40 minutes. I am familiar with this interface, having played similar survival games before. I focused my attention on the chat. In the world chat area, there were many players participating in the chat. Next to each message was a player's bare-face photo and real name, and everything looked very real. After clicking on regional chat, I was surprised to find that, except for a few weak players, everyone else had traveled to this world, just like me. After closing the chat, I opened the warehouse again. There are 30 inventory slots in the warehouse, and there's a red plus button below, indicating that the size of the warehouse can be upgraded, but cannot be clicked now. There are 2 things in the warehouse. I looked at them. Rough raft, level. LV1 area. 5*10M comment. Looks even more broken. Fishing rod, cannot be upgraded, disappears after the novice period. Function, 1% chance to catch something, cools down once every minute. I looked at it, but soaking in the water was not a long-term solution, so I thought I should follow the system prompt and shouted, "Summon raft." As soon as I finished speaking, a green light suddenly appeared in my hand, and a simple raft crashed into the sea. I climbed onto the raft. The raft was in tatters, and sea water kept seeping in. However, I continued to look at the game interface. There are 2 types of trading functions. One is direct trading between players, and the other is auction. Players put items up for auction, and the highest bidder wins, but there is nothing in the auction market now. Then there is the manufacturing function, which can manufacture various items. But I don't have any materials. There are many items that can be made, such as barrels, harpoons, fishing nets, etc., but I don't even have the materials now. After playing for a long time, I roughly understood these functions. The protection period for novices is only 3 days, and danger will begin after 3 days. The first natural disaster, a storm at sea, will hit in 30 days. In the current situation, I have to solve the problem of water and food as soon as possible, otherwise I may not survive for 3 days if I lack water. I was a little hungry, thirsty, and the sun was so hot. The only thing I could do was to try my luck and use the fishing rod with a 1% chance of triggering. I grabbed the thick black fishing rod and inserted it into the water. Suddenly, the game prompt sounded. Detected the use of a probabilistic item. Do you want to activate the Emperor of Europe talent? I chose activate without hesitation. Emperor of Europe talent activated successfully. Talent description. When using a probabilistic item, the host has a 100% success rate, effective immediately. As expected, the fishing rod sank, and when I looked at what I had caught, it turned out to be a piece of wood. At this time, the system prompted that I could use my mind to store resources in the warehouse. I moved my mind, and the wood was stored in the warehouse. This is quite convenient, I said, and continued fishing. After waiting for about a minute, I finally caught a swimming crab. Evaluation, resources. I continued fishing, and this time I caught a stinky sock, a rusty iron pipe, an octopus, a pomfret, a big lobster. I kept collecting all kinds of strange things, and the warehouse became more and more full. In short, This fishing rod is only effective during the novice period. I decided to seize the time to fish for resources until the novice protection period ends. I will ignore everything else and just go fishing like crazy. Time passed very quickly. The sun went down, the moonlight shone on the sea, and the temperature began to become pleasant. I felt thirsty and my hunger was getting stronger, so I quickly put away my fishing rod and checked the warehouse. The items in the warehouse are varied. Wood 46, iron block 28, container 16, plant fiber 30, aquatic products, 3,000 wooden treasure box, asterisk 3. These things took up 7 inventory slots, and there was still plenty of space. I looked at the crabs, octopuses, lobsters, and fish in the seafood slot and became worried. There was no pot, no fire, but I was not used to eating raw food. Then I took out 3 treasure chests from the warehouse and opened them. A bag of tomato seeds, ice through mineral water 5, 50 ml, asterisk 3, raft upgrade blueprint. The water is here. I quickly unscrewed the bottle cap and drank some. I felt relieved. Although I couldn't drink it all, I had to use it sparingly. After quenching my thirst, I put the rest of the things into the warehouse. Raft upgrade blueprint function. Provide materials to upgrade your raft to level 1 to 10. Use times 1 comet. A must-have item in the early stage. After seeing the introduction, I clicked on it without hesitation. Although the materials were insufficient and I could only upgrade it by 2 levels, the raft looked a bit decent. Looking at the game interface again, newbie protection period. 2 days 11 hours 03 minutes. First natural disaster sea storm. 29 days 11 hours 03 minutes. The countdown accurate to the minute made me frown and feel a little panic. Danger will come in 3 days, and the natural disaster storm will come in 30 days. It seems that I have to speed up the upgrade of the vehicle. I casually browsed the auction items in trade and found a lighter. Lighters must be something that comes from a treasure chest. In addition to food and water, a fire source is also very important. But it is obviously impossible to exchange 200 milliliters of water for a lighter. I added the other party as a friend and sent him a private message. Brother, 200 milliliters of water in exchange for your lighter, okay? Not long after, I received a reply. No, it's too little, at least 800 milliliters of water. I can give you 220 milliliters at most. Do you want it? After a long time, I received a reply. You are so cruel, 250 milliliters of water. If you agree, we can trade. The trade box popped up, and I took out the remaining water. The trade was successful, and I finally got a lighter. Then, I checked the manufacturing option to see what I could do. I used the wood from the treasure chest I opened before to make a few iron basins and firewood, and then made a simple stove. Finally, I could burn something. I pressed the lighter, and the flames shot out, igniting the firewood, which burned vigorously. Finally, I could start cooking dinner. I took out a cod from the warehouse, cut it into pieces, and fried it in an iron pan. Soon, the fish meat was golden and fragrant, which aroused my taste buds. I couldn't help shedding tears. Hold on for a while, hold on for a while. Then, I cut up the octopus, and the combination of the two was full of barbecue aroma. My mouth was full of oil, and I felt that I had completely forgotten that I was surviving at sea. After eating, I picked up the fishing rod and continued fishing. What I caught this time was really interesting. Plastic bag, stone pearl. Time passed until I was finally tired and fell asleep. While fishing yesterday, and when I opened my eyes this morning, the sun was already high in the sky. I rubbed my face, trying to wake myself up, thinking survival points? Mall. Then, the system prompt sounded, and it seemed that new functions would be unlocked after meeting certain requirements. I quickly opened the game interface and saw survival points, 136. I clicked into check. Survival points are assessed based on daily supplies and vehicle upgrades. It seems that the things I caught yesterday and the upgraded raft helped me earn these points. In addition to the common chat interface, there is also an additional mall. When I opened the mall, I saw only one product, a novice welfare treasure box, priced at 98 survival points. This treasure box is not too expensive for me, but I don't know if it is worth buying. Looking at the chat channel, other players were also discussing the survival point issue. Some had only single digits, some had 15 or 17 points, and I had 136 points, which was considered to be ahead. I clicked on the store and decided to buy this treasure chest. I only had 38 survival points left. A flash of light passed by, and suddenly a red treasure chest appeared on the raft. After confirming to open it, the progress bar began to load, and after 10 seconds, the items appeared in front of me one after another. I didn't expect that even this kind of unboxing could be affected by my luck. I was pleasantly surprised to find that all the items came out at once, instead of just one item like other players. After counting, I got King of Kings ham sausage 400G, asterisk 2. Master Kong old style pickled cabbage beef noodles, bucket 5, big pear 3, sunscreen white. Beast taming scroll blue, seawater separator purple. Ignore the fruits and food for now and put them in the warehouse. Sunscreen is useless for the time being. The taming scroll and seawater separator are the key. Looking at the seawater separator, I was secretly delighted. This good thing can solve the problem of fresh water and salt. The device is made of tubes and glassware, and is simple and easy to operate. I lit the firewood, poured the seawater in, and waited for it to start separating. Soon, the seawater began to boil, and fresh water and salt were separated. I used an empty bottle to collect some fresh water and tasted it. It tasted ordinary, but at least it was drinkable. In a short while, I got a lot of fresh water and rough salt, and I felt much more at ease. Now that water and food were no longer a problem, I decided to make a hot meal. I took out a bucket of Kang Shifalautan pickled cabbage beef noodles from the warehouse, put some ham sausage in it, added water, and soaked it. The aroma of pickled cabbage filled my nose, and after waiting for a few minutes, I could finally enjoy the delicious food. I couldn't wait to open the lid, and a sour taste filled my mouth. Then I took a photo and sent it to the chat channel, eating ham instant noodles for breakfast. What an unhealthy eating habit. Soon, the chat channel exploded with all kinds of teasing and envy, and everyone was a little helpless about my Versailles style of life. While I was eating, I thought to myself that this kind of gaming life was quite interesting. After eating, I licked the instant noodle box clean and put it in the warehouse. We have food and water. The most important thing now is to upgrade the raft. Chapter 5, Shark. Rose petals fall one by one before my eyes. I don't know when I developed a habit. Whenever I have some free time, I like to sing a song. If I don't sing, I feel like I can't play it. Today, I was humming a song leisurely, and I couldn't help sighing in my heart that the days without toilet paper were really annoying. At this moment, in addition to the plop-plop sound of water, I suddenly heard a burst of splashing water. On the calm sea surface, the ripples were getting bigger and bigger. Is this shit so big? I was a little confused. I thought I'd pulled it too hard and created ripples, so I quickly looked back. But just as I turned my head, I caught a glimpse of a triangular shadow from the corner of my eye, and it was approaching quickly. Shark, shark! I was stunned. The water surface in front of me was broken by something. A huge bloody mouth suddenly jumped out from the water, revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs, biting towards me. Oh my god! I was so scared that I threw myself to the center of the raft, my heart almost jumping out of my chest. At this critical moment, the big mouth almost bit me, and I almost became its breakfast. I quickly looked back and saw the huge shark suddenly pounced on me from the water. It was huge, probably 3 meters long. Fuck, I cursed in my heart. I was almost swallowed by this great white shark. Fortunately, the game system provided absolute safety during the novice protection period. When the great white shark hit the raft, a white light suddenly lit up like a protective shield surrounding me and the raft. I breathed a sigh of relief and watched the shark stunned on the sea, seemingly a little dizzy from the collision. Novice protection triggered. Successfully resisted an attack. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This great white shark almost swallowed me directly, but fortunately the novice protection period kept me safe for the time being. However, he was still a little angry and couldn't help cursing. He almost separated me from the raft. The great white shark seemed to realize something and dive underwater, but it did not leave. Instead, it lingered nearby, as if waiting for an opportunity. Hungry great white shark comment. This shark looks like a cute little one grinding his teeth. But to me, it is not cute at all. This shark seemed to be determined to fight to the end, hovering around my raft, and no matter how I glared at it, it still did not leave. Novice protection period. 1 day, 18 hours, 32 minutes, time is ticking, and the novice protection period is almost over. Once the time is up, the shark may no longer be as easy to talk to as it is now. What should I do? Use the taming scroll. I suddenly thought of the blue taming scroll I just got from the novice treasure box. I took out the scroll and looked at its description. Taming scroll, blue. Use, 10% chance to tame an animal. Comment, is this a magic item? It looks a bit strange, but since it says it can tame animals, I might as well give it a try. I immediately triggered my luck and successfully increased the probability to 100%. Tip, when using this item, you need to stick the scroll on the animal for 3 seconds before it will take effect. I still have to stick to the shark for 3 seconds? I couldn't help but think this method was a bit stupid, and I couldn't help but complain in my head, which designer came up with these weird rules. But forget it, I'd better give up for now. I put the scroll into the warehouse and decided to ignore it for the time being and continue to look for other ways. I sat back in the middle of the raft, not daring to get close to the edge. The number of people online in the game has reached 3.6 billion, and the death toll has reached 400 million. Many of these people may have given up using fishing rods and jumped into the sea to try to catch some fish due to the shortage of food and water. The safety on the raft may have made them ignore the predators lurking in the sea. I don't know how other players dealt with this shark, but it seems that the threat of the shark is becoming more and more serious. I opened the manufacturing interface to see if I could find any tools to deal with the great white shark. Harpoon. No, it's useless to stab the shark. It will only make it more aggressive. Fishing net is also no good. The net made of plant fiber can be easily torn by it. Dagger. Although it is somewhat useful, who dares to fight a shark with a dagger? I decided to upgrade the raft first and see if there are any tools in the trade that can be used to defend against this shark. I counted the supplies in the warehouse. Wood 53, stone 7, iron block 29, container 19, plant fiber 19, aquatic products 4121G, food 2000G, fresh water 1250 milliliters, wooden treasure box 2, tomato seeds, sunscreen. I opened 2 wooden treasure chests and got 300G bread and lighter. It seems that the materials for upgrading the raft are still a little short, so I must go to trade to see if I can buy the remaining materials. Most of the goods on the trading market are water and food, and some ordinary weapons such as knives. I bought 2 items in the trading column, wood 15 and plant fiber 10, which are very important for upgrading the raft. Upgrade the raft and strengthen its defense. This is what we need most right now. I decided to strengthen the raft and increase its safety while there was still some time left in the novice protection period. Then, I put some water and food on the trade column, ready to exchange for some useful resources. 1L of fresh water and 3000G of aquatic food are the most valuable items, which can be exchanged for more materials. As soon as I put it up, the trading bar began to flash, and the number of private messages suddenly increased. It seems that other players are very interested in my resources, and the transaction will start soon. Chapter 6, Trading. Since fresh water can be produced continuously, water is not a big problem for me. So I decided to put all the remaining fresh water in the warehouse up for auction, and I would keep some of the remaining food as a reserve. I also put up 3 kilograms of some seafood that is difficult to prepare. I kept foods like instant noodles, sausages, pears, and bread to avoid going hungry. I looked at the private messages, picked out some useful ones, and turned off the useless nonsense. Boss Phone, please help me. I have 10 units of wood. I wonder if I can exchange it for 80 milliliters of fresh water. This proposal is a little expensive, but it is still within an acceptable range. I was too lazy to bargain, so I confirmed the transaction directly. Hello, I have a fine iron harpoon. I want to exchange it for 2000G of seafood. The man also posted the prop's attributes. Fine iron harpoon, 2 meters long, hard texture, evaluation, fish piercing. I'm serious. I shook my head and replied, not needed for now. This harpoon may be a good tool for fishermen, but it is not necessary for a fishing rod like mine with a 100% chance of success. And he asked too much for it. I continued to look through private messages until I spent 2000G of food and 550 milliliters of fresh water and finally traded a lot of wood and plant fibers, but I didn't like any weapons. Now the materials needed to upgrade the raft, wood 188 and plant fiber 95, have been fully collected. Upgrade, I said softly, looking at the properties of the raft under my feet. 3 white lights flashed, and the raft was upgraded 3 levels directly. Ordinary raft, level, LV5 area, 8*16M upgrades. Wood 48 remaining, 70 required. Plant fiber 20 remaining, 35 required. Comments. Although the raft has become larger, it is still a raft. After the 3rd level upgrade, the materials needed for the next upgrade were insufficient. The area of the raft has now reached 128 square meters, which is larger than my previous house. The overall appearance is also much thicker, and I feel very safe. Even after the novice protection period ends, it should not be so easy for the great white shark to smash my raft. I decided not to trade for the time being, because I didn't have much resources left. I walked tentatively to the edge of the raft. The great white shark in the distance was just hovering, and it didn't seem to be planning to come over, but it didn't leave either. It seemed that it was planning to stay out of the game with me. I continued to add some seawater to the seawater separator, then I sat by the raft, took out my fishing rod, and continued fishing. As long as I didn't stick my body out of the raft, the great white shark wouldn't rush over. While fishing, I sent a message in the chat channel. Since everyone traveled through time, I have been relatively well developed, so I should have some say. I know that everyone is very short of food and water, but I have to remind everyone not to leave the raft unless it is absolutely necessary. The dangers of the sea are more than we think. I posted it once in the World channel and 10 times in the Regional channel. These words are actually just a kind reminder from humans, hoping that other players will not encounter sharks that suddenly appear like me. Oh my god, is that a shark fin? It looks delicious. You're making things up. You're making things up. You are speechless. You are hopeless. Thanks to Mr. Chinfeng for reminding me. I wanted to go to the sea to catch some fish today, but I didn't expect there were sharks in the sea. I had to be careful. I saw everyone's replies. Although some were jokes and teasing, I didn't care. Hey. If you want to post a shark, just post a shark picture. Why are there hot dog pictures after it? A shark. Shark, come here, I'm starving. Give me a shark to eat. There's a wolf upstairs. Quick, where's my Chun phone knife? I'll get it. I smiled faintly. I had already reminded them, and I had no control over how they responded. While fishing, I randomly opened a few new private messages. One of them, from a female player named Zhou Lingrue, caught my attention. Of course, it's not because her barefaced profile picture is so beautiful, although I admit that she is quite pretty. Hello, Boss Chinphone. I saw the deal you posted at the auction. I have something that could be considered a weapon. I wonder if you are interested. She attached a dark equipment picture below. Solar paralysis electric baton. White 5% chance to trigger paralysis for 5 seconds. Rating. Charge for 5 hours. Discharge for 5 seconds. The feeling of electric shock is slowly appearing. This weapon interests me a little. I've seen so many weapons and items in the auction column, most of which don't have color suffixes, but this paralysis baton is actually white and has an attribute. This probability attribute makes me a little ecstatic. 5%? For me, it is 100% certain to be triggered. I thought for a while and replied, this weapon is average with a 5% paralysis effect. It seems a bit useless. What do you want to change it to? Soon after, Zhou Lingrui's profile picture flashed, and she replied, although it's useless, it should be of some use. Replace 3L of water. I couldn't help but laugh and replied, 3L of water is impossible. I don't even have any. 1L at most. Zhou Lingrui was silent for a while, then replied, at least it's white weapons 1,500 milliliters of fresh water and a hot dog. I couldn't help but smile when I saw this message. Okay, I'll trade with you tonight. I'm busy now. I must get the solar paralysis electric baton, but there are only a few hundred milliliters of fresh water in the warehouse. After the seawater separator produces some more water in the evening, I can complete the transaction with her. So, I made an excuse to get by. Oh, okay, big guy. Zhou Lingrui had obviously guessed that I was fighting wits and courage with the shark, and he happily replied in his heart and didn't bother me anymore. I continued to pour seawater into the seawater separator. The water was constantly produced, and the fish continued to be caught. At this time, I caught a few things: a coral, a conch, a clam. I looked at the great white shark hovering in the distance, and gradually formed a plan in my mind. Chapter 7. Crazy testing on the edge of death. It is impossible to kill this shark in my current state. I can neither drive it away nor beat it. So what should I do? I can only try to take it as my little brother. Maybe I can use it to pull the raft. Theoretically, as long as I get the solar power paralysis baton, use the 100% successful 5-second paralysis effect, and then use the taming scroll to stick it on the great white shark, it could be successfully tamed in 3 seconds. Of course, the error cannot exceed 2 seconds, otherwise, you might just be giving the shark a meal of fish balls and you have to laugh at yourself. My friend 666, I love you. Although the ideal is beautiful, the reality is always very bleak. Water can conduct electricity, but the farther away, the less effective it is. When using the solar paralysis baton, I have to guide the shark to the vicinity. If the paralysis effect is less than 5 seconds, it will be troublesome. So, I have to get the baton first. The scorching sun was still baking mercilessly, and there was no shelter on the sea, so the water was lost very quickly. After drinking some fresh water, I suddenly remembered that there was a must-have artifact in the warehouse for summer. Balaya sunscreen. Usage, milky white liquid applied on the skin. I used to hate these bottles and jars, but now I can only bear to open the bottle cap, squeeze out a large amount, and apply it on my skin. Although it's a bit greasy, my skin feels cooler immediately after applying it, and I'm no longer so sunburned for a while. I continued fishing until the evening. The setting sun connected the sea and the sky into a beautiful light red picture, and the whole world was reflected in the warm afterglow. Hey, the sunset is so beautiful, but it's accompanied by sharks. Thanks to the 100% success rate fishing rod, I caught some good supplies. After storing all these items in the warehouse, there were still 3 or 4 empty slots left in the 30-grid inventory. 4 resource items, such as wood and food. Each item can only be stacked up to 100, and any more than this number will occupy the second item slot. The plus sign for upgrades is also unclickable, which may mean that some special items are needed to unlock it. I checked the seawater separator again. I took out the fresh water and coarse salt that had been prepared. After more than 10 hours, there were 1,200 milliliters of fresh water and 29 g of coarse salt. Together with the remaining 450 milliliters of fresh water in the warehouse, my water source problem was solved. I sandwiched the sausage with the remaining bread and sent a private message to Zhou Lingrui. I have the fresh water and hot dogs, but do you still have the electric baton? Within 2 seconds of sending the message, Zhou Lingrui's profile picture started flashing. Yes, I'll trade with you right away. I opened the trading interface and saw Zhou Lingrui sitting on the dilapidated raft. Although she looked disheveled, her slender figure and beautiful features were still visible. She responded to my message very quickly, as if she had been waiting for me. I took the initiative to apply for a trade and hung up 1,500 milliliters of fresh water and a hot dog in exchange for her electric baton. After a while, the transaction was successful. And you got the solar paralysis electric baton? Why, it's okay. Everyone just takes what they need. I replied. Zhou Lingrui seemed unwilling to give up, and her words revealed that she wanted to get closer to me. But she didn't say it directly. Maybe she felt that she was being a little hypocritical. I didn't think much about it, and carefully observed the electric baton in my hand. Paralysis solar electric baton. White 5% chance to trigger paralysis for 5 seconds. Evaluation. Charge for 5 hours. Discharge for 5 seconds, and you will feel the electric shock immediately. Tips. The battery is sufficient. Please keep close to the target when using it. When using it underwater, the target must be within 3 meters, and the user must be out of the water to avoid accidental injury. I looked at these instructions and hesitated. Within 3 meters underwater? This distance must be precisely controlled. If the shark swims far away, my electric stick will not be able to play the maximum effect. Thinking of this, I put away the fishing rod and slowly walked to the edge of the raft. The great white shark in the distance looked at me from time to time. When it saw me approaching the edge, it also swam a few times as if it was planning to attack again. But it didn't rush to pounce on me. It seemed that it realized that the raft had a protective barrier and that the impact now would have little effect. You little brat, you're pretty smart. I couldn't help but curse inwardly. Never mind, I'll have to give it a try. I made up my mind, slowly squatted down, rolled up my trouser legs, stretched my hairy legs out of the raft, and slid on the sea. Come on, little shark, come and play. I really started to surf. Sure enough, the great white shark couldn't hold back and rushed over again, very fast. I want to put the electric stick into the water when it rushed over, but it was too fast, and I couldn't do it in time. At this time, the great white shark suddenly opened its bloody mouth and rushed over, and it was about to bite me. Duong. Novice protection is triggered, successfully resisting an attack. The white ball of light once again enveloped the raft, and the great white shark returned without success. It angrily raised a wave, splashing seawater all over me, and swam away again. Pa, you're quite naughty, I said unhappily while spitting out the seawater in my mouth. I stretched my legs out of the raft again and continued to provoke. Come on, you are anxious because you can't eat me, right? The great white shark seemed to be irritated by me, turned around and rushed toward me again. Too fast. I didn't have time to use the electric baton again. Duong. Novice protection is triggered, successfully resisting an attack. I can't bite. I taunted loudly. The great white shark left again. I stretched out my legs again and continued to play this game with it. You, come here. Duong. Novice protection is triggered, successfully resisting an attack. I can't eat it. I stood on the raft and deliberately shook my legs to provoke it. It seems that the great white shark was really irritated by me. This time, not only did it not leave, but it also began to bite the white light curtain outside the raft frantically, trying to break through the protective barrier. But obviously, these actions had no effect, and the light curtain remained stable. It's getting anxious. It's getting anxious. I began to rejoice in my heart. The shark couldn't hold back any longer. It backed up suddenly, increased the distance of its charge, and prepared for the final impact. Good opportunity. I didn't continue to stretch out my legs, but waited for it to attack me. This was a great opportunity. Go, Pikachu. I quickly plunged the electric baton into the water, ready for this moment to come. Chapter 8, come on. Be good. I'll give you a slap in the face. I pressed the button on the solar paralysis electric baton hard, and silver-white electric light spread out like a spider web, radiating a range of 3 meters. Gah! The great white shark twitched suddenly, and an unknown strange cry came out of its mouth. The whites of its 2 small eyes rolled out, and the whole shark fell into a paralyzed state. With inertia, the great white shark still hit the side of the raft, but it did not pounce. Paralyzed state for 5 seconds now, the great white shark was getting closer and closer to me, almost within my reach. I took out the taming scroll from the warehouse and pressed it against its smooth back. Taming scroll in use. Success rate 10%, probability item detected. Change probability to 100%. 2 prompt sounds rang in my mind almost at the same time. Countdown 3.2, hurry up, hurry up. My heart beat faster. The paralysis lasted for 5 seconds. Just now, I pressed the taming scroll, and about 2 seconds had passed. I waited anxiously, watching the great white shark gradually stop trembling, as if it was about to wake up. Finally, another prompt sounded. Taming is successful. Give your companion a name. I breathed a sigh of relief, but still a little bit incredulous, and quickly retreated to the center of the raft. The great white shark in front of me was no longer paralyzed, and it no longer looked so irritable, but rather a little gentle. It circled around the raft in the water, wagging its tail. It originally wanted to eat me, but now it looked as docile as a Shiba Inu. Its bloody mouth was no longer so scary, but rather a bit silly. You've changed so much, I exclaimed. The shark in front of me was completely different from before. It seemed that I had successfully tamed it. The taming scroll disappeared after it was used. This item is a one-time consumable. I looked at it carefully again, and the game introduction appeared immediately. Pet. Great white shark. Unnamed. Description. A newly grown great white shark that can understand its owner and is very hungry. Loyalty. 50%. Once loyalty is less than 1%, it may defect or even eat you. Comment. My owner looks so good. There's this thing called loyalty. I rubbed my chin helplessly. I took out 4 or 5 pomfret from the warehouse and shook them in my hands. Want to eat? As soon as the fat guy saw the fish, he immediately stopped swimming and swam towards me. He pushed his head out of the water and looked at me with anxious eyes, as if he was waiting for food. Here for you. I threw the pomfret over, and the little fat opened his mouth wide and ate all of them without missing a single one. After he finished eating, he looked at me as if he wanted more. Your pet thinks these few fish are too few and not enough to fill their teeth. 4 fish are enough for me to eat for a day. I reluctantly took a few more fish from the warehouse to feed it. As a result, after feeding it about 10 fish, Xiaopeng still seemed hungry, and his loyalty increased to 55%. I don't have much left, so you can go to the sea to catch food later. I stopped feeding it, thinking that it was such a glutton. How could I feed it? Since you're such a glutton, I will call you Xiaopeng. I smiled and felt that I was really a genius at naming. Successful naming. The great white shark was named Xiaopeng. The little fat boy seemed very happy, splashing water happily while swimming. Little fat boy, follow my gesture. I pointed my finger in a direction to see if it was smart. Left, right, forward, backward. The little fat boy followed my instructions and swam quickly in the water. Not bad, not bad. It seems that I can use it as the driver of the raft in the future, and I don't have to worry about the raft drifting with the wind. I nodded secretly in my heart, and finally found the greatest use of Xiaopeng. Come, Xiaopeng, come closer. I smiled and called it, and the fat boy swam towards me obediently, very docile. Come here, dear. When it swam to my feet, I looked kind and suddenly raised my hand high. Like a wolf grandmother with fangs bared, I slapped it on the head. Puff! You've almost bit me before. You scare me to death. We almost broke up. I finally breathed a sigh of relief, venting my frustration in the morning. Xiaopeng looked at me blankly, not understanding what was going on. It seems that I, Chun Feng, am probably the first person in history who dares to give a shark a big mouth. Little Fatty's loyalty is reduced by 1%. Current loyalty, 54%, so that reduces loyalty? I pouted, scared, and quickly threw a few small fish to it, and its loyalty returned. Go to the sea to catch food by yourself, and come back tomorrow morning. I waved my hand, thinking that my food was not enough for it to eat, so I might as well let it catch food by itself. Xiaopeng looked at me, obviously very hungry, and dived into the water, not knowing where to go to hunt. Then, it was finally my happiest moment. I put away the solar paralysis electric baton. After using it once, it was completely out of power. Really useless. It needs to be charged for 5 hours, and now it's dark, so I can't charge it. I can only use it tomorrow. I took out a simple stove from the warehouse and prepared today's theme, self-service seafood hot pot. Pour the last bit of fresh water into the iron basin. Since there is a seawater separator, there is no need to worry about fresh water. At this time, I was extravagant and used firewood without saving water. The water in the iron basin soon boiled. The hot water was bubbling. I caught a swimming crab and gave it a bath, then took out 2 shrimps and let them swim. Then I cut a few slices of wakame and put them in the pot, added 2 sausages, and finally sprinkled coarse salt. Although there is no seasoning, it tastes good. The freshness of crab and shrimp, combined with the aroma of ham and kelp, is really delicious. Hot, 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 I blew it while eating. The shrimp meat was tender and tasted first class. In less than 3 minutes, the dinner was over, and I still felt unsatisfied. Oops, I didn't post on WeChat moments today. I patted my thigh and said in annoyance. Chapter 9, Alliance. Yesterday's material acquisition assessment. Yesterday's vehicle upgrade assessment. Material acquisition survival points, 153. Upgrade acquisition survival points, 90. Total survival points, 243 plus 38 is equal to 281. Yesterday, I ate well, drank enough, and fished until late at night. The next morning, the system prompt sounded on time. Together with the remaining 38 points from the novice welfare treasure box I bought before, I have a total of 281 survival points. However, the current mall is still LV1. After buying the novice treasure box, there is nothing good to buy, so I can only save it first. If you want to upgrade the mall level, you must first upgrade the vehicle. I hope there will be something to look forward to in the level 2 mall. I opened the chat channel and watched the number of people online in the world channel drop from 3.6 billion to 3.4 billion, and the number of people in the regional channel drop from 10,000 to 8,342. So many people died again. Suddenly, I felt sympathy for my own kind. If I hadn't been lucky and had the help of the plug-in, I would have died in the water a long time ago. However, now is not the time to be sad. Yesterday's attack by the fat man has made me more vigilant. The next time I encounter an attack, I won't have a second taming scroll. It's time to consider improving my attack methods. The game interface shows Novice Protection Period, 23 hours and 13 minutes. The Novice Protection Period is about to end, and there will be no more protection from the white ball after that. If you store food but not guns, they will be robbed sooner or later. This time it's a shark. Who knows what it will be next time? I first browsed the chat messages and found that many people had solved the problem of water and food. Although the novice fishing rod only has a 1% chance of fishing, it can still catch a lot of supplies after a few days. If you're lucky, you can even open a treasure chest and get fresh water, food, and even raft upgrade drawings. A survival expert shared the method of making a simple distillation device in the chat, and a fisherman with rich fishing experience suggested that you can make a fishing net to harvest seafood. The worst-case scenario was that some people survived for a few days by drinking urine. Although it was just a living, at least they could survive. Everyone is upgrading the raft now. Some people get the raft upgrade blueprint by opening a treasure chest, and some get it through trading. However, upgrading the raft requires a lot of wood and plant fiber, and it is too slow to fish for supplies with a fishing rod alone. The entire trading market is currently in short supply, and the prices of wood and plant fibers have skyrocketed. Previously, 100 milliliters of water could be exchanged for 15 units of wood, but now only 1 L of water could be exchanged. I checked the trading column, and the prices were really outrageous. There are nearly 2 L of fresh water and 8,000 G of food in the warehouse, and the fishing rod will disappear in one day. Once this artifact is gone, the food problem may become serious, so I can't trade food, but I can trade water. I don't plan to buy more wood now. The raft has been upgraded to level 5. Whether in terms of area or hardness, it is stronger than most people's rafts. Now I am more interested in the various items in the trading column, especially those with white quality or higher quality. These items may have entries. If it was an entry with probability, it would be a perfect artifact for me. However, there are still no colored items in the trading column, only basic items. I sighed and did not continue browsing, but directly posted my transaction information on the auction. Product, fresh water 1L, seller, Chun Feng items required. All kinds of props, as long as they are of white quality or above. Note, no do not disturb. Most white quality items have special effects. If the people who get these items are not short of water or food, they will not trade them for the time being. So after posting the auction information, I did not receive any private messages. An ordinary day began, and this was also the last day of the novice protection period. After eating a bucket of instant noodles and a big pear, I continued to add firewood and seawater to the raft seawater separator, placed the solar paralysis electric stick on dry ground, and let it absorb sunlight to charge. I sat on the side of the raft and continued fishing. Soon, bubbles began to appear on the sea surface, and a huge great white shark emerged from the water. Its silly head rubbed against my calf hanging on the side of the raft, probably because it was full. I patted its head and signaled it to be alert around. With a strong pet like Xiaoping, I can at least be kept safe for a while. The sun was rising higher and higher, and the sunlight was becoming more and more scorching. I put on some sunscreen and suddenly noticed that someone had sent me a private message. The avatar of the person who sent the message was a middle-aged man named Tang Yuqing, in his 40s, mature and steady, and looked very friendly. I remember that before he crossed over, he seemed to be an executive of a large company in Nanjing City, very famous there, a wealthy and powerful figure. Hello, Brother Chinfeng. I'm Tang Yuqing. I believe you must have heard of me. I have something I want to talk to you about. Please be sure to reply if you receive it. I was a little curious. After all, I didn't know much about Tang Yuqing. Hello, what can I do for you? I'm so glad to see your reply. I saw your message twice in the world and regional channels before, which really shocked me. I didn't expect that we were in the same region, so I came to you. After a while, Tang Yuqing replied again. I didn't respond immediately. Thinking of the 2 previous messages in the channel, I guess many people remembered me. Brother Chinfeng, I wonder if you have discovered any characteristics of the regional channel? Characteristics? I haven't noticed it. Mr. Tang, you'd better speak directly. 2 days after arriving in this world, I have confirmed through observation that almost all the people in the regional channel are citizens of South Border City. In other words, people who originally belonged to the same area still remain in the same geographical area after traveling to this world. I was a little surprised that I hadn't noticed the other people in the area before. Everyone's profile picture and real name were visible when they sent messages, but since I didn't know the other people, I didn't notice these details. Even if they are from the south, what does this have to do with me? I replied, feeling somewhat confused. Haha, Brother Chinfeng. What I mean is that we are all of the same ethnicity, and we are all from the south. Facing the current difficulties, we should help each other and overcome the difficulties together. I'm somewhat famous in South Border City. With my reputation, I can gain everyone's trust. So I specially organized an alliance so that everyone can help each other. I hope everyone can survive. Now, I especially invite you to join. What do you think? Chapter 10. Rejection. Join the alliance? I was a little surprised. What's the point of joining the alliance at this time? We are all in this vast ocean and can't see each other. How can we support each other? Seeing that I hadn't replied for a long time, Tang Yuqing continued to send a private message. Join the alliance. When you're in urgent need of food and fresh water, the alliance will provide supplies if conditions permit. It will definitely not harm you. Oh, this condition is not bad. I looked at his private message and thought about what Tang Yuqing meant. However, there is no free lunch in the world. Now everyone has traveled to the sea without the constraints of laws and regulations. Even if there are kind people, I will not easily believe him. So I replied, join the alliance. What do you need me to do? So, Brother Feng is willing to join the alliance? Haha, that would be the best. My original intention is to organize an alliance of mutual assistance to ensure that everyone in our area can survive and avoid casualties. Tang Yuqing continued to reply. Now, there are more than 1,000 people who have agreed to join the alliance. If you're short of food, fresh water, survival tools, weapons, etc., I will gather everyone's strength and provide you with some supplies through trading. But if you have enough supplies, you will need to hand in the materials you don't need temporarily through trade, and they will be managed by the alliance and distributed to those who need them most and returned to you when you need them. The best in Tang Yuqing's tone made me a little unhappy. He seemed to have discovered that I had more than enough supplies and was planning to hand them over. Brother Feng, I see that you have a lot of supplies. Why don't you help those who are in more difficult situations? I sneered in my heart. Did he think I couldn't see that he was trying to steal my supplies? As someone who grew up in an orphanage, I know that kindness doesn't come out of the blue, especially in this life or death game. I can't leave my life to others. Tang Yuqing is definitely not a simple person. Although he has a great reputation in South Border City, I will not trust him easily under the current circumstances. I shook my head and continued to reply. Sorry, I don't have much supplies, and I don't need to join the alliance. Thank you for your kindness. Brother Feng, I am too narrow-minded. I hope you don't misunderstand. The supplies are not for me personally, but to help more people. Tang Yuqing replied hurriedly, his tone softening. If you change your mind, you are welcome to join at any time. I closed the game interface and did not reply. Hand over the supplies? That's impossible. Even though Tang Yuqing was a powerful man before he traveled through time, everything has changed now. I don't intend to hand over my resources to others. What's more, the quantity of supplies is directly linked to the survival points rewarded by the system. If you hand in the supplies, you will not get the corresponding survival points. Currently, the main purpose of survival points is to purchase treasure chests in the mall. When the mall level is upgraded, who knows if there will be other uses. Now, my first priority is to survive and be self-sufficient in this world. No one wants to rely on others easily. There is less than a day left in the novice protection period. Feng knows that if he doesn't prepare, he may face greater danger. In addition to the solar paralysis electrobaton, I currently have no other special weapons, so I have to consider upgrading my means of attack. I selected from the manufacturing interface for a while, successfully manufactured the dagger, lost 2 iron blocks, and gained a dagger, successfully manufactured the fishing net, lost 10 plant fibers, and gained a fishing net. The short knife can be used as a self-defense weapon, and the fishing net should come in handy after the novice fishing rod disappears. Oh, I almost forgot about the fat guy. I touched the fat guy wandering by the raft and smiled in my heart. This is a real beast. Its 3-meter-long body and basin-sized mouth are fully capable of dealing with common dangers. Continue fishing and collect supplies. Not far away, on a calm sea, a middle-aged man in a suit stood on a huge raft. It was Tang Yuqing. His raft was at least several dozen square meters in size and looked quite stable. At this moment, he looked gloomy and was sending private messages to someone. It failed. He didn't agree. Oh, really? I didn't expect this guy to be so smart. Ignore him for now. Anyway, we have already won over thousands of people. The supplies we have are far more than others. Okay, let's go find other people and try to get more supplies. Food, fresh water, weapons, wood, and plant fibers are the most important. Yeah, you too. We have to prioritize upgrading the raft. I've seen ferocious creatures in the sea these past 2 days. After the novice protection period ends, only the upgraded raft can guarantee safety. Okay, what about the ordinary members of the Alliance? Those who are dying of starvation and thirst can be given some food to get rid of. As for the wood, plant fiber, iron blocks, and weapons, they must be stored and not lost. Good. Time passed quickly, and there was only 1 day left in the novice protection period. Hundreds of millions of people who had traveled to this world had died during the protection period, and by the end of the protection period, the death toll would surely rise sharply. After a busy day, I sorted out today's harvest and ate some simple food. Now, I'm no longer in a mood to show off my delicious food in the chat channel. Late at night, I tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Novice protection period, 6 hours and 2 minutes. Only a few hours are left and danger is about to come. I open the chat channel again. Collecting wood, collecting plant fiber. Those with fair prices come. Those with bad intentions get out. Early tomorrow morning, the novice protection period will end. We have all seen the dangers in the sea. There are countless sharks in groups. Now, there is a white halo protection, but it will be gone tomorrow. Everyone must upgrade the raft. Is there any kind-hearted person who can give me some wood? My raft is only level 1, and I am so panicked. I haven't even obtained the upgrade raft blueprint, yet I am so upset. Lord, please bless me, amen. My leg was eaten by a shark, it hurts so much. All the monsters are just paper tigers. These news make me feel a little heavy. Among the billions of players, Some are full of confidence, some are desperate, and some are frantically asking for help. Tomorrow, everything will be revealed. Chapter 11. End of the Novice Period. Game Update. Novice Protection Period. 3 minutes. I didn't sleep all night. Only 3 minutes left. The Novice Protection Period will end, and the Novice Fishing Rod will disappear. I almost got tired of using the fishing rod in the past 3 days, and I feel a little sick every time I see it. I opened the game panel and counted the supplies in the warehouse. I had thrown away a lot of the junk I caught before, and now my 30 inventory slots are full. Wood 359, plant fiber 181, stone 86, iron block 57, lighter 3, container 32, fishing net 1, Master Kong pickled cabbage beef noodles 2, King of Kings ham sausage 200G. Aquatic products, fish, shellfish, plants occupy multiple inventory slots, 15,000 G. It's time to open the wooden treasure chests. I took out 6 wooden treasure chests from the warehouse and opened them all. The 6-second progress bar is loading. Lighter 2, Nulinshin 1, Snickers Asterisk 2, Red Nanjing 1 pack. Fuck, smoking and drinking. I quit smoking and drinking for many years. I was a little speechless about the things I got. Although I can't use them for the time being, I'll put them in the warehouse first. The 6 wooden treasure chests were also decomposed into 12 wood. Now there are enough wood and plant fibers. I plan to upgrade the raft to see how high it can be. Upgrade. The raft shook violently, and then 3 white lights flashed, and the raft was upgraded 4 levels in a row. Exquisite raft. Level. LV9 area. 13 asterisk 20M upgrade. Wood 31 remaining, 110 required. Plant fiber 11 remaining, 50 required. Evaluation. Waterproof and fireproof, but not robber-proof. My raft now has a huge area of 13 by 20 meters, which is much larger than most people's rafts. But it is still a little short of the full level, and the mall cannot be upgraded, which feels a bit regrettable. However, most people's rafts are only level 1 or 2 now, so it seems that I'm still far ahead. Global notice. The protection period for new players will end in 3 minutes. The global sailing game will be updated in 3 minutes. This update adds a regional map function, where you can see the terrain of the sea in the region. Add a friend function, where friends in the region can see each other's location on the map. A treasure island will be refreshed in each area. Please find the treasure island on the map and explore the island freely. The treasure island will sink into the sea in 15 days. At the same time, all marine life begins to mutate, including but not limited to body shape, size, ability, intelligence, and aggressiveness become stronger. I wish all players who have survived until now to be ready. The official game is about to begin. Countdown 2 minutes and 30 seconds. The prompt sounded again and again, and information exploded from my mind. I didn't expect that after the novice protection period ended, the game would actually change so much. Now the chat channel has exploded, and all kinds of panic, madness, and expectation are rolling like a flood. I couldn't keep up. Map function, treasure island, friends function, marine life mutation. I took a quick look, and I understood the 4 main contents. The map and friend functions seem to be auxiliary tools. The marine life mutates and becomes more aggressive. I think the raft should be able to cope with it. As for the treasure island, it is very interesting just by the name. After the game is updated, I will definitely go to see what treasures are there. However, the treasure island will sink into the sea after 15 days, probably to prevent players from avoiding the sea storm after 30 days. When I think of this, there must be a lot of plants on the island, and the demand for wood and plant fiber will definitely be met. I quickly took out 10 plant fibers from manufacturing and made a thick and long hemp rope. Little fatty, come here, I'll put some clothes on you. I called it over. Little fatty swam over to me innocently, thinking there was something delicious, and swayed his head as he approached. I jumped into the water and wrapped the hemp rope around it, which felt like tying a horse rope around it. With Xiaopong speed, we will definitely be able to reach the treasure island as soon as possible after the game is updated. Xiaopang, follow my instructions later. If you listen, I will reward you with pomfret. Gaga, Xiaopang turned around in the water twice again, looking very happy and full of energy. After a while, the countdown sound began again. Countdown 10, 9, 3, 2. Game update completed. Map function and friend function enabled. Marine life began to mutate, and the regional treasure island has been refreshed. The novice fishing rod in my hand suddenly turned into powder and flew away with the wind. For me, it was a pity that this fishing rod with a 100% chance of triggering the effect disappeared. I didn't have time to feel bad, so I quickly opened the game interface and found the options of map and friends. Before I could open a map, 2 boxes popped up on the screen in front of me. Tang Yuqing wants to add you as a friend. Do you agree? Zhou Lingrui wants to add you as a friend. Do you agree? These 2 people's hand speed is quite fast. I rejected Tang Yuqing's friend request without hesitation, but accepted Zhou Lingrui's request. Then, I opened the map, and a blue plane appeared in front of me. This map was circular with a radius of 1,000 kilometers, and the treasure island was the red symbol in the center of the map, which was flashing. On the other side of the map, a yellow light flashed, and I looked over there. It turned out to be Zhou Lingrui's location. I didn't expect that she was also from Chun Feng's area, which explained why she wanted to add me as a friend. I saw my location in the lower right corner of the map, about 100 kilometers away from Treasure Island, which is a relatively close distance. Little fatty, swim in that direction, quick. Come on, let's go. I pointed to the northwest and shouted. When little fatty heard the order, he let out a strange cry, and his huge body quickly dived. His tail swung violently, driving the raft to accelerate. We're rising on the sea, and the speed of the little fat man was so fast that he had no difficulty pulling the raft. The estimated speed was 50 kilometers per hour. At this speed, we would reach Treasure Island in less than 3 hours. Other players were not so lucky. They could only make oars in manufacturing and row slowly. If the distance was far, it would take a long time to arrive. At this time, I was riding the wind and waves, and suddenly, an Australian dragon as thick as an arm jumped out of the water, waving its huge pincers and clamping towards me fiercely. Chapter 12. Animal Attack. Run to Treasure Island. I was standing on the raft when I suddenly felt a reddish-brown shadow flash by and fly straight towards me. What is that? I turned sideways and glanced at it with my peripheral vision. My eyes widened as I finally saw the reddish-brown shadow clearly. It turned out to be a reddish-brown lobster about 80 centimeters long, slightly larger than the Australian lobster. It actually jumped out of the sea on its own, waving its 2 red claws that were more than 40 centimeters long and clamped straight towards my neck. With the novice protection period over, the raft lost its protection, and the big lobster jumped onto my head without any hindrance. Looking at the cold light on its claws, I felt nervous, fearing that I would be pinched and bleed. Fortunately, there was an announcement during the game update stating that marine life had begun to mutate and become more aggressive, which made me wary of the surrounding seawater. I quickly turned sideways and took a big step back, only to feel the lobster's claws scratching my cheek, leaving a shallow blood mark. Although I was fine, I was still a little scared. The big lobster landed on the raft, raised its claws, and slowly moved to confront me. You little thing, you don't follow martial ethics. Fortunately, I dodged quickly. I wiped the blood off my face, secretly thanking myself that the lobster in front of me didn't seem to be able to adapt to the environment of the raft. I drew out my short knife, and my eyes became serious. If I can't even beat a lobster, then I'm no different from a salted fish. Although this lobster has mutated to be larger, and its shell has become harder, I still believe that I can handle it. Dagger description: 40 centimeters long, fine iron dagger, single-sided blade. Comment: do not lick the blade mischievously, it will cut your flexible tongue. Holding the dagger tightly in my right hand, I slowly approached the lobster to observe its reaction. The lobster can move quickly in the water, but on the raft, its movements became clumsy and it seemed very slow after taking 2 steps. It only raised its claws to warn me and not let me get close. That's it. I rolled my eyes, thinking that this lobster's behavior was pretty much what I knew it to be, and I was dumbfounded when I hit the ground. Anyone who has played with live lobsters before knows that it is best to grab a lobster from behind because it cannot resist at all. The lobster saw me moving quickly and tried its best to keep facing me, but its heavy legs couldn't keep up. I went around its back, and its claws couldn't turn around. Puff! The short knife pierced directly into the lobster's hardback. I gritted my teeth and felt the blade sinking deep into the mutant lobster's shell. The lobster struggled violently in pain, but it was a lobster after all, and its strength was not as good as that of a human. The harder it struggled, the deeper the blade went, and soon the lobster stopped struggling. Thank you for the Australian lobster. I pulled out my short knife and looked at the lobster with a smile. Although it was huge, estimated to be more than 20 kilograms, I didn't expect it to be easy to deal with in the game. I put it in the warehouse, and I can have a snack in the evening. I signaled Xiaopeng to keep going. The sun gradually rose from the sea level, and the warm sunlight sprinkled on the sea. The golden light was so bright that I couldn't open my eyes. Suddenly, there was a bang, and the raft shook. I almost fell. Again, I stood up quickly and looked around vigilantly. While I looked closely, I saw a shark nearly 4 meters long, bigger than Xiaopeng, hitting the raft. Its smooth gray back and jagged huge teeth. It was an adult tiger shark. Fortunately, the raft was very solid now, and I was not hurt after it hit me. However, facing such a big guy, I dare not easily fight it head-on with a dagger. Little Fatty, go get him! I shouted, directing Little Fatty to attack. Little Fatty immediately stopped swimming and turned around to dive into the water. Although Little Fatty is a little small, he is an adult great white shark. Although he is a little silly, he is not ambiguous at the critical moment. At this time, Little Fatty bared his teeth and rushed towards the tiger shark without hesitation. When the tiger shark saw the fat man coming, it also stopped hitting him and pounced directly at him. An undercurrent was set off under the sea, and the raft kept shaking. The 2 giant sharks began to fight underwater. After a while, the tiger shark seemed to think that the opponent was not easy to defeat, so it turned around and dived into the deep sea. Xiaopeng wanted to chase it again, but the hemp rope on his body limited his speed, and he failed to catch up. Okay, Xiaopeng, stop chasing. I called Xiaopeng. It was obvious that tiger sharks were not easy to deal with, and it was not worth it to continue to entangle with them. Xiaopeng, look at how proud you are. I smiled and shook my head. I felt happy watching it shaking its head. I gave it a few small fish as a reward, and then continued to move forward. Let's go. Let's go. The two battles just now have delayed us for nearly half an hour. If other players are close to the treasure island, they may arrive earlier than me. I knew I couldn't delay any longer, so I signaled Xiaopeng to keep going. Along the way, perhaps because of Xiaopeng's intimidation, only a few unknown creatures hit the raft all the way to Treasure Island. I ran towards Treasure Island very smoothly, and it wouldn't take long to arrive. I was doing well, but other players were not so lucky. The chat channel was already filled with screams and howls. Chapter 13, Treasure Island. World chat, 1-to-1 daily speech. 3 billion online users, help. My raft was smashed by a whale, and I can't swim. Who can save me? Fortunately, my raft has been upgraded to level 3. I'm safe. Everyone must be careful. If you have wood and plant fibers, upgrade the rafts first. Marine life has begun to mutate, and some previously docile animals have begun to attack us. The raft is our only support. What the above person said is right. I have done some rough research. As long as we are not particularly unlucky and encounter huge marine animals such as sharks and whales, the current level 2 raft can temporarily guarantee our safety. Also, just now a brown crab jumped onto my raft, cut off one of my arms, and ran away. Everyone be careful. In view of this message, is there anyone who can trade me some first aid or bleeding stopping drugs? Everyone, head to the treasure island in your area as soon as possible. Marine life has suddenly mutated and become extremely aggressive. The island may be safe. Chat channel, 7,031 people online. Treasure Island, just hearing the name, you know there are treasures everywhere. Here I come. Haha, Treasure Island is refreshed next to me. I can go to the island in half an hour at most. Please add me as your friend. Once we are on the island, we can take care of each other. Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth is determined by God. If you want to be rich, the opportunity is right in front of you. The suspense of life and death of global players has once again become more tense. In just a few minutes, 400 million global players disappeared, and many rafts were destroyed by the attacks of mutant creatures. Some people upgraded the rafts and were temporarily safe, but many mutant creatures jumped directly onto the rafts and launched a fierce attack. Most players wisely chose to go to Treasure Island, trying to find a safer place to live on the island. I have been driving the raft for 3 hours. The sun is rising and the temperature is rising. According to the map, I am getting closer and closer to the Treasure Island. Finally, I see a gray island in the distance. As I get closer, the island becomes clearer. Xiaopeng, keep going, we'll be there soon. I couldn't help but urge Xiaopeng. My heart was filled with excitement. The 3 days of drifting on the sea were finally coming to an end, and I was so excited to see the land. Xiaopeng was still full of energy. He yelled and exerted his strength again, and the raft went faster. Soon, I saw the golden sand beach and the outline of a huge island. This treasure island is really big. From the map, it is about 15,000 square kilometers, which is about 1/3 the size of Taiwan province. The size of this island is astonishing, and among the more than 7,000 players on the island, I think it will be difficult to meet other people unless we are friends and know each other's specific locations. However, the treasure island in front of me was completely different from the green paradise I imagined. The island was surrounded by gray fog, and the visibility was less than 10 meters. I stared at this strange island and began to wonder what unknown dangers were hidden on the island. I opened the map and found that it only showed the outline of the island, without more details. Slowly approaching, I finally arrived at the Golden Beach. The fog covered everything, and I couldn't see the inside of the island clearly. Maybe there are monsters hiding on the island? Who knows? I decided to open the chat channel to see if anyone else had noticed anything unusual. World chat, I've landed on the island. It's very big. The only difference from ordinary islands is that there's fog all over the island. I haven't found any treasure yet. I've also landed on the island. Magton, what the hell is this place? It's so foggy. Haha, I've walked a long way into the island. There are so many trees here. I can chop trees to my heart's content. After 15 days, my raft will definitely be at the maximum level. There's a fruit in front. I want to pick it. Oh, what the hell is this thing? Get out of the way, save. What happened to the guy upstairs? Is the guy upstairs still there? What did you see? He's not dead, is he? Seeing these messages, I couldn't help but frown. A message in the World Channel made everyone panic. It seemed that there really was a monster on the treasure island. I quickly switched to the regional chat. Regional chat. Hey, everyone on the World Channel has seen that there may be killer monsters on the treasure island. Anyone who wants to go to the island and form a team, add me as a friend. We can gather in one place and go to the island together. This way it will be safer. Yes, yes, yes. Count me in on the team. Let's add each other as friends. Everyone, I'm Tang Yuching. Everyone who wants to join the alliance, add me as a friend, gather at my location first, and we'll go to the island together. If you haven't joined yet, it's not too late to join now. In my area, some people have already gone to the island. However, due to the previous experience in the World Channel, most people are not overwhelmed by the temptation of the treasure island. Everyone chooses friends in the area and prepares to form a team to go to the island. I looked at these messages and felt a little helpless. Team up? There are definitely not many teams that can be formed. First of all, there is the issue of trust. In the apocalypse, without legal constraints, teammates may attack you at any time and rob you of your supplies. Moreover, 3 days had passed, and I had not encountered a single human being. There were 10,000 people in the entire area, and everyone was scattered. In addition, the area of Treasure Island was huge, and it would probably take a long time to walk or paddle a raft around it. Even if a team is successfully formed, by then, whether there are monsters or treasures on the island, after so many players have searched, how much will be left? With all this in mind, I decided that if it was a high risk, there would be a high reward, no matter what dangers there were on the island. I decided to go to the island alone. The fog on the island was thick, and the situation in the depths was unpredictable. I planned to collect some wood and plant fibers on the periphery and upgrade the raft to level 10 as soon as possible. In this way, the mall can be upgraded to level 2, and maybe you can get some useful self-defense items, and it won't be too late to go deeper into the island later. Xiaopeng couldn't go any further and had already entered the shallow water. Xiaopeng, I'm going to the island to look for supplies. It may take a few days. You stay in this sea area and feed yourself. Don't run around and wait for me to come back. I jumped into the sea, touched Xiaopeng's head, untied the hemp rope tied to it, and fed it some seafood. Currently, loyalty 60%. GA, Xiaopeng nodded, cried out strangely, and dived into the sea. I originally wanted to put Xiaopeng in the warehouse, but after thinking about it, I decided not to. There was no sea water or food in the warehouse, and I didn't know how long it would take, and it would be bad if it dehydrated or starved to death. I watched Xiaopeng disappear underwater, and then he put the huge raft into the warehouse. This warehouse is amazing. Such a big raft only takes up one item slot. With a dagger and a solar-powered stun gun in my hands, I slowly walked toward the island in the mist. Chapter 14, Raft Level 10. Level 2 Mall unlocked. After leaving the Golden Beach, the visibility is not very high. Not long after Chen Feng walked, the sand under his feet turned into mud without him knowing when. Many unknown trees began to appear around. Let's just chop some wood here first. When Chen Feng saw these trees, his eyes lit up, and he didn't plan to go any deeper. Open the game interface and click Manufacturing. Axe. Wood, 31 remaining, 2 required. Iron, 57 remaining, 2 required. Comment. Young man, which one is yours, this golden axe or this silver axe? Manufacturing is successful. Lose 2 wood, 2 iron blocks, and get an axe. Holding the nearly 1 meter too long axe in his hand, Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh that the game world really has its own advantages. Items can be made by providing materials, which is very convenient. Although the items in production are some of the most basic and ordinary props, they are of good quality and low price. Chen Feng walked to a tree more than 10 meters high, swung his axe, and started working hard. After a while, there was a bang, and the trees fell to the ground. Wood 10, plant fiber 6. Sure enough, the resources a tree can provide are far beyond what can be caught from sea. The trees are converted into wood and the bark into plant fiber in very considerable quantities. Continuing, there are currently 39 woods and 17 plant fibers. To upgrade the raft, you still need 71 pieces of wood and 33 pieces of plant fibers, which probably only requires 7 or 8 trees. Chen Feng was full of energy. It was estimated that the amount of wood and plant fiber collected in 3 days at sea would not be as much as that collected in 1 day on the island. Boom, 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 tilde. In the quiet woods, the only sound was Chen Feng chopping trees. Soon, 8 big trees were knocked down by Chen Feng. There's just enough wood and plant fiber at this point. Upgrade. Chen Feng did not hesitate and immediately upgraded the raft in the warehouse. Top raft. Level, LV10. Area, 1,520. Comments. The ultimate form of the raft, which can be transformed through the blueprint. As the raft was successfully upgraded, a prompt suddenly popped up on Chen Feng's game interface. Congratulations to player Chen Feng. You're the first player in the server to upgrade the raft to the maximum level. You are rewarded with a random purple weapon. Please check the warehouse for it. Congratulations to the player for upgrading the raft to the maximum level and unlocking the level 2 mall. Please browse the newly unlocked products by yourself. There's a reward? Chen Feng exclaimed in surprise. He didn't expect that the first person to upgrade the raft to the maximum level would receive a special reward. First, he opened the warehouse, and Chen Feng saw a purple bow and arrow lying in the inventory. Fine iron bow and arrow, purple. Description: a high-quality bow and arrow made of fine iron. Equipment: quiver, 200 fine iron arrows, recyclable. Range 100 meters. Special, because the arrow is sharp and hard, there's a 2 chance of causing bleeding to the enemy when it hits the enemy. The bleeding will continue for 1 minute. Chen Feng took a look at the properties of the fine iron bow and arrow and immediately smiled, extremely surprised that this piece of equipment actually had a probability attribute. Taking out the fine iron bow and arrow, Chen Feng couldn't help but want to try it out. He took out an arrow and put on the bow, ready to pull the bowstring. Chen Feng only felt that the bowstring was very tight, and he only pulled it halfway with all his strength. Detected the use of probability props, triggered the European Emperor talent, modified the probability to 100. Whoosh! Although the bowstring was only half pulled, when Chen Feng released the arrow, it still shot out like a black streak. It hit a big tree in front from a distance. Chen Feng walked forward and pulled out the arrow nailed to the tree with great effort. This fine iron bow and arrow is so laborious that I can't even fully draw the bowstring. Although the fine iron bow and arrow is very difficult to use, the effect is very good. Chen Feng is 1.8 meters tall, with a medium build and about the same strength as an average person. Unexpectedly, he still cannot fully use the fine iron bow and arrow. It seems that he needs to lift more weights and build up his strength in the future. You can pick up the shot arrows and continue to use them, so you don't have to worry about losing the arrows. It's just that the 2 bleeding effect is not triggered. With the blessing of European talent, the bleeding effect should be 100 triggered. After thinking for a long time, Chen Feng estimated that the effect would only be triggered if the arrow hit a living creature. By the way, the mall is at level 2. Let's see what's inside. After putting away the fine iron bow and arrow, Chen Feng remembered that after the raft was upgraded to level 10, the level of the mall was also upgraded to level 2. Hurry up and open all. Mall. Level. LV2. Consumable goods. Level 1 red potion, 20 survival points. Description. Can be used orally or externally. Evaluation. It has good effects on some diseases and injuries. Level 1 strengthening potion, 200 survival points. Description. 90 chance of improving various physical abilities, such as strength and speed. Comment. Drink it. Your ability will become stronger. Evil.smile.jpg. Special products. Long sword white, 50 survival points. Description. A white quality weapon made from ordinary iron blocks. Number of purchases. 1/1. Rating. At least better than the garbage in manufacture. Sailboat upgrade blueprint. 1,000 survival points. Note. After your raft reaches level 10, you can unlock permissions for levels 11 to 20. Number of purchases. 1/1. Comment. Young man, do you want to own a big ship? As expected, more goods appeared in the level 2 mall, and Chen Feng studied them one by one. The goods in the mall are divided into 2 categories. One is consumables, and the other is special. Consumable items can be purchased an unlimited number of times, but special items can only be purchased once. The first one, level 1 red potion, should be a healing potion, effective for both internal and external injuries. The second, level 1 strengthening potion, should be used to strengthen the body. But I didn't expect that there was a success rate. Although the success rate is very high, the possibility of failure cannot be ruled out. For Chen Feng, this potion is not for the unlucky ones. It doesn't exist. Is the European Emperor's talent a joke? The third one, long sword white, can be considered a good weapon, but for Chen Feng, who has a fine iron bow and arrow, it suddenly feels just average. The last, sailboat upgrade blueprint, can only be purchased once and is provided to players to unlock upgrade permissions. Now that Chen Feng's raft has been upgraded to level 10, it cannot be upgraded again. Only by consuming this blueprint and turning the raft into a sailboat can you continue to upgrade. Chen Feng was very much looking forward to it. No matter how big the raft was, it was still a raft. It had no cabin and not even a place to sleep peacefully. Chen Feng felt it necessary to buy these 4 items. Return to the game interface. The survival points have been updated today, and the current survival points are 581 points. Chen Feng thought to himself that it seemed that the sailboat upgrade blueprint could not be purchased for the time being. 1,000 survival points was too expensive. Now that we are on a treasure island with unknown dangers, the key is to improve our own survival ability. Chen Feng first bought a long sword, a bottle of level 1 strengthening potion, and 2 bottles of red potion. There are 291 survival points left. Ding ding ding. The purchase was successful, and 3 items appeared in the warehouse instantly. Now that you have ranged and melee weapons, as well as medical supplies, you just need to improve your own strength. Taking out the level 1 strengthening potion from the warehouse, Chen Feng looked at the milky white liquid in his hand with some confusion. Can this thing improve physical strength? Forget it. There's no need to worry about these details. Chen Feng drank the bottle of medicine in one gulp. Chapter 15 Level 1 Strengthening Potion. Detected the use of probability props. Triggered the European Emperor talent. modified the probability to 100. It is soft in the mouth, smooth in the throat, and has a very good taste. The level 1 strengthening potion flowed down the throat into the stomach. The effect of the medicine took effect quickly, and Chun Feng suddenly felt his body gradually getting hot, and his skin became rosy. A hot feeling came over me. Huff huff. Chun Feng was breathing heavily, his rising body temperature constantly steaming his internal organs. Heat continued to surge out, and white steam began to slowly rise from his skin. Although his body temperature was very high at this time, Chun Feng did not feel particularly uncomfortable. Instead, he felt like he was in a sauna, as if his whole body was washed. All the pores on his body were opened, and he felt very comfortable. About 10 minutes later, Chun Feng's body gradually returned to normal. At a glance, the whole person seems to be no different from before. But upon closer inspection, something is different from before. First of all, the originally smooth arms became uneven, and the lines of muscles were faintly visible. Secondly, when he rolled up his clothes, Chun Feng saw that his original small belly had disappeared, and 6 corn-pack abs appeared instead. Now his whole body is full of explosive power. With this constantly emerging sense of power, Chun Feng dares to fight a shark with his bare hands. Is this level 1 strengthening potion so effective? Chun Feng looked at his body in disbelief, and then took off the fine iron bow and arrow that was slanted across his upper body. Pulled a bowstring casually. This time it was effortless at all, and the fine iron bow stretched out like a full moon. The effect is very obvious, and the difference can be seen by comparing the 2 times of drawing the bow. The strength of the upper body has increased, and the strength of the legs has also changed greatly. The calf muscles have become more slender, and the thigh muscles have become much thicker. The speed will also be greatly improved compared to running. Before, Chun Feng's body was the same as that of an ordinary person, but now it is like a fitness expert who has been exercising for several years. At this time, Chun Feng was full of confidence. Delightedly putting away the fine iron bow and arrow, Chun Feng looked at the thick fog in front of him and thought, it's about time to go deeper. The treasure island is so big, and Chun Feng has been wandering around the periphery for so long, surrounded by some unknown strange trees. I don't know what's inside. The previous messages in the chat channel made Chun Feng guess that there might be living creatures on this island, perhaps some ferocious beasts. Before the time travel, the most ferocious animal Chun Feng had ever touched with his hands was a little teddy bear raised in the community. Now if we encounter a large carnivorous animal, we don't know if we can be its match. Chun Feng took out the white quality long sword he had just bought. The long sword is about 1.5 meters long, with a thick blade and a handle wrapped in cloth. Holding in the hand, it weighs about 20 kilograms. If it weren't for drinking the strengthening potion, it might be a bit difficult to use this knife as a weapon, but after strengthening, Chun Feng felt very easy. Raising his legs and walking into the depths of the fog, Chun Feng did not dare to relax and observe the surrounding scenes very vigilantly. As we went deeper, there were fewer and fewer strange trees, and instead, patches of colorful corals appeared on the ground, mixed with low reefs. There were many places on the ground where there was turbid green water, and it was muddy when you stepped on it. Could it be that this place used to be the bottom of the sea? Looking at the various scenery in front of him, this place is very similar to the seabed. Chun Feng is very suspicious that this treasure island was suddenly refreshed. Could it be that a piece of land on the seabed was suddenly lifted to the surface of the sea? Remaining skeptical, Chun Feng continued to move forward cautiously. About 10 meters ahead, a figure stood next to a red coral, holding a dagger in his hand, as if busy with something. After seeing this, Chun Feng quickly lowered his body and squatted beside a reef, then stuck his head out to look at the figure. The fog was very thick. Although the record was only a dozen meters, Chun Feng could only vaguely see that the figure was a human figure. Could there be someone who is faster than me, not only reaching the treasure island, but also going so far? Chun Feng found it a little hard to believe. Everyone should have known about the dangers on the island through the chat channel. Without certainty, would anyone be so fearless as to rush in? The figure was bent over and busy, with a broad appearance. Chun Feng guessed that it should be a man. Forget it. Since he is a human, no matter why he can go so deep, let's go over and take a look. If it is possible, we can cooperate if we say it is not possible. Since this person can go so deep into the treasure island, he must have some support. We are all human beings. Let's go over and say hello. If we can cooperate, we can do so. If we can't, we can go our separate ways. Chun Feng stood up, walked forward, raised his hand, and greeted the figure. Hey friend, hello. Hearing the voice, the figure turned around and looked at Chun Feng. But when Chun Feng took 2 steps closer, he could see the figure clearly and was immediately frightened. This figure is not a human at all. It just looks like a human. The same arms, the same legs, but its head is actually a huge octopus head. Countless octopus tentacles are scattered around the head, with translucent mucus spread on them. The facial features are very similar to those of humans. Chun Feng suddenly felt that the guy in front of him was exactly the same as the Captain Octopus in Pirates of the Caribbean that he had seen before traveling through time. What the hell is this? Unable to help but exclaim in surprise, Chun Feng quickly clenched the long sword in his hand. Since the figure was not human, he had to be careful. The development of this world has begun to slowly break away from the constraints of science. The monster in front of him, Chun Feng, racked his brains but could not find his scientific knowledge in his mind. Jiggle. The octopus had suddenly let out a strange cry, and it was unknown what language he was speaking. Then he stopped being busy with the coral in front of him. He rushed over quickly with a dagger held high in his hand. It seemed that he had no good intentions. The octopus' head was very fast. It took only 1 second to cover a distance of more than 10 meters and arrive in front of Chun Feng. This shows that his physical fitness is far beyond that of ordinary humans. The dagger in his hand flashed a silvery white light and stabbed fiercely towards Chun Feng's chest. No martiale fixe. Since the other party attacked first, Chun Feng would not sit and wait for death. There was no time to take out the bow and arrow, so he could only hurriedly raise the long sword in his hand and hold it across his chest. With a ding sound, the dagger hit the long sword, making a sharp collision sound. Chun Feng only felt a huge force coming from a knife that made his arm numb. But fortunately, he had just drunk a strengthening potion, which greatly improved his body strength. At this moment, he just took a step back and was not seriously injured. Chun Feng suddenly raised the long knife in his hand and chopped towards the octopus head in front of him, shouting, "Chop the watermelon!" Chapter 16, Octopus Head. The octopus head saw the fierce power of the knife and began to dodge. The two of them fought back and forth. Chun Feng had never come into contact with these cold weapons before, so naturally he didn't know any moves. He could only swing his sword randomly, shouting out random names of moves, as if that would increase the power of the sword. The octopus head is very fast, and its body is very flexible. The dagger in its hand can often find Chun Feng's gaps very cleverly and stab him fiercely. Fortunately, Chun Feng's strength had been greatly improved at this time, and he could barely resist with his wielding sword. But the good times didn't last long, as the fight between the two lasted longer and longer. Chun Feng couldn't take care of everything every time, and scratches began to appear on his body. Inhang's blood kept flowing out, staining his clothes red. On the contrary, the octopus head on the opposite side was still agile and looked like it was at ease. The octopus head seemed to realize that Chun Feng could not do anything to him, and he was chattering happily, looking very excited, and the dagger in his hand moved even faster. "We can't waste time with him." Chun Feng gritted his teeth and frowned. The multiple scratches on his body kept reminding Chun Feng that he was injured. If he continued to fight with the octopus head like this, he would either lose too much blood and faint from exhaustion, or be stabbed in the vitals by the octopus head. Chun Feng made up his mind, as if he had made some decision. As he watched the octopus-headed dagger pierce his arm again, trying to inflict another wound, Chun Feng suddenly raised his long sword high, and this time he did not block it, allowing the dagger to pierce his arm. He swung the long sword in his hand behind his head, gathering power from behind. With a force of 1,000 pounds, and with a whistling sound that cut through the air, he slashed at the neck of the octopus head. "This is a life-and-death fight with the octopus head. If you stab my arm, I will chop your neck." Poochie, this was the sound of the dagger piercing Chun Feng's arm. The octopus head just showed a smug sneer, but when he looked up, he saw a broad-backed sword coming toward his neck, and he was immediately frightened. He never expected that Chun Feng would not use his long sword to block his attack this time. Instead, he would rather be stabbed by him and pay the price of being injured in exchange for a chance to attack. The octopus head didn't bother to pull out the dagger from Chun Feng's arm. He quickly let go, arched his body like a shrimp, and jumped backwards. Hula! Chun Feng's long sword hit nothing. He didn't expect that the body of the octopus-headed creature in front of him was so flexible. The action of bending over just now was almost the ultimate for human beings. He used the elasticity of his body to jump out and avoid the sword. Chun Feng, who was an orphan since childhood, was bullied a lot when he was young, but he also remembered one thing. The more others bully you, the more ruthless you should be. Being timid will only make those who bully you more unscrupulous. So, when the octopus had attacked, Chun Feng's ruthlessness was immediately forced out. Although there was a dagger stuck in his arm, Chun Feng seemed not to feel the pain. He waved the long knife, ready to continue chopping at the octopus head. Now that the octopus head had no weapon in his hand, it was a good opportunity. The octopus head that jumped to the side finally revealed a trace of fear when looking at Chun Feng's eyes. He couldn't understand why the injuries were getting more and more serious when he had stabbed him more than a dozen times. The octopus head's heart was beating fast, and he wanted to retreat more and more. At this time, he no longer had the dagger in his hand. He was unarmed and was definitely no match for his opponent, so he turned around. He panicked and wanted to run. Chen Feng could see that the man wanted to run away after taking advantage of him, which was a nice thought. Continue to chase, waving the long sword. The two of them started running like this, and the scene was quite funny. The octopus head was very fast, and it could cover more than 10 meters in just a few steps. Although Chen Feng had a strengthened body, he was injured and his speed was slowly slowed down. Suddenly, Chen Feng stopped chasing, threw down the long sword in his hand, held the fine iron bow and arrow in his hand, took out an arrow from his waist, and put it on the bow. The bowstring was pulled into a full moon, and the whole bow was ready to go. The arrow head made of fine iron began to tremble slightly, as if a giant dragon was roaring and ready to go. The octopus head had run about 20 meters in an instant, and only a faint shadow could be seen in the fog. Chen Feng suddenly let go. Whoosh! A meteor streaked through the air, turned into a silver light, and chased after the octopus head in the distance. But Chen Feng had never practiced archery before, so his accuracy was indeed a bit off. With a puff, it actually hit the reef on the side. The arrow shot into the reef 1/3 of the way in. When the escaping octopus head saw it, it was so frightened that it staggered and almost fell. After adjusting its body, it ran even faster. No, I can't see the figures anymore. Chen Feng frowned, quickly took out another arrow, aimed at the increasingly blurry figure, and shot another arrow. Never mind, just shoot. Whoosh! The arrow flew out again and disappeared along with the octopus head that sank into the mist. I don't know if it hit the target. The arrow flew for a while. Jaligulu, the octopus-headed creature in the mist, let out a strange cry. Although he didn't know what it meant, it was not difficult for Chen Feng to hear the feeling of cursing from his angry tone. Detected the use of probability props, triggered the European Emperor talent, and modified the probability to 100. The bleeding effect of the fine iron bow is triggered, and the target falls into a bleeding state for 1 minute. After hearing the prompt from the game, Chen Feng knew that he must have hit the target. He waved his hand happily, picked up the long knife on the ground, and continued to chase after him. After chasing for a while, Chen Feng saw dark green bloodstains on the ground, which should be the blood of the octopus head. Continue chasing following the blood. He won't be able to run far if he's injured. The bleeding effect lasts for 1 minute. If not treated in time, the octopus head will definitely die from excessive blood loss. After following the blood trail for nearly a minute, Chen Feng indeed saw the octopus head lying on the ground, dying. Seeing Chen Feng following him, the octopus head mumbled something inaudible, with fear and anger switching back and forth in his eyes. Chen Feng saw the arrow penetrate his back and come out of his stomach, and he felt a chill all over his body and his heart was racing. The arrow had a very powerful bleeding effect. Dark green blood kept gushing out of his wound like a fountain. No wonder the octopus head died instantly. After a while, the blood in the octopus's head dried up, and its head tilted. GG. Chen Feng touched the fine iron bow and arrow that he had put on again, and lamented the abnormal bleeding effect and the even more abnormal talent of the European Emperor. After pulling out the arrow from the octopus's head, Chen Feng was reluctant to waste it, and he would go back to pick up the arrow that had just been shot into the reef. After lifting the octopus head's corpse, Chen Feng suddenly saw a dark box under him, which was shining brightly. Something exploded. Chen Feng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that after killing a monster on the treasure island, something would drop. He quickly picked it up to check. Black iron treasure box. Description: 90 chance of getting supplies, 10 chance of getting white quality items. Comment: this is a treasure chest that is more advanced than a wooden treasure chest. Chapter 17 Murlocs. Friendly reminder: treasure chests of any quality cannot be put up for auction or traded online. In the past, wooden treasure chests were fished out directly from the sea. Chen Feng had always wondered why there had only been one quality of treasure chests. Now seeing the treasure chest that appeared after the death of the octopus-headed monster, Chen Feng suddenly realized that it was not that there were treasure chests of higher quality, but that they could only be obtained by killing monsters. However, after getting the treasure chest, it suddenly prompted that it could not be traded online. Then Chen Feng guessed that it should be possible to trade offline. If he met other humans in the future, it should not prevent him from getting other people's treasure chests. Without rushing to open the black iron treasure chest, Chen Feng frowned and looked at his arm. When I relaxed at this moment, I suddenly felt a tingling sensation all over my body. There's a dagger stuck in my arm, and it is still bleeding. I need to deal with it quickly. Taking out a bottle of level 1 red potion from the warehouse, Chen Feng wanted to try the effect of this healing potion. Pulling out the wooden cork from the red medicine, Chen Feng first poured some on the other scratches on his body. I'm afraid this is a bit painful. Chen Feng took a breath of cold air. As soon as the red medicine was poured on the wound, it felt like boiling magma spreading over the wound. The burning and stinging sensation continued to come, and beads of sweat the size of beans kept dripping from Chen Feng's head due to the pain. The burning sensation lasted for a short while, and then disappeared. At this time, the small wound had miraculously scabbed over. It looked as if the scab had been there for 3 days and did not look like a new wound at all. The effect of this red medicine is quite good. Chun Feng took a deep breath and continued to apply it on other wounds. After applying the medicine on some minor wounds, he directly pulled out the dagger stuck in his arm, and immediately a blood arrow spurted out. After observing the dagger, Chun Feng found it was just an ordinary weapon, a piece of trash, so he threw it directly into the warehouse. In order to avoid excessive blood loss, Chun Feng did not dare to pause and directly poured all the remaining red medicine on it. My dear mother. The burning and stinging sensation became more intense, and Chun Feng rolled his eyes in pain. Fortunately, it didn't last long, and the most serious puncture wounds have already scabbed over. Although there's still some slight pain in the wound, it no longer affects my activities. This level 1 red potion is quite effective. It can basically quickly cure some external injuries and ensure that it does not affect combat effectiveness. I just don't know how high the upper limit of this potion is. Before traveling through time, Chun Feng had used a lot of trauma medicines. Except for some inferior and counterfeit products, there were very few trauma medicines that could really take effect quickly. However, this level 1 red potion only takes a few seconds or minutes to take effect, which can really be called magic. After his injuries were healed, Chun Feng looked at the black iron treasure chest. This kind of treasure chest has more evaluations than the wooden treasure chest, and there's a chance of opening white quality items, but Chun Feng doesn't think much of white items. When a mall was first opened, the things that could be obtained from the novice welfare box were good, but it was a pity that they could only be purchased once. No matter how small a fly is, it's still meat, so let's open it first. Confirm to start, and a 3-second progress bar will appear. Detected the use of probability props, triggered the European Emperor talent, and modified the probability to 100. Suddenly, 3 items appeared in the black iron treasure chest. Octopus balls 2. Comment. Octopus balls, I'm greedy when I see them. Boba milk tea 1. Comment. This wave is huge. Murloc illustrations white. Description. Aim at the Murloc target to display the Murloc's abilities. Evaluation. There may be mermaids among the fishmen. Do you like the fishman with a fish on top and a human on the bottom? Or the fishman with a human on top and a fish on the bottom? Or the fish on the left and the human on the right? Or the human on the left and the fish on the right? There are 3 things in the treasure chest, 2 of which are food and water, but the last one is a little special. Chun Feng picked up the fishman illustration. This illustration was a transparent card, the size of a bank card, and the material was very similar to plastic. When the Fishman Illustrated book was pointed at the corpse of the octopus-headed monster on the ground, several rows of small words suddenly appeared on the Fishman Illustrated book. Low-level Octopus Man. Ability, speed, flexibility, and close-range attack skills. Weaknesses, weak attack power, poor defense, fragile. The characteristics of the octopus-headed monster under your feet are all displayed in the Fishman Encyclopedia. It seems that this octopus-headed monster should be a kind of Murloc. According to the information in the illustration book, there may be more other kinds of Murlocs on the island, and there may be different levels. Chun Feng thought to himself that from the perspective of terrain, the treasure island under his feet was most likely originally a piece of land on the seabed. Merfolk were originally a kind of creature on the seabed, so there must be a lot of merfolk on this island. From the fight with the octopus man just now, Chun Feng could feel that the octopus man had a high IQ and knew how to attack and escape. Not much different from humans. Moreover, its attack power and aggressiveness are very strong. If Chun Feng had not drunk the level 1 strengthening potion and obtained the fine iron bow and arrow, he would probably not be his opponent at all, let alone killing him. The monsters encountered by those humans who hurried to the island were most likely Murlocs. With the current capabilities of humans, it might take several or even a dozen people working together to kill this low-level ordinary fishman. If a person blindly goes deep into the treasure island, he will not even know how he died. Since there are low-level Murlocs, there are probably intermediate or high-level Murlocs as well. Their abilities should be even stronger. Chun Feng patted his forehead and sighed that this treasure island was indeed not as harmless as its name suggested. The Murlocs on the island were definitely very dangerous. However, it is pretty good to get a treasure chest by killing the Murlocs. The low-level Murlocs are in the black iron treasure chest, but what about the intermediate and high-level ones? Thinking of this, Chun Feng laughed again. The biggest treasure on Treasure Island might be these fish people. I hope there will be other appearances of Murlocs. It would be best if there is a human on top and a fish below. Otherwise, if it is a fish man like the octopus head, Chun Feng would feel disgusted. Before traveling through time, Chun Feng had watched many mermaid movies. Now that he could really meet a merman, he was full of anticipation. I'm looking forward to killing them and getting the treasure chest. I'm definitely not envious of the plump mermaid with a human on top and a fish on the bottom. However, the fishmen currently seem to be very aggressive, so Chun Feng thinks it is better to be careful. Chun Feng had suffered a loss before, thinking that the figure was a human, so he walked forward to take a look and was approached by the octopus man. Anyway, There's a fine iron bow, an arrow. Although the accuracy is not very good, as long as it hits the target, the damage is definitely not something a low-level Murloc can withstand. Next time you meet a Murloc, just shoot her from a distance. Nodding, Chinfeng picked up the arrows that had been shot. Relative to the center of the island, on a circle at the same distance, there may be Murlocs of similar strength distributed. The closer to the center of the island, the stronger the Murlocs may be. Having played so many games, I think the distribution pattern of dungeon monsters should be universal. Chinfeng did not go any deeper, but chose to circle around the center of the treasure island in an orderly manner. I hope that in this way, I won't encounter stronger fishmen for the time being, and Chinfeng can develop slowly. Chapter 18 Information Sharing. While deciding to move on, Chinfeng felt a little conflicted. Chinfeng has not seen any information about the fishmen in the chat yet. Most people don't dare to go deep into the treasure island for the time being. Even those who are brave enough to go deep into the treasure island and see the Murlocs are killed because of the powerful abilities of the Murlocs and their lack of understanding of them. When they are attacked again, they cannot send out any useful information and are killed. What Chinfeng is struggling with at this moment is whether or not to share the current information about the fishmen with all humans. Sharing with others does not do Chinfeng any good. Instead, it may make the competition on the treasure island more intense. After all, once others have learned about the fishmen on the treasure island, they may boldly go deeper. With thousands of humans in an area, the monsters on the treasure island will definitely become fewer and fewer, and the number of treasure chests that can be obtained will also become fewer and fewer. After thinking about it, Chinfeng shook his head and sighed. As a human being, I should share the information which can be regarded as a contribution to mankind. Although it may increase the competitiveness of Treasure Island, given Chinfeng's current abilities, the competition from others is relatively not a threat. After thinking it over, Chinfeng opened the chat channel. Everyone, I'm Chinfeng. I believe that everyone is curious about the treasure island that just appeared, but everyone should also know that there are unknown monsters on the treasure island, which are very dangerous. And I have just successfully killed a monster. Now, I will share the monster's information with everyone. Octopus Monkalpsa JPEG. This is the monster I killed. It is an octopus man with octopus characteristics. Its body is very similar to that of humans, and it has strong fighting ability. When it encounters humans, it will directly attack them. It is also very aggressive, and its intelligence is no worse than that of humans. Please be careful. There may be other kinds of fishmen on the island, and the details need to be investigated. Also, killing this kind of monster will drop a higher quality treasure chest, and the items open will be much better than the wooden treasure chests we fish out of the sea. Finally, I would like to warn you that you must form a team of about 10 people to kill ordinary monsters. If you are alone, do not go deep unless you activate the body strengthening potion purchased from the level 2 mall. After taking it, you will be able to fight alone. There was a large amount of information in the chat box. Chinfeng sent it 1 and 10 times in the world chat and regional chat respectively. It was then noted that there were 3 billion online players left in the entire world and 6,234 online players left in the region. Chinfeng sighed. The death toll was too high. The official survival game had only been open for a few hours and hundreds of millions of people had died. Sharing the information about the fishmen is also helping others. In the chat channel, after Chinfeng sent the message, it once again triggered a wave of chat frenzy. Has Boss Chinfeng already gone deep? That's amazing, so awesome. The monster is this thing with an octopus head and a human body. It's so ugly. By the way, is Boss Chinfeng alone or in a team? If he is alone, he is too strong. He upgraded the raft to level 10 and opened the level 2 mall. He also took the strengthening potion you mentioned. This octopus monster is so disgusting, but the tentacles on his face feel so special. I wonder if his tentacles can be used. Thanks to Boss Chinfeng for sharing the information. Also, those who are in the same area and need to form a team, please add me as your friend. Boss Chinfeng said that unless you drink a strengthening potion, you must not go deep into the area alone. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chinfeng, for sharing. This is really good news for all mankind. Yes. I just want to try going deeper. We can't rush it now. Let's wait a little longer before entering. I'm not going in either. I'll just wait for the boss to take me there. Then I won't go in. I'll just chop trees outside and upgrade the raft. Whether it was world chat or regional chat, in addition to comments expressing amazement at the monster's appearance, most people were thanking Chinfeng. However, the increased competitiveness on Treasure Island that Chinfeng had expected did not occur. Instead, most humans were willing to stay on the periphery and chose not to enter. Come to think of it, not everyone has the courage to face danger and fight, so it's okay to keep these people on the periphery to upgrade the raft. Just cut wood with all your strength before the Treasure Island sinks, and then when the storm comes at sea, you can upgrade your vehicle. Chinfeng nodded. This was a good thing. Many people were cutting down trees, and after a while, the prices of wood and plant fiber would definitely plummet. It will be much cheaper to buy it in trade at that time. So going deep into hunting monsters now has both risks and benefits, and it is also the fastest way for Chun Feng to obtain more resources. But at this moment, a message appeared in the world chat and regional chat that made Chun Feng frown. Everyone, please don't believe what Chun Feng said. The powerful octopus monster is simply alarmist. I have gone deep into the treasure island. How come I haven't encountered a single monster? This means that there are not many monsters. Maybe there may be dangers on the treasure island, but how can you gain anything in a survival game without danger? If you stay on the periphery, you will never gain anything. When the storm comes in 30 days, you will just wait to die. As for waiting until the level 2 store opens, upgrading the raft requires a lot of wood and plant fibers. By the time we collect them all, the island will almost sink. Only by going deep into the treasure island, collecting various supplies, and constantly upgrading vehicles can everyone have a certain degree of self-protection ability. Stay outside. If you want to die, stay outside and chop trees. Finally, those who are in the same area as me and want to join the Survival Alliance, please add me as a friend as soon as possible. The Alliance will do its best to help you survive. Chun Feng knew the owner of this message, who was Tang Yuqing, who had previously tried to persuade Chun Feng to join the Alliance. At this time, he actually publicly made a statement in the chat channel to refute Chun Feng, and as soon as he made this statement, a lot of messages followed. That's right. Chun Feng must be afraid that others will also go deep into the treasure island to get more supplies, which will affect the prices of higher level supplies. Yes, Chun Feng definitely has no good intentions. On the surface, he said there were ferocious fish monsters and asked us to be careful. But in fact, he just wanted to scare us so that we wouldn't dare to go in. This Chun Feng is so vicious. Really? I don't think Boss Chun Feng is that kind of person. I think so too. Boss Chun Feng doesn't need to do this. Don't be stupid. The guy above, if the monster is really powerful, would he tell us? Is there such a good person? The monster must be rare and its strength is average, so he can kill it easily. He is afraid that we will snatch the supplies from the treasure island from him, so he made those alarmist remarks. Don't believe it. Chapter 19. The Tang family father and son. The tone of the chat channel suddenly changed. The message that was originally intended to thank Chun Feng suddenly turned into abuse and suspicion. Chun Feng frowned when he saw so much news. As soon as Tang Yuqing's message was released, many messages of agreement followed, which inevitably made people suspect that these people were part of the same group of water army as Tang Yuqing. With these people fanning the flames, those who had originally been in awe of the treasure island began to waver. They seemed to feel that there was no danger in going deeper into the treasure island. As for encountering the fishman monster, it was only a low probability event. Many people in the chat messages have expressed their desire to give it a try. Seeing this, Chun Feng did not refute. He had done what he should do. He had told humans about the dangers. As for whether others believed it or not, that was their own business. After going deeper, if they really encountered murlocs, those who did not form a team or did not take the level 1 strengthening potion would most likely not survive. This Tang Yuqing, subconsciously rubbing his chin, Chun Feng said to himself, I don't know what this person is up to. Before, he tried to win me over to join the alliance, and when that failed, his attitude was quite friendly. Now he is making such remarks again, openly slandering me. There must be something wrong with this person's character. I have a deep understanding of the dangers of Treasure Island. If ordinary people enter rashly, the consequences will be disastrous. I don't know what Tang Yuqing is thinking when he encourages others to go deep into Treasure Island. Wasn't his original intention in forming an alliance to help others survive? His current practice is completely counterproductive. Unable to understand Tang Yuqing's thoughts, Chun Feng no longer paid attention to the messages in the chat channel. Other people's life and death and words could not provide any help to his survival. Paying too much attention to them would undoubtedly add to his troubles. Holding the fine iron bow and arrow and long sword, Chun Feng continued on his journey. At this time, in another place on the treasure island where Chun Feng was, for people were sitting on the ground resting, 2 men and 2 women. One of the 2 men was older, in his 40s or 50s, with a mature and experienced look. The other man was in his 20s, fat, with a stern look between his brows, and looked very arrogant. 2 women were also sitting nearby. One of them was in her 30s, with a beautiful face and the image of a queen. The other one was about 20 years old, a little reserved with a black ponytail tied behind her head, curved eyebrows, pure face, a slightly dirty white shirt, and blue jeans wrapped around a pair of straight long legs. She was sitting on the ground with her legs hugged, looking pitiful. There was a corpse among the people. It looked like it was covered with scales, and under the huge fish head was a human body. This corpse was actually also a fishman. 2 men started talking in the field. Dad, what's the point of us refuting Chun Feng's words? It seems that Chun Feng didn't continue to send messages. The fat young man asked the man next to him with a puzzled look on his face. The mature-looking man glanced at the little fat man and said calmly, You don't understand. What I'm doing will have a big effect. The purpose of sending these messages is to get a large number of people in our area to explore the treasure island. These two people are father and son, and the man with mature face is Tang Yuqing. Let them explore inside. With so many people exploring, won't these fishmen become fewer and fewer as we kill them? If they're all killed, where can we get the treasure chest? The fat man was full of confusion, not knowing what Tang Yuqing was thinking. Idiot, the Murlocs are so powerful, others can just kill them if they want to. We were able to kill them because your dad formed an alliance, collected all the supplies from those members, upgraded the raft, and bought strengthening potions from the unlocked level 2 mall, turning us all into level 1 enhancers. Only then were we able to barely kill these Murlocs. Tang Yuqing seemed to be quite disgusted with his son's stupidity and scolded him in dissatisfaction. Yes, Dad is really awesome. Even in the end times, he can still trick those ordinary people into working for you like he did when he started a company before and hand over all the supplies to us so that we can prioritize storing enough survival points. After being scolded by Tang Yuqing, the fat man was not angry at all, but said with a smile, I asked the others to explore further in order to get them to die. When more people die, everyone will be afraid and look for the organization. Then our alliance will be able to absorb new members more easily. With my fame before I travel through time, it's easy for others to believe what I say. But just when I was about to incite others, who would have thought that Shan Feng actually told everyone about the dangers of the treasure island? Everyone was scared, and I had no choice but to go against him. I originally wanted to recruit him into the alliance, but from the message this person sent a few days ago, it can be seen that he must have abundant supplies. Now that things are going on like this, it will be impossible to win him over. Tang Yuqing sneered at first, then frowned with a tone of regret. Dad, you don't have to feel sorry. Shan Feng has abundant supplies. Since we can't win him over, we could just kill him when we meet him. It's not like we haven't killed people before. After we kill those people, all the supplies will explode from the warehouse. Why should we win him over? The fat man smiled arrogantly and spoke very arrogantly. Well, let's talk about this later. Shan Feng is very cautious. He didn't agree when I applied to add him as a friend. We can't know his location. Let's talk about this person later. The most urgent thing now is to kill more fishmen and get some black iron treasure chests. Tang Yuqing nodded. The conversation between father and son was just about to end when the woman with a domineering image who was sitting on the side walked to the side of Tang Yuqing, slowly sat down next to Tang Yuqing, and spoke slowly. Hey, stop talking about these nasty things. We just killed a fish monster. Do you want to celebrate and eat something? The woman leaned against Tang Yuqing, her voice soft and sweet, very comfortable to listen to. Haha, okay, let's eat something, but let's go do something first. Tang Yuqing laughed meaningfully, then picked up the woman, turned around, and walked into the dense coral reef behind him. The woman in his arms smiled, and no one knew what she was thinking. As Tang Yuqing walked, he told the fat man and the other woman, hurry up and make some food. We've been hungry for a while. After we replenish our energy, we can continue to go deeper into the treasure island. After a while, bursts of sounds came from the dense coral reefs. The other girl frowned slightly and seemed to understand what the two men were doing in the coral reef. He.2a. The little fat man spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm and looked in the direction of the two people with an expression full of expectation. The fat man took out a lot of fresh water, food, and some containers from the warehouse and ordered the other girl, Zhou Lingrui, hurry up and prepare these foods. We will eat them soon. After saying this, the fat man slowly walked towards the coral reef. Chapter 20. Zhou Lingrui. Zhou Lingrui looked at some rough food that the fat man casually threw in front of him, frowned, then sighed, and picked them up helplessly. There were 2 pieces of yellow kelp, a loaf of bread that was opened from a treasure chest, 2 palm-sized mackerels, and a bottle of turbid fresh water, about half a liter in size. This is the food for 4 people, which is really miserable. This was undoubtedly a torture for Zhou Lingrui, who lived a petty bourgeois life and was accustomed to delicious food before traveling through time. But there is no way now. It has been 3.5 days since he traveled through time. Apart from the bread and ham he had traded from Shan Feng before, Zhou Lingrui has not eaten anything decent. Now that I have this little bit of food to fill my stomach, I can barely get by. Zhou Lingrui took out the wood and the iron basin, lit the firewood with a lighter, then threw all the ingredients directly into the basin and poured some fresh water into it. Just cook it until it's done. Looking back, Zhou Lingrui has no choice but to be here now. After Zhou Lingrui crossed over, she drifted on the sea for 3 days. Without any survival skills, she could only stay on the raft and rely on a novice fishing rod to catch supplies. The luck is very bad. It often takes only 1 or 2 fish in an hour, and those may be some garbage, such as rotten wood, conch shells, etc. There is very little food and fresh water. Once I was very lucky and fished out a wooden treasure chest, which contained a solar-powered stun gun. I used this somewhat useless thing to exchange for some fresh water and food from a big guy named Shan Feng. But the boss would not keep trading with her. After she had nothing valuable in her hands, Zhou Lingrui was once again troubled by the shortage of food and fresh water. She wanted to ask the big boss for some charity, but Zhou Lingrui was a good-looking, financially independent urban white-collar worker. The number of people pursuing her was in the double digits, if not 3 digits. Now she, who was so proud, had to humble herself and ask those stinky men for food. This was more painful than killing her. When forced to do so, Zhou Lingrui remembered saying some not-so-obvious soft words to Qinfeng. I thought that man would lick a beautiful woman immediately after seeing her. I didn't expect that man didn't send any message afterwards. He didn't take it seriously at all. This dealt a heavy blow to Zhou Lingrui's confidence, and he no longer had the face to ask for help. But suddenly, Zhou Lingrui saw a very famous corporate executive in Nanjing City in the regional chat. His name was Tang Yuqing, and he actually called on mankind to unite and help each other in the alien world, survive together, and formed a survival alliance. Seeing this, Zhou Lingrui thought he had found his organization, so he naturally joined the alliance with great pleasure. When she first joined, Zhou Lingrui immediately felt the warmth of the alliance. When she was hungry and thirsty, Tang Yuqing traded her half a bottle of mineral water and some food, which helped her get through the most difficult time. This also made Zhou Lingrui more convinced that the establishment of the Survival Alliance would allow many humans to survive. Afterwards, the Alliance asked everyone to hand in materials that would not be used temporarily for unified management, such as excess fresh water and food, wood, plant fibers, iron blocks, and the like. Zhou Lingrui thought he didn't have fresh water and food, and the other things couldn't fill his stomach, so he just handed it over. It was no big deal. Afterwards, the novice period ended and the entire game began to update. The creatures in the sea actually began to actively attack the raft. It was at this time that Zhou Lingrui learned from the chat channel that she needed to collect supplies to upgrade the raft, but all her extra supplies were stored in the alliance headed by Tang Yuqing, and she had nothing in her own warehouse. When she asked Tang Yuqing for it, she heard that the wood and plant fiber had already been distributed to those who needed it more. The alliance only told its members to hurry to Treasure Island and gather there. There was no other choice, but Zhou Lingrui could only use this broken raft to rush to Treasure Island, hoping to avoid attacks from marine life. Fortunately, Zhou Lingrui was very close to the Treasure Island. There were not many animals attacking her along the way, and she could deal with small fish and shrimps. Relying on 2 wooden oars, she rowed until her arms were numb, and finally reached the Treasure Island. After arriving on the island, Zhou Lingrui successfully found Tang Yuqing with the help of his friend's positioning. At this time, he discovered that 2 people had come to his side. One was his son Tang Xiaoxi, and a woman named Bai Ling. The other members had not arrived yet. But after meeting him, Zhou Lingrui realized Tang Yuqing's true face. From their careless conversation, Zhou Lingrui realized that the so-called alliance was just a cover. After giving others some fresh water and resources, they also cheated a large amount of supplies from them, under the guise of mutual help and unified management. In fact, Tang Yuqing and his son joined hands and used their reputation before the time travel to gain the trust of others. Not only did they have abundant supplies, but they also stored a large number of survival points. As for the life and death of others, they don't care at all. At this time, Zhou Lingrui wanted to leave. Firstly, Tang Yuqing and his son would never agree. Secondly, this treasure island did not seem safe. After Tang Yuqing and his son teamed up to kill a fishman monster and demonstrated their powerful strength, Zhou Lingrui became even more conflicted about whether he should continue to stay with them. Zhou Lingrui also learned about their plan for Qinfeng from their conversation just now. They actually wanted to kill Qinfeng. When Zhou Lingrui learned this information, she was shocked. It was not because she cared about Qinfeng's life or death, but she was really awakened at this moment. The rules of this end of the world are that there are no rules, and no one will punish people for killing. Considering Tang Yuqing's character, Zhou Lingrui was cautious and did not tell Qinfeng that he had successfully added him as a friend. Looking at the flames of the firewood, Zhou Lingrui could vaguely hear a sound coming from the side, which made her feel nauseous. This woman named Bai Ling was willing to sacrifice everything she had in order to curry favor with Tang Yuqing, and even join the father and son. This made Zhou Lingrui disgusted, but also a little worried about himself. Tang Yuqing is okay. He is old and probably doesn't have so many thoughts. The one I'm afraid of is his fat son Tang Xiaoxi. Zhou Lingrui saw something in Tang Xiaoxi's eyes from the first time they met. It was hard to say whether she would covet him in the future. He is not afraid of temptation, but is afraid of intimidation. This fat guy looks so disgusting. Zhou Lingrui murmured to himself and couldn't help but worry about his own safety. She would rather be killed by those ugly fishmen than be raped by Tang Yuqing and his son. What should I do? Zhou Lingrui remembered that many of her supplies had been taken away by Tang Yuqing and his son, and she would never get them back. If I leave them, I don't know if I can survive. Zhou Lingrui, who was in a dilemma, suddenly remembered Qinfeng and hurriedly opened the map function. Zhou Lingrui saw the location of Qinfeng's friend on the map, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The distance between the two is only 20 kilometers. Chapter 21, 3 Fishmen. Zhou Lingrui looked at the coral reef on the side again. The three people were still working intently and were some distance away. Tang Yuqing and his son did not restrict Zhou Lingrui's freedom. On this treasure island with countless fishmen and monsters, they were naturally not afraid of Zhou Lingrui running around. Should I run away and then go find Qinfeng? Zhou Lingrui stared at the burning flames in a daze. The distance is very close. Only 20 kilometers, there shouldn't be any danger. But even if I find him, will he definitely take me in? Why? Yes, I have information that Tang Yuqing wants to murder him. Maybe this information will make him willing to take me in. Anyway, sooner or later I will end up like Bai Ling next to Tang Yuqing and his son. So why not give it a try? Now the three of them can't be distracted. This is a good opportunity. Zhou Lingrui kept talking to himself. The struggle in his eyes slowly disappeared, and he became more and more determined. Then, she glanced in the direction of Tang Yuqing, and the other two pinched her tender white fingers hard and put the iron basin in front of her, including the food in it, into the warehouse. Relying on Chun Feng's position on the map, Zhou Lingrui crouched down, carefully not daring to make any sound, and slowly walked into the fog. After walking a few steps, he did not forget to delete the friends of Tang Yuqing and others to prevent them from knowing his location. As they walked further away, Zhou Lingrui hurriedly ran towards Qinfeng. After a while, Tang Yuqing and the other two came out from the coral bush leisurely, all of them in disheveled clothes. Judging from the expressions on the three people's faces, except Bai Ling, the other two were very satisfied. But when they looked at the empty space, Zhou Lingrui was nowhere to be seen. Huh, where's Zhou Lingrui? Tang Yuqing pulled up his trousers and said angrily. Tang Xiaoxi also hurriedly followed from behind. The food and fresh water I just gave her are gone. Bai Ling immediately laughed sneerily. I told you that little girl was just pretending to be innocent. I just asked you to have sex with her, but you didn't listen and insisted on taking it slow. Now look what happened. She's taken everything away. Look at her location on the map. Without paying attention to Bai Ling, Tang Yuqing said to Tang Xiaoxi. Tang Xiaoxi also hurriedly opened the map function, only to find that Zhou Lingrui had no friends at all. She should have deleted us all. The three of them were immediately furious. Qinfeng didn't take the messages in the chat channel seriously at all. Instead of wasting time on chatting, you might as well get more supplies. The fog around was still very thick. As Qinfeng continued to move forward, the surrounding scenery was constantly changing. In addition to some corals and reefs, you can occasionally see some small sea animals in some puddles on the ground. There are many species, but they are all small marine animals, including hermit crabs, scallops, sea turtles, and so on. These animals began to mutate, their body sizes became different, and most importantly, they all actively attacked Qinfeng. However, these little gadgets are not a threat to Qinfeng, who drank the level 1 strengthening potion. The existence of these marine animals also made Qinfeng believe that this island was originally a piece of land under the sea. He killed each little animal with his knife, and stabbed these attacking animals into the ground one by one, and then put them into his warehouse. Well, the stock of seafood has increased a lot. Qinfeng nodded with satisfaction, but then felt a little strange. We've been walking for almost half an hour. Why haven't we seen any mermen yet? I've been walking along the circle of the island, but I haven't encountered any other murlocs yet. Could it be that there really aren't many murlocs? Just when Qinfeng was wondering, he suddenly heard a few voices talking. Hearing the conversation, Qinfeng slowed down his pace, trying not to make any noise with his feet. Unfortunately, the source of the sound was not close, and due to the influence of the fog, no human figure could be seen. Qinfeng could only lie aside and listen carefully. Gaga, gurgle gurgle. Wow wooloo. What the hell? Qinfeng was puzzled at first, but then he woke up in shock. The language was very similar to the language of the octopus man he had killed before. Isn't this the language of the fish man? Judging from the sounds of their conversation, there are more than one murloc here. Probably 3. It's really like this, either you don't see it, or you see a lot of it. 3 murlocs? What to do? Qinfeng held the fine iron bow and arrow in his hand, looked at the purple light emerging on the bow and arrow, and hesitated. Murlocs have strong combat capabilities, and it may take multiple humans to kill a single murloc. After taking the level 1 strengthening potion, humans might be able to fight against a low-level murloc. However, facing 3 murlocs and not knowing what level these 3 murlocs are, even Qinfeng feels that his chances of winning are slim at this moment. Qinfeng was somewhat unwilling to leave like this. He explored for a long time before encountering these 3 fishmen. He just left like this, and he didn't know when he would meet them again. If we succeed in killing 3 murlocs and 3 black iron treasure chests, the harvest will be quite good. Let's try it. Use the bow and arrow to shoot first. If you hit the target, that's great. But if you miss with such thick fog, they won't know where I am. After thinking it over again and again, Chun Feng decided to do it. Holding the fine iron bow and arrow across his chest, Chun Feng pulled out an arrow from his waist and slowly put it on the bow. He bent over and leaned forward gently. Chun Feng walked slowly, being especially careful of debris on the ground to avoid stepping on it. I really don't know why some movies have to step on tree branches and leaves when it comes to similar plots. Who came up with such a bloody plot? How could a normal person, who is very careful, not pay attention to where he steps? Chun Feng was doing very well. He relied on the undulating black reefs and was not discovered by the three fishmen. And the distance from the murlocs is controlled at about 15 meters, and the outlines of these murlocs can be seen in the fog. At this time, the three fishmen were still chatting as if no one was around. Very good. Let me see what you are first. Chun Feng took out the Murray illustrated book from the warehouse and looked at the outlines of the three mummies. Low-level sea snake murloc. Ability, soft and boneless body, moves very fast, can spray poison. Weakness, crisp. Low-level shark man. Abilities, strong bite force, good at close combat. Weaknesses, very slow, low IQ. Intermediate lobster man. Ability, evolved limbs are very hard and sharp. Weaknesses, very slow, average body defense. Wow, there's another intermediate fishman. When Chun Feng saw the information on the Fishman Atlas, a look of surprise appeared on his face. It seems that there are indeed differences in the strength levels of the murlocs. I wonder if the intermediate lobster man in front of me is as strong as several low-level murlocs. After a closer look, Chun Feng discovered the differences between these fishmen. The sea snake people and shark people all have fish heads and human bodies, while the lobster people have human heads and bodies and lobster limbs. No, to be precise, it's the lobster's claws and lower body. Could it be that the stronger the fishman's strength, the more similar he looks to humans? Chapter 22, just do it. But now is not the time to research this. The most important thing now is to figure out how to kill these three fishmen. From the information in the Murloc Encyclopedia, it can be seen that among the three Murlocs, only one is biased toward speed. Chun Feng still remembered the octopus man he had killed before. He was very fast and very flexible overall. If he hadn't risked his life to fight for his injury, Chun Feng might have been exhausted to death by him. The fast speed means that it is difficult for bows and arrows to hit them, and now that they are off guard, the chances of hitting them are very high. So, among the three Murlocs, Chun Feng decided to prioritize killing the sea snake Murloc that had a fast speed and could spray venom and attack from a distance. The weakness of the other two fishmen is their slow speed, so maybe they could be slowly worn down to death by then. Chun Feng did it right away. He slowly stood up and exposed half of his body above the reef. The outlines of three Murlocs, not far away, can be barely seen. The one in the middle with a slender body and a triangular head is the sea snake Murloc. The one on the left has an average body, a huge head, and protruding fangs. He's a shark man. On the right, his hands are huge lobster claws, his abdomen has many slender legs, and his lobster tail is dragged behind him. This person must be a lobster man. Chun Feng held the bow horizontally, put the arrow on the bow, exerted force with his arms, and pulled the bowstring to its full extent. Suddenly, the whole bow began to tremble, as if making a low humming sound, ready to be fired. Make sure to hit the target. Chun Feng squinted one eye and aimed with the other. He had no shooting experience and could only shoot based on his feeling. The sea snake merman was in the middle, and compared to the other two, he was very slender, but fortunately, the distance was only a dozen meters, so it was not difficult to hit him. Whoosh, the arrow cut through the fog in front of his eyes, making the space in front of him temporarily clearer, but in less than a moment, it was filled with fog again. Chun Feng aimed for a while and finally let the arrow leave the string. Then, he quickly squatted down, letting the reef cover his body to avoid being discovered by the fishmen. Detected the use of probability props, triggered the European Emperor talent, and modified the probability to 100. The bleeding effect of the fine iron bow is triggered, and the target falls into a bleeding state for 1 minute. It was not until the prompt sounded that Chun Feng was sure that he had hit the target, triggering the bleeding effect. No matter where he hit, it would be absolutely fatal to the sea snake merman. Yuri, gurgle, Abba. Three Murlocs were talking when suddenly an arrow pierced the shoulder of the sea snake Murloc, who immediately let out screams and cries. The arrow pierced the shoulder of the sea snake merman, immediately making the three mermen alert. The lobster man hurriedly looked around, but did not see any movement. The shark man immediately checked the injuries of the sea snake man. The sea snake merman screamed, but his injuries were not too serious. After pulling out the arrow, he saw that the wound was still bleeding, so he pressed the wound with his hand. Then the three fishmen kept looking around, trying to find the location of the attacker. However, the crisscrossing reefs and thick fog were the perfect assistance for Chun Feng to hide. Although they were only more than 10 meters away, the three fishmen could not see any trace of Chun Feng at all. The three Murlocs started talking to each other again and were about to disperse to look for the enemy, but the blood that kept gushing out of the sea snake Murloc's shoulder forced them to stop and observe. The sea snake merman didn't care about the wound on his shoulder at first, thinking it was a minor injury that would be fine after pulling out the arrow. But he didn't expect that the wound would become more and more abnormal. Even though he covered his mouth with his hands, blood still gushed out and seeped out from between his fingers. It seemed that the amount of bleeding was increasing. Koopa Koopa! The sea serpent Murloc screamed, drawing the attention of the other two Murlocs to him again. When the shark man and the lobster man found out, they hurriedly pulled the sea snake man down to squat. They also understood the strangeness of this arrow. After the arrow hit, it would bleed continuously. Fearing being attacked again, they dared not show their heads at this moment. Chun Feng only heard several hurried calls from the fishmen, and then he knew that the three fishmen were in a mess, and they poked their heads out from the side of the reef to observe. These three clever little guys still know how to hide. Chun Feng rubbed his fingers, feeling a little anxious. The sea snake merman was hit by an arrow, and the other two mermen didn't dare to show their heads at the moment. It would be very difficult to shoot them with a bow and arrow again. Wait a little longer until the sea snake Murloc bleeds to death, and then see what the other two Murlocs will do. Chun Feng did not move his troops. Now the enemy was in the open while he was in the dark. He could not act rashly. Once he was discovered by the other two fishmen and they attacked him in close combat, Chun Feng would definitely not be their opponent. As time passed, more than 40 seconds had passed. The bleeding effect triggered by the fine iron bow and arrow could last for 1 minute. At this moment, the blood flowing out of the sea snake fishman's shoulder has gradually decreased. It's not that the bleeding effect has weakened, but that the blood in his body is almost being drained. The shark people and lobster people could only watch. Facing the sea snake fishman spurting blood, they had no way to do anything. Before long, the sea snake merman's blood was drained, and his entire body shriveled up, and his black and white snake head slowly lost its life. A low-level Murloc was shot by Chun Feng's fine iron bow and arrow. Without any medicine for treatment, death is inevitable. The only difference is how long he can survive. The lobster man standing aside had a human-like face so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. No one knew what he was thinking about. The shark man with a huge shark head was filled with grief and anger when he saw his fellow creature die in such an unclear manner. Roar! The shark man let out a beast-like roar and stood up suddenly. He was very angry due to his low IQ. At this moment, he had completely forgotten the danger in the dark and did not care about the special effects of Chun Feng's arrows. Now, he just wanted to find Chun Feng, who shot an arrow at them. The shark man jumped out and no longer crawled under the reef. His huge shark head looked extremely ferocious. The 2 rows of uneven teeth kept opening and closing, making clanging sounds. Judging from the strength of the sound, if someone bit you, the flesh and bones would definitely be torn apart. The shark man came out suddenly, and the lobster man wanted to pull him back, but it was too late. Good opportunity. Chun Feng, who was observing from a distance, had been waiting for a long time. He was just worried that the 2 fishmen would not come out and the fine iron bow and arrow would be useless. If these 2 fishmen kept hiding, Chun Feng really didn't know what to do. It turns out that brain is a good thing, but unfortunately the shark man doesn't have it. Now the shark man has lost his mind and jumped out to look for the enemy. Chun Feng once again raised the fine iron bow and arrow, with the arrow on the string, ready to be fired at any moment. Whoosh! The arrow shot through the air and shot straight at the shark man, with a puff sound. I don't know if it was because the distance was close, or because Chun Feng was lucky, but the arrow successfully hit the shark man's huge forehead. The bleed effect triggers again. A red snow lotus suddenly blossomed on the shark man's forehead. However, because Chun Feng stood up and shot an arrow, his hiding place was discovered by the 2 fishmen. The 2 fishmen roared angrily. Having discovered the enemy, they no longer hid and rushed towards Chun Feng. Chapter 23. Whack-a-mole. Although the shark man was hit by an arrow on the forehead and the bleeding effect began to be triggered, he was not as fragile as the sea snake man. In the short term, shark man definitely still has a certain combat capability. Seeing the shark man and lobster man rushing towards him aggressively, there was no time to shoot a second arrow, so Chun Feng quickly slapped his butt, turned around, and ran. It is definitely impossible to get close to the shark man, not only because of his sharp teeth, but also because of the lobster man's sharp claws. Once he gets close to you, he will bite and pinch you hard, and Chun Feng can't handle it. Now I just hope that while I am escaping, I can use the bleeding effect triggered by the fine iron bow and arrow to kill the shark man. At that time, Chun Feng will only need to face one enemy, the lobster man, and the pressure will definitely be much less. Chun Feng ran very fast. His body had been strengthened, and he felt light as he ran. Even though there were uneven reefs everywhere, Chun Feng could still run as if it were flat ground. In the past, running 100 meters would make him so tired that he couldn't straighten his back. But now, Chun Feng feels that a 5-kilometer cross-country run is not a problem. In a flash, Chen Feng had run more than 30 meters and looked back. Not bad. Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the distance had not been shortened. Speed is not the strong point of these two fishmen, so they can only chase Chen Feng at the same speed, which makes the two of them angry and scream strangely behind him. The shark man was gushing blood, but at a fast speed, and looked quite creepy, which made Chen Feng sigh. It turns out that people with stupid brains will not hesitate to die in a fight. Not daring to stop, Chen Feng continued running, wanting to see how long this shark man could last. After chasing for more than 50 seconds, the shark man's speed slowed down and he slowly fell behind. Perhaps because too much blood had been lost, wrinkles began to appear on the shark's smooth head, like a dried salted fish. Thump! The shark man felt his legs go weak, and he staggered and fell headfirst onto the reef, unconscious. It was obvious that he was dying. Gurgle! The lobster man hurriedly stopped, hugged him, let out a mournful cry, and looked at Chen Feng with bloodshot eyes, wishing he could cut Chen Feng into 18 pieces. When Chen Feng saw this scene, he also stopped. Although he understood the hatred in the lobster man's eyes, he did not take it to heart. Before, the octopus man started attacking Chen Feng as soon as he saw him, and many people sent messages in the chat channel about being attacked by the octopus man. Chen Feng knew all of this. On this treasure island, fishmen and humans are absolutely opposed to each other. Once they meet, it is doomed to be a life-and-death battle. Without hesitation, Chen Feng saw that he had an opportunity and did the same thing, pulling out another arrow and shooting at the lobster man. Whoosh! The arrow was very fast and accurate, and it went straight into the lobster man's chest. Just when Chen Feng thought that he had successfully hit the lobster people and only needed to kite them again, the scene that followed surprised Chen Feng with a ding sound. When the lobster man saw Chen Feng shooting an arrow again, he raised his huge claw in front of him, protecting most of his body like a huge shield. The huge shrimp claws are red and black in color, with a mirror-smooth surface that sparkles and looks extremely hard. The fine iron arrow hit the huge shrimp claw, making only a metallic collision sound before falling weakly to the ground. What? Chen Feng stared with his eyes wide open. This was the first time that the fine iron bow, an arrow, failed to penetrate the lobster man. This showed how hard the lobster man's claws were. When can I be so hard? I was surprised, but also a little envious. The lobster man's head was still the same as that of a human, looking like a middle-aged man, feminine and fierce. After blocking Chen Feng's arrow, he showed a sneer. After witnessing Chen Feng's attack, the lobster man knew that as long as the arrows did not hit his body or head, the arrows could not hurt him at all due to the hardness of his claws. The lobster man put down the shark man in his arms and held his two claws upright in front of him, forming a huge shield that was enough to cover his head and body. Holding this huge shield, the lobster man's tail suddenly bent inward and coiled, and the multiple legs in his lower abdomen also hooked onto the ground with all his strength. Then, the lobster man quickly exerted force with his entire tail and slammed the reef under him. With a bang, the black reef was instantly smashed into powder and exploded, with broken stones scattered everywhere. The lobster man jumped up and reached a height of more than 10 meters, almost jumping onto Chen Feng's head. Fuck, you're actually jumping. Chen Feng looked at the lobster man in the sky, stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly shot another arrow. Whoosh! Didn't shoot. Nonsense. Even if Chen Feng stood still, he might not be able to shoot accurately, let alone a moving target. Even if he hit it, the shrimp claws that were as big as door panels were enough to block it. Cheating. I want to report it. Chen Feng screamed and ran away again. The lobster man was about to fall, and his upright claws opened forward like two huge and hard scissors, cutting towards Chen Feng. Bang! Fortunately, Chen Feng ran fast and narrowly avoided the shrimp claws, but a 3-meter-deep pit appeared on the reef under his feet. After an unsuccessful attack, Chen Feng ran away for more than 10 meters. The lobster man snorted coldly and jumped high again. The next attack was about to come. The intermediate murlocs are indeed powerful. Those low-level murlocs are nothing but trash in comparison. The original speed of this lobster man was only average, who knew that he would actually use jumping to attack. Running is not as fast as flying. Chen Feng had just run more than 10 meters when the lobster man, behind him, jumped over. Bang! The attack was coming, and Chen Feng could only turn quickly. Relying on the quick change of direction, he narrowly avoided another attack. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He was careless. After all, he was careless. He didn't expect that this intermediate lobster man was so fierce. Bang! 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 The lobster man and Chen Feng were chasing and hacking each other, while the other was running for his life, making the surrounding reefs and corals a mess. The current scene reminded Chen Feng of a more interesting game. Have you ever played whack-a-mole? The game is fun, but when you're the mole and you dodge an attack, you have to shout. Exciting. No. If I keep running like this, he'll cut me sooner or later. Chun Feng could feel that with each dodge, the lobster man had already figured out how to change direction. His shrimp claws were getting closer and closer. Last time he dodged it, Chun Feng could even feel the shrimp claws ferociously touching his hair. If it happened a few more times, it might even cut his neck. Just when Chun Feng was at a loss and running around in a hurry, he suddenly saw a small puddle of water in front of him after the fog dispersed. Chapter 24. Water can conduct electricity. Water. Chun Feng was pleasantly surprised when he saw the accumulated water. Facing the lobster man, bows and arrows are useless. Should I fight him with a long knife? Hey, this is a mid-level murloc. I'm afraid he drank too much fake wine. Chun Feng remembered that there was a very buggy weapon in the warehouse, a solar-powered stun baton. As long as the lobster man can be electrocuted, the paralysis effect will be triggered and he will be unable to move for 5 seconds. Then it will be up to Chun Feng to decide how to do to him. When the lobster man attacked for the first time just now, Chun Feng also thought about using the solar-powered paralyzing electro baton directly, but his lobster claws, which were flashing with cold light and extremely sharp at first glance, made Chun Feng give up this idea, and he didn't dare to let him get close. At this moment, a pool of water suddenly appeared, which made Chun Feng realize a good opportunity. Use the accumulated water to increase the attack range of the electric baton. This is what I did last time when I tamed the great white shark Xiaobang. Chun Feng did what he said. He turned around and ran directly towards the puddle of water. The lobster man behind him jumped high again and chopped at him with his claws. Chun Feng was using all his strength at this moment, and because he was running barefoot, his toes were dug into the mud on the ground. Finally, before the lobster man's attack came, Chun Feng arrived in front of the accumulated water. The water accumulation is very small. It is just because the terrain is sunken, forming a small puddle with a radius of about 10 meters. Bang! This time the lobster man's attack came very quickly. Chun Feng ran forward, but failed to avoid it completely, and his back was still scratched by the sharp claws. A wound deep enough to see the bone appeared on Chun Feng's back, spreading from his left shoulder to his right armpit. The blood immediately dyed Chun Feng's pajamas red. The pain from his back made Chun Feng groan involuntarily. It was like a scratch from a blade. He didn't feel anything at first, but after a second or two, the pain was like the water in a fountain. But now is not the time to lick his wounds. Enduring the severe pain from his back, Chun Feng waded through the accumulated water step by step, trying to reach the dry land opposite the water. Because the wound on his back was quite large, every step he took would cause more intense pain. So, Chun Feng's speed was not fast. This time the lobster man's attack finally hurt Chun Feng. He immediately let out a strange laugh and was extremely proud. Seeing that Chun Feng was injured, he knew that his speed would definitely slow down, and it would be easier to attack again. At this time, the lobster man was not particularly anxious. Instead, he enjoyed the feeling of hunting. Chun Feng staggered forward, and soon he stepped out of the puddle and on a dry ground. He turned around, looked at the lobster man who was sneering behind him, stretched out his left hand and clenched his fist, then only left his middle finger exposed and raised it high. The lobster man looked at Chun Feng and made this strange gesture. Although he didn't understand what it meant, he could vaguely guess that it was a mockery. His sneer became even more intense, and he looked at Chun Feng as if he was looking at a dead person. 1 step, 2 steps, the lobster man stepped into the puddle, as if he was sure of victory. His 2 claws clamped together with the clanging sounds, and the many slender shrimp legs on his lower abdomen moved forward as if leisurely strolling in the garden. Go. Take a few more steps. Almost there. Just a few steps left. Chun Feng stared at the lobster man, his eyebrows raised, and couldn't help getting excited. The underwater attack distance of the solar-powered paralyzing electric baton is 3 meters. If it exceeds 3 meters, the paralysis effect will not be triggered. However, within 3 meters, electric shocks will occur without distinguishing between friend and foe, which is why Chun Feng has to walk to the edge of the puddle. The lobster man came in front of Chun Feng after a while. Looking at Chun Feng, who seemed to have completely given up resistance, a trace of ferocity appeared on his face. He opened his claws and swung them directly towards Chun Feng's neck. Judging from the posture, if he was hit directly, he would definitely lose his head. The distance is just right. Chun Feng finally waited until the lobster man stepped within 3 meters and stood in the puddle. He hurriedly took out a solar-powered stun gun from the warehouse, inserted it into the water, pressed the button hard, and a silver-white electric arc immediately spread. Detected the use of probability props, triggered the European Emperor talent, and modified the probability to 100. Paralysis for 5 seconds. 2 reminder sounds followed. The lobster man didn't understand why a black stick suddenly appeared in Chun Feng's hand, and then he inserted the stick into the water. The only thought in his mind was that this man must have been scared silly, but as the black stick emitted a silvery white light, he lost consciousness. His whole body began to tremble constantly, and the waving shrimp claws also stopped. After hearing the prompt, Chun Feng quickly stood up threw aside the solar electric baton and the fine iron bow and arrow, and directly took out a 1 meter-long broadback sword. Only 5 seconds. The lobster man's arms are claws, and his lower body is a shrimp tail, all covered with a hard shell. Only his head and torso are normal human flesh. Chun Feng gripped the long knife tightly, swung it to the right side of his body to accumulate strength, and chopped it horizontally, aiming at the lobster man's neck. This is his only weakness. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. Although the long sword was not particularly sharp, when Chun Feng swung it with all his strength, it moved very fast, like a gushing rainbow. Puff! The long knife flashed by. The lobster man's human-like head broke off and shot up into the sky. Bright red blood spurted out from the broken neck like a sharp arrow, more than 3 meters high. Then, the head fell to the ground with an expression of disbelief on its face. The claws on the headless body waved weakly twice, and the whole body fell into the puddle with a plop, splashing a wave of water. Water is a good conductor and can conduct electricity. This is what my junior high school teacher taught me. Chun Feng maintained the posture of swinging the sword and putting it away. He was pretending pretty well. Oops. Before he could finish pretending, the pain in his back pulled Chun Feng back to reality. He threw down his long sword and quickly took out the last bottle of level 1 red potion. The back was still bleeding, and the pajamas were stained red. Chun Feng tore off his pajamas that were torn into strips, pulled out the cork, and poured the red medicine behind him. Fortunately, the wound was located high up, and I could barely reach it to apply the medicine myself. His tilde. Another burst of excruciating pain. The red medicine is quite effective, but the TN is too painful. Chun Feng used up the entire bottle of red medicine before the wound began to scab over. It seems that the larger the wound, the more level 1 red medicine is needed. Fortunately, the amount in this bottle is just enough to heal Chun Feng's wound. He shrugged. The wound had completely scabbed over, and the pain was not that strong anymore. At this moment, although Chun Feng's clothes were ragged, his strengthened body was muscular, with several scars on his body. Coupled with his face that was not inferior to a zoo's, he looked very manly. However, Chun Feng did not care too much about his appearance, as there were more exciting things waiting for him. 3 murlocs means there are 3 black iron treasure chests. Chun Feng first walked to the headless body of the lobster man, turned over his body, and under him. A turquoise copper treasure chest was lying there, ready to bloom. Chapter 25 Bronze Treasure Chest. Chun Feng saw that this treasure chest was of another color, and was different from the black iron treasure chest that had dropped from the fisherman before. He hurriedly observed it, and an introduction appeared on the screen. Bronze treasure chest. Description: there is a 90 chance of getting a large amount of supplies, and a 10 chance of getting a blue quality item. Comment: a bronze treasure chest is truly a treasure chest. Blue prop: the bronze treasure chest is 1 level higher than the black iron treasure chest, and has a 10 chance of revealing white items, which turns into blue. Chun Feng remembered that he had used a blue item before, which was the Beast Taming Scroll to tame Xiaoping. Although the Taming Scroll can only be used once, for Chun Feng, who possesses the talent of a European emperor, combined with its abnormal effect, this blue item can definitely be called a top-grade item. Apart from the novice welfare treasure chest sold in the mall, the bronze treasure chest is probably the best treasure chest currently available in the entire game. I didn't expect that the drops from the intermediate murloc would be of a higher level, and actually dropped a bronze treasure chest. Chun Feng excitedly put the bronze treasure chest into the warehouse, but was not in a hurry to open it, as there were still 2 corpses that he had not touched. The lobster man chased Chun Feng for a long distance, and is now some distance away from the bodies of the other 2 fishmen. Although the fog is very thick, it is not difficult to find his way back as long as he follows the traces of battle along the way. After a while, Chun Feng searched the bodies of the shark man and the sea snake man, and also collected the fine iron arrows on the road. 2 more black iron treasure chests were obtained. Sure enough, although the risk of killing monsters is very high, the rewards are also very rich. This time, Chun Feng made a lot of money. This place made quite a noise, which might attract other fishmen. Chun Feng's injuries had not yet healed, and he was very tired. To be on the safe side, he decided to leave here first. After storing all the things into the warehouse, leaving only the fine iron bow and arrow for self-defense, Chun Feng carefully began to retreat to the outskirts of the treasure island. After walking for about 20 minutes, the dense corals around disappeared and turned into those strange-shaped trees. Chun Feng knew that the possibility of encountering fishmen here was much smaller. I immediately found an open space to sit down and rest. Then he took out 3 treasure chests and placed them neatly in front of him. It's time to open the treasure chests again. Although I have the talent of the European emperor, no matter whether it is a black iron treasure chest or a bronze treasure chest, as long as there is a probability of opening something, I must open it all. However, what can be opened specifically is still worth looking forward to. First, open 2 black iron treasure chests. When opening the boxes, Chen Feng likes to use ordinary boxes to accumulate luck first. Detected the use of probability props, triggered the European Emperor talent, and modified the probability to 100. The progress bar for opening the treasure chest moved quickly, and then a small pile of items appeared. Chen Feng looked at them one by one. Coca-Cola 2. Comment. Do you still remember the taste of Fat House Happy Water? High-quality rice, 5,000 G. Comment. Thank you, great Mr. Yuan. Rough inflatable doll white. Comment. Don't get me wrong, ocean survival is also a survival tool. Fishman capsule white. Comments. After taking it, you can master the language of fish people. Yes, the supplies opened from the 2 black iron treasure chests were sufficient, and Chen Feng had plenty of fresh water. With 5 kilograms of rice, the cooked white rice alone could be considered at least a person's food ration for 5 days. Coke is a good thing. Chen Feng used to drink a lot of this carbohydrate. He even developed a small belly after drinking it. Fortunately, his belly has disappeared after his strengthened body. However, the sugar content of Coke is very high, and if a person is extremely hungry, drinking a bottle of it may be a life-saving thing. Both types of materials are good stuff and are stored in the warehouse. What the hell is this inflatable doll? Why can such a thing appear in a treasure chest? Chen Feng's head instantly had several black lines. I, Chen Feng, am an expert in swimming. Why I need something like this? Chen Feng put it into the warehouse with a look of disdain in case of emergency. As for this Fishman capsule, a light green capsule lay in the palm of Chen Feng's hand. Chen Feng lowered his head and thought, if he ate this thing, he would be able to master the language of the Mer people, but it seemed to be of no use to Chen Feng. Anyway, just do it when you see a Murloc. Do you need to know what the Murloc says? But then again, Chen Feng seemed to sense what the Fishman was doing. The 3 Murlocs I just met were talking for a long time, as if they were plotting something. If I knew what they were talking about, it might be of great help in hunting the Murlocs. Thinking of this, Chen Feng no longer hesitated. Being able to hunt more Murlocs meant more treasure chests. How could he refuse such a good thing? He directly threw the capsule into his mouth. After taking a bite, it tasted a bit strange. Chen Feng frowned and swallowed it. After that, there seemed to be no other changes. He shook his head to see if there were any Murlocs nearby. If a Murloc could talk to Chen Feng, maybe he could test whether the Murloc capsule was effective. Finally, there's only 1 treasure chest left. Looking at this bronze treasure chest, Chen Feng rubbed his hands excitedly, wondering what blue-quality items could be found inside. I hope it's a set of clothes. Chen Feng is still wearing the pajamas he wore before the time travel. He has just experienced a fierce battle, and now he is left with only a pair of tattered shorts. Open. Detected the use of probability props, triggered the European Emperor talent, and modified the probability to 100. The familiar progress bar appeared again, and with a flash of light, a mountain of objects suddenly appeared in front of Chen Feng. Fuck. Chen Feng didn't expect so many things to appear suddenly and was instantly crushed under the items. I just felt that the thing pressing on me still had a certain temperature, and it felt a little moist when I touched it. Pushing aside the pile of items, Chen Feng crawled out. He then saw clearly what it was and was instantly overjoyed. Freshly slaughtered fat pig, 250 kg. Comment. There are bones, pork, offal, and fish. I wonder if you can make a whole pig feast. 500 kilograms of pork. Chen Feng couldn't help but exclaimed. The bronze treasure chest was said to be able to open a large amount of supplies, but Chen Feng didn't take it seriously. A large amount of supplies? How much more could there be? Unexpectedly, it was 500 kilograms of pork. This was really a big surprise. Pork bones can be used to make soup, and the fat part of pork can be picked out to make lard, so there will be no shortage of edible oil in the short term. If you cook pig, offal, and internal organs without seasoning, the taste may not be satisfactory, but it will definitely fill your stomach. Haha, that's great. We have a big food harvest. The warehouse has a very good preservation effect, and the pork will not go bad if it is put in. Chen Feng stuffed all the pork into the warehouse, and it only took up 1 inventory column. After the pork was stored in the warehouse, Chen Feng noticed that there was another item that had been pressed under the pork and had not been noticed before. I saw a blue card lying quietly on the ground. Chen Feng observed the past. Summon card blue. Chapter 26 Summoning. Murloc Warrior. Summon card blue. Description. This card dropped by the Murlocs. After using it, you can randomly summon an absolutely loyal, low-level Murloc Warrior of any type to fight for you. There is a 1 chance of triggering the upgrade and changing it to summon an intermediate Murloc Warrior. Use times 1/1. Comment. A Murloc Warrior. What part of this Murloc do you like that is human? Summon Murloc Warriors? Chen Feng picked up the blue card on the ground, looked at the faint blue light it emitted, and pondered. The props in this world are becoming more and more like the props in games. The food and weapons obtained before can all be found in modern society, but this world has given the props special abilities. Now the appearance of this summoning card seems to mark the official start of the changes in this game world. Of course, thinking too much is undoubtedly a waste of time. No matter how the game world develops, As long as you do well, why bother about so many things? The fisherman Chin Feng whom I met before had a deep understanding of this. Octopus men, sea snake men, and shark men are all low-level merman warriors. If it weren't for the abnormal properties of the fine iron bow and arrow, it is no exaggeration to say that Chin Feng could not defeat any of these mermen. There is also an intermediate fisherman lobsterman. Chin Feng had to rely on the solar-powered electric baton to paralyze him before he could kill him. In terms of his own physical strength, Chin Feng, who has taken the level 1 strengthening potion, can only barely resist low-level murlocs. As for mid-level murlocs, he is definitely no match without special weapons. This summoning card can actually summon a low-level fisherman to fight for you and guarantee absolute loyalty. For Chin Feng, it is definitely another powerful weapon. As for the 1 probability of triggering advancement, with the European Emperor's talent, it will be a 100 trigger. So, it means that a mid-level murloc warrior will definitely be summoned? Thinking of this, Chin Feng couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Intermediate murloc warrior? Chin Feng never wanted to experience the lobster man's perversion again. His combat awareness and combat ability alone far exceeded those of humans. If he really summons a mid-level murloc warrior, then at least Chin Feng will be able to move around freely on the outskirts of the treasure island. Chin Feng used his right hand to hold down his left and right hands, which were shaking due to excitement, and said, "Summon." As soon as he finished speaking, the blue card in his hand suddenly shone brightly. The blue light became stronger and stronger, gradually gathering into a ball, flying out of Chin Feng's hand and falling to the ground. Detected the use of probability props, triggered the European Emperor talent, and modified the probability to 100. Then, the edge of the ball of light began to move regularly, and a faint human figure appeared in the ball of light. The ball of light gradually dimmed, and Chin Feng slowly saw the figure inside. Oh, mermaid, mermaid. It's really a mermaid. The lower half of the figure in front of me is a broad fishtail, which is greasy and smooth, without scales and not forked. It is called a fishtail, but in fact it looks more like a snake tail. Her upper body is that of a female human, with dark brown wavy hair that falls all the way to her chest. Her enchanting appearance is so alluring that one cannot help but fall in love with her. Yes, I can't help myself. A pair of big, kiss-me eyes, long eyelashes that curl up mischievously, a tall nose, a cherry mouth, and a face that is white with a hint of pink, making people want to kiss her. The key point is that her upper body is, Jiliguala. The mermaid spoke, looking at Chin Feng with firm eyes. Chin Feng woke up when he heard the voice. After listening carefully, he found that he could understand what the fisherman said. What she said was, "Dear master, the intermediate murloc warrior, Gina, swears to be loyal to you forever." After saying that, the mermaid named Gina crossed her arms over her chest, her burning eyes exuding absolute loyalty, and bowed deeply. No, no. How could Chin Feng bear such stimulation? No. How could a normal man bear this kind of stimulation? For Chin Feng, who has been single for 24 years, this is the first time he has seen such a beautiful scenery. The effect of the fishman capsule appeared. Chin Feng could not only understand the language of the fishmen, but also seemed to be very familiar with the language of the fishmen in his mind. Your name is Gina, right? No need to be polite. Chin Feng showed a righteous smile and quickly reached out to support the bowing fisherman. Well, absolutely righteous words. Absolutely solemn and dignified. Just when Chin Feng put his hands on Gina's arms. Sizzle. Chin Feng only felt a strong electric current running from his fingertips to paralyze his entire body. His whole body began to tremble uncontrollably, as if he had touched high-voltage electricity. When Gina saw Chin Feng doing this, she hurriedly stepped back to avoid Chin Feng touching her body. "Master, are you okay?" Gina's brows were furrowed, her face full of worry and self-blame. Chin Feng trembled for a long time before he stopped. The feeling of electric shock was really uncomfortable. Fortunately, Chin Feng had thick skin and was not seriously injured. Before Chin Feng asked, Gina seemed to see Chin Feng's confusion and took the initiative to explain. "Dear master, I am an intermediate electric eel man, and my special ability is electric shock. Although I don't usually use the electric shock ability, my skin cannot be touched, otherwise I will be injured by the strong current." "What? Electric eel? Can't touch it." The surprise in his heart suddenly disappeared, and a heavy feeling of loss filled Chin Feng's heart. "Yes, master. Although I don't mind. For your own safety, please do not touch me." After Gina finished speaking, she looked guilty, as if she felt very sorry for Chin Feng. Chin Feng was silent for a long time. Then he sighed deeply. You can see it, but you can't touch it. Do you think it's uncomfortable?" Chin Feng still didn't quite understand the summoned intermediate murloc Gina, so he put aside his disappointment and decided to observe her first. Intermediate electric eel man. Name, Gina. Belong to Chin Feng. Loyalty, 100. Ability. The body can release strong electric currents, and the attack ability is very strong, whether it is long range or close combat. Weaknesses: slow movement on land and relatively weak body. Comment: you can see it but you can't eat it. It'll make you anxious. Hee hee. The electric eel man is indeed worthy of his name. He relies on the electric current generated by his body to attack. He is just like Thor. Unlike the lobster man, Gina's specialty is not a strong body. It was a magic attack. Chun Feng said curiously. Gina, show me your ability. Attack the tree in front. Yes, master. Gina heard Chun Feng's order and turned sideways. With her arms spread out naturally, her tail suddenly flashed with arcs of electricity, which slowly gathered in her hands. Her hair was flying wildly because of her powerful aura. Chun Feng looked at the mountain. Love it, love it. Gina waved her hand violently, and a silver-white arc of electricity broke away from her body and turned into a flash of lightning, which cut through the sky like a sharp sword and headed straight for the trees in the distance. With a crack, the tree more than 10 meters tall was torn in half from top to bottom in an instant. Chapter 27 Master, how do you wear this dress? 666. The electric shock power released by Gina made Chun Feng on the side couldn't help but applaud. Chun Feng knew that he couldn't destroy a tree that was more than 10 meters tall in an instant. This time, I finally found a treasure. Okay, Gina, that's enough. Come and rest. Chun Feng waved his hand, motioning Gina to sit next to him. Okay, master. At this moment, Gina was absolutely obedient to Chun Feng. The electric arc on her body slowly disappeared, and she returned to the appearance of a harmless mermaid. Without legs, Gina relied on her python-like tail to swim to Chun Feng's side. She was afraid of hurting Chun Feng by mistake again, so she kept a distance and sat cross-legged quietly on the ground, waiting for the next order. Gina, you are a merman. Do you know the other merman on the treasure island? Chun Feng moved his gaze upwards, keeping his eyes on Gina and trying not to look down. Perhaps unintentionally, Gina deliberately straightened her chest, trying to make herself look more energetic, almost igniting Chun Feng's nose. Master, although Gina is a murloc, she has no relationship with the murlocs on this island, and naturally she doesn't know anything about them. I was created by the master through the card, and I don't have any memory before I was summoned. After a pause, Gina added, although she has no memories, she still has the basic abilities of a murloc, including murloc language, innate abilities, and combat skills. Master, you can treat Gina as a weapon without emotions, but with high intelligence. So that's how it is. After listening to Gina's explanation, Chun Feng realized that Gina could be regarded as an intelligent tool created by magic and would not have any causal relationship with anyone. Thinking of this, Chun Feng frowned again. Since Gina had nothing to do with the fishmen on the treasure island, his idea of getting information about the fishmen on the treasure island from Gina would not be possible. If you want to find the fishmen on the island, it seems you still have to investigate step by step. Let's not think about these things for now. Let's check Gina's body first. Well, it's okay to check with my eyes. The lobster man we met before was an intermediate murloc. His head and torso also looked like humans. Looking at Gina, she was also an intermediate murloc. Her head, torso, and arms also looked like humans. Only her lower body still retained the original state of a murloc. This is very close to Chun Feng's previous guess. The head of a low-level murloc retains the original form of the murloc, allowing people to tell at a glance what kind of murloc it is. The body of a mid-level murloc can maintain a 50-50 balance. According to this logic, the bodies of advanced fishmen are probably very similar to those of humans, and the differences may not be too obvious. I wonder if Gina will be upgraded to a high-level murloc, and if her body will be the same as humans. If so, what method will be needed? Gina, you are now an intermediate murloc. Can you upgrade to an advanced murloc? Chun Feng wanted to verify his guess and asked, Master, the level of the murloc can be changed, but Gina doesn't know how to upgrade it. Well, that's the same as not saying anything. Chun Feng looked helpless. Gina's answer at least revealed the news that she could be upgraded. How to upgrade? I'll tell you later when I know the method. Looking at Gina's body, Chun Feng felt a little embarrassed. He couldn't let Gina stay like this. She might not be afraid of the cold, but Chun Feng would have a nosebleed sooner or later. I have to find some clothes for her to wear, Chun Feng thought, scratching his head. But let alone Gina. Chun Feng himself was in tatters, with no good clothes to cover his body, and the pajamas he was wearing were no longer in human shape. Where can I get some clothes? That's right. Trading, I'm so stupid. Chun Feng suddenly clapped his hands and said excitedly. Before, I paid attention to the trading in the game interface to see some supplies that could sustain survival. In addition, the weather was hot, so I didn't pay attention to whether there was any trading for those clothes that I didn't need temporarily. Only now did Chun Feng remember that all humans had traveled through time, and everyone must be wearing clothes, so there must be people who would use their clothes to trade for supplies. Thinking of this, Chun Feng hurriedly opened the transaction function in the interface and searched for the keyword clothes. Suddenly, a large amount of transaction information appeared. There are all kinds of clothes, dazzling and varied. There are jeans, dresses, t-shirts, down jackets, and so on. The titles of the most popular items are very eye-catching. What about the original underpants of a certain big star, the black stockings of the famous actor Triple X? It infinitely refreshed Chun Feng's cognition. Skipping these strange products, Chen Feng picked out a few clothing items that looked more normal. Product: men's denim shorts. Seller: Jiangxi. Items needed: food with sufficient calories, quantity to be sent to private message. Note: the jeans never wear out and are as tough as the Hulk's pants. Product: black crew neck short sleeve. Seller: Wang San. Items needed: a lighter. Note: don't tell me the trick of making fire by rubbing two sticks together. I don't want to know. Product: Nike sports shoes. Seller: Li Ea. Items needed: meat. I want meat. Quantity private message. Note: don't ask me if I have athlete's foot anymore. It's up to you whether you want to buy it or not. Products: women's underwear and navel-bearing short-sleeve shirts. Seller: Zhang Mimi. Items needed: wine. Note: there's no one around anyway, so I'm taking off my clothes just to exchange a bottle of wine and get drunk. Chun Feng selected these 4 items, which just happened to meet the clothing needs of himself and Gina. He traded all the Snickers, lighters, a pound of pork, and a bottle of Nolinshan liquor in the warehouse. It has been so long since the novice period ended that most people are not too short of water for the time being. Many people in the chat channel know how to distill seawater and obtain fresh water. The wood and plant fibers needed to upgrade the raft can be found everywhere on the treasure island, and their prices are falling rapidly. Instead, the most scarce things now are food and tools. After getting these clothes, Chen Feng first tore off the tattered pieces of cloth on his body and threw them away, leaving only a pair of shorts. Then, he didn't care that these clothes were worn by others and put them on directly. Feeling much better, Gina put on these 2 pieces of clothing. Throwing the bra and short-sleeved shirt to Gina, Chen Feng hoped that she would put them on quickly and stop making things difficult for others. Gina took the clothes, picked up the pink bra, and looked at it back and forth. Finally, she stared with innocent eyes and asked puzzledly, "Master, how do you wear this dress?" Chun Feng slapped his forehead. "How could a fisherman wear this thing?" Helplessly, Chun Feng took the underwear. "First, lift up the hair on your chest." "Yes." "Then put your hands in the 2 holes. Let me help you, huh? They seem a little small." "You, squeeze them." Chen Feng was very careful, afraid to touch Gina's skin and to avoid being electrocuted again. Well, it was very fun. Chapter 28: Barbecue. After a lot of effort, I finally got Gina to put on her clothes. There was no suitable clothing to cover her fishtail lower body, so she just left it naked. At this moment, at least Gina's upper body looks no different from that of a normal human being. She can even be said to be a very stylish young lady. Chun Feng could also suppress his excited heart and trembling hands and no longer suffer from the torture. After the novice briefing, I boarded the treasure island, met the octopus man, then fought the lobster man and 3 fishmen, and finally opened the treasure chest and summoned Gina. It took me a whole day to complete this series of things. The sky was gradually getting dark, and coupled with the fog on the island, Chun Feng's vision was getting shorter and shorter. It was late at night, and the visibility was poor, so Chun Feng decided not to explore the island anymore. It would be safest to eat something and have a good rest at this time. Chun Feng never had the habit of wasting things. He put the black iron treasure chest and bronze treasure chest on the ground into the warehouse. The 3 treasure chests were turned into iron blocks and copper blocks, respectively. Afterwards, he ordered Gina to be alert to the surrounding environment. Although Chun Feng was on the periphery at the moment, it was still possible that he would encounter low-level fishmen. With Gina on alert, Chun Feng could rest in peace. Today's harvest was particularly rich, so Chun Feng decided to reward himself well. He took out a 1-meter-long lobster that he had killed in the morning from the warehouse, cut 2 pounds of pork belly, and took out a bottle of Coke. He decided to just have a simple meal today. After all, we are living in the end times, so it is better to be frugal. Afterwards, he took out the seawater separator, and Chun Feng collected some water from the nearby puddles. Treasure Island floated up from the sea, so the accumulated water on the island is still seawater and cannot be drunk directly. The seawater is put into a seawater separator and filled with firewood to make it work, producing fresh water and salt. Although he currently has enough fresh water, once he has free time, Chun Feng will naturally continue to collect fresh water and salt. Who would complain about having too many supplies? Finally, take out the simple stove made earlier and put firewood in to burn. The flame of the firewood was very strong. It not only provided warmth to Chun Feng, but also quickly burned the iron pot on the upper layer red. Gina, who was on guard at the side, cast curious glances over from time to time, feeling strange and puzzled by Chun Feng's behavior. What is the master doing? Chun Feng used a knife to cut off a piece of fat from the pork belly and put the rest aside to refine the lard first. Well, it should be a domestic pig. The fat and lean parts are distributed very evenly, unlike the feed pigs, which are all gloppy meat and not only taste bad, but also have a lot of fat. Then cut the pure fat into slices of equal thickness and place them in a red-hot iron pan. Suddenly, the fat made a sizzling sound, and as the fat continued to separate, the palm-sized slices of meat quickly shrank, and a light brown color appeared on the slices of meat. Chen Feng used a knife to turn over each slice of fat. The water on his hands accidentally dripped into the pot, causing a crackling sound. Fortunately, Chen Feng ran fast, otherwise he would have had several pockmarks on his face. Soon, the fat turned into crispy and burnt oil residue. Chen Feng knew that if he continued frying it, the oil residue would become burnt black, which would not only affect the taste of the lard, but also make the oil residue taste bitter. Scoop up the oil residue and pour the excess lard into a container and store in the warehouse. It would be nice to have noodles in the future. I wonder how many people would be envious of a bowl of lard noodles. There was still some lard left in the pot, so Chen Feng continued to grill the meat. He cut the fat and lean pork belly into long, thin slices and put them in the iron pot one by one. There was already quite a bit of oil in the pot, so he didn't have to worry about sticking to the pot when he put them in. After a while, the pork belly, after simple frying and grilling, not only has an attractive color, but the aroma also makes people salivate. At this moment, Gina, who was constantly on guard around, suddenly smelled an unfamiliar fragrance. Gina couldn't help but look back at the iron pot in front of Chen Feng, swallowed her saliva, and thought, what kind of food is the master making? Why is the fragrance so strong? I really want to have a bite and try it. Unfortunately, Gina, who did not receive Chen Feng's order, could only bite her lips lightly, swallow her saliva constantly, and continue to be on guard. The pork belly was roasted very quickly. After Chen Feng simply sprinkled some salt on it, he pushed it around the iron pan. After a while, the slightly charred pork belly was the most delicious, and the delicacy was worth waiting for. When he had some free time, Chen Feng looked at the big lobster and started to worry. There are many ways to cook lobsters, such as boiling, salt baking, steaming, etc. However, without mashed garlic, the flavor of this kind of seafood will be reduced by half. Chen Feng didn't want to consume too much fresh water, so he simply grilled the prawn. For a lobster that is nearly 1 meter long, after removing the shell and some inedible internal organs, the main edible parts are the claws and tail. There are about 10 pounds of shrimp meat in my hand. Cut the chewy shrimp meat into small pieces and spread them evenly in the empty space in the middle of the iron pan. The lard and shrimp meat are perfectly blended together after rolling for a while. The searing lard on the shrimp meat slowly heats it, turning it from white to light red, marking its transition from raw to cooked. Finally, sprinkle a dozen grams of salt again, and the smell of smoke will immediately hit you, and a serving of grilled shrimp and pork belly is ready. Although the roasted shrimp and pork here have shrunk a little, they still weigh at least 7 or 8 kilograms. Chen Feng naturally cannot finish them all by himself. Gina, come here, try my cooking. Chen Feng waved to Gina beside him. With so much food prepared, naturally there should be one for her, since she always called him master. Yes, master. Gina seemed to have been waiting for a long time. After hearing Chen Feng's call, she turned around quickly, let her long hair fly, and swam over quickly. Looking at the food processed by Chen Feng, Gina was still a little puzzled. The fishmen eat animals from the sea and never process them, so the taste is just like that. Why is the same food so intoxicating after being processed by Chen Feng? With her jade fingers, she gently picked up a piece of curled up, still steaming shrimp meat and slowly put it in her red lips. In an instant, the chewy shrimp meat and the extremely fresh shrimp juice burst in her mouth. Gina was stunned, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, her eyelashes still trembling. Master, this is so delicious. Then, Gina kept stuffing pieces of shrimp meat in her cherry mouth, one bite after another, puffing up her cheeks, making her look quite cute. The best compliment to a person's cooking skills is that you can't stop eating. Although Chen Feng saw that Gina was eating very voraciously, his face was full of smiles. The portions of shrimp and pork belly were large, so he was not worried that she would not be able to finish them. Seeing Gina eating so happily, Chen Feng also picked up a piece of shrimp meat, wrapped it in the pork belly, and put it into his mouth. Although there is only one seasoning, salt, but the taste is amazing. Just as the two were enjoying the barbecue, a scream suddenly came from deep in the woods. Help! Chapter 29 Encounter. Gina, who was still eating voraciously, heard the unusual sound. She was reluctant to spit out the food in her mouth, so she swallowed it down with great effort, choking and rolling her eyes. After swallowing it, he pounded his chest twice with his little fist and felt a little better. Afterwards, she immediately went into alert mode, staring fiercely in the direction of the cry for help. Blue electric light began to appear all over her body, and she looked ready to attack at any time. Gina is extremely serious and gives people a strong sense of security. Chen Feng is very satisfied. See, this is called professionalism. Unlike the great white shark Xiaobang, he is not good at fighting, but he is the best at eating. Chen Feng knew that the voice that cried for help must be a human female. This was the first time he had met a human being in this game world. Chen Feng was expectant, but also a little wary. After all, it is a doomsday game and people's hearts are hard to predict. However, considering that they are human, Chen Feng also intends to help. After all, the humans in this area are all from Nanjing and most likely Chinese. After all, this is the outskirts of Treasure Island, and the most ferocious ones are just low-level fishmen, not that powerful. Gina, follow me. Chen Feng called out to Gina, and the two of them quickly rushed towards the source of the sound. Gina's weakness is that she moves slowly, so Chen Feng had to slow down and move with Gina. Soon, Chen Feng and Gina arrived near the source of the sound. The fog was heavy and the night was dark, so Chen Feng lit a piece of firewood to provide some light. The first thing that caught my eye was a young girl who was running away in panic. The girl had an innocent face and looked to be in her 20s, but her face was panicked and one of her black, low-heeled leather shoes was missing. The other foot was running barefoot on the ground, and the white and tender sole of the foot was scratched by many wounds caused by the gravel and branches on the ground. His slender legs were covered in jeans. He was not running very fast. He was wearing a white plaid shirt. His full chest bounced up and down as he ran, almost bursting the shirt. Chen Feng knew her. This person was Zhou Lingrui, whom he had added as a friend before. Her photos without makeup were very nice, so Chen Feng had some impression of her. When Zhou Lingrui saw Chen Feng, a glimmer of hope finally ignited in his panicked expression, and he shouted, "Boss Chen Feng, help. There is a monster chasing me." Chen Feng looked closely behind Zhou Lingrui, and sure enough, a fishman with a fish head and human body was chasing after him. Looking at his huge and flat fish head, it is very similar to the head of a pomfret. This kind of fishman with a fish head and a human body should be a low-level fishman. Chen Feng was too lazy to take out his bow and arrow and shoot. He just said to Gina beside him, "Gina, capture that fishman alive and don't hurt the human girl." "Yes, master." Chen Feng asked her to capture him alive. After Gina understood, a trace of electric arc appeared in her hand. The current was many times smaller than the current that attacked the tree before. She was afraid that she would kill this low-level fishman in an instant if she was not careful. As Gina waved her hand, an arc of electricity flew out, illuminating Zhou Lingrui's astonished face, and went straight to the low-level fishman chasing after her. Koopa! Shit! The low-level fishman was hit by the electric current instantly. He only had time to let out a scream before he was knocked unconscious. "Master, I have electrocuted this low-level fishman. You should be able to wake up after a while." Chen Feng nodded and smiled. Gina's ability was amazing. She could use long-range electric current attack from more than 10 meters away to kill all the low-level fishmen. This was much more efficient than Chen Feng's use of fine iron bow and arrow to trigger the bleeding effect. "Zhou Lingrui, right? Are you okay?" Chen Feng saw that the fishman was solved, glanced at Zhou Lingrui indifferently, and said. At this time, Zhou Lingrui was already stunned, with a look of astonishment full of question marks on his face. Why is there also a fishman monster next to Chen Feng? Why would this murloc monster attack the murloc that was chasing me? Why is this fishman monster so beautiful? Why does this beautiful fishman seem to listen to Chen Feng? What the hell are they talking about? Chen Feng spoke to Gina in the language of the fishmen. Zhou Lingrui was confused and thought it was a foreign language. Seeing Zhou Lingrui still in a daze with no wounds on her body, Chen Feng guessed that she should be fine, so he said to Gina, "Gina, drag the fainted mermaid to our previous camp and let's go back to rest. I haven't eaten enough yet." "Yes, master." Gina lowered her cold eyes slightly, ready to drag the fainted low-level fishman. When passing by Zhou Lingrui, he gave her a cold look, which scared Zhou Lingrui so much that she shuddered. Gina only obeyed Chen Feng and was not very nice to other people. When Gina came back dragging the unconscious fishman, Chen Feng turned around and left without paying any attention to Zhou Lingrui. "Hey, Chen Feng, wait for me." Zhou Lingrui shouted hurriedly and followed over, but Gina's look of keeping strangers away made Zhou Lingrui dare not get too close. Chen Feng continued walking without stopping. Saving the life of the girl in front of him was already a big favor, so he didn't expect her to repay him. So he said without turning his head, "Why are you following me? I've dealt with the fishmen chasing you. You're safe now. The closer you get to the center of Treasure Island, the more dangerous it is. Open the map, look at the direction clearly, and walk to the periphery. There shouldn't be any danger." "I didn't." Zhou Lingrui continued walking, hesitating to speak. What she actually wanted to say was that she wanted to follow Chen Feng and ask Chen Feng to help her. It took Zhou Lingrui most of the day to get here, and her feet were swollen from walking the 20-kilometer journey. At the end, there was a fishman monster that wanted to kill her. Fortunately, Chen Feng arrived in time, otherwise her life would be in danger. Zhou Lingrui rubbed his thumbs back and forth, thinking, He didn't take the initiative to take care of a beautiful woman when he saw her in trouble. I sent him private messages so many times before, but he didn't reply once. I almost got killed by the fish monster. I'm hungry and thirsty now. This guy must be a straight man. How could she know that Chun Feng was quite popular in the chat channel, with countless people sending him private messages, and Chun Feng was too lazy to even read them now? Chun Feng looked at Zhou Lingrui, who had been following him silently, and found that she didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. No way. I saved your life. What else do you want? Gurgle. This was the answer from Zhou Lingrui's stomach. Seeing Zhou Lingrui's predicament, Chun Feng curled his lips and said, "Okay, come over and eat something first, and rest for a while before talking. We are all Chinese." Chun Feng shook his head and thought, forget it. Just help others to the end. Fortunately, he had traded the solar paralyzing electric baton with Zhou Lingrui before, which helped Chun Feng escape danger twice. Saving her life and giving her some food and drink will be considered as a repayment. After a while, Chun Feng brought Zhou Lingrui back to where they had just stopped, and the stove was still roasting. It didn't take long, and the shrimp and pork belly were not burnt, and the rich aroma still filled the air. Looking at the stove, full of barbecue and the Coca-Cola on the side, Zhou Lingrui's eyes widened. What are your family conditions? Do you have a mind? Chapter 30. Can you do it? Yes. Zhou Lingrui recalled the food he had eaten before. They ate kelp, hermit crabs, and sea fish, and even wood when there was no harvest. And because there was no fire source, everything was eaten raw. Whether there were parasites or not was not the point. The key was that the food tasted like chewing wax and was extremely fishy. Later, on the way to find Chun Feng, we ate a pot of boiled sea fish and kelp from Tang Yuqing and his son. Although it was cooked, the taste was not very good. At this moment, I saw the stove made by Chun Feng. I can understand shrimp, but why can you also roast pork belly? Disi still it. No wonder so many people in the chat channel wanted to kill you. I see you showing off these things all day long, and I want to kill you too. Zhou Lingrui was wildly amazed in his heart, staring at the barbecue on the stove, pursing his lips and swallowing his saliva. But as a goddess who was once high and mighty, her dignity did not allow her not to go up and devour the food. Zhou Lingrui turned his head and looked at Chun Feng, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation, as if he was waiting for Chun Feng to take the initiative to invite him. Chun Feng first tied the fisherman brought back by Gina to a tree on the side with a hemp rope made in manufacturing and took a while to do it slowly. He and Gina walked to the stove and took a bite of the barbecue first, then slowly said, "Zhou Lingrui, what are you doing? Come over and have something to eat." He actually took a bite before inviting me. Zhou Lingrui was angry and was about to hold himself back when he suddenly saw Gina starting to stuff the barbecue into her mouth in big mouthfuls without chewing. If she continued like this, she would finish it in no time. Zhou Lingrui panicked and ran over quickly, not caring about anything else. He grabbed a piece of shrimp tail meat, stuck out his pink tongue, and licked it into his mouth. Well, women are just pretentious. As the shrimp meat entered his mouth, Zhou Lingrui felt as if his soul was sublimated. His neck shrank and his shoulders trembled with excitement because of the strong feeling in his mouth and tongue. Salt! There's salt in this meat. Zhou Lingrui suddenly burst into tears. She hadn't eaten anything salty in the past few days. She kept eating while sobbing and crying. Oh, that was great. That was great. With her mouth full of meat, it was difficult to understand what she said. Chun Feng was not impressed by Zhou Lingrui and Gina's eating habits. He rolled his eyes and ate a little faster, otherwise they would finish eating and he would not be full. In about 10 minutes, the three of them finished eating nearly 8 kilograms of barbecue. Zhou Lingrui picked up the Coke that Chun Feng had drunk, put it directly into her cracked red lips, and drank it down in big gulps. Hiccup. Zhou Lingrui burped, her face full of satisfaction. This was the most filling meal she had had in the past 3 days. Chun Feng wiped the stove clean, took it back to the warehouse, and added a piece of firewood to the seawater separator next to it to keep it working. Afterwards, relying on the warmth provided by the firewood, Chun Feng retreated to a tree, told Gina to stay alert, and began to close his eyes to rest. Chun Feng didn't want to have too much talk with Zhou Lingrui, even though she was a great beauty. Before traveling through time, Chun Feng didn't even have the chance to talk to such a goddess. But in this doomsday game, what's the point of being beautiful? With a thin waist and skinny legs, you can't lift or resist, let alone fight. It's of no help to you at all. Take a day off tonight and go your separate ways tomorrow morning. Zhou Lingrui looked at the seawater separator in the middle again. The seawater in these glass containers kept bubbling. It was not difficult to see that this was a distillation device. He was shocked again. No wonder Chun Feng had sold fresh water in the transaction before. It turned out that fresh water was readily available to him. Dog owner. Zhou Lingrui felt as if she had swallowed 2 lemons. Although they were very sour, she did not dare to steal the seawater separator in front of her while Chun Feng was resting. After all, Gina was taking a nap nearby. Zhou Lingrui knew that even though Gina was dozing off, she could still feel Gina's attention on her. If she made any big moves, it would definitely lead to terrible consequences. Boss Chun Feng, thank you for the dinner. Can I follow you in the future? Zhou Lingrui hesitated for a long time and finally couldn't help asking, his eyes full of anticipation. Follow me? Zhou Lingrui's words dispelled Chun Feng's sleepiness. Chun Feng frowned. Being chased by a low-level fishman, such a useless woman following him would only be a burden, unlike Gina, who was so capable. He immediately refused. Forget it. I'm planning on going deeper into Treasure Island. You should find someone else. You? Zhou Lingrui was so angry. He was indeed a straight man. If she had spoken to a man like this in the past, the man would have fainted from excitement. After a pause, Zhou Lingrui remembered something and continued. How about this? I will tell you a piece of important news that is related to your life and death. In exchange for your willingness to take me in, are you interested? Zhou Lingrui raised his eyebrows, very confident. Not interested. You. In our area, the alliance headed by Tang Yu is simply a fake alliance that is trying to steal our supplies. I just escaped from them and accidentally heard that they wanted to kill you. Aren't you interested in this news? Zhou Lingrui didn't expect Chun Feng to interrupt her. After being speechless for a while, she simply said it out loud. Tang Yuqing. Chun Feng murmured to himself when he heard this familiar name. No wonder. When Chun Feng was trying to persuade him to join the alliance, he had a vague feeling that this person was not right, and later he openly slandered him in the chat channel. Now that Zhou Lingrui said this, Chun Feng understood. But they want to kill me? Can they kill me just because they want to? Chun Feng shook his head. No matter how powerful they were, what could they do facing himself who was using cheats and the intermediate Murloc Gina? Not interested. As soon as the sun rises tomorrow, you should go to the shore of Treasure Island. It's safe there. Unexpectedly, Chun Feng remained unmoved. Zhou Lingrui felt a little bitter. He had said so much, so did he have to beg him humbly? Chun Feng, please, can you help me? I really don't want to survive alone anymore. This world is too dangerous for me. The trump card was useless, and there was a hint of pleading on Zhou Lingrui's face, which made people feel pity for him. Chun Feng frowned. Zhou Lingrui begged him so desperately. It was not because he was cruel, but because they would have to go deeper into the Treasure Island to collect more resources in the future. Taking her along would really be a burden. I could only pretend to mock you and say, what can you do with you? When Zhou Lingrui heard this, his expression suddenly froze. Dry? Finally, has Chun Feng revealed his true nature? Are he and Tang Yuqing and his gang the same kind of people? Are you all coveting my body? Humph, all men are pigs. However, if you look closely, Chun Feng is so handsome. He has a sturdy figure, and you can even see his abdominal muscles. He still has so many secrets, and he has enough supplies, food, and drink, and he has fishman bodyguards. It's better to follow him than to follow others. In just a few seconds, Zhou Lingrui's mind was in turmoil, and his expression kept changing. Finally, Zhou Lingrui blushed, was too shy to close her legs, lowered her head, and dared not look directly at Chun Feng, and said shyly, Abel, Chun Feng. Chapter 31. Rapid Increase of Survival Points. A night passed. A slight cool breeze slowly came over the early morning. Chun Feng opened his eyes, and all the fatigue from yesterday was swept away. He stood up and felt as light as a swallow and refreshed. The huge scar on the back has also fallen off a lot, and it can be said that it has healed. Zhou Lingrui, standing aside, stood up tremblingly, his face pale and unable to straighten his back. Don't get me wrong, nothing else happened last night. Zhou Lingrui's pale face was simply because she was frail and cold. Gina was on guard last night. She only needed to enter a light sleep to recover her energy while maintaining a certain level of alertness. So Chun Feng slept so soundly, all thanks to Gina's continued watchfulness. Although Chun Feng was very excited by Zhou Lingrui's word "can" yesterday, he waited again and again. Chun Feng still refused. Zhou Lingrui is very beautiful. If the score is out of 100, she would get at least 90 points. Such a beautiful girl almost came to me on her own initiative. It is impossible not to be moved. Last night, Chun Feng could have agreed to it and just walked away after the job was done, but he couldn't just ignore the other person after the job was done. Now we are living in the end times and people's minds are hard to predict. I remember who once said, the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. Chun Feng is not naive enough to trust someone casually. Chun Feng's repeated rejections finally broke the last line of defense in Zhou Lingrui's heart, and he had to pick up his shattered self-esteem by himself. Because of Gina's presence, Zhou Lingrui didn't dare to get too close to Chun Feng, but he was afraid of the horror in the depths of the fog, so he had to stay under a tree feeling aggrieved for the night. The supplies in the warehouse had been swindled away by Tang Yuqing and his son. Now there were no useful supplies left. Zhou Lingrui couldn't leave or stay. He could only look at Chun Feng silently, standing in the corner like a kitten caught in the rain, begging for shelter. Chun Feng, who had just woken up, suddenly heard a prompt. It was the sound of the system calculating the survival points for the daily calculation. Yesterday's material acquisition assessment. Yesterday's vehicle upgrade evaluation. Supplies obtained survival points, 983. Upgrade to obtain survival points, 90. Total survival points, 291 plus 983 plus 90 is equal to 1,364. After hearing the prompt, Chun Feng was surprised and even a little bit unbelievable. His survival points increased by more than 1,000 points overnight. The previous times it was just over 100, but today it is many times more than before. But on second thought, the supplies we obtained yesterday were indeed terrifyingly abundant. Not only the wood and plant fibers obtained by cutting down trees, but also the fine iron bows and long swords obtained by upgrading the raft to the top level. There is also rice and 500 kilograms of pork obtained from the black iron treasure chest and bronze treasure chest obtained by killing the murloc. It's reasonable to say that these things give a little over 1,000 survival points. After obtaining so many survival points, Chun Feng hurriedly opened the mall option in the game interface. In the current level 2 mall, consumable items, level 1 red potion, and level 1 strengthening potion can be purchased all the time. The special item, long sword, has disappeared, and only the sailboat upgrade blueprint, 1,000 survival points, is left. Level 1 strengthening potion. After you drink it successfully once, it will have no effect if you drink it again. There's no need to buy it again. The red potion is a good thing, inexpensive and of good quality. One bottle only requires 20 survival points. I relied on it to survive several injuries. There were enough survival points, so Chun Feng spent 100 survival points to buy 5 bottles of level 1 red potion and put them into the warehouse. As for the sailboat upgrade blueprint, this thing is a necessity. Chun Feng dare not forget that the first major natural disaster, the sea storm, will come in 26 days. When the treasure island sinks in more than 10 days, the vehicle will still be his only harbor. Upgrading the vehicle is the only option. Chun Feng directly clicked to confirm the purchase. The sooner he bought it, the sooner he could unlock the permissions to upgrade the raft to a sailboat, and he could also know earlier what materials were needed to upgrade to the sailboat. A sailboat is not like a raft. Although the main materials should still be wood and plant fibers, other materials may also be needed. Purchase successful, 1,000 survival points deducted, a sailboat upgrade blueprint obtained, current survival points remaining 264. Chun Feng confirmed the use of the silk drawing that appeared out of thin air in his hand, and the drawing turned into a white light and rushed into Chun Feng's body. The raft in Chun Feng's warehouse also flashed and underwent a slight change. Observe the information of the raft. Top raft. Level, LV10. Area, 1,520. Upgrades, wood 23 remaining, 199 needed. Plant fiber, 16 remaining, 200 needed. Iron block, 64 remaining, 20 needed. Raft heart, 1 remaining, 3 needed. Evaluation. Unlock the raft with the sailboat upgrade permission. Collect all the required materials as soon as possible. The raft that had been upgraded to the top level had the upgrade conditions appear again, and the materials required for the upgrade were also known. Wood and plant fibers are easy to deal with, although Chun Feng has almost used up all of them now, and they're still far from what is needed for upgrading. But there are trees everywhere around, so these materials are easy to obtain. If you find it troublesome, you can directly go to trade to buy them. After one night, the prices of these materials plummeted. It is not easy to get iron blocks. Before, you could use the novice fishing rod to fish in the sea. Now the novice fishing rod has disappeared. The best way to get iron blocks is to, undoubtedly, it is to kill the low-level murlocs and decompose the empty black iron treasure chest into iron blocks. Fortunately, Chun Feng's current iron blocks are enough for the time being. But what is this raft heart? In the upgrade conditions, it shows that I have one, but there is no similar material in the warehouse. Chun Feng frowned in confusion, but then he saw a glossary of terms click to expand behind heart of the raft, and clicked it quickly. Raft heart. Every player's initial vehicle in a game is a raft, and the raft heart is the core of the raft. In addition to your own raft heart, if you want to get more raft hearts, you can destroy other people's rafts to produce drops. Note, even if the raft is destroyed, if you have the heart of the raft, you can still collect materials to upgrade it to level 1. However, once you lose the heart of the raft, you'll not be able to unlock the upgrade permission for the raft by using the blueprint. After reading these explanations, Chun Feng suddenly understood. It turns out that everyone has a raft heart. When the raft is upgraded to the highest level, 3 raft hearts are needed to upgrade the vehicle to the next level. The cruelty of this game is also exposed. If you want to upgrade, you can only destroy other people's rafts, but they are not fools. On the vast ocean, the raft is destroyed. Even if you make a new raft yourself, it can't be upgraded. When a natural disaster comes, you can only wait for death. No one will be stupid enough to let you destroy their raft. If someone refuses to obey and directly puts the items in the warehouse, then if you want to destroy his raft, you can only kill him and explode all all the items in his warehouse. Just when he was about to lament the cruel nature of this game, where the fittest survive, Chun Feng changed his mind. Perhaps the game's upgrade system that forces players to upgrade has another meaning. Players can cooperate, actively destroy their own rafts, contribute them, and upgrade them into sailboats together. I believe that a normal-sized sailboat can accommodate at least 3 people. However, from now on, the ownership of the sailboat can only be in the hands of one person, and he can put it into the warehouse if he wants. Only one person can put his own vehicle into the warehouse, not other people's vehicles. Others, even if they live on a boat, do not have the security of their own home. Only a team that trusts each other very much can do this in this way. Chapter 32. The Heart of the Raft. Chun Feng closed them all, interface, open transaction, and search for the keyword Heart of the Raft. After waiting for the loading to complete, I found that there were no related products in the transaction information. Chun Feng smacked his lips and felt relieved. The Heart of the Raft will only appear after the raft is destroyed. In the sea, if the raft is destroyed, the players on the raft will probably die, and they will not even know about the item called the Heart of the Raft. As for the players on the treasure island, they either believed Chun Feng's warning and continued to form teams, not going deep enough and not encountering any danger. If you go deep alone or in groups of 3, you're basically dead if you encounter murlocs. You will not survive and will not know the existence of the Heart of the Raft. Currently, only Chun Feng has successfully purchased and used the sailboat upgrade blueprint, so perhaps no one else knows the Heart of the Raft. Thinking of this, Chun Feng glanced at Zhou Lingrui, who was standing pitifully on the side, and thought in his heart, she must have the Heart of the Raft. Either I kill her and get her raft, or take her away and make her give me the Heart of the Raft willingly. The look Chun Feng gave Zhou Lingrui was sometimes fierce and sometimes conflicted, which made Zhou Lingrui shrink back in fear and dare not say a word. After hesitating for a long time, Chun Feng sighed, looking somewhat helpless, and said to Zhou Lingrui, who was looking at him cautiously from a distance, Zhou Lingrui, I feel sorry for you. I can allow you to stay with me for the next 2 days. I can guarantee your safety and food, but the condition is that you have to be responsible for doing some chores, such as washing clothes, cooking, boiling water, etc. Do you agree? In the end, Chun Feng couldn't bear to do it. Although he didn't trust Zhou Lingrui, he wanted to get a raft heart and replenish the upgrading materials for the sailboat. Apart from killing her, he had no other choice. Chun Feng said this, but his real intention was to let Zhou Lingrui stay by his side and observe her for a while to see what her character was like. After all, he was a level 1 enhancer, and he also had the intermediate Murloc warrior Gina, so he was not afraid of her making any splash. Really? That's great. When Zhou Lingrui, who was far away, heard Chun Feng's words, he laughed out loud in surprise and jumped 3 feet high. Originally, she planned to walk to the outskirts of the island. Perhaps when a great disaster came, she would be buried in the sea. Unexpectedly, after a nap, Chun Feng actually changed his attention. This is really good news for Zhou Lingrui. I agree, Boss Chun Feng. Just wait for you from now on. I will cook the meals and wash the clothes. Leave your underwear and socks to me. Zhou Lingrui smiled, his eyes curved into crescents, and he patted his chest seriously, letting it shake up and down twice, then came over excitedly. As soon as she approached, Gina beside, Chun Feng snorted coldly at her. An arc of electricity appeared in her hand, and she spoke in a fisherman language that Zhou Lingrui did not understand, warning her not to get close. Gina, it's okay. Let her come over. Keep an eye on her in the future to see if she has any bad intentions. Chun Feng instructed Gina in the language of the fishman. Yes, master. Gina nodded, her hostility slowly fading away. When Zhou Lingrui saw that Gina was no longer mean to her, she walked over confidently, still feeling emotional in her heart. Boss Chun Feng is really cool. He can even speak the language of the fishmen, and the fishmen will listen to him. He's so good. I like it so much. Love it. Boss Chun Feng, why don't you eat me? Since you've taken me in, I'll always feel uneasy if I don't give something in return. Don't worry, I'm not only young, but this is my first time. Guaranteed quality and quantity. Zhou Lingrui said with a smile on his face, looking at Chun Feng's resolute face and strong muscles. What the hell is quality and quantity guaranteed? Cough cough, the car was going too fast. Chun Feng almost fell down. He was speechless. After 2 dry coughs, he eased the embarrassment and took out the last 3 buckets of Master Kong's pickled cabbage beef noodles and 3 sausages from the warehouse and threw them to Zhou Lingrui. Just call me Chun Feng from now on. Go make breakfast quickly and stop thinking about it. I'm a serious person. When Zhou Lingrui saw these foods that were previously considered garbage by others, his eyes suddenly lit up and he took them excitedly. His little head nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and he happily went to make instant noodles for breakfast, whispering as he walked. Well, a serious person is a serious person. When he gets serious, he is no longer a human being. Ignoring Zhou Lingrui, Chun Feng opened the chat channel. It had been a while since he last chatted, so he went to check it out. World chat. Yesterday, some shabby said that there were very few murlocs. I believed his lies, and 3 of us teamed up to go deep into the treasure island. I was the only one who escaped alive. Everyone, please be careful. Woo, me too. 2 people went in and half came out, and my arm was bitten off by a shark man. What should I do? What should I do? I'm hiding in a reef cave now, and there are several fishmen outside looking for me. I told you not to believe what Boss Chinfeng said. He warned you that the deep part of the island is very dangerous, but you still didn't believe it. I believe it. I was chopping trees outside yesterday. Today, I have more than 100 survival points. I just happened to buy a big treasure chest for newbies. Yeah, me too. I also bought a newbie treasure chest and got a lot of food. Now I don't have to worry about food and drink. Now that I think about it, I misunderstood Boss Chinfeng yesterday. I am the first to apologize to Boss Chinfeng. I shouldn't have listened to Irby's slander. Boss Chinfeng, please forgive me and accept my thanks. +1. Thank you very much. Thanks to Boss Chinfeng for the reminder. Daily speeches January 1st. 2.9 billion people online. Regional channels. The Survival Alliance is recruiting unlimited people. If you can't find an organization or don't have supplies, please join my team. The team is a strong guarantee for exploring the treasure island. That's right. I always like to go on adventures alone before. Since I joined the team, I don't have to worry about food and drink anymore. My waist and legs are no longer sore, and everything I eat tastes delicious. Online users, 5941. The news from the world chat made Chinfeng happy. The information about the fishmen revealed yesterday was misled by Tang Yuqing, which made many people think that Chinfeng had ulterior motives. As a result, he suffered a lot and kept complaining in the chat channel today. As for those who believed in Chinfeng, they had to chop trees and store supplies before they had the ability. Now, as soon as the survival points are refreshed today, they can buy the novice treasure chests. As for the regional chat, it was filled with recruitment advertisements from Tang Yuqing and some members of his organization, and you couldn't see other people's messages at all. Chinfeng did not take these people's words to heart. Yesterday's lesson made Chinfeng realize that sharing intelligence was a thankless task, and he would never reveal any information in the future. With his mall and vehicles that are one step ahead of others, Chinfeng can know more information, which can actually be considered a strong advantage. The heart of the raft aside, wood and plant fiber are the key to upgrading the raft. In the short term, it will be in great demand by the entire market. Although many players will cut down trees to obtain wood and plant fiber, the supply and demand are huge, and the price is expected to be relatively stable. On the contrary, materials such as iron blocks can only be used to make some basic tools in manufacturing for other players and do not have many uses. But Chinfeng knew that upgrading the sailboat would definitely require a lot of iron blocks. This information gap is definitely a huge business opportunity. Chinfeng can currently purchase materials that will become scarce in the future at extremely low prices. Thinking of this, Chinfeng smiled and posted a message on the auction in transaction to sell food or fresh water in exchange for iron blocks. Soon, the number of private messages increased. Chapter 33, Purchasing Iron Blocks. In the current trading market, there are still a lot of iron blocks. As soon as many players saw Chinfeng's message in trade that he would exchange food and water for iron blocks, they all wanted to trade privately. After all, consumables such as food and water have always been scarce. Chinfeng opened the private message and read it carefully. Mr. Chinfeng, I have 13 iron blocks here, and I only need 1 L of water or 1 kilogram of food. Boss Chinfeng, I will agree to exchange 23 units of iron if you use 3 L of water, 13 units of iron, 2 kilograms of food. Chinfeng ignored these people and first carefully browsed the approximate price of the iron block. If food and fresh water are used as currency, the current price of most iron blocks in transactions is about 1 unit of iron block can be exchanged for 10 milliliters of water or 20 g of food. Those people who sent private messages just now probably thought Chinfeng was a fool. The price they quoted in the private messages was more than 10 times the normal price. Chinfeng looked at the private messages from these lions with a sneer on his face. These people really think they are being taken advantage of. There are all kinds of people. Chinfeng did not reply to any of these private messages and directly added notes to the auction. Note, the purchase price is 1 unit of iron block in exchange for 8 milliliters of water or 16 g of food. Priority will be given to those with larger quantities. We will not reply to private messages with prices exceeding this. Water and food are limited, and the purchase will be stopped after the transaction is completed. The purchase price must be lower than the normal buying price. If it is purchased at the normal price, Chinfeng might as well buy them one by one at the auction. Sure enough, once the note was added, the number of private messages decreased a lot, and many people also knew that Chinfeng would not be stupid enough to be a scapegoat. The content has also returned to normal, and many people have taken the initiative to lower their prices. After all, iron blocks are of little use at the moment, and the most important thing is to be able to exchange them for food and drink to get through the difficult times. Chinfeng currently has about 300 kilograms of food, 248.5 kilograms of pork, 50 kilograms of other seafood and rice, etc., and about 12L of fresh water. Chen Feng kept trading with players who sent him private messages. 13 iron blocks, 22 iron blocks, 43 iron blocks. As the number of transactions increased, the item slots in the warehouse became fewer and fewer. 100 iron blocks were stacked in one storage slot. Chen Feng's warehouse capacity was getting smaller and smaller, so he had to call Zhou Lingrui over and put a lot of iron blocks in her warehouse. Poor Zhou Lingrui stared blankly at the iron blocks that Chen Feng kept trading to him, not understanding why Chen Feng got so many iron blocks. At this time, Chen Feng suddenly felt that Zhou Lingrui was still somewhat useful. At least her warehouse was very empty and could be used as a mobile warehouse for him. After struggling for a long time, Chen Feng stopped only when Zhou Lingrui was sweating profusely. Chen Feng traded 100 kilograms of pork and 5 liters of fresh water for 1,250 units of iron blocks. Together with his own 64 iron blocks, he had a total of 1,314 iron blocks, occupying 14 item slots. It's not that I don't want to collect more. First, there are fewer and fewer players willing to trade iron blocks. Second, the warehouse cannot be full. I will need to collect other upgrade materials in the future. More than 1,000 units of iron blocks should be enough to upgrade the sailboat in the future. There is no rush to upgrade the sailboat. Wood and plant fibers are easy to get, and there are plenty of iron blocks. The most important thing now is the heart of the raft. Chen Feng's current plan is to wait 2 days, as there is no need for the sailboat on the island anyway. We will see if the heart of the raft appears in trade at that time, or if there are other ways to obtain it. Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui have a total of 60 item slots. In Zhou Lingrui's warehouse, Chen Feng put all the low-value materials such as iron blocks, wood and plant fibers, while food, fresh water, salt, weapons, important props, and other things were all placed in his own warehouse. Chen Feng thought it would be better to be cautious with Zhou Lingrui. After canceling the acquisition information posted in transaction, Chen Feng walked forward and invited Zhou Lingrui and Gina to have breakfast. Zhou Lingrui is a very smart woman. Chen Feng asked her to make instant noodles before, and then spent a lot of time handing over the iron block to her. Even though the instant noodles had become swollen and rotten, she did not take the initiative to ask to eat first. Instead, she waited obediently by the side. Before Chen Feng came, she did not go to eat first. She only picked up the instant noodles when Chen Feng called her. This self-awareness was very good, and Chen Feng kept in mind. The three of them were slurping up instant noodles. Even though they had been soaked for a long time, they still had a soft and glutinous texture, and with the addition of sausage, the taste was pretty good. Although Gina had never eaten human food as a fisherman, she looked serious as she put the food into her mouth with a plastic fork without chewing. She must be very satisfied with the taste of the instant noodles. Zhou Lingrui was also quite satisfied at this time. Everyone had a box of instant noodles, and no one was fighting for the food. She ate much better than yesterday. Zhou Lingrui, how many survival points do you have? Chen Feng suddenly recalled that someone in the chat channel said that they had collected 98 survival points to buy a novice welfare treasure box. So he asked, "A survival point? Let me see." Zhou Lingrui stopped talking hastily and entered the game interface to observe. "I have 32 points now." 32 points. Chen Feng lowered his head and thought, if Zhou Lingrui had enough survival points and bought a novice welfare treasure chest for himself to open, then with his European talent, there would definitely be purple items in the treasure chest. I just traded so many iron blocks to her. When her survival points refresh tomorrow, it will definitely be enough to buy her more. Thinking of this, Chen Feng suppressed his excitement and said, "Zhou Lingrui, you should be able to buy a novice treasure box tomorrow. Just give it to me when you buy it." "Well, okay." Zhou Lingrui thought about it for a moment and nodded in agreement, appearing very well behaved. All the supplies in her warehouse belonged to Chen Feng. Even if she obtained survival points and purchased a novice treasure chest, they all belonged to Chen Feng. What's more, now that she's dependent on Chen Feng is equivalent to using her account to buy a player's benefits. Zhou Lingrui naturally has no complaints, as she still has some self-awareness. After Chen Feng finished his meal, he suddenly remembered that there was something he hadn't done. The fishman that Gina captured alive yesterday in order to save Zhou Lingrui is still tied to the tree. Turning around, Chen Feng slowly walked to the fishman with a fish head and a human body. At this moment, he did not open his eyes, and his head was tilted as if he was unconscious. Chen Feng picked up the fishman illustration. Low-level pomfret. Abilities, small and flexible body, playing dead. Weakness, low IQ. What a pomfret man. Looking at the ability of playing dead, Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. It has been nearly 10 hours since Gina knocked him out, but he is still not awake. He is pretending to be dead and has not escaped. Chen Feng smiled and spoke to the pomfret fisherman in the fishman's language. "You're still pretending." Suddenly hearing the human speaking the language of the merman, the pomfret merman who already had a low IQ, widened his eyes in surprise, raised his head, his eyes full of disbelief. Why do you know our language? Chapter 34, Fishman Intelligence. It turned out that he was pretending to be dead. Looking at his flat and smooth fish head, he looked quite funny. Chun Feng ignored the question from the Bream Man and asked in return, I need to know all the information about you fishmen on this island. I hope you can tell me honestly. Oof. You shameless human. It's simply wishful thinking that you want information about the merman. The Pomfret merman's slippery fish lips opened and closed rapidly, looking a little excited. Oh, you're quite stubborn. It seems like you want to suffer some pain. Chun Feng was not surprised. He naturally knew that it was not easy to get the fishman to reveal information. Aha, I'm not someone who can be scared of anyone. What ability do you have to come at me? Even if you kill me today, I will never betray the merman clan. The Pomfret laughed loudly with an indifferent expression on his face. So your name is Katja. What a nice name. Chun Feng smacked his lips, then turned to Gina and said, Gina, this fishman is so tough. You can shock him for me. Cheer him up, just don't kill him. After saying that, Chun Feng stepped aside. Yes, master. Gina walked forward expressionlessly, with arcs of electricity spreading in her hands. However, the arcs were very small and dense. Obviously, Gina had heard Chun Feng's words and was afraid of killing Katja. You are a mid-level Murloc. Why? Why would you obey the orders of humans? Katja asked excitedly when he saw Gina, who had a human body and a fishtail. Unfortunately, the answer he got was a thin blue arc swung by Gina. The electric arc flew to Katja's body in the blink of an eye and spread throughout his body. As the tiny electric arc dispersed, Katja suddenly felt a strong tingling and numbness. Coolball. Katja's face was filled with pain. His body, which was no different from that of a human, was charred by the electric arc, and bursts of black smoke kept spewing out of his mouth. Turtle, animal. Chun Feng was amazed. He didn't expect that Gina's ability was so useful for torturing people. At this time, Zhou Lingrue on the side didn't dare to say a word. She had witnessed Gina's abilities before, and now, after seeing such a scene, the psychological trauma will be even stronger in the future. Katja was electrocuted, black smoke came out of his mouth, and his eyes were wide open. Looking at his appearance, Chun Feng suddenly thought of a movie. Have you seen The Mermaid directed by Stephen Chow? The expression of the octopus played by Ronaldinho when he was placed on the iron plate to be made into grilled squid was very similar to the snap of today. Oh, you're a tough guy. You look so arrogant. You must be confident in your endurance. Gina, try harder. Yes, master. Coolball. Stop. Katja couldn't even finish a sentence because of the electric shock. Continue to power it up. Since it is so powerful, it must be powered up for a while longer. Chun Feng didn't pay attention to what Katja said. He just thought that this fishman was so tenacious, so he told Gina to hold on for a while longer, then turn around to pick up the seawater separator on the ground. 10 minutes had passed by the time Chun Feng and Zhou Lingrue put away the seawater separator and sorted out the produced fresh water and salt. Gina also electrocuted herself for 10 minutes. Gina, stop for a moment. Seeing Katja rolling his eyes and only the whites of his eyes visible without any pupils, Chun Feng asked Gina to stop. How about it? Are you willing to tell me about the information about the fishman? Or do you want to try something different? I really want you to try these moves. Piercing your nails with needles, plucking your eyes with your hands, and stuffing your ears with bugs. Enough, I'm willing to say it. I'm willing to say it. I just ask you to give me a quick death later. The clicks paused for a long time, and when he heard Chun Feng say that he wanted to change his tactics to torture him, he suddenly felt that the human in front of him was extremely evil. Well, it would have been over sooner. Chun Feng nodded, sorted out his thoughts, and then asked, how many Murlocs are there on this island? How many low-level, mid-level, and high-level Murlocs are there? Where are they gathered? Why do you take the initiative to attack humans? Chun Feng asked a lot of questions, and the Pomfret man, probably because he was scared of being electrocuted, answered all the questions truthfully. After Katja finished answering, Chun Feng kept his promise, gave him a quick slap, and put away the black iron treasure chest that exploded. Chun Feng did not feel any pity. After all, it was just a small monster in the survival game. Katja's IQ is very low, so it's unlikely that he can make up lies to deceive people, but we can't believe everything he says. He is just a low-level fishman and doesn't know much. Chun Feng only got a little information from Katja's words. If he wanted more specific information, he would probably have to find a mid-level Murloc. First of all, the treasure island did float directly from the seabed to the surface due to the influence of the system. There is only one race living on the island, the mermen, who have always been hostile to outsiders. So when humans appear, they will naturally be attacked by the mermen. Secondly, the distribution of the mermen was just as Chun Feng had guessed. The closer to the center of the island, the more mermen there were. There were very few mermen at the edge, and most of them were low-level mermen. Intermediate-level mermen rarely appeared on the periphery. The total number of Murlocs is about 10,000, including about 9,000 low-level murlocs and about 100 mid-level murlocs. High-level murlocs do exist. According to Kacha, there's only one high-level murloc in the entire Treasure Island, who is the leader of the entire murloc tribe and has very powerful abilities. When Kacha was dying, he also said that the murloc commander-in-chief would kill all the aliens. It seems that this fishman commander has a very high prestige. Since he is a high-level murloc, Chunfeng also guessed that his drops would also be higher-level treasure chests. I wonder what will be revealed. However, Chunfeng currently has no idea about high-level murlocs. His own strength is only equal to that of low-level murlocs. With Gina, he can only deal with mid-level murlocs at most. If Chunfeng encountered a large number of murlocs at once, he would not be their match. The weapons he currently has include a fine iron bow and arrow, a long sword, a solar-powered stun gun, and some daggers and short knives that are not presentable. Let's just fight the small monsters first. Chunfeng sighed, packed up all his things, and called Gina and Zhou Lingrui to set off. Treasure Island is an important low-level dungeon in the early stage of the game. Chunfeng dare not be lazy. Now he has to keep killing monsters to get equipment and supplies in order to become bigger and stronger in the game and create greater glory. The three of them set off. Gina took the lead, leaving Chunfeng with only her enchanting and charming back. Chunfeng followed behind, side by side with Zhou Lingrui. This formation is very particular. Gina is on guard in the front, so low-level murlocs can be killed on sight. Even if they encounter intermediate murlocs, Gina can deal with them. Chunfeng is holding a fine iron bow and arrow in the back, shooting arrows that have a 100 chance of triggering a bleeding effect, which are not something that ordinary intermediate murlocs can resist. Only Zhou Lingrui followed Chunfeng, looking around carefully, fearing that a fisherman would jump out and eat her. Chapter 35. Encounter with a human team of 4. The three of them followed this formation and began to move deeper into the island, and they walked for a long time. As time went by, the sun rose and the temperature began to rise. The fog was still spreading on the island, making it difficult to see the road. There were many puddles on the ground, and the rising water vapor made people feel stuffy and hot. The clothes of the three people were soaked with sweat and stuck to their bodies, making them very uncomfortable. But Chunfeng was very happy. In front of him was Gina's sweaty back. A black strip of cloth was faintly visible through her short-sleeved t-shirt, squeezing Gina's twisting back. Zhou Lingrui's white plaid shirt next to her was also stuck to her body because of sweat, outlining the beauty of her chest in front of Chunfeng's eyes. Well, at this moment Chunfeng just felt that the scenery was really beautiful. Zhou Lingrui on the side smiled softly with a hint of complacency, and deliberately straightened his chest and raised his head to make the gap between the buttons of his shirt look bigger. She originally thought that Chunfeng looked down on her looks, but now it seems that Chunfeng is just a young boy, a fledgling eagle, and is too shy. Chunfeng seemed to sense Zhou Lingrui's actions. He felt embarrassed that his gaze had been discovered, so he could only look far away and look around. Strange, we've been walking for almost an hour and still haven't seen any murlocs. Are there so few murlocs today? Chunfeng looked at the map and muttered to himself. The few of them had already gone relatively deep into the center of the island, but they had not encountered any murlocs yet. This made Chunfeng quite puzzled. In fact, what Chunfeng didn't expect was that after a day of yesterday, many people obtained a large amount of supplies by cutting down trees. They not only bought novice treasure chests, but also upgraded the rafts to the top level. The level 2 mall has been opened. Apart from the overly expensive sailboat upgrade blueprint, level 1 red potion, level 1 strengthening potion, and long sword, some people should have already purchased these items. Today, as their strength has improved, they have begun to gradually deepen their skills, and the murlocs have also been attracted away. Without any time to bother, Chunfeng could only go deeper, looking around as he walked. Just when Chunfeng was extremely bored, Gina in front of him suddenly reminded him loudly, "Master, there's a fierce fighting ahead, about 100 meters away." "Well, let's go. Let's walk over slowly and take a look." Chunfeng nodded. The sound of a fierce fight was very clear, mixed with some angry shouts and curses. Judging from the voices, there were both men and women, so it should be a small human team. Chunfeng and the other two quickly came over, and when they were 20 meters away, they finally saw the scene in front of them. For humans, 3 men, 1 woman, and 1 fishman. At this moment, 3 men were holding 3 weapons of different sizes in their hands, surrounding a fishman and attacking him nonstop. The woman stayed behind, with 1 hand on her waist and 1 pointing at the fishman, giving orders nonstop on how to attack. "Guo Baolin, your knife is so long. You should kill him quickly. There is such a big hole in his chest. Oh, you are so stupid. Lao Zhang, come on, don't just stand there and stare blankly. You're really useless. Wang Yong, be careful, step back, don't get hurt." The woman's expression changed quickly, sometimes anxious, sometimes eager, and then a little distressed. The 3 people who were fighting with the fishman looked very different in age. One was a man wearing a security uniform and holding a broad-backed long knife. He looked to be about 50 years old. One of them was wearing gold-rimmed glasses and holding a short knife. He was timid and didn't dare to attack. He was about 30 years old. Finally, there was a sturdy young man holding an iron rod, also wearing a security uniform, and looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. The approach of Chun Feng and the other two was also discovered by these people. The woman in command saw it and immediately turned around. "What are you doing? Don't come over here," the woman warned loudly. She was in her 30s, mature and plump, and quite pretty. However, she seemed mean and sarcastic at the moment, and a black mole at the corner of her mouth made her look even more vicious. "Don't get me wrong, we have no ill intentions. We are just passing by," Chun Feng explained. In this apocalypse of the ocean, there is still vigilance between humans. Chun Feng stopped and did not approach, but watched from afar. Gina and Zhou Lingrui stood behind him. "Oomph, our team can even kill fishmen. You'd better not pay attention to us." The woman snorted coldly when she saw Chun Feng stop. After seeing Chun Feng, the three men who were fighting with the fishman became more and more urgent in their attacks, speeding up their siege of the fishman in the middle, hoping to free up their hands to face Chun Feng. The merman in the middle has a fish head and a human body. He looks like a low-level merman. At this moment, he is making noises and retreating continuously, as if he is being severely suppressed. This fishman's head is very strange. It is wrapped in a spiral shell like a conch. The face cannot be seen. Occasionally, one can only see a flat mouth part sticking out, chattering something. Chun Feng had no intention of going forward. He had heard the sound of fighting before, so he came to see the situation. Since this murloc had already started fighting with others, he would not fight for it. He just took out the murloc illustration out of curiosity and began to observe it. Low-level conch fishman. Ability. When in fatal danger, it will spray out poison to escape. Weakness. Although the head is covered by a hard shell, the brain underneath the shell is very fragile. Cone fishman. It was the first time that Chun Feng saw a conch-like fishman. He had heard of the cone snail before. It was a kind of mollusk that usually lived in tropical waters and was indeed highly poisonous. Chun Feng frowned as he looked at the fishman's ability. The three people in front of him were besieging the conch fishman, and it seemed that they had the upper hand. If they continued like this, they might be able to kill the fishman in a short while. But they didn't have the fishman illustration, so how could they know that the ability of this cone snail fishman was to spray poison when faced with deadly danger? By then, the three men might be injured or killed. Thinking of this, Chun Feng shouted loudly, "Everyone, this fishman is very dangerous. I think you should leave. I will deal with him." Chun Feng didn't want any accidents to happen, so he spoke out to remind them, but he was not a kind-hearted person. Since he took action, he was naturally going for the drop black iron treasure chest. "Bah, you wish. We can deal with this fishman in a moment. Do we need you?" The woman crossed her arms over her chest. At this moment, she only thought that Chun Feng was greedy for their achievements and said with disdain, "All right, you guys kill him first. If you can't kill him, I'll come after you." Chun Feng smiled and said, "Since you are unwilling, then you can just wait to suffer. Why not just sit on the reef beside us? Now is the time to wait. Wait until this cone snail fishman gets angry and repels the three men. Then we can kill him. This way it won't be considered stealing someone else's monster, right?" Seeing that Chun Feng did not make any other moves, the three men breathed a sigh of relief. The sudden arrival of a few outsiders forced them to be on high alert, and they were a little timid when fighting the fishmen. Now, the three of them attacked more fiercely, forcing the cone fishman to retreat continuously. "Fuck you." Suddenly, the cone fishman seemed to get anxious, let out a strange cry, and a dark green liquid spurted out of his mouth. Chapter 36. Don't listen to the boss. At this moment, the three of them were in the upper hand. Seeing that the fishman was being suppressed, they naturally relaxed their vigilance. Suddenly, they saw dark green liquid spurting out of the fish's mouth. Looking at the color of the liquid and the white smoke coming out, they knew that the dark green liquid was not simple. The three of them were scared to death and quickly dodged. Two people, one old and one young, who were dressed in security uniforms, had some martial arts skills and were very agile. They narrowly avoided the attack, and the dark green liquid only smeared on their clothes. After the two jumped away, the liquid continued to corrode their clothes and a burning sensation came. The two quickly took off their clothes and threw them aside. There was no serious problem. But the middle-aged man wearing golden glasses was not so lucky. Although he tried his best to escape, the dark green liquid covered a large area, and some of the poison was still sprayed on his right hand. Ah! Suddenly, the man with glasses let out a scream. After the dark green liquid stained his skin, white smoke instantly came out, his skin cracked, and a pungent smell came out. "Oops! Boss Zhang! Boss Zhang!" The woman screamed, and the two security guards couldn't help but exclaimed and hurried over to check the situation. The cone fish man, with many knife wounds on his body, seemed to have found an opportunity. Knowing that he was no match for the crowd, he quickly turned around and rushed into the fog. At this moment, Chun Feng, who had been waiting in the distance for a long time, whispered instructions to Gina behind him. Gina, chase after him and kill the fisherman, then take the black iron treasure chest that dropped. Yes, master. Gina swam with all her might. Her charming eyes suddenly became sharp, and she also plunged into the mist. Although Gina's weakness is her slow speed, she is still an intermediate Murloc after all. Moreover, the cone Murloc is injured and his speed is greatly reduced. It will probably not take long for Gina to catch up with him. It hurts so much, wife. Please save me. The man with glasses was grabbing his arm in pain, sweating profusely and struggling on the ground. From his tone, it seemed that this woman was his wife. Don't worry about him for now. The fisherman has already run away. Hurry up and chase him. The woman seemed not to hear her husband's shouts, but was more concerned about the escaped fisherman. The old and the young looked at each other, and the old security guard shook his head at the young security guard. The two did not continue to chase after him and continued to check the injuries of the man with glasses. You useless people, you let the duck fly away when it's in your mouth. The woman stomped her feet in dissatisfaction. Seeing that the two security guards had no intention of chasing after them, she could only bend down angrily to check on her husband's injuries. After checking, she continued, It's just a small wound. Does it hurt so much? The only answer she got was the man's scream. When a few people over there were huddled together, a thick flash of lightning flashed in the fog not far away. Not long after, Chun Feng saw Gina coming back holding a black iron box. Master, the fisherman has been killed. After taking Gina's treasure chest, Chun Feng put it directly into the warehouse. The four people nearby also saw it, and only then did they notice that there was a very beautiful fisherman next to Chun Feng. Before, because of the influence of the fog, they thought that Chun Feng and the other two were normal humans. Although they didn't understand why this fisherman would obey Chun Feng's orders, they didn't dwell on it too much, but instead marveled at the fisherman's power. Just now, the three of them failed to kill the fisherman and let him run away. Unexpectedly, a beautiful fisherman next to Chun Feng succeeded with just one move. Except for the man with glasses who was struggling in pain on the ground, everyone else looked at Chun Feng and others with some shock. But besides being shocked, the woman also looked somewhat indignant. Hey, we were the ones who targeted the Murloc first, and now you guys have killed him. What's going on? Also, you guys were clearly capable of killing the Murloc, so why didn't you just help us? Chun Feng laughed when he heard it, but before he could answer, Zhou Lingrue on the side spoke first. You are so shameless. We saw you fighting with the Murlocs before, but we didn't interfere. Instead, we reminded you of the danger of the Murlocs. Who told you not to listen to Boss Chun Feng? Moreover, we waited until the Murloc successfully escaped before we chased him. Logically speaking, whether this Murloc is dead or alive, it has nothing to do with you anymore. As for helping you directly, you guys are probably out of your mind. You're asking me for no reason. I owe you that. After Zhou Lingrue finished speaking, he pouted and raised his head towards Chun Feng, meaning, do you think what I said is right? Chun Feng smiled. Zhou Lingrue is a good little girl. She's doing well. Just as the woman opposite was about to speak again, the old security guard spoke. Miss Su, please stop talking and check on Boss Zhang's injuries. They're getting worse. His words finally made the woman shift her gaze. Chun Feng and others also looked over. The previously corroded wound began to spread upwards and had now reached the forearm joint. The man with glasses kept rolling his eyes and was almost fainting from the pain. If you wait any longer and it spreads to the neck, you'll be dead. What are you waiting for? Given his current condition, the only way to save his life is to cut off his arm and then use level 1 red potion to seal the wound. Looking at the helpless people, Chun Feng frowned and reminded them. Toxins are different from wounds. Mercurochrome is useless against toxins. As for the man with glasses injuries, the only way to treat them is to cut off the corroded parts first, and then use mercurochrome to remove the scab. Yes. I just opened the level 2 mall today and saw a level 1 red potion in it, which said it could heal injuries. The old security guard slapped his forehead and suddenly remembered. His words also made Chun Feng look at him. Although the old security guard was nearly 50 years old, he still looked strong. He should have taken the level 1 strengthening potion. No wonder the three of them could suppress the low-level fishman. No, if we cut off his arm, he will become a disabled person. The woman quickly stood up and objected. Hearing what the woman said, the two security guards, one old and one young, looked at each other. After all, the man with glasses was her husband, and they didn't know what to do after the family said so. Just when the situation was at a stalemate, the man with glasses said incoherently, Cut quickly. The man with glasses is not stupid. He knows his own physical condition best. If he doesn't cut it now, he will surely die when the venom spreads. After hearing what the man with glasses said, the woman turned around with an indignant look on her face. Go ahead and chop him up. He's a useless man anyway. After getting the woman's permission, the old security guard stood up and prepared to attack with a long knife. But suddenly, he seemed to remember something. I don't have enough survival points to buy level 1 red potion. I've already used up all the points I used to buy level 1 strengthening potions and long swords. After saying this, the four of them looked at each other and then looked at Chun Feng in unison. Then, the old security guard said helplessly with a difficult expression on his face, "Young man, look, I have no survival points at the moment. You can kill the murlocs so easily, so you must have opened the level 2 mall. Can I borrow a bottle of red potion from you? I can exchange it with you for supplies." Chapter 37 Guobaolin. Chun Feng thought about it for a while and nodded in agreement. You could trade. Level 1 red potion doesn't require many survival points. I won't raise the price. 20 units of iron. If you agree, we could trade. After Chun Feng finished speaking, he took out a bottle of red potion and held it in his hand. His potion was not blown by the wind. 20 units of iron blocks were just right. If it weren't for the seemingly kind and honest old security guard begging, Chun Feng would not have cared about the lives of these people. Okay, I'm already very grateful that Brother Chun Feng agreed to the deal. I just happen to have some iron blocks. The old security guard traded red medicine with Chun Feng. A simple smile appeared on his dark face, and his eyes were full of gratitude as he looked at Chun Feng. Thank you, bro. What is there to thank us for? He has already robbed our murloc, so what if he traded us a bottle of red potion? In my opinion, he'd better return the treasure chest that just dropped to us. The sour-looking woman said sarcastically, not knowing what was wrong with her. You old lady, don't be so greedy. Zhou Lingrui was so angry that her nose was smoking. She now completely regarded herself as Chun Feng's person. If others wanted to take advantage of her, she would be the first one to refuse. Little girl, I've seen all kinds of people. People like you are just relying on your looks to get someone powerful. Why are you so arrogant? The woman immediately sneered with an expression that said, I understand everything. You? Zhou Lingrui was so angry that he couldn't speak. What the woman said was right. She did do that, even though Chun Feng hadn't done anything to her yet. That's enough. The woman in front of me is really a big shot. Not only is she not grateful, but she also wants to take the lost black iron treasure chest. What a wishful thinking. Chun Feng couldn't hold back his anger and shouted angrily. Gina felt her master's anger. Her eyebrows raised, and a strong electric current emerged between her hands, making a crackling sound. As long as Chun Feng gave the order, she could kill the people in front of her without hesitation. When the woman saw the powerful electric current in Gina's hand, she remembered that it was Gina who had just killed the fishman alone, and she dared not say a word. Okay, Miss Sue, let's take care of your husband's injuries first. The old security guard saw that the atmosphere was becoming more and more tense, so he quickly tried to smooth things over. I know, just go ahead and chop it down, the woman said impatiently, her words and actions showing no concern for her husband at all. At this time, the man with glasses on the ground had fainted from the pain and was no longer moving. This is better. There will be no anesthetic when my arm is cut later. If I faint now, I won't feel the pain again. The old security guard signaled to the young security guard next to him to spread the glasses man's arms flat on the ground. Then he took out a piece of firewood, lit it, and burned his long knife. Chun Feng probably thought that because the conditions were so simple, he just did this as disinfection. The old security guard raised the long knife high, then chopped it down suddenly. Immediately, the corroded part was cut off, and blood kept gushing out from the broken part. The unconscious man with glasses seemed to feel pain at this moment, and his facial features were distorted. The wife of the man with glasses didn't seem to feel any pity. She just looked at Chun Feng and the other two obscurely and viciously, as if she was thinking about something. The old security guard hurriedly opened the lid of the mercurochrome and poured it in one gulp. The effect was very good. The bleeding stopped immediately. The wound continued to gather and slowly formed a reddish-brown scab. The expression of the man with glasses also gradually calmed down. It is estimated that he will wake up in a while. Seeing this magical healing effect, the old security guard was a little surprised. In the game world, everything cannot be viewed with common sense. The old security guard finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the man with glasses stabilized, and asked the young security guard and the woman to keep an eye on him. Since someone in their team was injured, they would probably need to rest for a while before they could continue. He walked up to Chun Feng and said sincerely, "Thank you so much, little brother. I don't know your name. Would you mind adding me as your friend? I'll have a way to repay you in the future. You can add me as a friend, but there's no need to return the favor. We both get what we want. Also, my name is Chun Feng." Although the women in the four-person team in front of him were very hateful, Chun Feng could see that the old security guard was indeed a kind-hearted person. Chun Feng? You are Chun Feng? The old security guard had a black question mark on his face. He couldn't believe that the young man in front of him was the famous boss in the chat channel, and he was immediately surprised. Zhou Lingrui had already mentioned Chun Feng's name before, but the scene was chaotic and they didn't pay attention. Hearing the old security guard's words, the young security guard and the woman behind him also looked stern. The old security guard was surprised, but soon returned to normal. "Brother Chun Feng, I've heard a lot about you. Can we go to the side and chat?" Chun Feng saw that the old security guard seemed to have something to say, so he nodded in agreement. Then he followed the old security guard and walked about 10 meters to the side and started talking. Suddenly remembering that there was a pack of red Nanjing cigarettes in the warehouse, Chun Feng didn't want to quit smoking either, so he took it out and gave him one, and the two chatted while smoking. The old security guard came up and first introduced themselves, which also allowed Chun Feng to get to know the four of them. It turned out that the four of them already knew each other. Since the game was updated and the friend function was enabled, they added each other as friends and finally got together on the island. The man with glasses is named Zhang Taisheng, and his wife is Su Xiaoli. They were originally owners of a high-end residential complex in Nanping City. In the past, they could be considered wealthy people. The old security guard is called Guo Baolin, and the young security guard is called Wang Yong. Both are security guards in high-end residential areas. After the few people came ashore, before they met, the old security guard remembered the warning message Chun Fengfa sent in the chat channel and cut down many trees that day. Not only was the raft upgraded and the level 2 mall opened, but I also bought strengthening potions and a long sword for self-defense. It was not until last night that the few people gathered together. Because Guo Baolin successfully became a level 1 enhancer, early this morning, the few people prepared to go deep into the hunt for fishmen and obtain resources. This cone snail fishman was the second fishman they encountered. After that, I met Chun Feng. Chun Feng was very puzzled. To the old security guard Guo Baolin, one Zhang Taisheng and his wife were weak and fragile, while the other was arrogant and domineering. Traveling with them was just a burden and asking for trouble. Later, after Guo Baolin's explanation, Chun Feng realized that although the couple was a burden, the bespectacled man Zhang Taisheng had done him a favor before he traveled through time. Not only did it help him solve his work problems, but it also settled his family. This is also the reason why Guo Baolin was willing to take them with him. Hearing this, Chun Feng nodded. This Guo Baolin was not only honest and simple, but also grateful. He was a person with whom he could make close friends. Chun Feng put out the cigarette in his hand and felt quite emotional. Traveling to this end times, it is really rare to find such people. After Guo Baolin finished saying this, he suddenly seemed to be hesitant to speak. After hesitating for a long time, he continued speaking. Brother Chun Feng, I know you may not need it, but I still want to ask you, are you willing to go deeper into the treasure island with us? We can help each other and take care of each other. Chapter 38 Conditions. Together, Chun Feng chewed over Guo Baolin's words carefully. It is estimated that when he learned Chun Feng's name just now, he had already planned to invite Chun Feng. After all, Chun Feng was the first person to kill a fishman monster alone, and his ability can be imagined. Looking at Chun Feng, who had a thoughtful look on his face, Guo Baolin's face was full of anticipation. In fact, when it comes to hunting murlocs, Chun Feng feels that with his current abilities, there is no need to find other people to form a team. If he encounters a low-level fishman, Chun Feng doesn't even need to take action with Gina, the Pikachu. If they encounter an intermediate-level murloc, Guo Baolin and his companions will be of no help at all with their abilities. After all, Guo Baolin was the only one who took the level 1 strengthening potion and succeeded. The bespectacled man, Zhang Taisheng, is small and thin and can be of no use. The young security guard Wang Yong is too young and can't be used either. As for that Su Xiaoli, she is sharp-tongued, willful and mean, and Chun Feng doesn't even want to see her. Hanging out with them? It doesn't help. However, Chun Feng changed his mind and felt that there seemed to be certain benefits to traveling with these people. Just now, Chun Feng was thinking about the situation of facing a fisherman. When encountering a single intermediate or low-level murloc, Chun Feng successfully killed it and obtained the treasure chest, so it was not a big problem. But what if you encounter several or even dozens of them at once? He encountered 3 of them at the same time before. If Chun Feng hadn't been quick-witted, he would have been in the stomach of some fishmen and would have been almost disintegrated. It doesn't seem to be a bad thing to travel with Guo Baolin and others. Chun Feng was calculating the gains and losses in his mind. It's not that these people can help Chun Feng kill the fishmen, but with the presence of these people, if he escapes, Chun Feng is absolutely sure to get rid of these people and escape safely. I still remember a story. 2 people were traveling together. They met a hungry lion on the road, and both of them panicked. At this time, one person took out the running shoes from the backpack and began to slowly put them on his feet. Another person was puzzled and asked, if you encounter a lion, can you outrun it by wearing running shoes? The person wearing running shoes replied, I don't need to outrun the lion, I just need to outrun you. This is what Chun Feng is thinking now. If he really encounters multiple or difficult to deal with fishmen in the future, Guo Baolin and his men might be the ones who are not wearing running shoes. Chun Feng is very realistic. In the apocalypse of the ocean, traveling together is just a show. Even a husband and wife will flee separately when faced with a disaster, let alone these teammates who are strangers to each other. Thinking of this, Chun Feng made a decision in his heart. Looking at Guo Baolin, who was looking expectant, Chun Feng revealed a faint smile. Uncle, I will call you Lao Guo from now on. I just thought that it is not impossible for me to travel with you guys. Really? Guo Baolin was overjoyed. He had prepared himself to be rejected. After all, Chun Feng could kill the Murlocs alone, so why should he bring them along? He just asked tentatively, but he didn't expect Chun Feng to really agree. Old Guo, don't be too happy too soon. I also have my conditions for traveling with you. Chun Feng interrupted the excited Guo Baolin. Brother, please speak directly. Okay, now I understand a little bit. I'm sure you see my abilities. I can control a very powerful Murloc. With my help, killing the Murloc can be considered a very easy task. Even the possibility of casualties will be much lower. Do you agree with me, Lao Guo? That's right. I also saw your Fishman's electric shock ability just now. Brother Chun Feng joining us is really beyond our reach. Okay, in that case, I will state my conditions directly. Whoever kills the Murloc will get the treasure chest. When Guo Baolin heard Chun Feng's condition, his face suddenly became hesitant and he fell into thought. Chun Feng smiled, seemingly not in a hurry, and waited slowly. In fact, this condition is an advantage for Guo Baolin and others. According to the speed at which they hunted Murlocs, they would probably only kill 3 or 2 Murlocs in a day, and someone might even die. But following Chun Feng, even if they might not kill any Murlocs in a day, their lives would not be in danger. But it is possible that the fishermen will be killed by Chun Feng without them having to take any action. Chun Feng knew that Guo Baolin was not a fool. If he thought about it carefully, there would be results. One is that a team of people is hunting Murlocs, which is highly risky, and now one of the members is injured, so the combat effectiveness is greatly reduced. The other option is to follow Chun Feng. Under Chun Feng's leadership, with his ability to kill Murlocs in seconds, it would definitely be much safer than hunting Murlocs by themselves. Okay, I agree. Let's go talk to everyone about it right away. After thinking for only a minute or two, Guo Baolin nodded in agreement. At the age of 50, he could still figure this out. The man with glasses, Zhang Taisheng, had woken up at this time, but his face was as pale as paper due to excessive blood loss. His wife Su Xiaoli, who was standing beside him, did not show any concern, but Zhang Taisheng seemed to not care at all, as if it was a common occurrence. Guo Baolin walked over and whispered to a few people about Chun Feng's joining. Chun Feng also walked up to Zhou Lingrui and told her about traveling with these people. Zhou Lingrui nodded, very obediently. Well, Brother Chun Feng, whatever you say, I'll do it. I'll listen to you. Chun Feng curled his lips. Even though Zhou Lingrui called him brother all the time, Chun Feng was actually 1 year younger than her. Zhou Lingrui seemed not to notice Chun Feng's helplessness. Knowing that she was going to travel with Guo Baolin and the others, she straightened her shirt and wrapped it up tightly. She was thinking in her mind, there are other men here now, and she can't let them see it. What? Whoever kills him owns it. We're a team now, so we've contributed. If he kills us in the end, it'll still be his. We'll have nothing left. A resentful voice from a distance drew Chun Feng's attention. It was Su Xiaoli. Chun Feng saw it, sneered, and said nothing. It would be better to let Guo Baolin handle this matter. If he can't even solve this problem, there is no need for Chun Feng to team up with him. Just shout on a regional channel, and there will be enough people. With his arms folded, Chun Feng watched them discuss quietly. Ms. Su, this is what Brother Chun Feng and I have discussed, and I have already promised him. Guo Baolin seemed to have anticipated Su Xiaoli's reaction and explained. You discussed it? Can you make the decision for me? Don't forget, you are just a security guard in our community. Just a watchdog. As soon as Su Xiaoli finished speaking, Guo Baolin's brows immediately frowned, and the security guard Wang Yong next to him also looked at her with great displeasure. What's wrong with security guards? Are they not human beings? Chapter 39, Traveling Together. Zhang Taisheng just looked embarrassed and said nothing. It seemed that he was very afraid of his wife. Ms. Su, I'm a good security guard, but you have to know that I am willing to travel with you and Mr. Zhang because I remember Mr. Zhang's kindness. If you really don't agree, then I will take Wang Yong with me, and our team will be disbanded now. The clay man was still a little angry. Guo Baolin, a grown man, was pointed at by a woman and called a watchdog. He was so angry that he was rising. Okay, Zhang Taisheng, let me tell you. When you were nice to this security guard before, I said he wouldn't appreciate your kindness. Now it seems that's really the case. You arranged a job for him and found him a place to live, but he forgot all about it. Now he wants to leave us alone. Look at this ungrateful guy. Su Xiaoli looked excited. She pointed at Guo Baolin and spoke to Zhang Taisheng, who had a broken arm. Okay, Xiaoli, stop talking. Do you really want to let both of us die? Now my arm is broken, and if Brother Guo doesn't take care of us, we will both be finished tomorrow. Can you please clear your mind? The hatred of the broken arm and the woman's temper made Zhang Taisheng finally burst out. As soon as she finished saying this, Su Xiaoli looked at Zhang Taisheng's broken arm, spat indignantly, and said no more. However, there was still reluctance in her eyes, and she still looked at Chun Feng and the others with some hostility. Chun Feng would naturally notice it, but for shrew like this, arguing with her would only dirty his mouth. As long as she dared to make any move, he would naturally not let her go. Chun Feng just glared at her fiercely, and Su Xiaoli lowered her head and dared not look at Chun Feng. At this point, Chun Feng and Guo Baolin's team was officially successful. Everyone took a brief rest, and when Zhang Taisheng regained his ability to move, they prepared to move deeper into the island. Now that everyone has started exploring the island, the probability of encountering murlocs in the periphery is getting lower and lower. During the break, just now, Chun Feng had already talked to Guo Baolin and others about the levels of merman. They did not have a merman atlas and knew very little about merman. After hearing what Chun Feng said, they suddenly felt scared. Several people walked towards the island stupidly. If they encountered an intermediate level murloc, they would probably be dead. The young security guard Wang Yong remained silent until Chun Feng mentioned the intermediate merman. Then he asked, "Brother Chun Feng, the mermaid next to you should be an intermediate merman, right?" As soon as he said this, Guo Baolin patted him on the head, blaming him for talking too much. It is very rude to rashly inquire about other people's information, especially in front of them. Chun Feng generously admitted that since Gina could kill low-level murlocs in seconds, she naturally couldn't hide the fact that she was a mid-level murloc, but Chun Feng would not explain it to them in detail. Chun Feng really appreciated Guo Baolin's tact. Although they were together, the atmosphere was a bit weird. Gina walked alone at the front of the team, with Chun Feng, Zhou Lingrui, Guo Baolin, and Wang Yong in middle, while Zhang Taisheng and Su Xiaoli and her husband just follow behind. As the team continued to go deeper, soon a low-level fishman appeared in front of everyone. The fishman was stunned when he saw so many humans. He actually hesitated for a moment, probably thinking about whether to come up and fight. But after only thinking for a few seconds, he rushed up with a roar. Chun Feng took out the fishman illustration. Low-level, fathead fishman. Ability: has a large brain capacity and can accurately calculate combat methods. Weakness: a bit straightforward, just do it. Seeing the fishman rushing over, Guo Baolin hurriedly picked up his long sword and prepared to rush forward. Among the four of them, he was the only one with stronger fighting ability. "Gina, deal with it." When Chun Feng saw that it was a low-level fishman, he instantly relaxed and whispered instructions to Gina, very casually. "Yes, master." With a click, a flash of lightning disappeared in an instant, which was a bit dazzling. When Guo Baolin and others slowly opened their eyes, the low-level fathead fishman was already lying on the ground, puffing out smoke rings continuously, with a dark box lying quietly under him. No matter if you are a fat-headed murloc, or if you can precisely calculate your combat methods, as long as you are a low-level murloc. Sorry, it just takes seconds. Gina looked like she had stepped on an ant to death, with no expression on her face, which made Chun Feng exclaim in his heart, "Awesome! It's really great! Is this all?" Guo Baolin, Wang Yong, and the couple behind them looked at each other. Su Xiaoli, who had just been somewhat dissatisfied with Chun Feng, was now submissive and didn't even dare to breathe. Gina didn't kill the murloc in front of them before. They knew that Gina could kill the murloc easily, but they didn't know it would be so easy. Whoosh, yes. It was just a whoosh, and a fishman was done. "Old Guo, I won't be polite. I was the one who killed the fishman, and I took the treasure chest." Chun Feng looked at the stunned Guo Baolin and others, and said with a faint smile, very satisfied with their expressions, "Oh, okay. Guo Baolin nodded hurriedly in agreement, watching Zhou Lingrui put away the black iron treasure chest. The crowd continued to set off. Having tasted the sweetness of killing the murlocs, they became more eager. Chun Feng and his companions went deeper and deeper, and the number of times they encountered fishmen continued to increase. But they were all just one or two low-level fishmen. Low-level breadcrumb man. "Gina, the fishman is dead." Low-level starfish fishman. "Gina, the fishman is dead." Low-level seahorse, too. "Gina, Laoguo, let's go." 2 murlocs died. If she encounters 1 murloc, Gina can deal with it alone. If she encounters 2 murlocs, Gina will deal with one first, and Chun Feng and Guo Baolin will then restrain the other one. By the time Gina had freed up her hands, the other one was also dead. It was so efficient that it was terrifying. This also made Guo Baolin and others smile. Not only was there no danger, but they could occasionally kill 1 or 2 fishmen. Several people agreed that it was a very correct choice to team up with Chun Feng. Even Su Xiaoli would occasionally chat with Chun Feng. However, Chun Feng did not use the fine iron bow and arrow or the solar-powered paralyzing electric baton, but only fought with the same long sword as Guo Baolin. Firstly, Chun Feng couldn't explain why there was an explosive effect when he used these weapons. Secondly, Chun Feng deliberately wanted to hide some cards. At present, Gina's ability is enough to prove Chun Feng's strength, and Chun Feng does not need to reveal all his strengths. It was not until the evening, when the sky gradually darkened, that Chun Feng and others stopped going deeper into the island. A few people chose a remote and huge reef crevice to settle down and planned to rest there for a night. The terrain here is low-lying and there is heavy fog, so it is very hidden. I believe that if we stay here for one night, no humans or fishmen will be able to find us. After lighting the firewood, everyone checked today's harvest. During the entire day, a total of 15 low-level fishmen were killed. According to the previous distribution pattern, Chun Feng received 12, and Guo Baolin and others received 3. Guo Baolin and Wang Yong were in a good mood as they looked at the 3 treasure chests in front of them. At the end of the day, they got 3 black iron treasure chests without any casualties. They were very satisfied with the result. However, Su Xiaoli and her husband looked at the 12 treasure chests in front of Chun Feng with jealousy in their eyes, and they felt a little jealous. Chapter 40, can you help me wipe it? However, no matter how jealous Zhang Taisheng and Su Xiaoli were, they didn't dare to say anything more now. They had seen everything during the day. When facing the fishmen, most of the time it was Gina who solved them alone. Guo Baolin only took action 2 or 3 times, and the couple just watched from the sidelines the whole day and did nothing. It can be said that among the 15 treasure chests, 12 of the fishmen were killed by Chun Feng with his own strength, and he did not ask for any help from their side. On the contrary, among the 3 fishmen killed by Lao Gua, Chun Feng also helped. Guo Baolin and the other 3 looked at the 3 black iron treasure chests and hurriedly opened them all. When the lid of the treasure chest was opened, the items inside made everyone a little disappointed. Black iron treasure box, 90 chance of getting supplies, 10 chance of getting white items. Their luck was bad. All 3 treasure boxes were supplies. They themselves know that all those supplies are important at the moment. If they can get special props, they may have other unexpected effects. However, Guo Baolin and his 3 companions were not too disappointed that they did not get the white item. At least 3 treasure chests contain a lot of supplies, including 400 g of strange flavored beans, 500 g of 5-nut mooncakes, and 800 milliliters of green bean soup. These things are enough for the 4 of them to have a full meal tonight. Brother Chun Feng, aren't you going to open your treasure chest? Guo Baolin collected all the supplies and saw that Chun Feng put all the treasure chests into the warehouse with no intention of opening them. So he asked curiously, Haha, I have enough supplies at the moment, so I won't open it for now. Once I collect more, the chance of getting a white item might be higher. Of course, Chun Feng can't open it now. Otherwise, his lucky talent will be triggered and more than 10 white items will drop. No one will believe him when he says he is lucky, so he can only find an excuse to get away with it. Guo Baolin nodded after hearing this, thinking that this might be a good idea, and then said, We've been busy all day, Brother Chun Feng. Let's eat something together. Chun Feng nodded in agreement and called Gina, Zhou Ling Rui, and everyone else to gather together. Everyone found some relatively clean open space and sat down, preparing to make some food. When Zhang Taisheng and his wife saw Chun Feng coming, they frowned and felt very unhappy. Since Chun Feng had already obtained so many treasure chests, he must have eaten a lot, and now he came to eat their supplies. However, the 2 of them just thought about it and didn't say anything. Chun Feng's performance today has completely shut Su Xiaoli up, not to mention Zhang Taisheng, a cowardly and henpecked man. As if he could see what Su Xiaoli and her husband were thinking, Chun Feng was speechless. These 2 people were really petty. Of course, Chun Feng didn't care about their pitiful amount of food, so he took out a few crabs for pounds of pork and a little salt from the warehouse and gave them to Zhou Ling Rui. Zhou Ling Rui, grill all these foods and let's eat together. Okay, I'll make it right away. Zhou Ling Rui happily took the meat, proudly holding it and shaking it in front of everyone, as if showing off. Chun Feng's meat supplies shocked several people again, and then they smiled again. Pork, seafood, and salt were much more delicious than their mooncakes and strange-tasting beans. Soon, the food was ready. Although Zhou Ling Rui's cooking skills were average, the pork was very rare to Guo Baolin and others. They chewed the pork in their mouths for a long time before swallowing it reluctantly. Chun Feng didn't eat much during this meal. The ones who ate the most were Zhou Ling Rui and Gina. They completely ignored their image while eating. Gina is a fisherman, so she might eat more than humans, but Zhou Ling Rui was simply scared of hunger. After a while, they were full and satisfied. Olgua, there are many reefs here. Although it is relatively hidden, we should take turns to keep watch all night to avoid some danger. After a day of fighting, Gina was also tired. Chun Feng was reluctant to let her keep watch again tonight. Okay, then let's 4 grown men take turns to keep watch. Guo Baolin nodded, thinking that what Chun Feng said made sense. After a discussion, the first person to keep watch was Lao Gua, followed by Wang Yong, then Zhang Taisheng, and finally Chun Feng. Although they are now a whole team, everyone knows that Chun Feng and his 3 companions and Guo Baolin and his 4 companions are forming 2 teams. After all, they have only known each other for 1 day, so they still need to be vigilant. So, everyone found an open space, lit firewood to keep warm, and rested. Chun Feng and the other 2 were some distance away from them, and there was a protruding reef in the middle that blocked the view of both sides. We will continue tomorrow, so you should rest early today, Chun Feng said to the 2 women. Both women nodded, but Zhou Ling Rui suddenly took out a piece of cloth and reluctantly poured some fresh water on it to wet it. Then he unbuttoned the 2 buttons of his shirt and wiped his body, not shying away from Chun Feng, who was standing beside him. It's been hot all day and I'm all sweaty. I can't sleep without wiping it off, Zhou Lingrui had a smile on his face. His face was slightly red, and the looming sweat on his chest made the scene absolutely explosive. Qinfeng opened his mouth wide, shocked by Zhou Lingrui's actions. "Brother Qinfeng, I can't reach the back. Can you help me wipe it?" Zhou Lingrui wiped for a long time, handed over the towel, and said in a delicate voice, "Who the hell can stand this? Damn it, if there wasn't someone behind the reef, I would have killed you today." Qinfeng couldn't help being speechless. He ignored Zhou Lingrui, turned around, lay down, closed his eyes, and went to sleep. Only Zhou Lingrui's smug chuckle could be heard. At this moment, Zhou Lingrui suddenly felt that Qinfeng was somewhat cute. She originally wanted to follow Qinfeng because she was attracted by the fact that Qinfeng had sufficient supplies and strong strength. Even if she had to sacrifice her own body, she would accept it. But after 2 days of contact, she found that Qinfeng was not the kind of person she had imagined. Now, Zhou Lingrui really liked Qinfeng from the bottom of her heart. After putting on his clothes, Zhou Lingrui anxiously laid down behind Qinfeng, hugged Qinfeng tightly from behind, and rested his little head on Qinfeng's shoulder. It seems that this can give her a great sense of security. Qinfeng only felt a huge sense of oppression coming from behind him. Well, very huge, and there was a slight breathing sound behind his neck which was a bit itchy. After struggling for a few times, Qinfeng heard heavier breathing behind him. In less than a minute, she fell asleep. Qinfeng curled his lips, gave up struggling, felt the warmth behind him, and continued to sleep. After all, he still had to get up and keep watch in the early morning. Gina, who was standing by, had a special talent that made her body have a strong electric current. After keeping a certain distance from Qinfeng, she also lay down. However, Gina's ears moved from time to time, even though she closed her eyes. It seems that even though she is resting, Gina is still very vigilant. Chapter 41. My sister is very skilled. I closed my eyes and opened them again, and a night passed. Zhang Taisheng called out from afar, and Qinfeng woke up. It was Qinfeng's turn to keep watch. Based on the countdown of the natural disaster on the game interface, Qinfeng estimated that it was 5 o'clock in the morning. At some point in the night, Qinfeng and Zhou Lingrui fell asleep in each other's arms. Slowly standing up, Qinfeng somewhat awkwardly pulled out Zhou Lingrui's hand that had been thrust into his arms to avoid waking her up. Zhou Lingrui was sleeping soundly. He turned over in a daze and mumbled a few words, but showed no sign of waking up. Qinfeng signaled Gina, who had already opened her eyes, to continue resting, while he walked toward some high reefs. Sitting on the reef, the visibility here is very good. Although the surrounding fog is still thick, everything within a radius of 20 meters can be seen. Qinfeng was keeping watch while thinking about something. After day to day, I have gradually become familiar with the people around me. Joining these people also made Qinfeng think about how he should obtain the heart of the raft, the most critical material for upgrading the sailboat. Qinfeng felt that Zhou Lingrui was a scheming woman, but she had no bad intentions towards him for the time being. He could consider letting her join his team in the future to get a raft heart. Among the 4 people including Guo Baolin, Qinfeng felt that only Lao Guo was worth making friends with. Wang Yong was a former colleague of Lao Guo. Because he was taciturn, Lao Guo took great care of him. So after entering the game, Lao Guo was willing to continue to bring him along. Wang Yong was thin and skinny and had no special abilities. Zhang Taisheng has been silent all the time, but Qinfeng can see that this man is very afraid of his wife, has a cowardly character, and is not very useful. After breaking an arm yesterday, he is even more useless. As for Su Xiaoli, she was a mean and sarcastic woman. Although she was pretty, her personality would make anyone feel disgusted. Therefore, Qinfeng was very conflicted. If he wanted to collect all 3 raft hearts by winning over his partners. Zhou Lingrui, Guo Baolin, and myself have exactly 3 raft hearts, which are enough to upgrade the raft into a sailboat. As for Wang Yong, Zhang Taisheng, and Su Xiaoli, Qinfeng did not want to be companions with them in the future. But after seeing this today, it seems that Guo Baolin has deep feelings for Wang Yong and Zhang Taisheng. If Qinfeng asks him to leave these people, he probably won't agree. Hey, Qinfeng sighed. It was rare to meet someone with good character, but it was not so easy to become his companion. Did he really have to get the heart of the raft by killing people and blowing up warehouses? Qinfeng thought about it and decided not to worry about it for the time being. He decided to take it one step at a time. The sky was getting slightly brighter, and Qinfeng suddenly heard footsteps coming from behind him. He turned around and saw it was Su Xiaoli. Seeing that it was her, Qinfeng didn't know why she got up so early. Could it be that Zhang Taisheng woke her up when went to bed? However, Qinfeng was not interested in knowing. He didn't want to pay any attention to this woman. Su Xiaoli couldn't sleep tonight. She tossed and turned in the first half of the night and couldn't fall asleep at all. She was very confused. She finally got to Treasure Island and reunited with her husband and 2 security guards at the gate of the community. She thought that with 3 grown men protecting her, her safety would be guaranteed. But unexpectedly, in the morning, Her husband Zhang Taisheng had already lost an arm. He was already cowardly and incompetent, and now that he had lost an arm, he would be even more useless in the future. Although they met Chun Feng later, they were able to gain a lot, and their safety was guaranteed, but Su Xiaoli could see that Chun Feng hated her very much. There's nothing I can do about it. It's Su Xiaoli's fault for having a bad temper. With a lot of thoughts in her mind, Su Xiaoli waited until her husband fell asleep beside her, then she got up and walked out. Looking at Chun Feng's back, she muttered in her heart, "After this guy leaves, where can we get the black iron treasure chest? If he leaves, can Zhang Taisheng, that loser, protect me? He has so many treasure chests, and he must have a lot of supplies." The little cousin next to him probably followed him because of this. Thinking of this, Su Xiaoli walked behind Chun Feng, tried to adjust her expression, and smiled. "Brother Chun Feng, you're awake." Chun Feng glanced at her indifferently. Su Xiaoli at this moment was completely different from the one she met yesterday. She used to be sarcastic, but now she can face others with a smile. Chun Feng really can't understand it. "Yeah, don't hit a smiling person." Su Xiaoli took the initiative to talk, and Chun Feng had to respond dryly. "I was wrong yesterday morning. I have a straightforward personality and spoke a little harshly. I hope you don't take it to heart." Su Xiaoli straightened her chest and sat down on the reef next to Chun Feng. "It's okay." Chun Feng frowned, wondering what Su Xiaoli was up to. Why didn't she sleep for no reason, and why did she come here to apologize? Haha, Brother Chun Feng is really young and promising. From now on, I will have to rely on him more. Su Xiaoli lifted her hair, her eyes full of affection, and reached out to pat Chun Feng's leg. Su Xiaoli is in her 30s. If she weren't so willful, she would be a really lovable woman. At this moment, Su Xiaoli is smiling like a flower, and there's a hint of jumping beans in her eyes, which is quite charming. If Chun Feng still couldn't see what Su Xiaoli was thinking at this time, he would be a fool. "Zhou Lingrui just teased me once before, and now you're doing it again? Ms. Su, please respect yourself." Chun Feng frowned and moved aside awkwardly. "Haha, Brother Chun Feng, what's wrong? Am I not beautiful?" Su Xiaoli did not let Chun Feng escape, so she became bolder and stuck to Chun Feng, squeezing him hard. Her hands were even more flexible and wanted to get to Chun Feng. Chun Feng had long kept his distance from Su Xiaoli, but now Su Xiaoli stuck to him like a dogskin plaster, and Chun Feng's rage grew stronger and stronger. "Miss Su, your husband is right next to you. I advise you not to go too far. It's okay. Don't you feel it's more exciting with him around? Don't worry, I'm very skilled. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." After Su Xiaoli said this, she was about to bend down. "Get lost. Don't force me to kill you." Chun Feng was extremely angry. His strengthened body was so powerful that he pushed Su Xiaoli to the ground. Feeling that her beauty trick didn't work, Su Xiaoli put away her attitude. Finally, she couldn't pretend anymore. She stood up, snorted coldly, glanced at Chun Feng viciously, then got up and went back, muttering something like, "You have no sense of tact." Chun Feng didn't dare to have anything to do with such a woman. She was a married woman and behaved so badly. It was a good thing that he didn't film her behavior and show it to her husband. Continuing to keep watch, time passed, and Chun Feng soon forgot about this little episode. The sun has risen, and Chun Feng has heard the reminder sound of today's survival point refresh. But before Chun Feng opened the game interface to observe, the rustling sound of footsteps around him immediately made Chun Feng alert. There are people coming around, more than one. Chapter 42, Murloc Encirclement. The footsteps around were dense, and it sounded like there were at least a dozen people walking. It is impossible to tell whether it is a human or a merman. Chun Feng immediately became nervous, jumped off the reef, and walked to Gina and Zhou Lingrui first. At this time, Gina also noticed the situation around her and had already stood up. Chun Feng picked up Zhou Lingrui like a chicken and was about to remind others. "What's wrong? Chun Feng, is it time for breakfast?" Zhou Lingrui rubbed his eyes that he couldn't open and said in a daze. The only answer she got was Chun Feng's gesture to keep quiet. Seeing Chun Feng's serious expression, Zhou Lingrui was startled and woke up instantly, realizing that he might be in danger. Chun Feng continued walking and woke up Guo Baolin and others. Everyone woke up and heard footsteps approaching. Everyone looked grim and the atmosphere was very tense. "Brother Chun Feng, are those footsteps coming from fishmen or humans?" The muscles on Guo Baolin's dark face became increasingly stiff, and he asked in a low voice. "The fog is too thick. We can't distinguish these people unless we get close." Chun Feng answered as he covered the firewood that was still smoking on the ground with soil to avoid attracting attention. "Listen to this sound. It's getting closer and closer. It's coming." Guo Baolin listened carefully, hoping to hear something. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yong and Su Xiaoli's faces turned grim. If they encounter a danger that they cannot handle, Zhou Lingrui has Chun Feng to protect him, and Guo Baolin may have a hard time protecting himself. So these three people are the most dangerous. Whether it's a human or a merman, until we're sure, let's be careful. It's too late to go out now. Let's all stay under the reef over there. There's a lot of space inside for us to hide. Chun Feng pointed to the reefs behind everyone. Under the scattered reefs, there was a low tunnel. If you didn't stand in front of the tunnel, it would not be easy to see inside. After hearing this, everyone hurriedly followed Chun Feng to the tunnel under the reef. They bent down and squatted inside, staring closely outside the tunnel, waiting for the footsteps to approach. If it was a Murloc, a battle would be inevitable if he was discovered. However, there might be a lot more Murlocs at once, and his level could not be determined. Even though Chun Feng had Gina's help, it would still be extremely dangerous. If it were humans who came, the situation might be even more complicated. There are so many people in the human team, and the outcome would be hard to predict if the two sides met. The best option at this moment is to hide and observe the situation. The footsteps have been going on for a long time, and Chun Feng could feel that more than a dozen people had stopped where they had just gathered. However, Chun Feng was now squatting in the tunnel with his vision blocked, so he could not see the situation outside. These people are no longer moving forward at this moment. Probably they want to rest here for a while. This made Chun Feng and the others in the tunnel sweat. At such a close distance, with only a few reefs blocking their view, they would be easily discovered. Hili wala, Tujababa. These people spoke, all in the language of the Murlocs. It was certain that they were all Murlocs. Everyone in the tunnel looked at each other. Their faces all looked heavy, not daring to breathe. Facing a low-level Murloc is naturally easy and simple, but when encountering more than 10 of them at once, and not knowing their levels, Chun Feng did not dare to be careless at this moment, and even did not let Gina show up to check. The fishmen have not yet discovered Chun Feng and others in the tunnel. Now everyone just hopes that these fishmen can leave as soon as possible and not discover them. The fishman was rustling around outside, and no one knew what he was doing. Several fishmen talked to each other from time to time. Chun Feng can understand the language of the Mare people. From the conversation between the fishmen, Chun Feng learned that these fishmen were actually going to capture humans. Recently, more and more mermen have been exterminated by humans, which naturally attracted the attention of the entire race. Now the entire merman tribe is no longer scattered around the island, but they gather in groups and begin to actively search for humans and kill them. Turtle, the Murlocs have also formed a team to hunt humans. Chun Feng couldn't help but be shocked. The way the fishmen used this method directly increased the difficulty for humans by who knows how many times. It seems that we have to be extremely careful when hunting Murlocs in the future. Suddenly, Chun Feng heard a fishman say, "I'm going to the pit over there to defecate." Then, the footsteps of this fishman became louder and louder in the ears of Chun Feng and others. Damn it, are we still going to be discovered? Chun Feng cursed inwardly. He didn't expect that this fishman would find a place where there was no one to defecate. There is only a tunnel in the pit here, so he would definitely run into him. Chun Feng turned his head and spoke in a voice that only he, Gina, and Zhou Lingrui could hear. "Follow me closely later. Don't fight too much later. There are too many enemies. Escape first." Zhou Lingrui looked nervous, and his little face turned pale. Gina behaved very calmly, without any fear, really like a tool. Even though they heard the sound, Guo Baolin and the others did not dare to move. They did not know the language of the merman, and did not know that a merman was about to arrive. This time, facing more than a dozen Murlocs, only Chun Feng, Gina, and Guo Baolin could fight against them. Maybe Gina can resist, but she may not be able to free her hands to protect Chun Feng and Zhou Lingrui. Chun Feng and Guo Baolin are definitely no match for them. Now, they can only run away. Chun Feng had no intention of reminding Guo Baolin and the others. He had originally teamed up with them with the idea of taking advantage of them. Now that the most worried situation had come, Chun Feng had already made up his mind. Whether you can escape or not depends entirely on your own ability. Just when everyone was hiding quietly, suddenly, a fishman with a huge fish head stood abruptly in front of the tunnel and could see everyone in the tunnel clearly. "You run," Guo Baolin and the others looked at each other, all at a loss. "Get out of here." Chun Feng, who had been prepared, suddenly took out a broad-backed long knife and chopped it hard at the fishman's head. Shark head, human body, this is a low-level shark man. Puff! Perhaps it was too sudden. The shark man had no time to react at all and was hit on the head by Chun Feng's knife. The whole head was split into two halves, blood spurted out, and he died instantly. A black iron treasure chest fell out. "Run!" Chun Feng pulled Zhou Lingrui, shouted angrily, and quickly climbed out of the tunnel, trying to escape without even picking up the black iron treasure chest, while Gina followed closely behind him. Guo Baolin and others were completely stunned. It only took Chun Feng 3 seconds to kill the fishman. They didn't expect that he would run away after killing the shark man without even looking back. "Fuck, brother Chun Feng, wait for us." When Chun Feng ran so fast that he was almost out of sight, the others finally reacted and hurriedly climbed out of the tunnel, preparing to escape. The 4 of them were tumbling and crawling, looking extremely miserable. More than a dozen fishmen, not far away, also heard the noise and saw the people running away. They were suddenly filled with rage and rushed over screaming. Chapter 43. Chase. At this time, Chen Feng pulled Zhou Lingrui and Gina and ran outside frantically. Once they ran into the fog and blocked the fisherman's sight, perhaps they would be temporarily safe. After Chen Feng strengthened his body, his speed of running 100 meters in a straight line in 10 seconds is definitely much faster than that of an ordinary person. However, Gina's weakness is her slow speed, and Zhou Lingrui didn't have much strength to run, so Chen Feng's speed was slightly slowed down. Hearing the shouts of Guo Baolin and others behind him, Chen Feng not only did not slow down, but pulled Zhou Lingrui to run faster. Are you kidding me? More than a dozen fishmen. Maybe there are intermediate fishmen waiting for you? Then why team up with you? Chen Feng didn't look back, but shouted loudly. Old Guo, there are too many fishmen. Run as fast as you can. I'll be waiting for you in front. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Feng and the other two disappeared into the fog. Guo Baolin, Wang Yong, Zhang Taisheng, Su Xiaoli. Although they were speechless, they did not dare to stop and pulled each other forward to escape. When a shark man was killed by Chen Feng before, the fisherman team had already been alarmed. At that time, Chen Feng had already escaped, leaving only Guo Baolin and a few others. After being stunned for a few seconds, the four of them began to prepare to escape. Don't underestimate these few short seconds. In these few seconds, Chen Feng had already run into the fog, and the fisherman troops could only focus all their attention on Guo Baolin and his companions. Although Guo Baolin had strengthened his body, he was still running slower and slower as he was pulling 3 people. Su Xiaoli couldn't help but take a look at the fisherman army behind her. She was so scared that her legs went weak, and she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Zhang Taisheng pulled her up. At this time, fishmen of various shapes were chasing from behind. Each of them was so aggressive that the sight of them could scare ordinary people half to death. A fishman with a jellyfish head, with tentacles dripping with mucus extending from his head, stretched forward with all his strength, trying to grab the person in front of him. A shark man has a huge shark head with jagged teeth and some scraps of meat hanging between the teeth, which looks like human scraps. The largest one is the one behind these fish-headed fishmen. There is a fishman with a human body nearly 3 meters tall and whose lower limbs are all tentacles. She relies on the 8 thick tentacles under her body, letting the round suction cups on the tentacles stick to the ground and swim quickly on the ground. The upper body has reddish-brown skin, and the human face looks weird and hideous. From the 2 huge lumps on the chest and the characteristics of the whole body, it can be seen that this is a female intermediate fishman. Phew! Chen Feng let out a breath, and after the 3 of them ran into the fog, they quickly changed direction and hid. They waited until Lao Guo and many fishmen chased after them, and then Chen Feng and the other 2 came out from their hiding place. Turtle, there's an intermediate murloc. Looking at the blurry figure that just ran past from a distance, Chen Feng couldn't help but feel scared. Sure enough, Chen Feng's previous idea was very reliable. When encountering multiple mermaids, as long as they were faster than Guo Baolin and others, the 3 of them could escape from danger. Although they were out of danger now, Chen Feng lowered his head and thought for a while, then called Gina and Zhou Lingrui to chase after them, wanting to see the situation. The current situation is that Guo Baolin and his 4 companions are fleeing in front. The fisherman troops are chasing them from behind, and Chen Feng and his 3 companions are following the fisherman troops from a distance to observe the situation. Guo Baolin and the other 3 were almost dead. Without Chen Feng present, if they were caught up by these fishmen, there would be no need for them to resist. They could just lie down and wait for death. Damn Chen Feng. He said he wanted to team up with us, but when we encountered danger, he disappeared. Su Xiaoli was scared and hated Chen Feng because she failed to lure him in the early morning, and Chen Feng ran away first without waiting for them. She couldn't help cursing out loud. Xiaoli, stop scolding, save your energy and run. Zhang Taisheng propped up his glasses with his shoulder. He only had 1 arm and still had to pull Su Xiaoli, running breathlessly. Uncle Guo, what should we do now? Wang Yong, who had been silent all the time, was now at a loss and his face was pale. Guo Baolin pulled the 3 people to run, which made him more and more stressed. Sweat covered his forehead. He gritted his teeth and said, "Don't panic. Run as fast as you can." However, despite the 4 people's best efforts, they found that the fisherman behind them was constantly closing the distance between them. Guo Baolin was very conflicted at this time. If he had not dragged the 3 people to run, with his enhanced speed, he would have been able to catch up with Chen Feng at the beginning, and his life would definitely be saved. But he still couldn't just abandon the 3 of them. Looking at Chen Feng's back just now, Guo Baolin could tell what Chen Feng was thinking. With a bitter taste in his mouth, Guo Baolin felt that it was not Chen Feng's fault. When faced with an irresistible threat, with a familiar person on one side and a teammate he had just known for a day on the other, if it were him, he would make the same choice. Lao Zhang, save me. Su Xiaoli behind him let out a terrified scream. Just when the 4 of them were running for their lives, the Murloc troops behind them finally caught up, led by a Murloc with a jellyfish head. His tentacles stretched forward with all their strength, about to hook the shoulders of Su Xiaoli, who was running the slowest. Several people heard the cry for help and turned around. Zhang Taisheng became even more anxious. He grabbed Su Xiaoli's left and right and tried to run faster. Although Su Xiaoli cried for help, the few people were helpless. Once they stopped, they would be surrounded by the fishmen. Su Xiaoli ran with her hair disheveled, looking like a female ghost. At this moment, she could vaguely feel the tentacles of the jellyfish man touching her. Not knowing where she got the strength from, Su Xiaoli suddenly pulled Zhang Taisheng in front of her and pulled him behind her. Under Zhang Taisheng's incredulous gaze, Su Xiaoli had already run ahead of him. Husband and wife are birds of the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly away separately. Su Xiaoli interpreted this sentence vividly. Then, with a puff sound, the tentacles of the jellyfish fishman wrapped around Zhang Taisheng's neck and dragged him to the pile of fishmen, where he was instantly buried by many fishmen. But after a while, the fishman troops came after him again, but Zhang Taisheng didn't know whether to live or die. Mr. Zhang, Guobaolin saw it all and couldn't help but scream. It was too late to rescue her, but he had no other choice but to yell at Su Xiaoli, "You vicious woman!" There was no time to stop. The 4 people became 3, and they had to continue to escape. Zhang Taisheng only delayed the fishmen for a short while. The fishmen approached again, and it was only a matter of time before they caught up with them. Just when Guobaolin and the other 2 were extremely desperate, Guobaolin suddenly saw his private message light up. After reading it, a hint of color gradually appeared on Guobaolin's nervous face, and then he anxiously told Wang Yong and Su Xiaoli behind him, "Follow me closely. Let's turn left and run. Brother Chinfeng is here to help us." Chapter 44, 100 Steps to Hit the Target. Hearing what Guobaolin said, Wang Yong and Su Xiaoli immediately showed joy on their faces. Suddenly there was hope, and everyone quickened their pace. Guobaolin took the lead and pulled the 2 people to turn left and escape. The 3 of them didn't know what the purpose of doing so was. But since Chun Feng asked them to run like this, there was nothing they could do. At this time, Chun Feng and the other 2 were lying behind a huge red coral, watching from afar as many fishmen were chasing Guobaolin and the other 2. Just now, Chun Feng thought for a while and decided to catch up. In fact, he didn't care about the life or death of Guobaolin and others. But there are so many murlocs, including an intermediate murloc, more than 10 black iron treasure chests and a bronze treasure chest. The temptation is too great. Yu Ren is in the light. Chun Feng is in the dark. Chun Feng decided to find an opportunity to ambush. Anyway, now that Guobaolin and the other 2 are acting as bait, the murloc's attention is all on them. For Chun Feng, this is a good opportunity to hunt the murlocs. By letting Guobaolin run to the left, Chun Feng actually meant to let them run in a circle around him. In this way, Chun Feng can see them in the fog, and also maintain a distance between Chun Feng and the fishmen. Don't forget, Chun Feng still has a magic weapon that he hasn't used yet. Chun Feng took out a fine iron bow and arrow, and at the same time took out the quiver and skillfully placed an arrow on it. Looking at the figures of more than a dozen fishmen more than 20 meters away, he aimed at one of them. "Chun Feng, you can also shoot arrows?" Zhou Lingrui, who was standing by, was surprised as it was the first time he saw Chun Feng attack with a bow and arrow. There are still many things you don't know. Chun Feng only left Zhou Lingrui with a handsome and confident profile. "Master, do you need me to take action?" Seeing Chun Feng preparing to attack, Gina asked considerately. "No, just wait for my order." Chun Feng didn't want to arrange for Gina to attack at this moment, although Gina's attack would be very effective and might kill several fishmen at once. However, Gina's attack also has a drawback. That is, Gina's electric shock ability is too conspicuous. Just a small electric current can flash a strong light in this thick fog, which will expose the position, and the target of the fishman army may change. Shooting an arrow from the dark is the safest solution Chun Feng can think of at the moment. Hold your breath. Concentrate. Chun Feng closed his left eye and aimed with his right eye. The arrow was on the string, ready to be launched. In the past, Chun Feng's archery skills were very poor and his chances of hitting the target were very low. But this time, Chun Feng only felt that he and the arrow were one, and his confidence increased. He was sure to hit the target this time. Whoosh, the target was a jellyfish murloc in the murloc army. The arrow was fast, cutting through the fog like a flash of lightning, and hit the target. Brother Chun Feng is so powerful. He hit the target in one shot. Zhou Lingrui exclaimed in a low voice. Chun Feng's arrow successfully hit a murloc's head with good accuracy. His European Emperor talent was triggered, and the bleeding effect appeared. Blood gushed out of the murloc's brain, causing him to suffer from a lack of blood supply in an instant. He couldn't even shout and fell to the ground. Surprisingly, no murloc in front of him noticed him. But Chun Feng's face turned dark. "I clearly wanted to shoot the heart of the jellyfish man, but I ended up shooting at the head of another man, thinking that I was in the right mood and would definitely hit the target." In fact, there were more than 10 murlocs crowded together. As long as you aim in the general direction and shoot, even a blind man can hit the murloc's head. Chen Feng was just lucky and had no accuracy at all. Although the accuracy was poor, the arrows shot by Chen Feng were very powerful and had strong penetrating power, coupled with a bleeding effect that was 100 triggered by his European Emperor talent. The effect can be said to be a shot through the target from 100 paces away. Of course, this target must be hit to be effective. Hearing the panic cries of Guo Baolin and others as they fled, Chen Feng put away his stern face, drew out his arrow again, and continued shooting. Whoosh missed. Whoosh. Whoosh. Another one fell, this time shot at a low-level Murloc's waist. The low-level Murloc looked at the arrow, suddenly hitting his waist in surprise. With a low IQ, he stared blankly, not understanding what happened, and did not shout out. After leaving the Murloc team, he bled to death soon after. Continue. Chen Feng felt very good. The Murloc team was only focused on chasing Guo Baolin and the other three in front of them, and didn't even notice that 2 Murlocs were missing from the team. Brother Chen Feng 666. He ejaculated so much. Zhou Lingrui clapped his hands quietly. As a spectator, he was very respectful. After 3 arrows, he hit another one. Koopa. Fuck. But this time, the Murloc who was shot looked at the arrow appearing in his chest and the blood gushing out, and suddenly let out a scream, instantly attracting the attention of the entire Murloc team. Many Murlocs stopped chasing and looked at the injured low-level Murloc. The intermediate female Murloc who was in the lead was seen violently pushing the other Murlocs in front of her, and then walked up to the injured Murloc. After pulling out the arrow from his chest and seeing the unstoppable bleeding, a hint of thought appeared on his enchanting face. When Chen Feng saw that he was discovered by the Merman army, he quickly lay down to avoid being seen by them. Seeing that the fisherman behind them was no longer chasing them, Guo Baolin and the other 2 ran 2 steps and quickly found a place to hide. They didn't dare run anymore, for fear of making noise and attracting the attention of the fisherman troops again. The 3 men's chests twitched rapidly like bellows as they breathed in greedily. Su Xiaoli looked even more embarrassed. Her clothes on her chest were accidentally torn open while she was running away, revealing a large area of her white skin. Wang Yong, who was panting beside her, stared in amazement. The low-level fisherman who had just been shot by an arrow also died of blood loss a while after the arrow was pulled out. Who is it? Looking at the corpses of her own kind, the intermediate female fisherman angrily exerted force with the multiple tentacles of her lower limbs, slapping the reefs beneath her, causing the reefs to explode instantly. Then she roared at the endless fog around her, her voice rough like the roar of a wild beast. Intermediate fishmen are so terrifying. There are still 8 low-level Murlocs and 1 mid-level Murloc. Now that they are on guard, we are in trouble. You cannot stick your head out at this time, otherwise you will become the target of the Murloc's concentrated fire. Chen Feng, who was lying under the coral, licked his lips. The situation was not optimistic. Just when the situation was at a stalemate, Chen Feng suddenly heard a light shout from a mid-level female fisherman. Spread out and search everywhere. Don't miss any corner. You must find the enemy who shot arrows from the dark. The intermediate Murloc actually ordered the low-level Murlocs to spread out and conduct a carpet search. Chen Feng was only 20 meters away from the merman. If he kept hiding in the dark like this, he would be discovered sooner or later. Gina, you go first and kill the low-level Murlocs with all your strength. Chen Feng thought for a while, made up his mind, and whispered to Gina. Yes, Master. Chapter 45, 100,000 volts. The scene was very quiet at this time, and Chen Feng was waiting secretly, waiting for the best opportunity. The people on Guo Baolin's side became nervous again. They had just found a place to hide with great difficulty, but they didn't expect to hear the footsteps of the fishermen approaching. This made their hearts rise to their throats again. Gina, how many low-level Murlocs can you deal with at the same time? Although Chen Feng knew that Gina was very strong and was far beyond the ability of low-level Murlocs to deal with, he didn't know how many Murlocs she could deal with at once. Master, if I attack with all my strength against low-level fishmen, I am confident that I can take out 4 to 6 at the same time. The closer they are to each other, the more I can kill. Gina uses electric current to attack. The closer the enemy is, the more her attack can cover. Chen Feng nodded, indicating that he understood, and continued. Kill as many low-level Murlocs as possible. No matter how many you kill, don't worry about the low-level Murlocs after you strike. Go ahead and hold down the mid-level Murloc. Yes, Master. These low-level Murlocs are secondary. The most deadly one is the weird mid-level female Murloc. After talking to Gina, Chen Feng sent a private message to Lao Hua, asking him to call Wang Yong to kill the low-level fishmen with all their strength. After receiving Lao Hua's affirmative reply, Chen Feng was ready to take action. At this time, 8 low-level fishmen were searching in all directions. What Chen Feng had to do now was to try his best to attract them so as to gather monsters for Gina. Chen Feng clenched his fists, trying to relieve his tension. Even with Gina's help, the enemy this time is also very powerful, and we have to be cautious. After checking the map, Chun Feng determined the location of Lao Gua and the other two. Then he picked up a piece of gravel the size of steam bun and suddenly threw it hard towards the place between Lao Gua and his other two and his own position. Chun Feng chose this direction in the hope of attracting many murlocs there. After Gina had dealt with some of the murlocs, it would be convenient for him and Lao Gua to deal with the remaining low-level murlocs. Pa! The sound of gravel hitting a reef was not loud, but extremely clear. Then, the 8 low-level murlocs and the mid-level female murloc all turned their eyes over, and after a strange cry, they rushed over quickly. Now, Gina, attack! When many murlocs approached, Chun Feng roared, jumped out first, and shot an arrow with all his strength at the murloc that was rushing towards him. The tall intermediate woman spotted Chun Feng instantly. When she saw the bow and arrow in his hand, her eyes suddenly burned with anger. The enemy who killed her 4 fisherman companions was right in front of her. The enemy is there. Catch him quickly. The intermediate female murloc loudly commanded the low-level murlocs and rushed over quickly at the same time. Because many fishmen discovered Chun Feng, they all moved closer and stood very densely. At this moment, Gina's body was suddenly covered with countless tiny electric currents, and her clothes moved without wind and made a rustling sound. His eyes were completely replaced by white electric light, and the whole person looked like a dazzling light source, illuminating everything around him, and even the fog could not block it. This was the first time that Chun Feng saw Gina launch an electric current attack with all her strength. Although Chun Feng did not touch Gina at this time, he still felt the paralysis caused by the tiny electric current in the air on his body, which shows how powerful Gina's attack was this time. 100,000 volts. Gina built up her strength to the extreme and suddenly shouted loudly, releasing all the electricity in her body, like a constantly spreading spider web, quickly wrapping around the many fishmen in front of her. Why are you helping humans? The intermediate female murloc saw Gina attacking, and her eyes were filled with surprise and confusion. But before Gina could answer her, the electric current instantly caught many fishmen, including her. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A sharp sound of electric current was heard, and many low-level fishmen trembled all over. Gina's full-strength attack was much stronger than the usual electric current. The low-level fishmen had just made contact and were trembling as their bodies were ignited by the electric current. Many fishmen were electrocuted and turned into firemen. Only when the intermediate female murloc was hit by the electric current, her body suddenly twisted strangely, and then she actually jumped high into the air to avoid the electric current attack. She looked at Gina with lingering fear. Fortunately, she ran fast, otherwise she would not be able to withstand the attack of murlocs of the same level. Sure enough, none of the intermediate murlocs were easy to deal with. Chun Feng's arrow just now did not work. After seeing the intermediate murlocs dodge, he muttered in his heart. Gina's electric current lasted for a while, before slowly disappearing. At this time, all the 8 low-level mermen were emitting black smoke. 6 of them were lying on the ground, and only 2 were still standing there trembling. These 2 low-level mermen were standing the farthest away and had suffered the least powerful attack, but they were also seriously injured now and were no longer a threat. Gina, go and restrain that intermediate murloc first. Chun Feng pointed at the intermediate female murloc who jumped to the side, then drew out his long knife and ran towards the 2 seriously injured low-level murlocs. After hearing Chun Feng's order, Gina nodded, and her huge tail swam quickly. She stretched out her hands on both sides of her body, with her 5 fingers forming claws, and the electric current in her hands surged again, rushing towards the enemy. When the intermediate female fishman saw Gina rushing over, she did not dare to be negligent and could not care about Chun Feng and others. Now, she had to concentrate on dealing with Gina. The 8 tentacles under the intermediate female merman moved quickly, allowing her body to move left and right, making her extremely flexible. Gina and her fought instantly. Electric current flashed, but she couldn't touch the enemy, and the enemy was also a little afraid of electric current, so the 2 intermediate fishmen were in a stalemate. On Chun Feng's side, he quickly ran towards the 2 injured fishmen and shouted loudly, Lao Gua, kill them quickly. Here it comes. Hearing Chun Feng shout, Lao Gua and Wang Yong, one holding a long knife and the other holding a short knife, also ran out. The 2 seriously injured low-level fishmen had their appearances turned black due to the electric shock. Chun Feng couldn't tell what kind of fishmen they looked like at this time. He could only see that their heads were a black mass. When the low-level fishmen saw Chun Feng and the other 2 rushing over, they were ready to attack. However, the burning pain in their bodies became unbearable after they only moved a little. Cut him! Chun Feng ran very fast, holding the long sword high with both hands, and chopped down quickly from above his head. With a whoosh, it suddenly chopped into the brain of a seriously injured fisherman who was unable to dodge. Lao Gua and Wang Yong were hacking at another low-level fisherman with their swords. The 2 low-level fishmen were easily killed by Chun Feng and his 3 companions. It was all thanks to Gina. If she hadn't attacked with all her strength, 6 Murlocs would have been killed directly, and 2 Murlocs would have been seriously injured. It would have been almost impossible for Chun Feng and the other two to kill these low-level Murlocs. Chun Feng pulled out the long knife that had chopped into the fishman's head and curled his lips. He didn't know what was wrong with him. He always liked to chop people's heads recently. Without paying attention to these details, Chun Feng turned around and saw Gina still fighting with the intermediate female Murloc. Taking out the fishman illustration, Chun Feng looked over. Intermediate Octopus Man. Chapter 46. Gina is injured. Intermediate Octopus Man. Ability: possessing extremely flexible lower limbs and can spit out ink with a strong sticky effect. Weakness: a type of soft-bodied fishman with a very fragile body and low defense. The intermediate female merman in front of him was actually the same species as the merman Chun Feng met for the first time. Both were octopus people. Compared with low-level octopus people, intermediate octopus people have enhanced abilities and have a new ability. The weakness is still the same. For a soft-bodied creature like an octopus, its fragile appearance is always its weakness. Strong and sticky ink. Looking at the keywords in the Fishman Atlas, Chun Feng frowned and thought. So far in the battle between the intermediate octopus man and Gina, he has not spit out this ink, so it is unknown how viscous this ink is. As soon as he said it, Chun Feng felt that he had opened his mouth too much. The battle between the two intermediate fishmen suddenly changed drastically. The intermediate octopus man who was fighting against Gina was originally losing ground. From this point of view, Gina's electroshock ability is definitely a more powerful innate ability among the fishmen. The intermediate octopus man didn't dare to get close to Gina at all. He could only rely on his extremely flexible lower limbs and constantly change directions quickly to barely avoid Gina's electric current. Although the intermediate octopus man was puzzled and kept asking Gina why they attacked their own kind, Gina seemed not to hear her and just followed Chun Feng's orders and continued attacking. Until all the low-level fishmen were destroyed, the intermediate octopus man finally became furious. He no longer cared about Gina's identity as a fishman, and a fierce look appeared on his weird reddish-brown face. I saw her chest suddenly swell up and get bigger and bigger, like a balloon that was constantly inflating. Just when his chest became as big as a water tank, and Chun Feng felt it was about to explode, the intermediate octopus man suddenly opened his mouth. It was like a bottomless hole, and then a foul smell emanated from it, and a pool of black and sticky ink quickly spurted out of the mouth. Gina, be careful, get away from her ink. Chun Feng knew the danger of ink and warned Gina. Gina's expression froze when she heard this. She would naturally not disobey Chun Feng's words, so she quickly dodged. The ball of ink sprayed out by the octopus man was very fast and appeared in front of Gina in the blink of an eye. Gina's weakness is her slow speed. Fortunately, Chun Feng reminded her in time, and Gina bent down early. The ink almost brushed over Gina's head and fell on the reef behind her. With a snap, the ink clumps were tightly attached to the reef like superglue. If Gina was sprayed over a large area, she might be tightly wrapped and unable to move. Seeing that Gina was not hit, Chun Feng was about to breathe a sigh of relief. But the octopus man's throat moved rapidly, and balls of ink spurted out continuously like machine gun bullets. You are setting off fireworks here. Chun Feng couldn't help but curse inwardly. The speed of the octopus man's ink was incredibly fast. Gina was in danger. Gina's face became heavy as she looked at the balls of ink coming towards her. Speed was her weakness, as was flexibility. Gina tried her best to dodge to the side. But, snap, snap, snap. The ink was flying over, and although most of it did not hit Gina, more than 10 balls of ink still hit Gina's hands and lower body. At this time, Gina was completely stuck to the ground by the ink, unable to move. Seeing that Gina was successfully trapped, the octopus man's tentacles randomly rolled up pieces of football-sized reefs on the ground, and after gathering strength for a while, he smashed them hard at Gina. With her hands trapped, Gina was unable to emit electricity and was also unable to move. Not only was she unable to fight back, she was also a sitting duck. Bang, bang, bang. The rocks hit Gina's body, leaving wounds on her body, and a trace of blood slowly appeared at the corner of Gina's mouth. As both are intermediate fishmen, Gina's abilities are completely suppressed by the intermediate octopus man. Master, run. Don't worry about me. Knowing that the situation was unfavorable, Gina ignored the injuries on her body and shouted without turning her head. Fuck. Seeing Gina injured, Chun Feng roared angrily. From the time Gina was summoned until now, Gina has helped Chun Feng so much. Seeing that Gina was being attacked continuously, Chun Feng was almost furious. As for Gina's words asking him to run away, Chun Feng didn't even think about it. If Guobaolin and others had done so, Chun Feng would have definitely run away, but now it was Gina, and there was nothing Chun Feng could do. You freak! Staring at the octopus man fiercely, Chun Feng drew out the fine iron bow and arrow, quickly put an arrow on it, and shot it directly with a whoosh. After missing again, Chun Feng's aim became even worse in anger. while the octopus man continued to hit Gina with rocks. Unless it is a fishman with a hard shell like the lobster man, a normal fishman like Gina would not be able to withstand such an impact. Soon, Gina's arms, tail, and face were all bruised. With blood all over her face, Gina just smiled at Chen Feng, with no other expression. The octopus man in the distance had a slanting smile on his weird face, as if he was mocking Gina and Chen Feng's incompetence. A surge of anger rushed into Chen Feng's heart. His rage had reached its peak. He now had to kill this intermediate octopus man. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, Chen Feng couldn't care less. If one can't hit you, then I'll shoot 100. Several arrows flew out one after another, and finally a few of them were accurate and shot towards the octopus man. Just as the arrow was about to hit the octopus man, a sneer suddenly appeared on her weird face. A thick tentacle from her lower body stretched out to one side. There were hundreds of small suction cups on the tentacle that provided strong suction, which gently pulled her body to one side. She easily dodged Chen Feng's arrow and seemed to be at ease. Afterwards, the octopus man threw a few huge reefs over her. If you were injured by them, your bones would be broken even if you didn't die. Chen Feng, Lao Gua, and others had no choice but to dodge the attack to the side. Fuck you, Chen Feng, who was hiding behind the reef, cursed with gritted teeth. Arrows are useless. Even if the direction is right, the octopus man's extremely flexible tentacles make it easy for her to change direction quickly. It is a pipe dream to hit her. In this way, even if the European emperor has great talent, the bleeding effect cannot be triggered. If I can't shoot you, I'll chop you to death. Chen Feng took out his long knife and was about to jump out and chop her. Just when Chen Feng was filled with anger and wanted to go out and fight, Zhou Lingrui, who was squatting beside him, grabbed Chen Feng's arm and hugged him. Chen Feng, there's no way you can beat that intermediate fishman if you go out now. Calm down. Zhou Lingrui's eyes were full of worry. She could naturally see how powerful the intermediate octopus man was. Gina was no match for him. If Chen Feng used a knife to chop him, he would probably be courting death. Feel the soft jade in your arms. Is this really the end of the road? Chen Feng murmured to himself, looking at Zhou Lingrui, who was holding him tightly in his arms, and suddenly calmed down. Then he suddenly slapped his forehead and asked hurriedly, Zhou Lingrui, how many survival points did you refresh today? There are a total of 366 points. Zhou Lingrui was a little confused and didn't know what Chen Feng meant at this time. Quick, buy me a newbie welfare treasure box. Oh, Chapter 47 Goggles. Zhou Lingrui hurriedly bought a novice welfare treasure box in his own mall. After a while, a red treasure chest appeared out of thin air in her hand. Chen Feng looked at this familiar treasure chest, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. I still remember that the last time I opened the novice treasure chest, I got very rare items such as beast taming scroll and seawater separator. I hope that when I open the treasure chest this time, I can find a powerful weapon, preferably one with special effects like the fine iron bow and arrow. Chen Feng had thought about opening the black iron treasure chest in the warehouse before, but the black iron treasure chest can only produce white quality items at best. Naturally, it is better to open the novice treasure chest that can produce purple quality items first. Take the treasure chest from Zhou Lingrui. Newbie welfare treasure box. Usage: 80 chance of getting 10 supplies, 19 chance of getting a prop. White, 0.9999 chance of getting a prop. Blue, 0.0001 chance of getting a prop. Purple. Chen Feng directly confirmed the opening. Gina was still under continuous attack, and the 10-second progress bar of the novice treasure chest made Chen Feng extremely anxious. Detected the use of probability props, triggered the European Emperor talent, modified the probability to 100. Finally, the progress bar was completed and a pile of items appeared in front of us. Zhou Lingrui was stunned when she saw the many items in front of Chen Feng. She couldn't understand why white, blue, and purple items were opened at the same time. Recalling the purple quality seawater separator that he had seen before from Chen Feng, Zhou Lingrui was filled with disbelief. Could it be that Boss Chen Feng's luck is so incredible? Not knowing about Chen Feng's cheats, she naturally thought that Chen Feng was extremely lucky and had great character. Chen Feng ignored Zhou Lingrui, who was staring at him in astonishment, and quickly looked at the item in front of him. 8 treasures porridge, 360 G10. Comment: if it can satisfy your hunger and quench your thirst, what else do you need a bicycle for? These are supplies. Chen Feng pushed away all 10 bottles of 8 treasure porridge and hurriedly checked the highest quality purple props first. Life necklace, purple. Description: the chain is made of pure gold, and the pendant is a life gem that has a 2 chance of resurrecting the dead wearer. Durability, 1/1. Comment: a chance to revive is very precious, even if the probability is very low. This life necklace. Chen Feng held it tightly. If he gave this necklace to Gina, coupled with the 100 triggered European Emperor talent, would Gina be resurrected even if she died? But it was immediately denied by Chen Feng. The necklace has the ability to resurrect the wearer. Chun Feng's European talent is effective for himself, but not for others. The probability is still 2 when worn on Gina. Chun Feng shook his head. Although the life necklace was very rare, it was useless at this moment. A trace of anxiety arose in my heart, and my last hope was placed in the remaining props. Thermos cup white. Description: capacity 800 milliliters with good heat preservation effect. Comment: if you pour a cup of hot water into the cup today and open it next year, you can still use it to make instant noodles. The heat preservation effect is great. What the hell? It's useless. The last one. Goggles blue. Note: brown lenses can effectively protect the eyes and increase the hit rate by 1. Comment? Mis? How is that possible? Goggles? 1 hit rate. Seeing this, Chun Feng's face suddenly looked ecstatic. Ignoring other items, Chun Feng directly put on the thick goggles on his eyes. Detected the use of probability props, triggered the European Emperor talent, and modified the probability to 100. At this time, the hit rate bonus from the goggles directly becomes 100. Chun Feng had a plan in mind. The strength of the intermediate octopus man lies in her extremely flexible body and fast movement speed. Chun Feng's previous arrows could not hit her at all. Now with the bonus of goggles, Chun Feng wants to shoot the octopus man, but he doesn't know if he will succeed. Give it a try. Chun Feng put another arrow on the bow, stood up, and shot an arrow quickly. The accuracy is very good. Chun Feng said in surprise as he looked at the trajectory of the arrow. The goggles made his arrows extremely accurate now. The arrow shot straight at the intermediate octopus man. However, although the accuracy is very good, it is still hard to say whether it can hit the octopus man who has strong dodging ability. Chun Feng saw from afar that the intermediate octopus man showed the same sneer as before. She temporarily stopped attacking Gina and used the tentacles under her body to hook one side, trying to forcibly drag her body to the side. Just as she jumped away, the arrow shot by Chun Feng suddenly turned. What? The octopus man's sneering expression froze for a moment. She couldn't understand why the arrow, which was clearly flying in a straight line, suddenly turned. With a puff, the octopus man only had time to raise one tentacle to block the incoming arrow. The European Emperor's talent and bleeding effect are triggered at the same time. White liquid flowed out of the octopus man's tentacles. Probably due to the different body structure, the bleeding effect was somewhat different. Fuck! Chun Feng shouted from afar, knowing that the hit rate had become 100 and the accuracy was there, but he did not expect that the arrow could also turn. Come to think of it, a 100 hit rate means that every arrow shot will definitely hit the target. With such a powerful bug, no matter how agile the octopus man is, he can't dodge it. Chun Feng was very surprised. He didn't expect that the blue quality goggles combined with the fine iron bow and arrow would have such a perverted effect. No, it should be said that the effect of this blue goggles is explosive. Now, even if Chun Feng throws stones at the octopus man, the stones will be able to hit him. Just use the fine iron bow to trigger the bleeding effect. The damage will be higher. The octopus man's face was ugly. She knew before that the arrows shot by Chun Feng would cause terrible bleeding effects, so she was trying her best to dodge, but now she couldn't dodge. What should she do? She panicked. Chun Feng pursued the victory and shot another arrow. Whoosh! The octopus man subconsciously dodged again, but the arrow also turned and hit her. 2 bleeding effects were triggered. Fortunately, the octopus man was an intermediate murloc, and his blood volume was much thicker than that of an intermediate murloc. He was not killed even after the 2 bleeding effects. Whoosh! Another arrow shot over. The octopus man was already extremely frightened and no longer had that calm expression. The octopus man didn't dare to take it head-on and couldn't hide, so he simply lay down on the ground and hid behind the reef. Puff! The arrow shot into the reef and stopped. Chun Feng frowned. It seemed that even if the hit rate became 100, the effect was not particularly invincible. As long as you use other objects to block the attack, even if it successfully hits, the attack will stop. What is this? A bug within a bug? Chun Feng thought angrily. However, if you blocked it once, can you still block it 3 times? Chun Feng sneered as he looked at the octopus man who was hiding in fear under the reef with his big but exposed. Afterwards, Chun Feng stood on a high place, put on 3 arrows at the same time, and shot them at the same time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows flashed 3 white rays of light and shot towards the octopus man. Chapter 48. Shoot you into a sieve. The octopus man hiding behind the reef heard 3 sounds of breaking through the air and suddenly let out a strange cry of fear. Although the reef in front of her was very large, her body was even larger. With a height of 3 meters and 8 huge tentacles, she could not completely hide behind the reef. He resisted just once, but he dodged suddenly and the arrow didn't have time to turn and hit the reef. Now 3 arrows are shot at him at the same time. With the octopus man's huge body, there is no way to avoid or escape. After the octopus man screamed, her heart sank to the bottom and she had no time to fight back. If she was shot again, with Chun Feng's abnormal bleeding effect, she would definitely be drained of blood and die, and turn into a dried octopus. The only way now is to run away. Only by running away can you save your life. The octopus man completely gave up the attack, and his 8 huge tentacles rushed forward and frantically grabbed into the fog behind him. But Chun Feng shot the 3 arrows with all his strength. Without worrying about accuracy, Chun Feng's strength was exerted to the extreme. The arrow, with a cold glow, instantly flew straight towards the octopus man's head. The octopus man spit out ink as he ran away. But the arrow went straight through the ink without slowing down at all. The sticky ink might have good viscosity, but it could not stick to sharp weapons. In order to avoid being shot in the vital parts, the octopus man had to raise his huge tentacles again to block. Puff, puff, puff. 3 arrows hit her tentacles again, triggering the bleeding effect 100, with white liquid flowing out of all 3 wounds. There are now 5 bleeding effects on her body at the same time, and her whole body is like a sieve filled with water, with liquid leaking out from different holes. Having lost too much body fluid, the octopus man's reddish-brown skin looked slightly pale, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Chun Feng was filled with resentment and a hint of fear. The octopus man is not dead yet, and is trying to escape into the fog. We can't let her escape. The bleeding effect only lasts for 1 minute. She's an intermediate murloc, and who knows how much health she has. It would be terrible if she escapes alive. Seeing that the octopus man was about to run into the fog, he would not be able to see the target, and even a 100 hit rate would be useless. Chun Feng chased for a few steps and shot 3 more arrows at the same time. Puff, puff, puff. 3 more arrows. The 8 wounds on the octopus man's body were like 8 fountains, and white liquid gushed out without restraint. In just 3 seconds, the octopus man's huge body shrank rapidly, from a height of 3 meters to about 1 meter in height. The whole person turned into a dried fish. Until her death, the octopus man had an expression of extreme fear on her face. After a while, a corner of a bronze treasure chest slowly appeared from under her body. Finally killed him. Seeing this scene, Chun Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. This intermediate octopus man is too difficult to kill. It takes 8 bleeding effects at the same time to kill him. I guess among the intermediate fishmen, the octopus man is also a leader. Thinking about the last time he killed a lobster man, Chun Feng couldn't help but feel scared. Fortunately, he chopped off his head directly last time. If he had been shot with a fine iron bow and arrow, he would not have died in a short time. Without worrying about the octopus man's body, Chun Feng quickly ran to the trapped Gina. At this time, Gina was covered in wounds, scratches, bruises, and in some places her skin and flesh were even turned back, revealing her bones. Gina was seriously injured and fell into a coma. Chun Feng took out a knife and carefully picked out the ink that trapped Gina. Then he slowly lowered her to the ground and let her lie flat. Chun Feng suddenly felt distressed at this moment. Gina had always been hardworking and never complained, and would absolutely obey any orders Chun Feng gave. At this moment, in Chun Feng's heart, Gina was no longer a weapon, nor a servant, but a living partner. He hurriedly took out the only 4 bottles of level 1 red potion, left in the warehouse, and kept applying them on Gina's wounds. The unconscious Gina was still releasing electricity from her body, causing Chun Feng extreme pain when he touched her. Gritting his teeth, Chun Feng continued to apply the medicine with a frown. Not until all 4 bottles of red medicine were used up did Gina's wounds scab over. So much red medicine was used up. It is hard to imagine how Gina, who was so seriously injured, managed not to scream. Seeing Gina's brows relax, Chun Feng knew that she should be fine and would wake up after resting for a while. So he sat aside to rest. The attack just now was too intense. Zhou Lingrui ran over first and also looked at Gina's injuries. Is this a mid-level murloc? Lao Gua and others who were hiding behind the reef and trembling with fear also leaned out. The intermediate fishmen just now had already scared them out of their wits. Zhou Lingrui, go collect all the treasure chests on the ground for me first. The most important one is the bronze treasure chest dropped by the octopus man. Ignoring the stunned crowd, Chun Feng turned around and gave instructions to Zhou Lingrui. Zhou Lingrui nodded obediently and began to collect the treasure chests dropped by the murlocs one by one. Phew! Chun Feng slowly calmed down. Although this time was dangerous, fortunately he successfully killed all the murlocs, including an intermediate murloc. It can be said that the harvest was very rich. Fortunately, Lao Gua and his men acted as bait, otherwise it would be very difficult to kill these fishmen. However, it seems that someone died just now. Chun Feng then remembered that when Su Xiaoli was being chased by the fishmen, she dragged her husband back to use as a shield, and he should still be behind her now. After Chun Feng collected all the treasure chests that Zhou Lingrui brought, he put them all in the warehouse, and then led everyone back along the same route to look for Zhang Taishan. Sure enough, after walking for 2 or 3 minutes, I saw a corpse that had been eaten beyond recognition. From the blood-stained, gold-rimmed glasses that fell nearby, it was clear that this person was Zhang Taisheng. Looking at this horrific corpse, everyone suppressed their horrific and extremely nauseous feelings. Pah! Lao Guo was so furious that he slapped Su Xiaoli in the face, even though she dared not say a word. You vicious woman, you were the one who pulled Mr. Zhang back just now. Otherwise you would be the one who died. Old Guo was willing to take Su Xiaoli with him entirely for Zhang Tiesheng's sake. Now that Zhang Taisheng was killed by her, Old Guo was naturally very angry. Su Xiaoli opened her mouth wide, unable to believe that Lao Guo actually dared to slap her. She was just about to act like a spoiled brat like she used to. But then she thought her husband was dead, and if she fell out with Lao Guo again, who would be able to protect her in the future? She immediately covered her face and said nothing. Chen Feng ignored them. There was a wooden box next to Zhang Tiesheng's body. It turned out that when a human player died, the warehouse turned into a wooden treasure chest and fell out. Chen Feng walked up and checked the box. In addition to some meager food and drink and some simple tools, Chen Feng suddenly saw that the raft in Zhang Tiesheng's warehouse had now turned into a wooden prop. Note, heart of the raft. With a smile on his face, Chen Feng directly put the heart of the raft into his own warehouse without letting anyone else know. Chapter 49, Counting the Spoils. After cleaning up the battlefield, Chen Feng took the lead and said he wanted to retreat to the periphery to rest. Now Gina is still unconscious. Although Chen Feng's fine iron bow and arrow can hit the enemy 100, he will still be in trouble if he encounters a mid-level fishman with a hard shell. What's more, now the fishmen have learned to attack humans in groups. The battle with this wave of fishmen had lasted for half a day. Lao Guo and others were all exhausted, and everyone expressed their agreement. Chen Feng wrapped Gina with several pieces of cloth and held her in his arms. After all, who could stand being electrocuted all the time? Although Gina is plump, this weight is no problem for Chen Feng. Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui took the lead in retreating to the outskirts of Treasure Island. Lao Guo and Wang Yong followed behind, and in the end, only Su Xiaoli was left far behind. After being slapped by Lao Guo and Chen Feng ignoring her, Su Xiaoli did not dare to leave alone and had to follow the team from a distance. After the battle, everyone was exhausted both physically and mentally, and they walked back in silence. After walking for a long time, they finally returned to the outskirts of Treasure Island. The familiar trees around told Chen Feng that there was basically no danger here. Old Guo, there are a total of 13 murlocs this time. I'll give you 3 black iron treasure chests. Is that okay with you? Chen Feng took out 3 black iron treasure chests from the warehouse and placed them in front of Old Guo. In the battle just now, Lao Guo and Wang Yong served as bait. After thinking it over, Chen Feng decided to give them 3 black iron treasure chests. Chen Feng did not even mention the bronze treasure chest to Lao Guo and the others. He believed that Lao Guo was also a smart man and understood what Chen Feng meant. No problem, no problem. If you hadn't come back to save us, we would have died just now. Lao Guo waved his hands repeatedly. To be honest, he didn't even have the face to take the 3 treasure chests. But seeing that Chen Feng insisted, he accepted it reluctantly. Okay, there shouldn't be many murlocs around here. Let's find a place to rest. Chen Feng now wanted to move Gina to a more comfortable place. He didn't want to stay with them. The crowd then dispersed. Old Guo took Wang Yong to continue cutting down some trees. Su Xiaoli followed them like a follower, but Old Guo always gave her a sour look, which made her afraid to get close. Chen Feng found a small cave, brought Gina in, and asked Zhou Lingrui to set up the seawater separator at the door. There was not much fresh water left in the warehouse, so they needed to prepare some more. By the way, Zhou Lingrui was asked to cook a meal using the stove at the entrance of the cave. Now in the cave, besides the unconscious Gina, Chen Feng is the only one left. Chen Feng found a place to sit down and first looked at the most important upgrading materials for the raft. There are already 2 heart of the raft prompts. Now only one is missing, and upgrading the sailboat is just around the corner. This time the spoils were very rich. A total of 12 low-level murlocs and 1 mid-level murloc were killed today. 3 black iron treasure chests were given to Lao Guo and others, plus the spoils from killing the murlocs yesterday. Chen Feng currently has a total of 21 black iron treasure chests and 1 bronze treasure chest. Now Chen Feng is the only one in the cave, so there is no need to hide. All powers are turned on, and his European Emperor talent is triggered. 21 treasure chests were opened at the same time, and a progress bar of 1 minute and 3 seconds appeared. After waiting for a long time, different objects suddenly appeared in the cave. With the blessing of European talent, the black iron treasure chest can reveal a small amount of supplies and white-quality items. Chen Feng slowly counted the items in front of him. I won't list all the food and fresh water here, so as not to waste words. 10 kilograms of food and 6 L of fresh water. Then, 21 white props were revealed. Excluding most of the useless white props, such as sunscreen, Chen Feng selected some more useful ones. Leather gloves, white. Comment. It has some defensive power, but it will be very hot and stuffy in this weather zone. Fishman Capsule White. Comments. After taking it, you can master the language of fish people. Lead acid battery 12V/7AH. White. 2. Comment. This is a battery. It needs a generator to charge it. 3-edged military bayonet. White. Evaluation. Armor breaking, very effective against enemies with high defense. Chinfeng put the other things aside. The Murloc capsules are very effective and can be sold at the auction house. The leather gloves have a certain degree of defense. The triangular bayonet is a relatively powerful weapon among traditional cold weapons, and it also has a certain bleeding effect, but it may not be as powerful as the fine iron bow and arrow. The advantage is that it has strong attack power. After stabbing, it is not difficult to pull it out because there are blood grooves on 3 sides. Moreover, the attack action is stabbing, which is relatively concealed, and the damage is very high. But the disadvantage is also obvious. That is, it can only stab, not slash. Currently, Chunfeng's only melee weapons are a long sword and a solar-powered stun gun. With this 3-edge bayonet, he has more options. As for the lead acid battery, Chunfeng took a casual look at it and thought that it would be a bit difficult to charge it, but Gina's ability was to discharge it. Maybe there would be a way when she woke up. After putting all these in the warehouse, Chunfeng took out the bronze treasure chest and opened it again. The bronze treasure chest can reveal a large amount of supplies and blue-quality items, and Chunfeng is looking forward to it. Vinda, tissue paper, 3 layers times 13500 packs. Comment. It is not easy to break when wet. Looking at the pile of tissues, Chunfeng twitched his lips. Okay, at least I don't have to use tree leaves anymore. The feeling of having to use them is too uncomfortable. Farmland 4M Blue. Description. A piece of fertile soil for growing fruits and vegetables. It can shorten the growth cycle of plants. Once placed, it cannot be retrieved. Comment. You need to find a good place to farm, otherwise others will steal all your vegetables. This blue prop made Chunfeng very happy. He didn't expect that he would get a farmland for planting, and it could also greatly shorten the growth cycle of plants. The only problem was that it was only 44M, which was a bit small. He couldn't plant too many plants, and there was also a limitation that it could not be taken back once it was put down. There are still some tomato seeds in the warehouse. After the raft is upgraded to a sailboat, you can put down the farmland and plant tomatoes. Come to think of it, I haven't eaten fruits and vegetables for a long time. Finally, Chunfeng took out the things he had opened from the novice treasure chest and studied them. Chunfeng knew very well that the goggles were incredibly effective, and there was no need to study it further. The white quality thermos cup is a useless item and will just be thrown into the warehouse and collect dust. Finally, there is the life necklace. This item can only be used once and has a 2 chance of reviving the wearer. This is definitely a magic weapon for Chunfeng, who has the talent of a European emperor. It can trigger a resurrection 100, which is like having an extra life. He quickly put it around his neck and then placed it under his collar. Although it could only be used once, Chunfeng still treated it as a treasure. After all the things were counted and Chunfeng had sorted them out, Zhou Lingrui also walked into the cave from outside. Brother Chunfeng, I made boiled prawns, come and try them. Looking at the basin of more than 10 shrimps about 10 centimeters in size brought by Zhou Lingrui, Chunfeng also felt a little hungry and nodded. Good. Chapter 50. The two of them ate all the shrimps and satisfied their hunger. All we have to do now is wait slowly for Gina to wake up. Chunfeng remembered that he had not checked the survival point refresh today, so he quickly opened the game interface to check. Yesterday's material acquisition assessment. Yesterday's vehicle upgrade evaluation. Supplies survival points, 302. Upgrade to obtain survival points, 0. Total survival points, 264 plus 302 is equal to 566. Yesterday's harvest was just 12 black iron treasure chests, which gave a little over 300 survival points, which is pretty good. Today there are both black iron treasure chests and bronze treasure chests. Tomorrow's survival points will definitely reach a new high. After replenishing a few bottles of level 1 red potion in the mall, Chunfeng bought another bottle of level 1 strengthening potion. Over the past 2 days, Zhou Lingrui's performance has been quite good, and Chunfeng feels that it is time to treat her as a real partner. Throwing the level 1 strengthening potion to Zhou Lingrui, Chunfeng said to her, "Drink it, and I will explain to you after you finish it." Zhou Lingrui took in a hurry, looked at the milky white liquid in the bottle, and muttered to himself, "Could it be that Boss Chunfeng has some quirk that makes me drink his?" After she observed the prompts, she realized that it was a strengthening potion. Her cheeks turned red with embarrassment. She also knew that Chunfeng and Guobaolin had drunk this strengthening potion before, and their bodies were strengthened, giving them a certain ability to fight against the fishmen. This strengthening potion is only available in the level 2 mall, and it requires 200 survival points. It can be said to be extremely precious. Zhou Lingrui looked at Chunfeng with gratitude. then closed his eyes and drank it in one gulp. The drug took effect quickly. Zhou Lingrui, like Chen Feng last time, felt hot and uncomfortable all over, and his body temperature rose rapidly. Zhou Lingrui's body was also steaming with heat at this time. After a few minutes, she even felt like she had a fever. Sweat kept flowing down her cheeks, neck, and chest. Zhou Lingrui's eyes were blurry, and he was breathing heavily. He unconsciously took off his shirt and jeans, leaving only his underwear to barely cover his body. This gave Chen Feng, who was standing by, a feast for the eyes. After 2 dry coughs, Chen Feng looked at Zhou Lingrui openly. It was not him who took off the clothes, so he wanted to see what was wrong. Soon, the effect of the medicine wore off. Zhou Lingrui was lucky enough to succeed with a 90 chance. At this time, Zhou Lingrui's originally soft skin became very shiny, and the muscle lines hidden in his delicate body could be faintly seen. The mermaid line on his lower abdomen was very obvious, and the whole person looked very upright. It was obvious that the strength of his whole body had been improved. After regaining consciousness, Zhou Lingrui saw that he was only wearing his underwear and laughed awkwardly. But he didn't put on his clothes. He just stared at Chen Feng, as if he was expecting something. "Put on your clothes. I have something to tell you." Chen Feng rolled his eyes at this scheming girl who had always wanted to seduce him. After hearing this, Zhou Lingrui reluctantly put on his clothes. Afterwards, Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui talked about the heart of the raft and asked her if she was willing to hand over her heart of the raft. After Zhou Lingrui understood, he took out the raft without any hesitation, made a basic axe from manufacturing, and chopped his raft into pieces. Zhou Lingrui, who had strengthened his body, could chop quite fast. Looking at the raft heart handed over by Zhou Lingrui, Chen Feng smiled. It's good to communicate with a smart girl, and Zhou Lingrui's speed fully demonstrated her attitude. Well, after receiving Zhou Lingrui's raft heart, Chen Feng purchased a large amount of wood and plant fiber from the transaction. The prices of wood and plant fibers are pitifully low nowadays. Most players are engaged in logging, which is far from a state of fishing with fishing rods on the sea. Open the warehouse and observe the raft. Top raft. Level, LV10. Area, 1,520. Upgrades. Wood, 300 remaining, 100 needed. Plant fiber, 600 remaining, 200 needed. Iron block, 1314 remaining, 20 needed. Raft heart, 3 remaining, 3 needed. Evaluation. Unlock the raft with the sailboat upgrade permission. Collect all the required materials as soon as possible. Chen Feng clicked on the raft pattern and chose to upgrade immediately. Upgrading, it will take 10 hours. Unlike previous raft upgrades, this time it will take some time to upgrade the raft into a sailboat. Never mind for now, as long as I can upgrade, Chen Feng can still wait for 10 hours. We also have to wait for Gina to wake up, so we can't go deep into the treasure island at this time. After Zhou Lingrui handed over the heart of the raft, Chen Feng truly regarded her as a familiar partner. Zhou Lingrui herself knew this clearly in her heart. It was only after Chen Feng gave her the level 1 strengthening potion and asked her to hand over her heart of the raft that Chen Feng truly recognized her. Although he would no longer have a vehicle in the future, following Chen Feng was definitely a wise choice for Zhou Lingrui. Firewood was lit in the cave. Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui gathered around the stove to keep warm and chatted with each other about some trivial things before the time travel. Their relationship gradually became closer. As the sky gradually darkened, the two leaned against the rocks to rest and stopped talking. At this time, outside the cave, Laogua and others also found a relatively open place to rest. Being chased by fishmen in the morning and chopping trees in the afternoon, Laogua could be said to have had a tiring day. After a simple replenishment of food and fresh water, Laogua slept soundly. It was dark at night. Behind a low bush, Wang Yong and Su Xiaoli ran away. Su Xiaoli's husband had just died today, and she, Wang Yong, can you protect me in the future? I'm so scared to be alone. Su Xiaoli hugged Wang Yong tightly and whispered in Wang Yong's ear with great emotion. Wang Yong, who was only 18 or 19 years old, had never experienced such a scene. His head nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and his speed increased a bit. Don't worry, Sister Su. I will listen to you in everything. I will never let anyone bully you. That Chen Feng bullied me. Go help me kill him. Killed Chen Feng. Wang Yong fell silent and stopped moving. Su Xiaoli felt Wang Yong's fear and cursed him as a waste in her heart, but she still spoke emotionally. Oh, I won't make it difficult for you. Chen Feng is too difficult. But Guobaolin slapped me today. You have to help me get revenge. Uncle Wu used to take good care of me. When Wang Yong hesitated, Su Xiaoli used her hands to block him from moving. Su Xiaoli was very confident and just waited patiently. Okay, sister, don't stop me. I will help you get revenge. Finally, Wang Yong couldn't hold back anymore and begged in a low voice. Okay, later we will. Chapter 51. Sailing boat upgraded successfully. Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui didn't lie down to rest until midnight. Although they have retreated to the outskirts of Treasure Island, Chun Feng doesn't dare to sleep too soundly without Gina to keep watch by his side. He just closed his eyes and slept lightly, always paying attention to the movements around him. If he was surrounded by the fishmen again, no one would be able to bear it. I stayed in a daze until early morning, when a beam of light shone in from the entrance of the cave, illuminating the scene inside the cave. The survival point refresh reminder sounded on time. I bought a level 1 strengthening potion for Zhou Lingrui yesterday, and also replenished some red potions for myself. I have more than 100 survival points left. There were abundant supplies yesterday, and a total of 853 survival points were refreshed today, which adds up to more than 1,000. However, all the special products in the mall have been sold out, and there is nothing else to buy. We can only wait until the sailboat is upgraded to level 20 and the level 3 mall is open to see what new products are available. Speaking of sailboats, Chun Feng hurriedly opened the warehouse. It took 10 hours to upgrade the raft to a sailboat yesterday. Now more than 10 hours have passed, and the upgrade should be completed. Sure enough, the pattern of the raft in the warehouse had changed. Ordinary sailboat. Level, LV11. Length and width, 156. Upgrades, wood 200 remaining, 200 needed. Plant fiber, 400 remaining, 200 needed. Iron block, 1294 remaining, 40 needed. Raft heart, 0 remaining, 1 needed. Comment. Although the cabin is not big, it can at least protect you from wind and rain. The vehicles have changed a lot. In the past, the raft only had one flat surface, tied together with ropes and wood, and looked very simple. Now from the pattern on the inventory, we can see that the appearance of the sailboat has changed a lot compared to the raft. Below is a wooden cabin, which looks quite large and should be able to accommodate 2 or 3 people. Above is the deck, which is mostly made of wood. There is a bulge in the middle with a longer mast standing there. There are many iron nails and iron sheets at the joints. This is probably why iron blocks are needed for upgrading. There are still layers of canvas on the mast that have not been pulled up, which is why a large amount of plant fiber is required for the upgrade. Chun Feng was very excited when he saw the sailboat in the warehouse. After such a long time, the sailboat was finally upgraded successfully. When the treasure island sank, the sailboat would be his only support. If this wasn't the sea, Chun Feng really wanted to take out the sailboat and have a look, but if he took it out and smashed it directly to the ground, if it was broken, Chun Feng would be dumbfounded. Hold back this thought and wait until you get to the sea. Chun Feng then looked at the upgrade materials for the sailboat and started to worry again. Originally, he thought that upgrading the sailboat only required materials such as the raft heart at the beginning, but what Chun Feng didn't expect was that this was different from the raft. Each small upgrade of the raft only requires wood and plant fibers, and no special materials are required. But it seems that the heart of the raft is needed every time you upgrade the sailboat. Now all other materials are available, but the heart of the raft is still needed for the upgrade. This is trouble. I took one from the dead Zhang Taisheng and one from Zhou Lingrui. Each raft heart is not easy to obtain. It seems that the original intention of this game is either to let players form teams or to let players kill each other. Now, without the heart of the raft, the sailboat is once again in a dilemma of being unable to upgrade. Chun Feng planned to wait until it was completely light to go and talk to Guobaolin. Chun Feng was deeply impressed by Lao Guo's character and felt that he was a partner worth making friends with. At this time, Gina, who had been in a coma, finally woke up and groaned as she stood up. Gina, you're finally awake. How do you feel about your injuries? Chun Feng hurried over, his concern obvious on his face. Gina made the greatest contribution to the elimination of so many murlocs yesterday. Master, has the intermediate octopus man been dealt with? The first thing Gina did when she got up was not to care about her own injuries, but to ask about yesterday's intermediate fishman. Yesterday, in the attack by the octopus man, Gina fell into a coma due to her serious injuries and had no idea what happened afterwards. After Chun Feng explained it to Gina, Gina finally understood everything. Master, the scab on my wound is almost falling off. The injury is not serious. Thank you for your concern. Gina turned around, and the wound on her body was indeed almost healed. Ah, that's good. Hearing Gina say that she was fine, Chun Feng smiled and felt a little relaxed. But, Master, Gina suddenly frowned, stammered, and was a little hesitant. What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere else? Chun Feng asked hurriedly, seeing that Gina was hesitant to speak. Tin. I'm so hungry. Can you give me something to eat? Covering her stomach, Gina's voice became smaller and smaller. Chun Feng couldn't help but burst out laughing when he heard this. That's right. As a murloc, while having strong combat power, Gina naturally also has a strong appetite. From yesterday morning till now, Gina has not eaten anything. Chun Feng smiled and walked behind Zhou Lingrui, who was still sleeping. With a snap, he slapped Zhou Lingrui's but hard, and it felt like 2 balloons filled with water. The feeling made Chun Feng feel so satisfied. Little lazy cat, get up and cook. Zhou Lingrui gave Chun Feng a resentful look, pouted his lips, and rubbed her face lightly. which woke her up immediately. Take the pot off the stove and start cooking. Guo Baolin and a few others were outside, so there were no outsiders. They kept things simple this morning. Chun Feng took out 5 pounds of marrow bones, 3 pounds of black abalone, and a thick geoduck, and threw them all to Zhou Lingrui. Black abalone with geoduck, the old man feels very strong after eating it. Come, let's have a simple meal, boil a pot of soup, and we'll have a good rest. Zhou Lingrui looked at the many nourishing ingredients in the pot. His legs felt a little weak, and he couldn't help but use a little force to rub Xiaoduan, muttering in his heart, "This is so nourishing. I have to be careful at night." The ingredients were prepared quickly, and Chun Feng and the other 2 wolfed down the food. Gina and Zhou Lingrui seemed to be competing with each other, glaring at each other, and each one ate more voraciously than the other. Chun Feng watched speechlessly as the 2 women almost overturned the makeshift stove he had made, and quickly hid aside to avoid being affected. After swallowing a fresh abalone in one gulp, Chun Feng thought about his next plan. Now that he had goggles that increased his hit rate by 100, his combat capability had increased countless times. Together with Gina and Zhou Lingrui, who had taken strengthening potions, his strength had been greatly enhanced. Now if I encounter a mid-level Murloc again, I will never be as embarrassed as last time. If Laogua is unwilling to join me, there is no need to team up with him. I can just go deeper on my own. Taking care of 2 burdens, Wang Yong and Su Xiaoli, is really tiring. The Murloc tribe also has a Murloc commander who can drop higher-level treasure chests. Chun Feng feels that it is time to go deep into the area. Just as Chun Feng and his companions were gathered around the stove, a shrill scream came from outside the cave. This voice is Su Xiaoli's. Chun Feng and his companions stopped instantly because something happened outside. Chapter 52, Death of Guo Baolin. Chun Feng and the other 2 quickly packed up all the items in the cave and hurried out of the cave. The camp where Guo Baolin and others were set up was not far away. Although it was some distance away from Chun Feng, it could be reached in just a few steps. Chun Feng and the other 2 rushed over, and the situation at the scene made Chun Feng unbelievable. The one who screamed was Su Xiaoli, who was kneeling on the ground with fear written all over her face. At this time, Wang Yong was lying on the ground, crying and shouting. Looking forward, Guo Baolin was actually lying on the ground with a huge wound on his chest like a stab wound, and the blood that had flowed out had long since dried up. Guo Baolin was dead, and it seemed like he'd been dead for a while. There was only a treasure chest that had fallen out of a warehouse next to him. Zhou Lingrui couldn't help but cover her red lips, with a trace of pity in her eyes. Chun Feng's face was filled with anger. They were just going their separate ways to rest, so why did Laogua die for no reason today? What happened? Why did old Guo die? Looking at Guo Baolin's body, Chun Feng was angry and puzzled, and questioned Su Xiaoli loudly. This was clearly the outskirts of Treasure Island, and there was almost no danger. Guo Baolin was a level 1 enhancer after all, and it was impossible for him to die quietly like this. Today I was planning to ask Laogua if he would like to join me, but I didn't expect that he would suddenly disappear. He was killed by the fishman. Su Xiaoli stuttered and pointed at Guo Baolin's body, not daring to look up at Chun Feng. Killed by the fishman? Chun Feng repeated her words, his eyes full of suspicion. As if sensing Chun Feng's suspicion, Wang Yong, who was lying on the ground, turned around and said in a crying voice, "Yes, Brother Chun, we just saw a fishman wandering here. He must be the one who killed Uncle Guo. He left when he saw us, and we didn't dare to chase him. Brother Chun, you must avenge Uncle Guo. So, you weren't there when the so-called fishmen came. So where were you when Laogua was killed?" Wang Yong turned his head and glanced at Su Xiaoli. Seeing Su Xiaoli's affirmative look, he continued, "Sister Su and I have feelings for each other. We went to a deserted place to have sex at night. We just came back." When Chun Feng heard this, he looked at the 2 of them with disgust. Yesterday, Su Xiaoli had hooked up with him, and today her husband had just died, and at night, she was hooking up with this Wang Yong again. It was absolutely outrageous. Bah, your husband just died yesterday, and you can't wait any longer. Disgusting. Zhou Lingrui on the side cursed angrily. Su Xiaoli didn't seem to care. She just glanced at Chun Feng and Zhou Lingrui and said, "My husband is dead. That's my business. Who I am intimate with is also my business. It has nothing to do with you." You. Zhou Lingrui was no match for this old woman and was choked and speechless. "I can't bear to see you being intimate with anyone. I just want to ask you, did the fisherman leave after seeing you?" Chun Feng frowned and stared at Wang Yong's eyes. Wang Yong, who was lying on the ground, seemed to be evasive when he heard this. After hesitating for a while, he continued, Yes, I guess the fisherman got scared when he saw the 2 of us, so he ran away." "Oh," Chun Feng just sneered. "Fishmen will run away when they see people?" Chun Feng could conclude that Wang Yong must be lying with this statement. Chun Feng had encountered Murlocs several times, no matter whether they were low-level or mid-level Murlocs. As long as they saw humans, they would always actively attack. Unless they could not defeat the humans, they would run away, otherwise they would fight to the death. Besides, is it possible that Guabaolin could be killed so easily by a fishman? Not to mention that this is the outskirts of Treasure Island, where there are almost no murlocs. Even if you encounter a murloc, can a murloc kill a level 1 enhancer silently? And this level 1 enhancer remained in his sleeping position and did not resist until the fishman killed him. All this made Chen Feng suspect that Guabaolin was killed by someone familiar. Guabaolin would only relax his vigilance when Wang Yong and Su Xiaoli got close to him. Wang Yong, Lao Gua must have been good to you. Are you going to kill him just like that? Chen Feng sneered, stared at Wang Yong, and scolded. Me? I didn't kill Uncle Gua. Wang Yong shook his head frantically, with a look of denial on his face. When Su Xiaoli heard Chen Feng's words, her expression changed immediately. Her eyes rolled around, and no one knew what she was thinking. Didn't kill him? Do you really think I'm a fool? You underestimate the level 1 enhancer too much. Chen Feng slowly put away his sneer, and a hint of ruthlessness slowly appeared in his eyes. Chen Feng, who had taken a level 1 strengthening potion, knew that the strengthening potion not only strengthened the body, but also enhanced the senses of the 5 senses. Even when sleeping, a level 1 enhancer can remain alert to his surroundings with his enhanced hearing. No one else can kill him except Wang Yong and Su Xiaoli, who are familiar with him. You still don't admit it? I don't think you'll cry until you see the coffin. Chen Feng's murderous intent became stronger and stronger. He directly drew out his long knife and pretended to chop. Wang Yong was young and was frightened by Chen Feng's threat. His pants were instantly wet. The brutality of Chen Feng in killing the fishman was deeply imprinted in Wang Yong's mind. No, Uncle Guo was so good to me. How could I kill him? It was her. She seduced me and asked me to bring her close to Uncle Guo. She killed him. It has nothing to do with me. After being threatened by Chen Feng, Wang Yong told everything. Zhou Lingrui was even more indignant and said, "You ungrateful people, if it weren't for Uncle Guo, you would have died long ago." Zhou Lingrui was right. Chen Feng didn't understand Guabaolin before and didn't understand why he insisted on bringing Wang Yong, Su Xiaoli, and others with him. Now, not only did he not get a good result, but he even lost his life. Su Xiaoli, who was standing by, saw that the truth had been revealed, so she simply stopped pretending, stood up, raised her eyebrows, and said, "I killed him. So what? Who allowed this guard dog to hit me in the face? Humph. Okay, since you admit it, I will agree to Wang Yong and help Lao Gua get revenge. Both of you die." Chen Feng felt a surge of anger in his chest, rushing to his head. I feel bad for the kind-hearted Lao Gua. I am disgusted by the behavior of these 2 bastards. Chen Feng held the knife in one hand and approached the 2 men step by step. These 2 men must die. Brother Chen, this has nothing to do with me. You can't blame me. Wang Yong regretted it now. He really shouldn't have asked Chen Feng to help Guabaolin get revenge. Hey, Chen Feng, we are just a temporary team. Now the team is disbanded. You have no right to interfere in our affairs. Seeing Chen Feng coming over with a knife, Su Xiaoli gradually became a little panicked and kept backing away. Right? I only know that killing someone means paying with one's life. Chen Feng suddenly swung his long sword. The more than 1 meter long sword suddenly became like a silver-white streak, and he wanted to cut the 2 men in half. Seeing Chen Feng really slashing at them with a knife, Wang Yong and Su Xiaoli were immediately terrified and both ran backwards at the same time. However, the strength in Chen Feng is much faster than them. There was a flash of knife, and 2 bodies cut in half lay on the ground, with terrified looks on their faces. Chapter 53 Target. The Great Commander of the Fishmen. The 2 men were cut in half. Their internal organs and blood were all over the ground, and the blood kept spreading to their feet. Looking at the 2 bodies lying on the ground, Chen Feng did not feel panic or fear after killing someone. Instead, he felt a sense of complete satisfaction. Wang Yong and Su Xiaoli secretly murdered Guabaolin. It is not a pity to kill them, but it is a pity for such a kind and honest man like Guabaolin. Gina, behind him, had a blank expression on her face. To her, there is actually no difference between killing a human and killing a murloc. As a murloc, Gina feels that killing anyone is the same, and there is no need to have any psychological burden at all. But Zhou Lingrui covered her red lips in surprise. She didn't expect that Chen Feng would kill the 2 of them in a rage. Looking at Chen Feng's murderous back, she suddenly felt a little afraid of Chen Feng. Her beautiful eyes trembled slightly, but after a while, her gaze gradually stabilized. Zhou Lingrui thought about it again and again. Even if Chen Feng killed these 2 people, what would it matter? He did it all for revenge for Lao Gua. Since he followed Chen Feng in this doomsday, no matter what he did, he just needed to follow him closely. Zhou Lingrui calmed down, and at this moment her determination to follow Chen Feng became even stronger. Chen Feng had no idea that his impulsive actions would bring such a huge impact to Zhou Lingrui's heart behind him. Looking at the warehouse treasure chest that fell out after the 3 people died, Chen Feng went forward to check. The warehouses of the three were somewhat pitiful. Apart from a long sword purchased from the mall by Guo Baolin, there were no other weapons or functional props worth looking at. There's also a small amount of food and water, about 10 kg and 2L. However, 3 more raft hearts appeared. Since all 3 of them are already dead, Chen Feng naturally would not ignore these supplies. After storing all the supplies, including the 3 raft hearts into the warehouse, Chen Feng walked to the side of Guo Baolin, who had been dead for a long time. Old Guo, rest in peace. Chen Feng still admired Guo Baolin very much, but this man was too kind, and in the end, even his life was taken away by others. Chen Feng dug a deep pit in the ground and buried Guo Baolin's body in it. In this strange world, he finally had a burial place, so that his body would not end up being exposed in the wilderness. As for the bodies of Su Xiaoli and Wang Yong, just leave them here and give them to some passing animals or low-level fishmen as food. Unexpectedly, when he teamed up with Guo Baolin and others to go deeper into the enemy's territory, they all died here in the end. During these 2 days, Chen Feng also deeply felt the beauty and ugliness of human nature. Now that he is strong enough, Chen Feng decided that he would never travel with others casually again. After all, human nature is hidden in the belly, and Chen Feng does not want to be killed by someone like Su Xiaoli. Now there are 3 raft hearts, and the upgrade conditions for the sailboat are also met. Chen Feng first clicked on the upgrade option on the sailboat in the warehouse. Upgrading, it will take 20 hours. Upgrading the sailboat takes the same time as last time, and the time is doubled. Anyway, the vehicle is of no use now, so just leave it in the warehouse and upgrade it slowly. After closing the game interface, Chen Feng made a decision in his mind. Now that he was strong enough, he would go and see what the so-called high-level Murloc leader looked like. Inviting Gina and Zhou Lingrui to continue going deeper into the treasure island, the figures of the 3 people slowly disappeared in the fog. After a long time, more than 10 humans suddenly came to this quiet forest. The crowd scattered, as if looking for something. These people included both men and women, and each of them had a variety of weapons in their hands, and they looked well equipped. There were even 1 or 2 low-level fishmen following him. I guess he got the summoning card, but he was unlucky and only summoned a low-level Murloc. If Chen Feng were here, he would definitely be able to recognize the leader. No, this person was Tang Yuqing, and next to him was his son Tang Xiaoxi, and Bai Ling, who had been in the same group with him before. Boss, this is where Su Xiaoli disappeared. A well-dressed man walked up to Tang Yuqing with a nod and said respectfully, "Well, look around carefully. If the location signal disappears, it means she is dead or has deleted her friend. She won't delete you for no reason. She must be dead." Tang Yuqing nodded with an indifferent expression. "Boss, found it. There are 2 bodies here." Another person who was rummaging in the woods seemed to have discovered something and shouted loudly. Then everyone gathered around. "Dad, it seems that Chen Feng killed them." Tang Xiaoxi may have gained some weight in the past 2 days because of his good living conditions. His eyes were almost squeezed out by the flesh on his face while he was speaking. "I didn't expect that little bastard, Zhou Lingrui, found a good backer." Bai Ling walked over leisurely from the side, holding the Xuanhe gate that came from nowhere in her hand, and said with resentment. Tang Yuqing looked at the 2 bodies, his face slightly annoyed. "Since it's too late, forget it." "But, boss, didn't Su Xiaoli say that Chen Feng had a lot of food and water supplies? And he is very strong. Are we just going to give up like this?" The strong man before said doubtfully. "There's no rush now. It's more important for us to hurry up and hunt the Murlocs. Since Chen Feng has enough strength now, I believe we will meet him in the center of Treasure Island where Murlocs are densely populated." A meaningful smile slowly appeared on Tang Yuqing's face. "Now, I should hurry up and upgrade my sailboat to a higher level. The most important thing is to open the level 3 mall as soon as possible. You guys contributed a lot of the heart of the raft, so we don't need it for now. It's just that this iron block material was bought up in large quantities by Chen Feng before, making the iron block material in the entire market very scarce. The cost of upgrading is too high. We must find him to get the iron blocks in the future. Let's go. Let's go deeper. Intermediate Murlocs can be easily dealt with. I really want to see what advanced Murlocs look like." I could vaguely understand what everyone was saying as they talked. It turns out that the alliance headed by Tang Yu has grown stronger in the past 2 days. There are already more than 10 members who have found each other, and each of them is well armed. Tang Yuqing also upgraded the raft into a sailboat. With so many members, he would certainly not be short of raft hearts. However, Chen Feng was the first person to know that upgrading a sailboat required a large number of iron blocks, so he bought a lot of iron blocks on the market. If you want to buy the iron blocks now, the price is extremely high. Tang Yuqing hurried over, and what he wanted most was the iron blocks on Chen Feng. Moreover, they could easily kill intermediate-level Murlocs, and their overall strength seemed to be no worse than Chen Feng's. Now they also have to march into the depths of Treasure Island to find the high-level Murloc commander, which is the same goal as Chen Feng's. As for why they found this place, it was because there was a well-dressed man in the alliance who was a friend of Su Xiaoli, and it was estimated that the two had been flirting with each other in the past. The reason why Su Xiaoli did not run away after killing Babalin was that she found Tang Yuqing and his gang to come and plot against Qinfeng. However, Su Xiaoli did not expect that Qinfeng would be so impulsive. He killed them both over a disagreement, leaving Tang Yuqing and others empty-handed. Chapter 54 Radar Detector. In a low-lying pool of mud, 3 figures were huddled together, busy doing something on the ground. "Qinfeng, please pull out, it's too deep." This was Zhou Lingrue's voice. She seemed to have encountered some troubles at this moment. "Wait a moment, I'm almost ready. I'll pull it out right away." Qinfeng gritted his teeth, looking very devoted. "Master, I see you can't pull it out. Do you need my help?" Gina asked very considerately. "No need. You underestimate me too much. I will pull it out the same way you ejaculated." Qinfeng did not look back and concentrated on doing his own thing. With a puff, Qinfeng pulled a fine iron arrow out of the fishman's body. After pulling out this one, Qinfeng walked to the fishman in front of Zhou Lingrue and pulled out another one at once. Before his eyes were more than a dozen corpses of fishmen, including the corpse of a mid-level turtle man. The arrow that hit the turtle man's back was extremely difficult to remove and kept Qinfeng and the other two busy for a long time. Qinfeng fought fiercely with these murlocs for several hours. With Gina as the main attacker, Qinfeng used long-range attacks with fine iron arrows that had a 100 hit rate and caused bleeding. Zhou Lingrue took the 3-edged military bayonet given to her by Qinfeng and rushed forward from time to time to randomly stab several low-level murlocs. The 3 of them worked together to kill these murlocs. After collecting the spoils, Qinfeng came over to collect the fine iron arrows shot from these fishmen. There were only 200 fine iron arrows in total. Except for some that were damaged and worn out by the fishmen and could no longer be used, there were only more than 100 arrows left. 1 less arrow would be used. So Qinfeng did not dare to waste them and collected them one by one. 6 days have passed since Babalin was buried. During the past few days, Qinfeng and his 2 companions relied on their powerful strength to kill as they went, and it can be said that they had completely penetrated into the central area of Treasure Island. In addition to this wave of murlocs in front of us, we have hunted murlocs many times before. The practical combat abilities of several people have been greatly improved, especially Zhou Lingrue. At the beginning, when Qinfeng asked her to go up and chop the fishman, she was almost scared to tears. Later, Qinfeng starved her for 2 days. In order to eat, this girl was so ferocious when she chopped the fishman. After cleaning up the battlefield, the 3 of them skillfully started cooking. Man is iron and rice is steel, and one must eat 3 large jars of rice in one meal. This saying is very appropriate for Gina and Zhou Lingrue. After each time these 2 women hunted a wave of murlocs, they would always take a break and eat a lot, under the pretext of replenishing energy in order to prepare for the next battle. In fact, in Qinfeng's opinion, he's the only one who is greedy among the 2 girls. Let them create it. Anyway, we have hunted a lot of murlocs in the past few days and obtained a lot of supplies and props. Qinfeng looked at his warehouse and saw that the sailboat was being upgraded. I had previously obtained 3 raft hearts from Laogua and others, and I had sufficient other materials on me, so I've been upgrading them. Sailboat level 11 to level 20, each level requires a raft heart and a large amount of supplies. This is the 3rd upgrade. The first time is 20 hours, the second time is 40 hours, and the third time is 80 hours. Now is the 6th day after Qinfeng left Laogua and others, and there are only 3 hours left for the 3rd upgrade of the sailboat. It is about to be upgraded successfully again. If it wants to upgrade again, there is no heart of the raft. It wants to buy it in trade, but finds that someone already knows the value of the heart of the raft and publicizes it in the chat channel, so that no one is willing to sell their heart of the raft. Even if he killed someone and got their raft hearts, he would put them all in the warehouse and was reluctant to sell them. After all, most players no longer have to worry about food and drink, so they naturally value the raft heart that can upgrade vehicles. In addition to sailing, the other gains in these days were very rich. Gina and Zhou Lingrue had almost eaten all the pork, but fortunately, the 4 bronze treasure chests opened up a large amount of food and fresh water. Qinfeng now has about 1 ton of food and more than 600 liters of fresh water, which are Vissa 600 kg, luncheon meat canned 340 g 1000, ice stew mineral water 550 ml 800, Huiyuan juice 500 ml 300. These are some large quantities of food and fresh water opened from the bronze treasure chest. There are also some seafood, other foods such as 8 treasure porridge and distilled water separated from the seawater separator in the warehouse, not to mention. Apart from food and water, Qinfeng didn't care about most of the white quality props in the warehouse. The weapons were all cold weapons and were not very useful. There were 2 blue quality items that Qinfeng was very concerned about. Tough leather armor, blue. Description: has a certain degree of defensive power, can effectively reduce damage from cold weapons. Comment: very little material is used, and it is very sexy when worn. Chun Feng threw this leather armor to Gina and always let her rush to the front as a tank. With the leather armor defense equipment, it can also provide Gina with a certain degree of defense. But having said that, this leather armor made of very little material looks really good on Gina. Chun Feng looked at Gina's huge chest and felt sad. Damn it, you can look but not touch. There is also a blue item, which is not a weapon or defensive equipment, but a special item with very powerful functions. Radar detector, blue. Description: consumes electricity, can detect all active objects within a radius of 100 meters and display them on the game map. Evaluation: although the range is not large, it can still be regarded as a magical tool. Consume electricity? Chun Feng laughed when he saw this. Others might have a headache about producing electricity. But Chun Feng is different because he has Gina, a natural generator, next to him. It just so happened that I had obtained 2 lead-acid batteries. After charging Gina, the lead-acid battery was fully charged and successfully powered the radar detector. The radar detector can work normally when placed in the warehouse without being taken out to get in the way. You only need to take it out to charge Gina when the battery is about to run out. It is very convenient. After the 3 of them had eaten and drunk their fill, they continued on their way. At this time, Chun Feng could see from the map that they were already infinitely close to the center of the entire treasure island. Moreover, the frequency of encountering Murloc teams was increasing. Chun Feng understood that they might soon reach the Murloc's lair. At this time, Chun Feng had to be alert, act cautiously, and look at the map from time to time. Once there were signs of activity on the map, they would be displayed on the map through the radar detector. This is very useful on the treasure island where visibility is only 20 to 30 meters in the thick fog. As he moved forward, Chun Feng would occasionally check the chat channel in the game interface. I haven't known about the recent situation of other humans for a long time. I don't know how other players are doing. Chapter 55 Chat Channel. Open World Chat. I'm buying the heart of the raft at a high price. If you're in the same area, you can have sex with me. I want to keep it private. 100 L of fresh water or 100 kilograms of food for the heart of the raft, and a high price for iron. Don't collect it upstairs. Who wouldn't treasure the heart of the raft now? That's right. Each person has only one heart of the raft. The conditions for extracting the heart of the raft are too harsh. No one is willing to give it up. I don't have to worry about it. I found a big guy in our area and joined his team. There are 4 of us in our team. We have the heart of the raft, but we lack iron blocks. It's not difficult to get iron blocks. You can decompose iron blocks from an empty black iron treasure chest. It's so easy for the above person to say that. You have to kill Murlocs to get the black iron treasure chest. In the past few days, we have only killed 2 low-level Murlocs, and there were casualties. I heard before that someone named Chun Feng bought a large amount of iron blocks. This guy is really vicious. He knew in advance that iron blocks would be scarce in the future, so he bought so much early. He didn't leave any for us. What the above person said is really funny. Is it evil for someone to buy up iron blocks? If you knew that iron blocks would be scarce in the future, would you not buy them? Is it really a good idea to join someone else's team? The upgraded sailboat is someone else's personal property. If you want to store it in the warehouse, just store it. When you hand over the heart of the raft, if others chase you away, you won't even have a vehicle. That's right. Instead of joining other people's teams, it's better to upgrade your own vehicles. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have enough materials. Kill, kill, kill. Kill people, and you'll get the heart of the raft. I already have 3 of these, and I can upgrade my sailboats soon. The guy upstairs is a ruthless person. How much have you explored Treasure Island? Our team has already encountered an intermediate level Murloc with heavy casualties and was almost wiped out. I want to know the true combat power of the intermediate Murlocs. You have all encountered intermediate Murlocs? Wow, I have only heard of intermediate Murlocs, but I don't even know what they look like. Is there anyone who can tell me about them? It's just a mid-level Murloc. Our team has already killed one. Let's put it this way. The combat power of a mid-level Murloc is 5 to 10 times that of a low-level Murloc. And they're not only mid-level Murlocs, but according to the Murloc's intelligence, there's also a high-level Murloc in the center of the treasure island. Wow. Advanced Fishman. Daily speeches January 1st. 2.8 billion people online. Chun Feng looked at the messy and numerous messages on the World Chat channel and analyzed them one by one. This can be seen from these messy messages. At present, most players have a very high awareness of the heart of the raft, and many players have begun to team up with each other to upgrade a vehicle together. 1,000 survival points are actually not difficult for players who play in a group. There is no shortage of wood and plant fiber, and the raft heart is not rare for team players. However, iron blocks are no longer available on the market and can only be obtained by disassembling the black iron treasure chest dropped by killing Murlocs. In general, many players have obtained the sailboat upgrade drawings after joining forces, but when it comes to upgrading, some are just missing the heart of the raft, and some are just missing the iron block. There are countless areas in this world, and there are treasure islands in each area. I believe there must be powerful players. From the news, Many of these players have encountered intermediate murlocs and know a lot about murlocs. It is estimated that many people have already started to target high-level murlocs like Chunfeng. Let's take a look at the regional channel, which is the news from Chunfeng, the player on the treasure island. Has anyone killed an intermediate murloc? Acquire intelligence on intermediate murlocs. The Survival Alliance continues to recruit members. Currently, there are about 1,000 members. 12 strong members have successfully gathered on the island and successfully upgraded the sailboat to level 12. Tang Yuqing, a well-known entrepreneur before the time travel, welcomes you to join. Our team is heading to the center of Treasure Island to look for high-level fishermen. Hurry up if you want to join. Also a bounty, looking for a player named Chunfeng, who killed my friend Su Xiaoli and others in an extremely cruel and brutal way. Su Xiaoli's corpse.jpg. If you encounter this person, please add me as a friend and tell me his location. I will reward you handsomely. Boss Chunfeng killed your friend? Really? How dare he kill people at will? I didn't expect that Boss Chunfeng is such a person. I was grateful to him for providing us with information about the fishmen. Nonsense. You took a screenshot of a woman's body, and it means that it was killed by Boss Chunfeng. Besides, even if it was Boss Chunfeng who killed her, so what? In this lawless apocalypse, if someone provokes you, what does it matter if you kill them? I don't believe that it was Boss Chunfeng who killed him. Boss Chunfeng, please come out and explain. Online users, 5846. Chunfeng didn't have time to check the chat channel before, but he didn't expect that most of the topics discussed in the regional chat were about himself. This Tang Yuqing is really haunting me. At first he invited me to join, but later I learned from Zhou Lingrui that he wanted to kill me. Now he is swearing at me in the chat channel and even offering a bounty. Chunfeng asked himself if he had anything to do with this person from the beginning. This person has been targeting him everywhere. Did he really think that he was a soft persimmon that he could bully at will? Since they are also looking for high-level murlocs, they will meet sooner or later, so they should have a good communication when they meet. Chunfeng looked at Tang Yuqing's avatar in the chat channel, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Afterwards, Chunfeng replied directly in the regional chat. I killed them, but they deserve to die. As for Mr. Tang Yuqing's reward, I'm waiting. I hope we can meet soon. Chunfeng suddenly popped up, and the regional channel immediately exploded. Fuck, Chunfeng really killed a person. The body is so miserable. Chunfeng must be a perverted murderer. What a perverted murderer. Didn't Boss Chunfeng say that those people must have offended Boss Chunfeng? I don't know the cause and effect, so I won't comment. Okay, Chunfeng, I hope you can be as confident when we meet. There were messages that spoke ill of Chunfeng, and there were also messages that defended him, but Chunfeng didn't care about any of that. Other people's opinions meant nothing to him. Chunfeng rejected Tang Yuqing's friend request again on the game interface and sneered. Chunfeng is not a fool. Knowing that Tang Yuqing had a lot of power, would he expose his position by adding his friends? Since he has officially fallen out with Tang Yuqing, Chunfeng is not afraid of him. Facing Tang Yuqing and others who have the advantage in numbers, Chunfeng will have a greater advantage when they meet in the dark. After closing chat, Chunfeng secretly sighed. This game is really becoming more and more interesting. Chapter 56, Island Lake and Level 14 Sailboat. As soon as the chat channel was closed, Chunfeng suddenly noticed a row of small words on the entire light screen. These small words are very conspicuous. Countdown to the sinking of Treasure Island. 4 days, 16 hours, and 32 minutes. Countdown to the Great Disaster Sea Storm. 16 days, 16 hours, 32 minutes. Before I knew it, I had been in this world for 13 days and on Treasure Island for 10 days. Including today, Treasure Island will sink in less than 5 days, and the first copy of this game will soon disappear. Chunfeng's pace suddenly quickened a bit. Time was running out, and he felt anxious. Now it is easier for Chunfeng to hunt intermediate murlocs. Treasure Island is truly a treasure island for Chunfeng. In the short time that follows, he must quickly hunt more fishmen, hoping to kill the final boss, the high-level fishman, the leader of the Fishman clan, before the ship sinks. Chunfeng took Gina and Zhou Lingrui and walked for a long time. The road was very quiet, and I didn't encounter any fishmen. This made Chunfeng feel a little uncomfortable. As more and more players continued to go deeper, the number of murlocs was also decreasing sharply. Not to mention the low-level murlocs. There are only 100 or so mid-level murlocs. If you kill one and I kill one, how many will be left? There was nothing that could be done about it. After all, there were too many wolves and too little meat, and Chunfeng was already the wolf that ate the most. Although he complained in his heart, Chunfeng did not stop. As Chunfeng and the other two continued to go deeper into the center of the treasure island, Chunfeng slowly discovered that the fog around them was becoming thinner and thinner. The fog originally limited visibility to only more than 20 meters, but now the visibility has gradually widened. More than 100 meters away, Chunfeng and his companions could see it clearly. Just as Chunfeng was looking around, Zhou Lingrui suddenly pointed forward with a curious smile on his face. Chen Feng, look, is there water ahead? Chen Feng's eyes followed Zhou Lingrui's finger and looked forward. Under the thin fog, you can indeed see a very calm water surface. In order to make sure that it was not a larger accumulation of water, Chen Feng and his companions hurried forward to take a look. Walked to the water's edge. The entire scene before him came into Chen Feng's sight. This is definitely not stagnant water, but a lake that stretches as far as the eye can see. Chen Feng leaned forward. The surface of the lake was very calm, without any ripples. Chen Feng could even see small fish the size of fingers swimming beneath the bottom of the lake. Chen Feng reached out and scooped up some lake water and took a sip. Seeing such a big lake, I thought it was fresh water, but it turned out to be sea water. This made Chen Feng's plan to collect fresh water fail. The fog here became thinner and visibility was very far. Chen Feng looked along the lake's surface. This lake is definitely huge. The size of the entire treasure island is 1/3 the size of Taiwan province. Now, based on the location on the map, Chen Feng can judge that this lake is about several thousand square kilometers. The mermen live on the seabed all year round and should be very fond of water. Perhaps their home base is on this lake. Looks like we need to go to the lake and take a look. Chen Feng had made a decision in his mind. There happened to be a large lake there, and his upgraded sailboat finally came in handy. Opening the warehouse, Chen Feng checked the sailboat that he had upgraded before. At this time, the sailboat has been successfully upgraded. Tough sailing boat. Level, LV14. Length and width, 2010. Upgrades, wood, 983 remaining, 400 needed. Plant fiber, 864 remaining, 400 needed. Iron block, 952 remaining, 200 needed. Raft heart, 0 remaining, 1 needed. Comments. The overall sailboat is very tough and can withstand attacks from general marine creatures. The cabin is very private, so even if you make a big move inside, no one outside can hear it. After Chen Feng's 3 upgrades, the sailboat has successfully upgraded from level 11 to level 14. The sailboat was not only one size larger, but also looked stronger. Call. Chen Feng approached the lake and chose to summon with some anticipation. Suddenly, a huge sailboat appeared out of thin air before their eyes, and then suddenly fell. With a plop, the huge sailboat fell into the lake with a loud noise. After splashing water more than 10 meters high, it was still shaking. Only then did Chen Feng truly see the vehicle on which he depended for survival. Compared to a raft, a sailboat is not only a 3-dimensional vehicle, but also makes full use of the space. The 2010 in the data may not seem obvious, but when the sailboat is in front of you, it is still very large. Chen Feng jumped onto the sailboat first, followed by Zhou Lingrui and Gina. Walking on the sturdy deck, Chen Feng was very satisfied and nodded continuously. The effort was worth it. The sailboat under his feet gave Chen Feng a great sense of security. Chen Feng, this sailboat looks so sturdy. By the way, how do we get into the cabin? Zhou Lingrui was very curious and touched here and looked there. Speaking of the cabin, Chen Feng looked back. There's a not-so-big control room at the back of the deck, and the door entering the cabin should be inside the control room. The 3 of them walked into the control room, which was about 1,010 in size and quite spacious. There was only a rudder that looked like a car steering wheel, which was used to control the direction of travel. There was a wooden door on the ground at the back. Chen Feng walked over and pulled up the door directly. Suddenly, the door leading to the cabin appeared in front of him. Look, the cabin should be here. Chen Feng nodded at Zhou Lingrui beside him. I want to go down and take a look first. Zhou Lingrui seemed extremely excited when he saw the cabin for some reason, and an unrecognizable longing smile appeared on his little face. Everyone entered the cabin. The space inside was not crowded. There were 5 rooms separated by wooden boards, but each room was empty and had nothing in it. Zhou Lingrui shuttled back and forth between several rooms like a hostess. That's great. Chen Feng, can I live in the same room with you? Zhou Lingrui smiled, and there was a hint of shyness in his seemingly bold words. He walked in front of Chen Feng and took the initiative to grab Chen Feng's hand. Chen Feng ignored him. Zhou Lingrui had become more and more bold recently, always thinking about how to seduce him. After entering the sailboat today, the woman was about to lose control of herself in the closed room. Chen Feng ignored Zhou Lingrui. We are still in this lake. There may be fishermen around. Let's go to the deck first. Carrying Gina, Chen Feng climbed back onto the deck through the wooden door. But Zhou Lingrui pouted, snorted in dissatisfaction, and did not come up. Instead, he wandered back and forth in the cabin, as if he couldn't stay there long enough. Chen Feng estimated that this should be a common problem among women. They're obsessed with places that make them feel safe. This is probably the reason why modern women have to buy a house when they get married. Chen Feng looked around on the deck and suddenly felt something strange. How does the sailboat move? The raft used to be pulled by the great white shark Xiaoping, but now Xiaoping is still outside the island. Who will pull the boat? Chen Feng was dumbfounded. Chapter 57. Gina's abnormal fighting power in the water. But in the blink of an eye, Chan Feng saw the mast standing in the middle of the sailboat, with layers of sails stacked on it. Then it suddenly occurred to me that a sailboat is propelled forward by the wind when its sails are raised. However, the lake was calm, which meant there was no wind at all. How can a sailboat move without wind? Never mind for now. Let's just hoist the sail first. Chan Feng walked to the mast, pulled a thick black hemp rope, and pulled up the entire canvas. Until the entire sail was fully raised. Chan Fan felt that the entire sailboat was moving automatically without wind. Can it move without wind? It seems that this is the setting of the sailboat in this game world. As long as the sail is raised, the entire sailboat can move. Chan Feng didn't care about these details, as long as the sailboat had power. Gina, you stay on the deck and keep watch. I'll go to the control room to control the direction. Yes, master. After greeting Gina, Chan Feng walked into the control room, grasped the steering wheel, and adjusted the direction of the huge sailboat. The entire sailboat slowly turned around and left the lake. Under Chan Feng's control, the car slowly moved towards the lake at a speed of about 30 kilometers per hour. The lake was indeed very calm, and Chan Feng had been sailing for nearly half an hour. There was nothing to see around except the endless water. Gina swam around the deck, looking a little bored. Zhou Lingrui didn't know what was wrong with him. He was still staying in the cabin and was reluctant to come out. In fact, Chan Feng was also happy about this. With Zhou Lingrui staying downstairs, at least he could have some peace and quiet for a while. Just when Chan Feng was feeling a little bored, the game interface suddenly popped up. The map opened instantly, and a small red dot appeared on it. Chan Feng understood immediately when he saw the red dot. It must have been the radar detectors in the warehouse that picked up something moving. The red dot was 100 meters away from Chan Feng at this time. When the sailboat was getting closer, the red dot seemed to have discovered the sailboat and suddenly moved rapidly towards the direction of the sailboat. It can move so fast in the lake, it must be a murloc. There should be only one murloc for each red dot. Chan Feng walked out of the control room and said to the dazed Gina, Gina, there should be a fisherman right in front of you. Get ready to fight. Yes, master. When Gina heard Chan Feng's order, she straightened her back, shook her chest twice, and her energy suddenly became full. Not knowing the level of the fisherman, Chan Feng still remained a little vigilant. Draw out the fine iron bow and arrow, put on goggles, and prepare to face the unknown fishman with 100 combat power. The red dot is getting closer, 90 meters, 80 meters, 10 meters. The map showed that the red dot was just around the corner, but Chan Feng saw nothing on the water. Holding the fine iron bow and arrow, Chan Feng looked around, but there was no target. Even if the hit rate thanks to the goggles reached 100, he didn't know where to shoot. Suddenly, a muffled sound was heard. Something hit Chan Feng's sailboat, right under the boat. The huge impact not only made a dull sound, but also caused the entire sailboat to shake violently. Chan Feng frowned, thinking that it must be the fisherman that hit the sailboat directly in the water. This made Chan Feng suddenly at a loss. This fisherman did not show his head in the water, so Chan Feng had no way to deal with him. Go into the water and fight the murlocs? Stop kidding. Even if humans are very good at swimming, they will still be at a disadvantage in a fight in the water. What's wrong? What's wrong? Zhou Lingrui, who was in the cabin, felt the shaking and quickly ran out, asking in confusion. Get ready for battle. Murlocs are attacking. Chan Feng walked to the edge of the deck and kept observing the lake. After hearing this, Zhou Lingrui also became nervous. Pong. There was another muffled sound and another collision, which almost caused Zhou Lingrui, who was standing on the edge, to fall down. No, we can't let this murloc keep hitting the sailboat like this. It might not be a big deal once or twice, but no matter how tough the sailboat is, it can't withstand such impact. Chan Feng was secretly anxious. Master, I can fight in the water. Please allow me to do so. Gina walked to Chan Feng, her eyes full of desire to fight. Yes, Gina is a merman. Her fighting ability will definitely not be affected in water. Okay, Gina, go into the water and try to force the fishman in the water to the surface of the lake so that I can shoot him with a bow and arrow. Chan Feng slapped his forehead, ready to let Gina go into the water, but in the blink of an eye, there was some worry on his face. The last time Gina fought with an intermediate octopus man, she was suppressed by his talent. There are many types of fishmen, and there is a possibility that intermediate fishmen may suppress each other. She said, if you're not an opponent, you must return to the boat in time. Okay, master. Although Gina listened to Chan Feng's words, there was no worry on her face. Instead, it made people feel that underwater combat was very easy for her. Gina's body drew a graceful curve, then sank into the water with a splash and disappeared instantly. Once in the water, Gina was no longer restricted by the land and moved very fast. Chan Feng and Zhou Lingrui observed nervously, but could not see anything on the water. Suddenly, a brilliant light suddenly flashed on the calm water surface. It's Gina's current. The underwater battle has begun, with flashes of electricity coming one after another. Because salt water has good conductivity, the attack range of Gina's electric current each time is far greater than on land. This made Chun Feng, who was on the sailboat, secretly feel emotional. He didn't expect that Gina's combat effectiveness underwater would be enhanced so much. After a while, bubbles gurgled on the water surface, drawing Chun Feng's attention over there. Gina popped her head out excitedly and brought the corpse of a merman that was many times larger than her to the surface of the water. Master, it was a mid-level fishman, and I have killed him. The bronze treasure chest is here. Gina shouted at Chun Feng, holding a bronze treasure chest in her hand. What? Just killed him like that? Now, it was Chun Feng and Zhou Lingrui's turn to be surprised. Take out the Murloc Atlas. Intermediate Sea Crabman. Ability. Has a very hard shell and is extremely powerful in close combat. Weakness. No weakness except internal organs. This is an intermediate fishman and an intermediate fishman with a shell. The last time Gina fought with the intermediate octopus man, she was no match for him. Unexpectedly, facing the crab man with stronger close combat ability, Gina only took about a minute to resolve the battle. Chun Feng was shocked for a moment. Then he suddenly understood. Gina is an electric eel fishman. The attack power of electric current in water will definitely be enhanced. For fishmen, this kind of attack is simply pervasive. Even if the shell of a crabman is hard, it cannot be insulated. It is normal that she cannot win, and Gina is not affected by speed at all in the water, so her fighting power soars. If Chun Feng met a mid-level octopus person in the water now, he believed that Gina would be able to kill her instantly. When Gina came ashore, Chun Feng happily put on leather gloves and kept stroking Gina's hair, his eyes full of love. This is a big treasure. Gina was also very obedient. She curled up her lower body a little to make her body shorter, making it easier for Chun Feng to touch her. Poor Zhou Lingrui could only pout and stamp his feet to express his dissatisfaction and jealousy. Chapter 58 Passive Skills and Farming. Another bronze treasure chest. Chun Feng smiled happily. In the past few days, he had obtained dozens of black iron treasure chests. Most of them were placed in the warehouse, and he was too lazy to open them. Bronze treasure chests were not so precious in Chun Feng's eyes now. The previous few bronze treasure chests only gave me a leather armor defense equipment and a radar detector, which were pretty good. The rest were useless. However, I still had to open them, just in case I was lucky. A 10-second progress bar appears as the bronze treasure chest opens. 100 kg corn seeds. Description: treated plant seeds. Evaluation: high-quality cereal seeds, which can produce good yields even in poor soil conditions. This is a kind of material item. Chun Feng smiled slightly. Corn seeds are a good thing. In fact, it is dried corn kernels, which can not only be eaten directly, but also can be cultivated. It just so happened that I got a blue-quality farmland before, and I was worried about what to plant. I will just find an empty space on the sailboat and plant it. Put aside the idea of farming for now, and take a look at the other blue item. This is the same card that was used to summon Gina. Chun Feng was very surprised when he saw the card. Could it be another summoning card that can summon murlocs? But if you look closely, they are not the same. Passive skill: underwater breathing blue. Description: after using the card, you'll have the ability to breathe underwater like a murloc. Comment: even if you can't swim, you won't drown in the water. Warm tips: each person can only obtain one passive skill. There are many types. Please choose carefully. This is another special item. Chun Feng picked up the card and looked at it in a trance. It can actually allow humans to directly gain a special ability. It is not the same as the equipment and functional items dropped before. Thinking about it this way, this kind of skill drop is definitely extremely precious. At least Chun Feng has never seen anyone mention this kind of item in the chat channel. However, the following tip says that a person can only have one passive skill. In the future, when surviving in the ocean, the skill of underwater breathing should be considered a good passive skill, but I don't know if there will be other types of more abnormal passive skills. Chun Feng decided to put this passive skill card away first, and then consider the choice when he gets other types of skill cards in the future. This time the bronze treasure chest is very good, and Chun Feng is very satisfied. Walking to the side of the deck with a smile, Chun Feng took out the Farmland 44M blue from the warehouse. There is nearly 100 square meters of space on the deck, which is more than enough to find a small open space of more than 10 square meters. Once this farmland is put down, it cannot be taken back, so Chun Feng thinks that placing it on his sailboat is the most appropriate choice. Are you sure you want to place the farmland? Once placed, the warehouse cannot be taken back. The system prompt sounded in Chun Feng's ears, and he clicked yes decisively. Suddenly, the farmland model in his hand fell onto the deck and slowly began to grow from the size of palm. It stopped until it became 44M in size. It was the first time that Chun Feng saw farmland on the wooden deck. Although this farmland is on wood, the surface is fertile black soil, and the soil looks to be of good quality. Chun Feng took out two kinds of plant seeds. One was corn, and the other was tomato. Zhou Lingrui. Come here. Hey, here it comes. Chen Feng's loud shout startled Zhou Lingrui, who was still staring at the fishman's corpse on the lake, and he hurried over. There was no way. Zhou Lingrui was extremely nervous about Chen Feng. Come here and plant all these seeds in the field. Chen Feng handed some seeds to Zhou Lingrui with an expression of letting the boss do what he wanted. I used to be a white-collar worker in the city. How could I farm? How about I be the field and you do the farming? Holding the plant seeds that Chen Feng forced into his hand, Zhou Lingrui pouted and showed reluctance. But then he looked at Chen Feng with an ambiguous expression and said with a smile, if you don't know how to plant, you'll have no dinner. When dealing with Zhou Lingrui, Chen Feng now knows her weakness. I'll plant. I can plant, right? Zhou Lingrui gritted his teeth, turned around reluctantly, and started working in the fields, muttering from time to time, straight men are so annoying. Remember to plant corn and tomatoes in half and half. Don't forget to water them after planting. Chen Feng crossed his arms and moved to the control room. Continue sailing on the lake. Although there may be fishmen underwater, Chen Feng does not need to be too nervous because of the radar detection and surveillance. Perhaps it was because the entire lake was so vast that Chen Feng did not encounter a second merman until nightfall. It's dinner time again. Chen Feng hadn't cooked for a long time and suddenly felt like cooking. Take it directly out of the cooktop. First, I cooked a full pot of white rice in an iron pot. The cooked white rice was full of grains and filled with fragrance. Even though there was no seasoning, Chen Feng still drooled as he looked at the rice. Then take out the lard that has been covered in dust for a long time. This pork has been treasured for a long time, but without noodles, I can't eat lard noodles. Today, I'll make some lard rice. Chen Feng scooped a large shovel of lard directly from the container and then poured it on the white rice in the pot. After sprinkling salt, stir the pork and white rice thoroughly. The solidified lard slowly melts in the hot rice, and the aroma is immediately spread out. Ah, this is the taste of love. Chen Feng took a deep breath of the aroma of the food and couldn't help but sigh. Gina and Zhou Lingrui were probably born in the year of the dog, as they came over following the smell. Gina started eating as if no one was around. Zhou Lingrui had just finished working in a farmland. She was covered in mud and looked at Chen Feng with resentment. How could a beautiful woman be arranged by Chen Feng to farm? Is this something a human would do? Okay, come and eat. Chen Feng held back his smile and called Zhou Lingrui to come over for dinner. No matter how resentful you are, you can't go against food. When Zhou Lingrui saw the rice mixed with lard, he immediately forgot his unhappiness. He narrowed his big eyes into slits and skipped over to eat. How can I not share this moment with others? Chen Feng called up the world chat and prepared to take screenshots to share with many players. Just when he was about to take a screenshot, Zhou Lingrui, perhaps because he was too satisfied with the meal, kissed Chen Feng on the cheek out of the blue, allowing Chen Feng to send the screenshot at the same time. A bowl of lard rice should taste like home. Picture.jpg. World chat is once again in turmoil. A lard rice. I'm sour. We just barely filled our stomachs. But Boss Chen Feng has already found a new way to enjoy the food. You foodies only care about the food. Didn't you see the sailboat behind Boss Chen Feng? It looks like the level of the sailboat is not low. Boss is awesome. You straight men only care about food and vehicles. Didn't you notice that there are two beautiful girls beside Chen Feng? One of them is even kissing his face. I'll someone come and save me. I found that I'm not hungry tonight because I ate 200 kilograms of dog food. I haven't been injured this badly in Syria. I haven't been injured this badly in Syria. I haven't been injured this badly in Syria. Chapter 59. The Underwater Castle of the Murlocs. A pot of lard rice is just enough to fill the stomachs of 3 people. Although the total amount was not much, it was a bit greasy after eating too much. After eating, he had no appetite, so Chen Feng went to the cabin to rest. When Zhou Lingrui saw Chen Feng running to the cabin, he followed him in secretly. Gina was the only one on the deck who was diligently keeping alert. She also had to go to the control room occasionally to adjust the direction of the sailboat. Even though Gina was the only one on the deck, Chen Feng felt relieved. He had a radar detector to alert him, so he would be able to know immediately if there was any living thing within a radius of 100 meters. It didn't matter even if he went to the cabin to rest. There are several empty rooms in the cabin. There is no furniture now, so all they can do is simply lay a layer of coarse cloth made of plant fibers on the ground, which can barely serve as a bed. Chen Feng had just stretched out his body on the coarse cloth when a figure tiptoed in. Ignoring Chen Feng's objections, she lay down beside him. What are you doing here? There are so many empty rooms. Why do you have to lie down with me? Who else could it be other than Zhou Lingrui? Chen Feng glanced at the woman beside him with displeasure. Oh, I'm just scared when I'm alone. Zhou Lingrui smiled, not showing any sign of fear at all. Chen Feng spat. Are you afraid? You are now a level 1 enhancer. You can beat down several ordinary people by yourself. You tell me you are afraid. Just now Zhou Lingrui kissed Chen Feng without permission, and Chen Feng hasn't settled the score with her yet, but now she comes downstairs to pester him again. I'm just scared. It's dark, and I feel safer sleeping next to you. Zhou Lingrui snuggled into Chun Feng's arms and acted coquettishly. Okay. Whatever you say. Chun Feng was too lazy to pay attention and began to close his eyes and rest. There was silence for a while, and the atmosphere became somewhat subtle. Hey, brother Chun Feng, can I tell you a joke? Zhou Lingrui raised his head, took the initiative, and asked tentatively. If you don't say anything, then I'll tell you. Once upon a time, there were two shepherds, a man and a woman, who were herding sheep. They walked to a tree and climbed up to rest, leaving the sheep to graze below. But who would have thought that after a while, all the sheep under the tree died? The man was shocked and didn't know what was going on. It was only after the woman said something that the man understood the whole story. Hey, brother Chun Feng, do you know what women say? Zhou Lingrui was very excited when he told the story, and he left Chun Feng with a suspense at the end of the story. When Chun Feng heard this, he couldn't help but wonder why the sheep died out of nowhere. He asked puzzledly, what did it say? The woman said, because there is no grass. As Zhou Lingrui spoke, he looked at Chun Feng meaningfully, lying on his side with one hand supporting his beautiful head, fully displaying his perfect curves. Do you really think I'm not a man? How could Chun Feng not understand after hearing this? He could no longer endure it. He no longer needed to endure it. He shouted angrily, gone. He then grabbed Zhou Lingrui's slender waist, and the two of them rolled over together. Zhou Lingrui smiled as bright as a flower. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The clothes next to it were piled up into a small mountain. Master, there seems to be a building ahead. Just as the train touched the edge of the platform, Gina's voice from the deck came into the cabin. Fuck. Zhou Lingrui cursed unwillingly. At this moment, Chun Feng could even feel a tremendous resentment rushing towards his forehead, which scared him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. But Gina's voice also calmed him down. There was a situation ahead, so he should focus on the business first. Then Chun Feng put on his clothes and hurried to the deck. I worked so hard to create this opportunity. Gina and I can never reconcile. Zhou Lingrui pulled the coarse cloth to cover her perfect body and rolled on the ground, throwing a tantrum to vent her dissatisfaction. After venting for a while, he quickly put on his clothes and went out. When Chun Feng walked onto the deck, he looked in the direction Gina pointed. Sure enough, just as Gina said, about 200 meters ahead, a group of dark gray buildings were protruding above the water. If you don't pay special attention, you can't even see it clearly. Chun Feng hurriedly pulled down the canvas on the mast to prevent the sailboat from moving forward. Now all we have to do is observe carefully. A strange building suddenly appeared, most likely related to the fishmen. The sailboat slid for dozens of meters due to inertia before stopping. At this moment, it was closer to the strange building, only about 190 meters away. At such a close distance, Chun Feng could barely see the building in front of him. The buildings are generally dark gray, and each one is built with gray stones or blackened wood. These buildings don't look like much overall, with only about 30 or 40 small houses exposed above the water. Is this the merman's lair? If so, isn't it a little too simple? Chun Feng couldn't help but mutter as he looked at the building in front of him. Zhou Lingrui, who was following behind, suddenly pinched Chun Feng's waist to express his dissatisfaction, which made Chun Feng frown. Is there something wrong with this woman recently? Chun Feng ignored it and continued to observe, but the distance was still a little far and some details in the building were still unclear. So Chun Feng drove the sailboat again and tried to move forward a little further. When the sailboat moved forward a few dozen meters and was only about 150 meters away, Chun Feng's map interface suddenly popped up, and the radar detector showed dense red dots appearing at the edge of the detection range. What? Chun Feng was shocked to see so many signs of activity suddenly appearing. He stopped the sailboat in a hurry and dared not move forward. This place is still more than 150 meters away from the building, but the radar detector shows signs of activity within 100 meters. Chun Feng looked around and saw that the lake was still calm. What was going on? I walked to the edge of the deck and looked at the lake in the dim moonlight. Under careful observation of the lake, everything in the water slowly becomes clear. It turns out that the buildings on the lake are just the tops of small buildings, and below the lake, large buildings extend all the way to the bottom of the lake. Underwater is the main part of this building. A huge underwater castle appears before our eyes, and there were at least 20 signs of activity appearing on the edge of the radar detector. There are so many of them. They must be murlocs. This is just the edge of the underwater castle. The number of murlocs in the entire castle must be countless. Fortunately, Chun Feng's sailboat stopped in time and the red dots remained in the same place without moving. Chun Feng turned the direction to the limit, then raised the sail, and the entire sailboat slowly turned around and left. Are you kidding? This is the murloc's lair. There are countless low-level murlocs, and the mid-level murlocs are so strong. What's more, there is a high-level murloc that I have never seen before. Are you looking for death if you don't leave? Chapter 60 Plan. After sailing in the opposite direction for a while, Chun Feng stopped when the sailboat was about 300 meters away from the building. I didn't expect that the center of the Treasure Island map was really the nest of the fishmen. I don't know how many murlocs there are in the underwater castle. If I go in rashly, I will definitely be besieged. Let's think about the plan first. When they encountered the intermediate sea crabman before, the fishman had already spotted Chun Feng and others from dozens of meters away. The reason is that the sailboat is too large, and its movement causes fluctuations in the water flow, so the fishmen can easily spot it even if it is dozens of meters away. Therefore, if Chun Feng wanted to drive the sailboat closer to the merman castle, he would probably be discovered soon. This made Chun Feng frown. Originally, Chun Feng planned to get close to the murloc's lair, hide in the dark, and quietly defeat them one by one with a fine iron bow and arrow. Now the murlocs are hiding in the underwater castle, so the fine iron bows and arrows are of little use. And there is no way to avoid being discovered by the fishmen. Once discovered by the murlocs, and a large number of murlocs chase after them, if the strongest of the murlocs, the murloc commander, takes action again, the consequences will be disastrous. This made Chun Feng's plan to hunt intermediate murlocs to obtain high-level equipment fail. There doesn't seem to be any good solution at the moment. But suddenly, Chun Feng's eyes lit up and he thought of Tang Yuqing. Tang Yuqing is currently the most powerful team in Chun Feng's area. If this team could take the lead in attacking the murloc's underwater castle, and when the two sides were in a stalemate, Chun Feng might be able to hide in the dark and reap the benefits. But since Tang Yuqing was able to develop such a large team, he is naturally not a fool. It is easy to imagine how difficult it would be to get him to actively attack the murloc's underwater castle. Moreover, Tang Yuqing and Chun Feng had already torn their faces apart in the chat channel, and Chun Feng directly sent people to attack the fisherman's nest. If people believe it, then there must be something fishy going on. However, the main body of the fisherman's underwater castle is underwater. The buildings that emerge from the water are not large and are slightly affected by the fog, making them very hidden. If Gina hadn't reminded Chun Feng, he might have driven straight in. The hidden underwater castle might be something that could be used to create something new. Aren't Tang Yuqing's group going to hunt me down? If I can lure Tang Yuqing's group here and let them hunt me down, I will deliberately lead them to the murloc's castle. Then I will hide alone. Who knows, Tang Yuqing and his group may be able to fight the murlocs head-on. Thinking of this, Chun Feng slowly came up with a plan in his mind. Now, Chun Feng dared to say that he had penetrated deeper into the treasure island than most people. Tang Yuqing and others were numerous in number, and it was inconvenient for them to travel quickly, so their speed was naturally not as fast as Chun Feng's. What we need to do now is to lure Tang Yuqing and his gang here. Chun Feng opened the private chat in chat and found the dialog box in which he had had a private chat with Tang Yuqing before. After thinking for a while, he composed a message and sent it. Hello, Mr. Tang. I'm Chun Feng. I want to talk to you. A few minutes later, Chun Feng looked at the message from Tang Yuqing and smiled. No matter what you reply, as long as you reply, there will be something to talk about. Young man, what? Is there anything else we can talk about? I just hope you can meet us soon so that I can avenge Su Xiaoli and her friends. Haha, revenge. What Mr. Tang said is really high-sounding. Mr. Tang formed the alliance from the very beginning, just for the supplies on other people. Would he care about the life and death of his friends? Besides, Su Xiaoli and others deserve to die. Chun Feng naturally didn't believe that Tang Yuqing wanted to offer a reward to him just to avenge his friend. Stop talking nonsense. You know me very well. What do you want from me? If you are begging me to spare your life, I advise you to save your breath. Wait until my large army meets you, and you'll be in trouble. As if Chun Feng had hit the nail on the head, Tang Yuqing stopped beating around the bush. Mr. Tang, don't be angry. I'm looking for you because I actually want to resolve the misunderstanding between us. I don't seem to have offended you all along. Why do you have to force me, Mr. Tang? Chun Feng stared at the chat box, and a sneer slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding at all. Yes, I went there just for the supplies. So what? Now you want me to let you go, unless you give me all the supplies you have. Otherwise, humph. It's impossible to give you all of it, but I can give you some of it. I've recently discovered that it's really hard to survive on this treasure island alone. If I join Mr. Tang's alliance, would you agree? Join. After Tang Yuqing replied this sentence, he waited for a long time before sending the next message. I asked you to join before, but you didn't have this attitude. Do you want to join now? If Mr. Tang agrees to give up hunting me down and let me join your team, I believe that not only will the supplies be improved, but with my abilities, it will definitely be helpful to improve the team's combat effectiveness. All the messages Chun Feng sent out were about lowering his attitude. He was now waiting for Tang Yuqing to take the bait. Tang Yuqing, who received the message from Chun Feng, did not reply for a long time. He seemed to be thinking carefully about what benefits he could get from letting Chun Feng join. After a while, Tang Yuqing sent another message. Okay, if you want to join, you can. Just hand over some supplies to show your sincerity. Then add me as your friend. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb. After thinking for a while, Chun Feng agreed and clicked on Tang Yuqing's avatar to choose the transaction. 100 kilograms rice transaction was successful. Trading 100 kilograms of rice is just a drop in the bucket for Chun Feng. If this little bit of food can gain Tang Yuqing's trust, it will be well worth it. Afterwards, Chun Feng sent a friend request to Tang Yuqing. After a while, the system prompts that the friend request is approved. At this time, Chun Feng could also see the location of Tang Yuqing and others through the map function. Unexpectedly, Tang Yuqing and others had also reached the lake at this moment and were only about half a day's journey away from Chun Feng. Welcome brother Chun Feng to join our alliance. From now on, we are no longer enemies, but a team that is in the same boat. After receiving 100 kilograms of rice from Chun Feng, Tang Yuqing's messages became more friendly. Of course, Chun Feng could naturally tell whether it was true or false. I hope brother Tang can take care of me more in the future. No problem. Hey, brother Chun Feng, have you also come to the lake? I didn't expect that we were so close. Then let's meet and have a good time. I will also introduce other people to you. Tang Yuqing obviously also checked Chun Feng's location and replied in a seemingly friendly manner. Okay, then let's meet up first. Chun Feng sneered. On the map, Chun Feng and Tang Yuqing were driving sailboats towards each other. As for whether they can really live in harmony after getting close, if Chun Feng were to answer, it would definitely be impossible. The two sailboats were getting closer and closer, and Chun Feng slowly smiled. The plan was going smoothly, and everything was going according to his ideas. Chapter 61. A Cloud-Piercing Arrow. The visibility on Treasure Island was very poor at night. Chun Feng and Tang Yuqing had been sailing for a long time. The distance between the two people was also shortened a lot. Chun Feng looked at the map interface. The journey that originally took half a day only took more than an hour when the two of them were driving in opposite directions. Now, there's only a distance of more than 1,000 meters between the two. Gina, go to the control room. We'll be getting close to some enemies soon. Turn around if I tell you to. Yes, master. Gina nodded and walked towards the control room. Zhou Lingrue on the side asked in confusion. If they are enemies, then why are we going in this direction? Either we leave or we fight them. Oh, I have my own plans, so don't ask me. Chun Feng smiled and turned around and said, You know these enemies. They are Tang Yuqing and others. What? It's them. Zhou Lingrue looked angry, as if he remembered something unpleasant. Chun Feng, can I kill them later? Zhou Lingrue still remembers that Tang Yuqing and others seized a lot of her supplies. Fortunately, she was able to escape when they were not paying attention. Now that Zhou Lingrue has taken the level 1 strengthening potion, he may be overwhelmed with confidence and actually wants to avenge himself. Don't worry about it. There are already more than 10 people here. Don't be impulsive and listen to my arrangements. After striking down the enthusiastic Zhou Lingrue, Chun Feng took out the fine iron bow and arrow, and the map appeared. Tang Yuqing's position is 300 meters away from him. It's time to prepare for battle. Chun Feng doesn't believe that Tang Yuqing really believes that he has agreed to join him. The first thing they do after meeting is probably to fight. Brother Chun Feng, I see you. From a distance, Chun Feng saw a sailboat that was smaller than his own sailboat approaching him, with only 100 meters left. There were several figures standing at the bow, and one of them was shouting and greeting people. This should be Tang Yuqing. This was the first time the two met. Seeing his enthusiastic attitude, Chun Feng now really felt that Tang Yuqing was sincere in recruiting him. But within 3 seconds, the radar detector showed that there were 7 or 8 creatures approaching within 100 meters. It was all in the direction of Tang Yuqing's sailboat. His sailboat was still 100 meters away, so it was impossible for him to detect anyone. But now there was someone within 100 meters. The lake was calm again, and there was only one explanation. A group of people were sneaking towards him underwater. Tang Yuqing actually sent people over from underwater. It turned out that he had no good intentions. If there was no radar detector, when they got close to him, there might be a sailboat in the ditch. Haha, Mr. Tang, since you were so enthusiastic, I will give you something else. Tang Yuqing didn't seem to care about someone approaching underwater, and greeted them happily on the surface. Tang Yuqing, who was at a distance, also heard Chun Feng's cry. Don't be polite, brother Chun. We are all family. I just got a bottle of special supply Matai. Let's have a drink later. Beside Tang Yuqing, his son, and their common woman Bai Ling looked at Chun Feng in the distance jokingly, and the three of them whispered, Tang Xiaoxi, Dad. I didn't expect Chun Feng to be so stupid that he actually came to my door. Don't kill him later. I want to take a good look at this idiot. Also, Dad will leave Zhou Lingrue to me later. I'll let her run away last time. I won't wait this time. There's no point in cultivating feelings. Just go for it. Tang Yuqing, you can't leave Chun Feng to you. You'll kill him later. He's too dangerous. But Zhou Lingrue is just a woman. Don't take her too seriously. Let's play together later. Bai Ling humph. Zhou Lingrue, you little bastard. Let's see where you're going to run this time. Looking at the map showing that the 8 people in his team were getting closer and closer to Chun Feng's boat, Tang Yuqing couldn't help but sneer. It's almost time. No matter how powerful Chun Feng is, with 7 or 8 level 1 enhancers on board, he can't make any waves. Mr. Tang, I won't drink your Matai. I'd like you to try my cloud-piercing arrow first. Chun Feng looked at the figure in the distance. Very good, I can see it. Now that it is within the field of vision, the 100 hit rate of the goggles will be effective. Gina, start turning around. While giving orders to Gina, Chun Feng pulled out an arrow, and it flew out with a whoosh. He was aiming not at Tang Yuqing, but at his son Tang Xiaoxi. If Tang Yuqing died, this group of people would suddenly lose their backbone and might give up chasing him. Then his plan to lure them to attack the Murloc castle would be ruined. The European Emperor's talent was triggered. Even though they were more than 100 meters apart, the fine iron arrow was still very accurate and shot straight at Tang Xiaoxi's forehead. Cloud-piercing arrow? What cloud-piercing arrow? When Tang Yuqing and others heard Chun Feng shout, they were immediately confused and didn't know what Chun Feng was talking about. But then, everyone saw a black arrow shooting towards them very quickly, so fast that people had no time to react. Tang Yuqing only had time to utter, "Get out of the way." The arrow hit his son Tang Xiaoxi's forehead. Tang Xiaoxi fell straight back in an instant, and the bleeding effect and his brain matter spurted out of his head. This time he was dead. Xiaoxi, son, Chun Feng, I'll fuck you. Tang Yuqing hugged Tang Xiaoxi, who was lying on the ground, and cried out in agony, not at all like his usual calm self. Bai Ling fell to the ground and said, "Impossible. Could it be that he discovered someone underwater?" On Chun Feng's side, the sailboat had turned around and started heading towards the Fishman Castle. Great! That fat guy Tang Xiaoxi is finally dead. He tried to do something bad to me last time. How annoying. Zhou Lingrui jumped up happily when he saw Chun Feng shoot Tang Xiaoxi's head with an arrow. Chun Feng looked at the roar coming from afar and sneered. The person diving under the water made Chun Feng feel no guilt at all at this moment. Shooting these people is no different from killing fishermen. Whoosh whoosh, 2 more arrows were shot out, this time aiming at the other 2 people around Tang Yuqing. Come again. He came again. Bai Ling looked in horror at the 2 streaks of light that were shooting towards her quickly. Hurry, run to the cabin. Don't stand on the deck. Although Tang Yuqing hated it, he was also afraid of Chun Feng's arrows. He threw Tang Xiaoxi's body away while shouting and ran back to find cover. But Chun Feng had no intention of shooting him at all. The fine iron arrow attacked again, accurately hitting a man next to him and Bai Ling's chest. The European Emperor's talent is triggered, and the bleeding effect explodes. Both of them were bleeding profusely in an instant. Bai Ling fell to the ground powerlessly, with a desire for life still in her eyes. After that, Chun Feng did not shoot again. Gina turned the boat around, and the sailboat had left. Tang Yuqing and others also calmed down. Walking onto the deck angrily, Tang Yuqing shouted at the top of his lungs, "Chase him! His location is still on the map. Find something to hide. Prevent him from shooting arrows. I will make him die with my son." Chapter 62. Tang Yuqing rushes into the Murloc castle. Chun Feng, who had already gone far away, was now looking at the location of Tang Yuqing and others on the map. But now he doesn't want to delete Tang Yuqing as a friend. Once the friends are deleted, what will happen if Tang Yuqing and others are lost? Tang Yuqing was also chasing Chun Feng by relying on his friend's location. Although it was very suspicious that Chun Feng did not delete his friends, the murder of his son had clouded his mind. At this moment, Tang Yuqing only wanted to kill Chun Feng to vent his anger and would not consider other factors at all. The speed of the level 14 sailboat is much faster than that of the level 12 sailboat, and Chun Feng has already opened up some distance. Coupled with the dark night and the thin fog, Chun Feng could no longer see the shadow behind him when he turned around. Zhou Lingrui, go, lower the sails and slow down. Oh, after waiting for a few minutes, Chun Feng saw the shadows of Tang Yuqing and others again. Chun Feng, I want your life. An angry roar came from the sailboat behind him. Zhou Lingrui, set sail and speed up. Chun Feng was as steady as an old dog. Oh, in this way, after Chun Feng had left Tang Yuqing and others far behind, he would stop and wait for them for a while, and then mock them. Tang Yuqing kept chasing Chun Feng, and it seemed that he had no other choice but to keep scolding him. The chase lasted for more than an hour. Chun Feng, you will die a horrible death. Tang Yuqing, who had been shouting for more than an hour, was now panting and out of breath. The wooden board in his hand that he was holding to block Chun Feng's arrow also fell to the side. Hermaphrodite, rotten ass, think about your fat son. Seeing that Tang Yuqing seemed exhausted, Chun Feng finally turned around and cursed him, then encouraged them. Chun Feng ignored the shouting behind him and instead looked carefully at the location on the map. He had already memorized the location of the Murloc castle on the map. Another 500 meters and the Fishman castle is in front. If this distance suddenly disappeared from the sight of Tang Yuqing and others, they should continue to move in this direction. The visibility is poor at night, and the buildings of the Fishman Castle that are exposed above the water are not conspicuous at all. Thinking of this, Chun Feng suddenly took out a card from the warehouse. Passive skill, underwater breathing blue. Description: after using the card, you'll have the ability to breathe underwater like a murloc. Comment: even if you can't swim, you won't drown in the water. That's right, it's a passive skill card. Originally, Chun Feng planned to use it when he encountered better cards in the future, but for now, it would be more advantageous to use it directly. What's more, the passive skill of underwater breathing is not bad. Click on the card to use it, and suddenly, the card turned into a ray of light and merged into Chun Feng's body. Just like the previous Fishman capsule, there is no strange feeling after using this special item, and the abilities learned seem to be innate. Chun Feng just felt that he had a kind of familiarity with the lake water under the boat. Well, I should be able to breathe underwater. After successfully learning to breathe underwater, Chun Feng deleted the friends of Tang Yuqing and others so that these people could not see his location. Then, he ordered the sailboat to go at full speed to increase the distance. Chun Feng said to Gina and Zhou Lingrui, "You jump into the lake. I'm going to pack up the sailboat." Yes, two completely different answers. Gina had already jumped into the water when Chun Feng finished speaking, while Zhou Lingrui looked at Chun Feng in surprise, at a loss. "Chun Feng, I'm a terrible swimmer. Stop talking nonsense." There was not much time left, so Chun Feng grabbed Zhou Lingrui by the waist of her jeans, lifted her up, and threw her into the lake. With a splash, a huge splash of water was created. Afterwards, Chun Feng himself jumped into the lake. "Take it back." With a light shout from Chun Feng, the huge sailboat instantly disappeared on the lake. "Chun Feng, Tang Yuqing and his men are about to catch up with us. We will definitely be caught up if we just swim." Zhou Lingrui paddled hard in the water. "Dive with me." Chun Feng was too lazy to explain. He just pulled Zhou Lingrui's arm and dived into the water flexibly. Seeing this, Gina flapped her tail and sank into the water instantly. "I don't know how." Gurgle, gurgle. The three of them kept diving in the lake. The lake was very deep, estimated to be at least 200 meters. The lake water was unusually cold at night, and my skin was constantly stinging, but fortunately, it was no big deal for my strengthened body. Chun Feng opened his mouth in the lake, and sure enough, he began to breathe deeply in the water, just like Gina next to him. But Zhou Lingrui on the side had her eyes wide open. Her oxygen was almost exhausted, and she tried to cover her mouth with both hands to prevent the lake water from flowing into her mouth. Chun Feng took a deep breath, hugged Zhou Lingrui, and passed a breath of oxygen to him. Their lips and teeth finally touched, and they breathed in oxygen. Zhou Lingrui immediately hugged Chun Feng tightly like an octopus. The feeling of suffocation is so uncomfortable. Zhou Lingrui took a breath, and his eyes suddenly showed some surprise. Suddenly, Chun Feng felt an unusually soft little snake swimming back and forth in his mouth. Very naughty. After biting it hard, the little snake disappeared immediately, leaving only Zhou Lingrui's painful expression. After taking a big breath of oxygen, Chun Feng pushed Zhou Lingrui away and looked up at the lake. The sailboat of Tang Yuqing and others had already arrived right above him. It was more than 100 meters away from the lake, and they couldn't find it all. Where is he? Where is that little bastard Chun Feng? Dang Zhujiang Sautet Angli. Chun Feng had deleted him as a friend, and his figure no longer appeared on the map. Besides, it was dark at night, and I couldn't see anything ahead. "Boss, they just disappeared in this direction. Let's continue chasing them," a man said tremblingly. The furious Tang Yuqing was really scary at this time. Chase him. I will kill him." Very good. Tang Yuqing and others were heading towards the direction of the Fishman Castle, so they just rushed straight towards it. 200 meters to go. 180 meters to go. Chun Feng was watching expectantly, when suddenly Zhou Lingrui rushed over and covered his mouth. This guy is out of oxygen again. He took another big sip and crossed over. 2 seconds later, Zhou Lingrui came again. "Damn it, you're still getting excited." Chun Feng naturally knew what Zhou Lingrui was thinking. Isn't this just taking advantage of the opportunity? Locking her throat, not let her get close. Chun Feng's eyes were fixed on the sailboat moving forward above his head. 100 meters. 50 meters. 10 meters. With a bang, Tang Yuqing's sailboat suddenly hit a building protruding from the water. Suddenly, Chun Feng saw from afar in the water that the Fishman Castle suddenly looked like a hornet's nest that had been hit. Dozens of fishmen suddenly flew out of the lake. Chapter 63. Tang Yuqing in a tough fight. At this time, Tang Yuqing and his group on the lake were trying hard to keep their balance because their sailboat had hit a building. "What's going on?" Tang Yuqing was confused. "Boss, we seem to have hit something." When these people walked to the bow, they saw that the sailboat had hit a small building. Some wood and stones that were broken by the impact fell onto the deck. Why are there buildings on this lake? Tang Yuqing was a little puzzled. He didn't understand why he encountered these things while chasing Chun Feng. It's fine as long as the boat is fine. Take a closer look. Chen Feng must not have escaped far. There's so many buildings here. Maybe he is hiding inside. Now Tang Yuqing didn't care about any buildings. He just wanted to catch Chen Feng to avenge his son. After just a brief encounter, I didn't expect that Chen Feng had such strong fighting power, even though he was more than 100 meters away. Definitely underestimated him. However, no matter how powerful he is, once he is surrounded by more than 10 people, I don't believe he can beat 10 of them alone. More than a dozen of his men looked around on the sailboat, but to no avail. Tang Yuqing's face became increasingly gloomy. Old, boss, big. A terrified cry suddenly brought Tang Yuqing back to his senses. At the edge of the sailboat, a big man looked down into the water and suddenly let out a terrified scream. His body trembled uncontrollably as he retreated to the deck. What did you see? Why are you so panicked? You're a piece of trash. Seeing the big man's cowardly look, Tang Yuqing was furious. Water. It's all underwater, the big man stammered and pointed at the water surface, but he couldn't speak. Tang Yuqing and the rest of the people on the deck moved closer to the edge he pointed to and looked underwater. The dim moonlight can only illuminate a depth of more than 10 meters underwater. Just over 10 meters deep, figures were floating in the water, quietly watching Tang Yuqing and others floating on the water. There were so many figures, at least more than 30 of them. Pomfret Man, Squid Man, Shark Man, Seahorse Man. The figures with fish heads and human bodies looked ferocious and extremely hideous. The numerous fishmen directly surrounded the entire sailboat underwater. Fuck 12. Including Tang Yuqing. Everyone on the boat saw the fishmen under the water clearly and cursed in unison. Then they all moved toward the middle of the deck. Where did the fishmen come from? There are dozens of them. Tang Yuqing's face turned pale, and a huge sense of crisis loomed in his heart. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten the anger about his son's death, and only fear remained in his heart. Boss, do you think the building we crashed into could be the fishman's lair? It's possible. Dang Zhujiang, shoot duh. Why are there buildings on a lake? The presence of buildings means there are living creatures living there. Only merfolk like water, so these buildings in the water must be the merfolk's nests. Tang Yuqing instantly realized that he had stirred up a hornet's nest. However, on second thought, I was like a donkey, attracted here by the carrot hanging on my head. Since Chen Feng deliberately contacted him, ostensibly wanted to join his team and then kill Tang Xiaoxi and Bai Ling. In fact, he had been setting a trap for him all along, leading him into the fishman's lair step by step. Chen Feng played the role of the carrot, but when he got here, Chen Feng disappeared. Tang Yuqing's eyes suddenly widened into a round shape, bloodshot, as if they were about to fall out. Chen Feng, do I want to fuck your blood? At this moment, Tang Yuqing knew very well that Chen Feng had tricked him. His son's death and the fact that he had been tricked made him so angry that he couldn't help but curse. Run. What are you doing? Turn around and run. Tang Yuqing grabbed the collar of the big man next to him and shouted almost madly. Now they have no choice but to escape. Faced with dozens of fishmen under the boat, these dozen or so people are in great danger. The big man stumbled into the control room, turned the steering wheel to the limit, and the sailboat slowly turned. However, the fishmen would never let them run away so easily. Once the fishmen saw humans, it meant that they would either kill you or me. The many fishmen in the water were very flexible. They moved and flipped in the water at very fast speeds and attacked Tang Yuqing's sailboat directly. The murlocs with hard shells, such as lobstermen and crabmen, slammed into the bottom of the sailboat after a fierce acceleration. The entire ship was shaking violently and couldn't go any faster. Although Tang Yuqing's sailboat was hit at this moment, it would not be damaged for the time being. While fighting with the fishmen, he could still maintain a certain speed and slowly escape backwards. After those ordinary fishmen accelerated in the water, they suddenly jumped out of the water one by one. Bang, bang, bang. Many fishmen jumped onto the deck, staring at Tang Yuqing and others with grins, mumbling something inaudible. At this moment, Tang Yuqing understood that escaping was not such an easy task. After greeting Chen Feng again in his heart, Tang Yuqing frowned and said, "Brothers, it's hard to escape today. Let's fight these fishmen first. If we don't kill them, none of us can escape today." Hearing this, everyone was not stupid and immediately drew out their weapons. Their knives, guns, sticks, and clubs, and it looks like they have some fighting power. Tang Yuqing also had a spear more than 2 meters long in his hand. It seemed that it was not an ordinary object. These people still had some good things in their hands. The fishmen and Tang Yuqing and others started fighting instantly, and the sound of hand-to-hand combat suddenly rang out at the scene. Because there were still quite a few fishmen hitting the bottom of the boat under the water, and there were about 10 fishmen on the deck. So although the fight on the deck looked fierce, in fact, Tang Yuqing and others were quite evenly matched with the fishmen on the deck. The reason why they were able to fight against the murlocs was that there was not a single mid-level murloc among them, only low-level murlocs. At this time, Tang Yuqing knew that once the sailboat was destroyed by the fishmen and they fell into the water, Given the ability of humans in the water, they would probably be skinned and torn apart by these fishmen. So, Tang Yuqing swung the spear in his hand faster. The spear suddenly vibrated, and when it hit a fishman, the vibration became even more violent. The fishman who was stabbed was suddenly shaken into a pool of flesh and fell bloody on the deck. This spear is definitely not an ordinary weapon. Chun Feng, who was underwater, had already slowly floated to the surface of the water in the distance, with Zhou, Ling Ruwei, and Jina watching the fierce battle quietly. The dark spear in Tang Yuqing's hand was also noticed by Chun Feng. Chun Feng had already reserved this spear in his mind. When the battle between the fishmen and Tang Yuqing and others was almost over, he could take advantage of it. Chapter 64. The True Identity of the Fishman Commander. Chun Feng, was this something you had planned long ago? Zhou Ling Ruwei took a deep breath after emerging from the water. Although Chun Feng had given her oxygen when she was underwater, she still felt more comfortable breathing after being out of the water. I really don't know what's in your head. What else do you know besides H jokes? Chun Feng was speechless to Zhou Ling Ruwei beside him, and then said, "Isn't it obvious? Use Tang Yuqing's hand to explore the bottom of the Murloc castle. And by the way, you can also trick them, killing 2 birds with 1 stone." "Oh," Zhou Lingruei dragged out the last syllable of his voice. "You are such a pervert." In himself, keep your eyes on the battle at hand. The battle had lasted for more than 10 minutes. The underwater fisherman has successfully crashed the sailboat and joined the battle on the deck. Now Tang Yuqing's sailboat is constantly leaking water. If it is not repaired in time, it will probably sink into the lake in a short time. On the deck of the sailboat, there were originally about 12 people, including Tang Yuqing. Now, some are dead, some are injured, and there are only 3 or 4 members left who can stand. Nearly 30 low-level fishmen were almost killed by Tang Yuqing and others. Chun Feng secretly marveled at the strength of Tang Yuqing and his gang. If Chun Feng were to fight them in close combat, he probably wouldn't be their match. However, if Chun Feng is given enough distance, these people will still not be a big deal. Of course, Jina, who has been infinitely strengthened in the water, is not counted. There were still 2 low-level Murlocs alive. Seeing that their companions were almost dead, they became frightened. After looking at each other, they turned around and jumped into the lake and returned to the Murloc castle. There were so many Murlocs, but not a single intermediate one. This made Chun Feng a little surprised, but he felt relieved after thinking about it for a while. There are only about 100 intermediate Murlocs in total. Excluding those killed by humans and those scattered on the treasure island, how many more can there be in the Murloc castle? There are several thousand low-level Murlocs, and it is estimated that most of them in the castle are low-level Murlocs. Haha, Chun Feng, did you see that? What's the point of setting up this trap? I still killed all those fishmen. I have to thank you for giving me so many black iron treasure chests. I can't usually get so many. Tang Yuqing was covered in blood and looked like a hero. He had killed dozens of low-level fishmen and obtained so many black iron treasure chests. He couldn't help but shout excitedly to the people around him. Despite the heavy casualties for Tang Yuqing, as long as he was alive, he could just recruit some more members later, and it was no big deal. Although the sailboat was leaking water at this time, it was still slowly escaping to the outside. If nothing was done to stop him, he might just leave. Chun Feng sneered and raised his bow and arrow. Even if you are powerful and can kill a wave of fishmen, you can't escape. This Tang Yuqing has been against him from the very beginning. If he can still escape like this, then Chun Feng might as well find a piece of tofu and beat himself to death. He had already explored the Murloc's castle and found that most of them were low-level Murlocs. So there was nothing Tang Yuqing could use now, so it was time to send him off. He skillfully pulled the iron bow to its full length, aimed at Tang Yuqing who was standing on the deck, and the arrow was ready to be shot. Just when Chun Feng was about to let go, a low roar suddenly came from the huge fisherman castle underwater. Woo! The voice is low and deep, as if it can penetrate the human soul. Chun Feng and his companions felt their brains go blank in an instant. They put down their bows and couldn't help but cover their ears with their hands. After the low hum, the originally calm lake's surface suddenly became turbulent. A huge undercurrent began to spread outward from the fisherman castle. The smiles of Tang Yuqing and others on the boat suddenly stopped. They vaguely sensed the danger and looked around to find the source of the sound. What a formation! Could it be that a high-level merman, the leader of the merman clan, has come out? Chun Feng suppressed his discomfort and hurriedly retreated again. Slowly, underwater, a figure floated out from a building in the center of the fisherman castle. As it got closer, Chun Feng could see clearly that it was a creature that was no different from humans. If there weren't some black and white patterns on his face, Chun Feng would really have thought he was a human. The figure did not move at all in the water, but shot out quickly, chasing after Tang Yuqing's sailboat. He must have known that those low-level fishmen were slaughtered and came out to seek revenge on Tang Yuqing. The figure moved quickly, and when it arrived in front of Tang Yuqing's boat, it stood straight on the water. After Chun Feng retreated more than 100 meters, He dared not breathe for fear that the figure would discover him, so he just watched from afar. "You are the one who massacred my people." The figure standing on the water spoke lightly in the language of the fishmen, but a strong sense of oppression descended. Hearing this man speaking the merman language, Chun Feng was sure that he was definitely a high-level merman. Tang Yuqing, who was standing on the deck, looked at the strange figure and broke out in a cold sweat. He also vaguely guessed that this person might be a high-level fisherman. Looking at the corpses of mermen everywhere around him, Tang Yuqing didn't know how to face the leader of the merman tribe. If you can't win a fight, run away. The sailboat is damaged and might sink soon. This high-level fisherman spoke and seemed to want to communicate with him. Thinking of this, Tang Yuqing tried hard to force himself to smile. "Brother, can you please speak Chinese? I don't understand." Tang Yuqing, who had not taken the fisherman capsule, had no idea what the fisherman commander was talking about. The fisherman commander stood on the water, saying nothing, remaining silent, his face becoming increasingly gloomy. "Well, big brother, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first." Tang Yuqing bent over and smiled as the sailboat sank and moved forward. Watching the sailboat going farther and farther away, the merman commander finally erupted in anger and let out a roar. "Wind wave." As the fisherman commander finished speaking, a translucent wind wall visible to the naked eye appeared in front of him. Then, he waved his hand again, and the wind wall quickly deformed, transforming into the shape of a whale several tens of meters in size. This huge monster seemed to cover the sky. It opened its huge mouth and swallowed the entire sailboat in one gulp. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and Tang Yuqing felt that the skin on his face was wafting in the strong wind, and he couldn't even open his eyes. "If you swallow this in one gulp, you'll be torn into pieces." Tang Yuqing decisively jumped off the sailboat. Boom! The huge whale formed by the strong wind directly shattered the entire sailboat into pieces. Except for Tang Yuqing, who jumped off in time, the other surviving members turned into bloody fragments and were blown away by the wind. Huge waves surged up from the calm lake, pushing everything on the surface of the water backwards. Just one move. It's so powerful. Tang Yuqing jumped off the boat and escaped death, narrowly avoiding the danger. His face was filled with fear, and he was struggling quickly in the water, trying to escape with the help of the surging waves. "Want to escape?" The fisherman commander-in-chief snorted coldly and quickly followed. The two figures disappeared from Chun Feng's sight. Chun Feng pulled Zhou Lingrui and Gina together and finally managed to stabilize their bodies in the water. He was stunned. Is this the combat power of a high-level fisherman? Chapter 65. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth. Chun Feng and Zhou Lingrui in the distance looked at each other and swallowed together. Turtle, the ability of high-level murlocs is much stronger than that of mid-level murlocs. With just one attack, the entire sailboat was turned into powder. Even if Tang Yuqing ran away with the waves, Chun Feng estimated that it wouldn't take the fisherman leader too much time to catch up with him and kill him. "Gina, if you were to fight this high-level fisherman, would you have a chance of winning?" Although he thought it was unlikely, Chun Feng still asked Gina tentatively. 50-50. Gina hesitated for a moment. 50-50? Are you 50 sure of winning? Chun Feng was a little overjoyed. "Gina, 50% will be beaten to death. 50% will escape." Chun Feng. Ever since Gina gave the extra fishman capsules to Zhou Lingrui and was able to communicate with her, she has become a little naughty under Zhou Lingrui's guidance. Since he couldn't beat Gina, Chun Feng immediately knew what was going on. If you expect to shoot that high-level murloc with the fine iron bow and arrow, the possibility is probably not high. It took 7 or 8 arrows to kill a mid-level murloc. So what about shooting a high-level murloc? If someone creates another hurricane whale, Chun Feng will be finished. It turned out that Chun Feng was planning to destroy the final boss of the fisherman tribe. Now it seems that he still can't do it with his own strength alone. The high-level murlocs were no match for him, and there were too many murlocs in a murloc castle. Chun Feng could only shake his head and sigh. If nothing else, we can only bypass the murloc castle and prepare to leave Treasure Island. This island should sink in a few days. Although Chun Feng couldn't deal with the high-level murlocs and the many murlocs in the murloc castle, there was still a large wave of boxes waiting for Chun Feng to lick. Tang Yuqing had just put the fisherman's black iron treasure chest into the warehouse, and all of his men were killed. The fallen boxes and the broken sailboat floated scattered on the lake. Now the high-level murloc is chasing Tang Yuqing. Now is a good time to loot the box. When the high-level murloc comes back soon, there may be danger. Chun Feng was just about to ask the two girls to follow him when he suddenly saw a figure appear out of nowhere on the water and slowly approach the boxes floating on the water. This person looked like a woman. After she appeared, she was rummaging through boxes at a very fast speed. Those who are interested in the boxes should be human players. I didn't expect that someone could actually go this deep. Oh my god, how did this person get here? Was she invisible before? She actually snatched food from Tiger's mouth. Chun Feng had 3 question marks in his mind. Tang Yuqing and others were deceived by Chun Feng for a long time before he successfully led them to crash into the fisherman castle and lure out the high-level fishermen, who were then killed. Now that these people are dead, someone suddenly jumps out to grab his spoils. Although it is possible that this person does not know of Chun Feng's existence, this action made Chun Feng very angry. Diving into the water again, Chun Feng planned to get closer from underwater to see what the man looked like. He was quite brave. After giving Zhou Lingrui a breath in the water, Chun Feng quickly swam under the woman and slowly surfaced behind her. Seeing the woman still touching the corpse unaware, Chun Feng picked up a piece of wood on the water and threw it over. Hello! While throwing the fragments over, Chun Feng took out a fine iron bow and arrow and aimed at the woman. The wood chip hit the woman on the head, and she immediately stopped what she was doing. He turned around quickly and took out a black object from somewhere and pointed it at Chun Feng. Only when she turned around did Chun Feng see her face clearly. The woman was very beautiful, with fair skin and pretty features. Her short hair was wet and stuck to her face. Her face looked a little pale due to being soaked in the lake water. At this moment, she was looking at Chun Feng coldly without saying a word, as if waiting for Chun Feng to speak first. Gun! Chun Feng has a gun. Zhou Lingrui was also looking at the woman from the side. After seeing the black object in the woman's hand, he couldn't help but exclaimed, I saw it. Chun Feng said cautiously. This should be a small caliber pistol, but the light is dim and the specific model cannot be seen clearly. I didn't expect that in this apocalypse game, there are people with hot weapons. Although it is a pistol, Chun Feng did not dare to underestimate its lethality. His scalp felt numb at the moment. Fortunately, he had raised his bow and aimed in advance, so the two of them were in a stalemate. I say, we are all human beings. Do we need to be so hostile when we just meet? The woman glanced at Chun Feng coldly. To be able to go this deep alone, he must be a ruthless character. Put down the bow and arrow. Chun Feng was not a fool. Putting down his bow and arrow now would be like letting others slaughter him. He sneered. You are holding a broken pistol and acting so arrogantly? I bet there is no bullet in your gun. If you don't believe me, you can try it. The woman raised her pistol, her eyebrows slightly raised. Chun Feng, be careful. Guns are the most powerful beyond 10 meters. Guns are also fast and powerful within 10 meters. Zhou Lingrui was a little panicked. She was quite afraid of weapons like guns. The palms of her hands that were holding Chun Feng were sweating slightly. Hey, don't get me wrong. We have no ill intentions. Just go ahead. Can't we just leave? Chun Feng forced a smile, seeming to be giving in. Just when the woman's expression relaxed slightly, suddenly, her whole body began to tremble, and her arms became stiff and unable to move. At this moment, the woman's face was filled with extreme fear. She had no idea what was going on with her body. Haha, let's see how you can still be so arrogant. Chun Feng seemed to have anticipated the woman's situation. He swam up to her and snatched the pistol from her hand. Okay, Gina, don't electrocute her for now. As soon as Chun Feng finished speaking, Gina slowly surfaced from the water. The woman was trembling all over just now, which was the work of Gina, who was lying in ambush in the water. Otherwise, why would Chun Feng be so reckless as to face the woman directly? Oh, Chun Feng, so you asked Gina to electrocute her. I was wondering why she suddenly had cramps. Zhou Lingrui relaxed when he saw the pistol was taken away from him. Don't move, or I'll kill you. When Chun Feng pointed the gun at the woman, he also looked at the properties of the gun. Sure enough, it was another purple item. Type 54 pistol, purple. Description, hot weapon, range 50 meters, 8 bullets for bullets left. Comment, when the bullets are used up, this thing is not even as good as a brick. After the woman stopped trembling, she took out a dagger and wanted to stab Chun Feng. However, when Chun Feng aimed the pistol in his hand, which turned out to be hers, at her, the woman could only freeze and dared not move. But the vicious look still revealed his dissatisfaction. Chun Feng felt a little proud in his heart and thought, you little brat, let me see how you can still act so arrogantly. Gina, tie her up. Zhou Lingrui, go clean up the battlefield. When Gina tied her up, the electric current on her body caused this cold woman to suffer a little. After Zhou Lingrui finished cleaning up, Chun Feng was worried that the Murloc leader would return, so he swam to a place far away from the Murloc castle. While counting the items that Zhou Lingrui had cleaned up, Chun Feng asked the woman who was still staring at her fiercely. Tell me, what's your name? Why can you become invisible? Chapter 66 Passive Skill. Invisibility. The woman did not answer Chun Feng's question and remained silent. Shaking his head, since no one wanted to say anything, Chun Feng decided to check what he had just harvested. After finishing the inventory, a hint of joy appeared on Chun Feng's face. Tang Yuqing's subordinates still have a lot of supplies. The supplies in the warehouses that these people broke out of were the same. They all contained 2 500 milliliters bottles of fresh water and some simple food to fill their stomachs. Nothing else. This should have been distributed uniformly by Tang Yuqing. Although the supplies in the warehouse are not very good, each of them has a weapon. Most of these weapons are of white quality, all cold weapons. If they're sold in trade, they're of good value. However, apart from the supplies, Chun Feng did not see the heart of the raft that he wanted most. After thinking about it, Chun Feng felt that Tang Yuqing must have placed all the raft members' hearts on him. It doesn't matter. When the fisherman leader comes back, Tang Yuqing will definitely be dead. We can then go and look for his body. His warehouse is the big deal. Without the sailboat, Chun Feng didn't believe he could escape from the high-level fisherman. In addition to these things, there was another thing that caught Chun Feng's attention, a palm-sized sailboat model. Heart of the sailboat, the core of the sailboat vehicle, is the item dropped after the sailboat is destroyed. It has the same function as the heart of the raft. The heart of sailing? Chun Feng looked at the sailboat model in his hand. This should be the one that fell out after the fisherman leader smashed Tang Yuqing's sailboat. Tang Yuqing, who was so busy escaping, didn't notice that he was found by Zhou Lingrui. When the sailboat is upgraded to the next major level in the future, it is estimated that the heart of the sailboat will be needed to upgrade it. It can be seen that the heart of the sailboat is an upgrade material one level higher than the heart of the raft. Chun Feng threw it into the warehouse with a smile, very happy. Chun Feng, she refuses to say anything. What should we do? Let her go. Zhou Lingrui said to the woman with a frosty face standing beside him after seeing Chun Feng finish counting the items. The sudden appearance of a beautiful woman made Zhou Lingrui feel a sense of urgency, and his words implied that he wanted to drive her away. Well, I'm not a murderer, so of course I'll let her go. Chun Feng smiled faintly, but then his eyes became a little strange. But she must hand over everything in the warehouse and strip off all her clothes. After what happened to Guobaolin and others, Chun Feng will not trust anyone easily now. These words were also said to the woman, meaning to force her to speak. Chun Feng was very interested in her ability to become invisible. You dare! When she heard about stripping, the woman's already cold expression became even more angry. Gina, take it off for me. The turtle in the jar was still so arrogant. Chun Feng directly ordered Gina to do it. Although Gina was a little naughty now, she was ruthless when it came to fighting, and she tore her collar as soon as she came up. Tear! The woman was suddenly frightened when her white chest was exposed. She endured the pain brought by the electric current and spoke reluctantly. No, I'll tell you everything you want to know. It should have been over sooner. Gina, wait. Chun Feng was not a pervert. Since the woman was willing to speak, Chun Feng signaled Gina to step back. What's your name? Why can you become invisible? The woman struggled for a while, then said, My name is Wang Ruashi. I can become invisible because I got a passive skill card, Cuttlefish Color Change, which can blend my body with the surrounding environment and make it almost impossible to distinguish, but only works in water. It won't work outside the water. Cuttlefish changing color? When Chun Feng heard this, he understood. Just like his passive skill of underwater breathing, Wang Ruashi also obtained a passive skill that allowed her to change her skin color in water like a cuttlefish, which had a good concealment effect. Although the ability is very powerful, it also has its limitations. As soon as Wang Ruashi emerged from the water, Chun Feng saw her. She cannot be invisible when she leaves the water, and humans cannot stay in the water for a long time, so it is not very effective. If this passive skill was given to Chun Feng, it would be perfect. Underwater breathing combined with underwater invisibility would make him invincible. It's a pity that everyone can only have one passive skill. Then, Chun Feng asked about other aspects of Wang Ruashi. This Wang Ruashi is also very powerful. She used to be a Sanda coach and is very good at martial arts. She's like a fish in water in the apocalypse. Even though he didn't team up with others, he lived well alone. After getting the Type 54 pistol, he went deep into the enemy's territory alone. When he saw the fisherman leader attacking Tang Yuqing, he also wanted to be the one who reaps the spoils. Later, he was caught by Chun Feng. All right, I've finished what I've said. Now I want to ask you, how did you get close to me so quietly just now? I have been observing the surroundings, but there is no movement on the surface of the water. Could it be that you've been diving all the way here? Wang Ruashi now remembered that Chun Feng's approach was a little too strange and couldn't help but ask. Oh, why should I tell you? I think you don't understand the situation. You are tied up now. Zhou Lingrui was very dissatisfied with Wang Ruashi's question. I would have guessed it even if you didn't tell me. It's probably some diving equipment like an oxygen tank that allows you to stay in the water for a long time. After a little thought, Wang Ruashi roughly guessed how Chun Feng and the other two approached. Well, after diving so far underwater, this is the only explanation. Your guess is close. We can breathe underwater, but we don't use oxygen tanks. We have the passive skill of underwater breathing like you. Since she guessed it, Chun Feng didn't plan to hide it. You can breathe underwater. When Wang Ruashi heard this, her expression was shocked for a moment, and then she looked at Chun Feng with some surprise. Chun Feng, huh? I have a big secret. If you cooperate, there will be a great benefit waiting for you. Wang Ruashi's expression changed drastically. She even became a little agitated, and she seemed to have forgotten that she was tied up. Chun Feng showed a trace of suspicion. What secret? I got a piece of information. There's a treasure hidden in the Fishman's Lair. The real treasure on Treasure Island. When I got this information, I plan to use my passive ability that allows me to become invisible underwater to sneak in quietly. But I didn't expect the Murloc Castle to be so big. I can't breathe underwater. If you can cooperate with me, your breathing ability combined with my invisibility ability, then we can definitely sneak into the Murloc Castle easily. Wang Ruashi looked expectant. Murloc treasure. Chun Feng stroked his chin. Wang Ruashi said that she wanted to go together, and it didn't seem like she was lying. If there really is a treasure, Chun Feng would naturally want to give it a try, but he doesn't really trust Wang Ruashi. It's very tempting, but why should I believe you? Believe it or not, now is the best time since the senior fisherman hasn't come back yet. If he comes back later, our chances will be slim. I tell you this because I hope you can let me go and return my weapons after you successfully get the treasure. If you agree, we can cooperate. The treasure is much better than the supplies in my warehouse. Wang Ruashi is very confident that no one can refuse the treasure of the fisherman. Chapter 67, Joint Treasure Hunt. What she said made sense, and Chun Feng was confused for a while. Didn't I come to the treasure island just to find a Murloc's lair? Now I can't defeat the high-level Murlocs, and the low-level Murlocs are too numerous and difficult to hunt. It would be too cowardly to just leave like that. Anyway, he had a fine iron bow and arrow in his hand, and Wang Ruashi had to rely on herself for oxygen when diving, so she shouldn't be able to make any waves. Okay, I agreed to cooperate. All the treasures I get will belong to me, and I will return your pistol to you when the time comes. I won't make things difficult for you. Chun Feng nodded in agreement. The real treasure on the treasure island was really hard to refuse. Moreover, after combining their passive skills, sneaking into the Fishman Castle seemed easy. As for the Type 54 pistol, it only had 4 bullets left and it had no special effects. It was not even half as useful as the fine iron bow and arrow to Chun Feng, so it didn't matter if he returned it to her. After untying Wang Ruashi, Chun Feng continued, "How do you use your passive skill with me? Hold my hand. I will let you become invisible with me." Upon hearing this, Chun Feng openly grabbed Wang Ruashi's hand. The touch was soft and cool, making Zhou Lingrui roll his eyes. Wang Ruashi was seen dragging Chun Feng into the water, her brows slightly furrowed, as if she was exerting all her strength. Chun Feng and her body gradually became transparent visibly. Looking closely, only a thin shadow could be seen. When the two of them surfaced, Wang Ruashi also asked, "How are you going to give me oxygen when you breathe underwater?" Chun Feng was about to say something, but before he could finish, Zhou Lingrui rushed over and said, "Use this." Zhou Lingrui found an empty 1.5L bottle from somewhere. Chun Feng took it with a smile. He didn't expect that Zhou Lingrui was so careful. He had already thought of a way to prevent Chun Feng from giving him oxygen mouth to mouth. Exhaling oxygen into an empty bottle could barely allow Wang Ruashi to breathe. "Okay, Gina, you stay on the surface and keep watch. Wang Ruashi, let's go down now without further delay." Chun Feng grabbed Wang Ruashi's hand, then grabbed Zhou Lingrui and urged, "No, I know my ability. I can only make one person invisible. I can't cover one more person." Wang Ruashi shook her head and looked at Zhou Lingrui on the side. Chun Feng lowered his head and thought for a while. Then Zhou Lingrui, you stay on guard on the water. Once the fisherman leader comes back, send me a private message. Wang Ruashi and I can retreat in time. Gina, go find Tang Yuqing in secret and see where he died. Bring back the treasure chest he dropped, but don't let the fisherman leader find you on the way. Yes, master. Gina received the order, and the huge fishtail under the water swung flexibly, and her body dived into the water to look for Tang Yuqing. Okay, Zhou Lingrui said with a sad face reluctantly. Once Chun Feng dives, Gina will not be able to communicate with him. As a fisherman, Gina is fast in water and has high combat power, so she is most suitable to find Tang Yuqing. Zhou Lingrui can communicate with Chun Feng over a long distance and is also very good at keeping watch on the water surface. Having made the decision, Chun Feng pulled Wang Ruashi and prepared to dive. However, Chun Feng discovered that Zhou Lingrui had sent a message in his private chat. "Brother Chun Feng, you are not allowed to give her oxygen with your mouth when I am not around." Chun Fan discovered it secretly, but did not reply. The two of them dived deeper and deeper. Seeing Wang Ruashi pointing at her red lips and stammering as if she wanted to say something, Chun Feng knew that she was short of oxygen. Turning the empty bottle upside down, Chun Feng took a breath of oxygen and exhaled it, then handed it to Wang Ruashi. Putting the empty bottle between her red lips, Wang Ruashi took a deep breath, and her expression relaxed a lot. The two of them hid their figures and arrived in front of the huge Fishman Castle. Chun Feng's radar detector took effect, and the fishmen moving around slowly appeared on the map. The architectural style of the Fishman Castle is somewhat similar to those ancient castles in Europe. Directly in front of us is a wide gate, which is now open, and there are 2 fishmen standing guard at the door. Chun Feng could see from a map that there were more than a dozen murlocs scattered within the area behind the door. As Chun Feng and Wang Ruoxi got closer, the fishmen showed no signs of abnormality and did not notice them at all. Chun Feng and Wang Ruoxi added each other as friends and communicated underwater through private messaging. When the two passed through the gate guarded by the fishmen, Chun Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the fishmen did not react, and then asked Wang Ruoxi, "Do you know where the treasure is exactly?" The specific location is in a room at the deepest part of the Murloc castle. Let's go in and take a look, and give us some oxygen. After Wang Ruoxi finished speaking, she handed over the empty bottle. Phew! Wang Ruoxi took a deep breath, and a huge bubble continued to float upwards in the water. Oh shit! When you exhale in the water, bubbles will form. Now there are several low-level fishmen around the two of them. When a bubble appears, Chun Feng nervously covers Wang Ruoxi's mouth. Wang Ruoxi herself widened her eyes nervously, and the two of them did not move, fearing that they would be discovered. Fortunately, bubbles came out of the surrounding fishmen's breathing, so there was nothing unusual. It's okay, keep going. Breathe less next time. Yes, I understand. The two men moved forward again. There were several waves of fishmen coming and going in the castle, and Chun Feng occasionally heard them chatting with each other. They were talking about the attack by Tang Yuqing that had just killed many low-level murlocs, and then the murloc leader went in pursuit to kill them. The passage in the castle is very wide. When a murloc passes by, Chun Feng and the other man only need to stick to the edge and not move, and they will not be hit by the murloc. There are many rooms in the huge fishman castle. Chun Feng and Wang Ruoxi walked in twists and turns for a long time and finally arrived at the deepest part of the castle. There's actually a passage similar to an elevator shaft here, leading all the way to the upper level of the castle. Go up and take a look. Wang Ruoxi turned her head and looked at Chun Feng. The bottom of the murloc castle was filled with murlocs, and there was nothing special about it. The two of them walked around for a long time, and it seemed that only this place was special. Go up. Now that he was here, Chun Feng naturally wanted to go up and take a look. The castle was full of water, so there was no need to climb stairs. Both of them were good swimmers, so they swam straight upwards. The passage was very long and somewhat narrow. Chun Feng and Wang Ruoxi swam closely together for nearly a minute before they reached the end. When he reached the end, Chun Feng breathed a sigh of relief and was shocked to find that there was only an empty room at the end of the passage, and there was no water in the room. Like an upside-down bowl in a bathtub, there is a space for air. Chun Feng looked at the closed and empty room and saw that there was no fishman, so he took Wang Ruoxi out of the passage and left the water. Their bodies were no longer invisible. Looking around, the only exit is the underwater passage under my feet, and I must enter the passage when I leave later. Just as Chun Feng was looking around, Wang Ruoxi suddenly pointed excitedly in a direction of the room. Chun Feng looked over there and saw a huge stone box more than 1 meter tall standing in the corner of the room. Chapter 68. Chun Feng, run away. The stone box was very large and had strange patterns carved on it. As Chun Feng looked over, a prompt popped up on the game interface. Congratulations to the player for discovering the ultimate treasure on the ultimate treasure island. The system gave a hint, and Chun Feng knew that this was definitely the final treasure on the treasure island that Wang Ruoxi had mentioned. After looking at each other, Wang Ruoxi showed a hint of joy on their faces. According to the agreement between the two, Chun Feng would get the treasure, let Wang Ruoxi leave safely, and return her Type 54 pistol. Now that she had really seen the ultimate treasure, Wang Ruoxi was certain that the information was true, and she felt somewhat relieved. Chun Feng, all the treasures belong to you. I hope you can keep your promise after you get out, and let me go. Wang Ruoxi's face gradually calmed down, and she stared at Chun Feng's eyes, as if she wanted to discern something from his answer. Don't worry, I keep my word. We will need to work together to leave this castle later. Chun Feng had no intention of making things difficult for Wang Ruoxi. It was just a misunderstanding caused by her accidentally wanting to pick up his spoils. Seeing Chun Feng's sincere eyes, and not like he was lying, Wang Ruoxi breathed a sigh of relief. Hurry up and put this stone box into the warehouse. Let's leave quickly. Good. Chun Feng nodded in agreement. This was not a place to stay for long. Although he really wanted to open the stone box and see what was inside, he was afraid that the fishman leader would come back. So he decided to put it in the warehouse and study it slowly afterwards. Chun Feng walked to the huge stone box, put his hands on it, and said silently, "Take it back. The item is too large to be retrieved." The sudden prompt sound surprised Chun Feng. This stone box could not be stored in the warehouse. What's wrong? Wang Ruoxi looked at Chun Feng, who had not taken any action, in confusion. Chun Feng tried twice more and got the same prompt tone each time. Then I walked to the side of the stone box and saw that the entire stone box was actually integrated with the surrounding walls. If you want to put it into the warehouse, it will be a hole by default. The stone box connects the entire Murloc castle. No wonder it cannot be put back. The item is too big to be taken away. We can only open it here. Chun Feng glanced at Wang Ruoshi beside him with a frown. Then hurry up. We can't wait any longer. Wang Ruoshi was a little anxious. The longer they sneaked into the Murloc castle, the greater the chance that the Murloc leader would return. Now, it is undoubtedly a race against time. There is no other way. Now I can only open the lid and take out the items. Just when Chun Feng and the other person were about to take action, Chun Feng's private messages suddenly popped up like crazy. Chun Feng, run away. The fisherman leader has gone back. Run, run. This fisherman leader is too fast. I think he's about to enter the castle. This is the message sent by Zhou Lingrui outside. The fisherman leader is back. Chun Feng's heart tightened, and he secretly said, Wang Ruoshi, quickly open the lid. He's back. Wang Ruoshi's face was also pale. Both of them had seen the horror of the high-level fishmen, and they were no match for them at all. The two men hurriedly pushed the stone cover. However, the stone cover was extremely heavy, and the two of them were only able to move it 10 centimeters together. It would certainly not be possible to open it completely in a short time. Both of them are level 1 enhancers, and it takes so much effort for them to do this, which shows how heavy the stone cover is. Chun Feng was unable to make a decision for a moment. On one side is the ultimate treasure, and on the other side is a high-level Murloc. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Chun Feng, let's go, we don't want the treasure anymore. It will be too late if we don't leave now. Wang Ruoshi's originally pale face now looked a little rosy due to excessive nervousness. Walk. It was too late. Chun Feng nodded decisively. No matter how precious the treasure was, it was not as precious as his own life. When the fisherman leader comes back, Chun Feng can't guarantee that he won't discover him. The two then ran directly to the only underwater passage in the room. They jumped in hand. The passage was very narrow, and it was very crowded for two people to walk together, and the progress was very slow. Just when Chun Feng and the other person were swimming halfway in the passage, Chun Feng's radar showed a fast-approaching figure coming from the passage in front. Such a fast speed, faster than any level of fishman Chun Feng had seen before. It must be the leader of the fishmen. If we go forward, we will definitely meet him in the narrow passage. Retreat. The leader of the fishmen is coming. Chun Feng could only retreat quickly while pulling Wang Ruoshi. When Wang Ruoshi heard this, her pupils shrank instantly and her hands became cold. The two retreated into the room. There is no water here, so Wang Ruoshi's invisibility is no longer effective. What should we do? Chun Feng, we are finished. Wang Ruoshi's voice trembled a little. Even though she was a Sanda coach, she was at a loss when facing the fisherman leader who could summon hurricanes. There was no shelter in the room, and once the fisherman leader came in, the two would have nowhere to hide. What can I do? I can only fight him. Chun Feng's heart also tightened. There was no escape route in the room, and the only passage was blocked. It is impossible for the fisherman leader to discover the two of them directly. Chun Feng now estimates that this room might be the fisherman leader's room. He came back and ran into the two of them. He threw the Type 54 pistol to Wang Ruoshi so that she could have some fighting power, and Chun Feng also took out his fine iron bow and long sword. At this moment, we can only fight with our backs against the wall. After taking the Type 54 pistol, Wang Ruoshi saw that Chun Feng looked ready to fight, so she understood what he meant. Although her mouth was bitter, there was nothing she could do. The two of them retreated while staring closely at the underwater passage. Chun Feng looked at the location of the fisherman leader on the map, getting closer and closer, and about to come out of the underwater passage. Crash! Suddenly, there was a sound of water coming from the underwater passage, and a figure crawled out of the passage. At such a close distance, Chun Feng finally saw his appearance clearly. This is the appearance of an ordinary middle-aged man, wearing only a pair of shorts woven from seaweed, with a well-proportioned figure and ordinary facial features. If it weren't for the black and white pattern on his forehead, he would really be no different from an ordinary human being. He also confirmed Chun Feng's guess that the advanced merman no longer had any of the characteristics of a merman in appearance. However, now is not the time to think about this. Shoot! Chun Feng shouted at Wang Ruoshi, and at the same time, he quickly shot out the arrow in his hand. Bang! Swoosh! Two voices were heard, and bullets and fine iron arrows were shot at the fisherman leader. Time seemed to stand still. The Murloc leader was indeed a high-level Murloc. He discovered the two of them when Chun Feng and Wang Ruoshi launched their attack. There was only a hint of surprise and contempt on his ordinary face. Then, the fisherman leader raised his right hand towards the direction of the flying bullets and arrows. With 5 fingers spread out, a strong wind suddenly surged in the air and throughout the room, and a wind wall formed by a hurricane appeared out of thin air. Whoosh! The bullet hit the wind wall and was instantly swallowed by the hurricane, turning into fragments that fell to the ground. Wang Ruoshi and Chun Feng, who were blown against the wall by the hurricane, were stunned when they saw this scene. Chapter 69, Death of Chun Feng. While falling to the ground, Chen Feng also used the Murloc Atlas to check the information of the Murloc leader. Advanced Whaleman. Specialties, complete fishman, the body can be transformed between the original body and human at will. The own talent has evolved and can control the wind element and the hurricane defense after strengthening. Weakness. After transforming into a whale, his huge body may be his only weakness. It's a whaleman. What the hell is this whale's talent for controlling the wind element? Neither the fine iron arrows nor the bullets could penetrate the wind wall he had condensed, and Chen Feng's heart skipped a beat. The two of them now have almost no way to defeat him. Wang Ruoxi and Chen Feng looked at each other, both of their eyes full of despair. The joints of Chen Feng's hands holding the bow and arrow had turned white from being pinched. Perhaps going deep into the Murloc castle with Wang Ruoxi was a wrong decision. This cannot be blamed on anyone else. I can only blame my own greed. Looking for death, the fisherman leader noticed the two people in the room and saw that a gap had been opened in the stone box in the corner. Anger was his only expression. Wind wave. The fisherman leader crossed his hands, and two light blue wind balls slowly condensed in his hands. As he waved his hands angrily, they turned into two miniature whales more than 1 meter long. This was the same attack he had used to destroy Tang Yuqing's sailboat, but it was much smaller this time. Perhaps because he was afraid that the aftermath would destroy the castle, the fisherman leader was a little cautious and weakened the power of his attack. The blue whale swims quickly in the air, looking lifelike. Chen Feng and Wang Ruoxi did not dare to be careless. They rolled to both sides at the same time and narrowly avoided the attack. Bang, bang, two loud noises were heard, and the blue whale hit the stone box behind Chen Feng. The stone cover that the two men had spent a lot of effort to open was blown open just like that. A pile of items can be seen in the stone box, shining with light, but Chen Feng has no intention of checking it out now. The flying gravel scratched Chen Feng's cheek, and a trace of blood slowly flowed down his face. Chen Feng had no way to escape at this time, and a surge of ruthlessness was forced out of his heart. He put the arrows on again, and this time the number of arrows increased from 1 to 10. Just shoot the arrow, and leave the rest to the 100 hit rate improved by the goggles. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 10 arrows were shot out at the same time, with different initial trajectories. They were like small snakes in the air, drawing arcs and shooting towards the fisherman leader. At this moment, Wang Ruoxi fired the only 3 bullets left in the pistol one after another. More than a dozen attacks followed. The fisherman leader waved his hands again, and wisps of hurricane-force winds appeared in the air, forming a semicircle that completely enveloped him. Whoosh whoosh. Several streaks of light hit the hurricane, and all turned into powder and drifted away with the wind. The fisherman leader just revealed a smile. A black arrow actually came through the weak spot in the wind wall above. With a puff, the head of the fisherman leader was inserted and came out from the chin. The room suddenly became silent. Chen Feng shot out 10 arrows at the same time, and finally one of them was not blocked by the wind wall and hit the target successfully. The European Emperor's talent triggered the bleeding effect, and bright red blood spurted out from the top of the head and chin of the Murloc leader at the same time. Success! Wang Ruoxi excitedly grabbed Chen Feng's arm with an excited look on her face. Chen Feng's face was solemn. Only 1 arrow hit him. It would take 7 or 8 arrows to kill a mid-level Murloc, and who knows how many arrows it would take to kill a high-level Murloc. Seeing the fisherman leader's paused smile appear again, Chen Feng frowned. Sure enough, even though the arrow passed through his brain, the fisherman leader acted as if nothing had happened. The fisherman leader reached out and grabbed the arrowhead from his chin, pulling the entire arrow out of his head, letting the blood flow without caring. The bleeding effect is almost 0 for high-level Murlocs with thick blood. He crushed the fine iron arrow casually. Yes, I can tell you clearly that I have successfully angered you. The fisherman leader was instantly furious, and the hurricane gathered in his hands no longer held back. There was a strong wind in the room, and gusts of fierce hurricane-force winds blew Chen Feng and the other man to the ceiling, making them unable to move. Rumble, a huge whale, closed in an instant, filling most of the room, and headed straight for Chen Feng and the others. At the critical moment of life and death, Chen Feng and Wang Ruoxi pushed each other and used the force to roll to both sides on the ceiling. Huda! A whale roared past, and this time Chen Feng and Wang Ruoxi were unable to completely dodge it. Both of their bodies were cut into a bloody mess by the hurricane. Wang Ruoxi was even more pitiful. Her clothes were torn to shreds and could only barely cover her important parts. This time, the attack penetrated the room and broke through the wall, allowing Chen Feng to directly see the water surface above the fisherman castle. Splash! The lake water that was blocked outside suddenly rushed in. The room was opened up and was no longer a dead end. At this moment, Chen Feng seemed to see hope of life. He endured the pain from his body and tried to escape in the surging lake water. When Wang Ruoxi felt the lake water rushing in, she could see the lake's surface above and was immediately surprised. She disappeared in just a moment. With the water, her invisibility ability worked again. Seeing Wang Ruoshi's position gradually moving away from him on the map, Chen Feng hurriedly sent a private message. Hey, I'm not invisible yet. Sorry, this place is not far from the water. I'm leaving now. Good luck to you. The only answer Chen Feng received was this cold news. Damn it, woman. Chen Feng cursed loudly, but he didn't expect that Wang Ruoshi took this opportunity to run away. This is no wonder. This room is just above the Fishman Castle and not far from the lake. Any normal person can hold their breath to get up there. Naturally, Wang Ruoshi does not need Chen Feng to help her breathe at this time. She herself was also controlled by Chen Feng. Now that she had the opportunity, she would not care about Chen Feng's life or death. When the fisherman leader saw Wang Ruoshi suddenly disappear, he could only direct all his anger towards Chen Feng. Go to hell. A whale several dozen meters long appeared, and the undercurrent in the water was fierce, forming a waterspout. The whale suddenly opened its huge mouth and pounced on Chen Feng, who was struggling to escape upwards. The huge mouth was over 10 meters wide, and Chen Feng had no way to escape and was swallowed up in an instant. Fuck. This was Chen Feng's last consciousness. By the time the hurricane whale dispersed, all that was left was a pool of minced flesh and blood. Chen Feng is dead. The battle had already attracted other Murlocs. Many of them looked at the furious Murloc leader, and all of them were timid and dared not say a word. After killing Chen Feng, the fisherman leader still looked grim. He said to the fishmen around him, "There is another human hiding in the water. Follow me to find him." After these words were spoken, everyone responded in unison and followed the fisherman leader to disperse and search. At this time, 500 meters away from the Murloc castle, Zhou Lingrui's eyes were misty. He watched Chen Feng's position disappear on the map. He couldn't help but shed 2 lines of tears, his face full of disbelief. Chen Feng, dead. Chapter 70 Treasure. In the ruined Murloc castle, the furious Murloc leader ordered all the Murlocs to go out in full force to search for Wang Ruoshi. Chen Feng, who had just been shredded by the hurricane whale, was left with only a pool of minced meat floating in the water. However, amidst the blood, a golden necklace slowly fell to the ground. Player death detected. Life necklace in effect. Player about to be resurrected. Probability 2. Detected the use of probability props. Triggered the European Emperor talent and modified the probability to 100. Resurrection successful. The player will be resurrected in full state. A green life gem on the golden necklace slowly emitted a faint light, shrouded in the blood stains floating in the water. In an instant, time seemed to flow backwards, and the bloodstains above no longer spread, but instead slowly shrank. In just over 10 seconds, a man's body was condensed, with smooth skin, firm muscles, and no excess fat. Chen Feng suddenly opened his eyes, and the hurricane whale that had just swallowed him seemed to be still in front of him. Am I resurrected? Chen Feng touched his body in disbelief. He would never forget the pain of having his body crushed. Not bad, not bad, not one less. Taking his hand up from between his legs, Chen Feng finally confirmed that he was resurrected, except that his clothes were gone. Turning around, he saw several items on the ground that caught Chen Feng's attention. He was suddenly engulfed by a hurricane and did not have time to get his long sword and fine iron bow and arrows back to the warehouse. The long sword, a white quality weapon, has been ground into pieces of scrap metal by the hurricane. Since the fine iron bow and arrow was of purple quality, it was not seriously damaged and lay quietly on the ground. After picking up the fine iron bow and arrow, Chen Feng picked up a broken necklace. This is the life necklace that Zhou Lingrui got from the novice welfare treasure chest. There is a 2 chance of resurrection. Fortunately, the European Emperor has strong talent and successfully resurrected himself. Unfortunately, this life necklace only has 1 point of durability and it broke after being used once. Chen Feng was secretly scared. Fortunately, he had this necklace, which saved his life. It would be great if he had a few more necklaces like this. Looking around, Chen Feng discovered that the Murloc castle was empty at the moment, and the treasure in the open stone box was scattered on the ground. When luck comes, it can't be stopped. The fishermen disappeared, and Chen Feng could guess that they all went to chase that woman Wang Ruoshi, so the treasure would all belong to Chen Feng. Chen Feng didn't care that the fishmen were chasing her, because before that she was only concerned about escaping by herself. There were so many treasures that Chen Feng didn't have time to take a closer look, so he put them all into the warehouse. It would be best for him to leave as soon as possible. Zhou Lingrui, have you reunited with Gina? Zhou Lingrui was still outside. Chen Feng almost forgot about her and sent a message to ask. Chen Feng, you're not dead? Why? Do you really want me to die? How is that possible? I saw you disappear before and thought you were dead. Huh, it's great that you're not dead. Oh, by the way, Gina is back and she brought back the box that Tang Yuqing dropped after his death. Chen Feng looked at the message sent by Zhou Lingrui and couldn't help feeling warm in his heart. Between the lines, Chen Feng could still feel Zhou Lingrue's concern for him. Now many fishmen are scattered out to look for Wang Ruoxi, and they may meet Zhou Lingrue and Gina. Thinking of this, Chen Feng hurriedly sent a message. Zhou Lingrue, it's very dangerous near the Murloc's lair now. Let Gina take you to the outer area first. It will be troublesome if we are encountered by the Murlocs. What are you going to do? Don't worry about me. I can breathe underwater, and there are plenty of ways to escape. I'll catch up with you once we're out of this lake. Okay, then you must be careful. Zhou Lingrue burst into tears of joy after hearing the news that Chen Feng was still alive. After explaining Chen Feng's instructions to Gina, Zhou Lingrue connected himself and Gina with a hemp rope to avoid electric shock. Afterwards, Gina took Zhou Lingrue and swam quickly towards the lake. Seeing that Zhou Lingrue was getting farther and farther away, Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Now all he needed to consider was how to leave this place. By chance, Chen Feng saw Wang Ruoxi's position again. At this time, she had escaped nearly 1,000 meters away and was still staying in one place without moving. It was probably because there were fishmen around, so she could only stay invisible in the water and dared not move. However, this has nothing to do with Chen Feng. Since there may be a lot of fishmen there, Chen Feng is now diving in the opposite direction and preparing to leave. If the Murloc leader comes back again and sees the treasure disappears, he will definitely give chase again. Chen Feng left the Fishman Castle and swam all the way under the water, not daring to go up. After advancing several hundred meters, the radar detected signs of activity from more than a dozen fishmen around. Chen Feng slowed down and frowned slightly. We can't go in this direction. If we alarm the merfolk and attract more merfolk, we'll be in trouble. Shaking his head, Chen Feng changed sides again. But he underestimated the number of low-level Murlocs. All the mermen in the entire Merman Castle came out and formed a huge circle around the lake. It was extremely difficult to leave the lake without alerting the mermen. Looking at the scattered Murlocs on the map, Chen Feng knew that he wouldn't be able to escape in a short time. Chen Feng simply sank to the bottom of the water, found a place with dense aquatic plants, and used a large amount of aquatic plants to cover his body. Chen Feng decided to hide first and leave when the mermen returned to the castle, and there was no danger. There was nothing else to do at this time, and Chen Feng was still thinking about storing all the treasures in the warehouse. So, opening the game warehouse, Chen Feng looked at the items he had just collected, a total of 3 items, and checked them one by one. Coral essence, purple. Description: coral essence extracted from a large amount of coral. After applying it on the Murloc, it is possible to upgrade. There is a 100 chance of upgrading a low-level Murloc to a mid-level Murloc, and a 1 chance of upgrading a mid-level Murloc to a high-level Murloc. Comment: this is the only sacred object that enhances the strength of the fishmen. There is a probability of advancing to the level of Murloc. Seeing this, Chen Feng couldn't help but exclaimed, Gina is an intermediate Murloc. If he gave this to her to use, and combined with her European talent, would Gina definitely be able to advance to an advanced Murloc? Thinking of the powerful combat capability of the high-level Murlocs, Chen Feng held back his excitement. Now Gina was not around, but if she was, he might be able to upgrade directly to a high-level Murloc, and he wouldn't have to be afraid of the Murloc leader. This coral spirit should escape and reunite with Gina and the others first. Passive skill, water control blue. Description: after using the card, you can control 2 liters of water. Comment: if you control this little bit of water, maybe you can give yourself a bath. This is another passive skill card. Chen Feng is very familiar with this passive skill. Although it seems to be of little use, it should still be very useful when it is actually used. I already have a passive skill, so I can consider leaving this card to Zhou Lingrue. Look at the last item in the warehouse. Chen Feng hadn't noticed it before, but when he read the introduction carefully, his eyes suddenly became hot. Psionic Cannon, Orange. Chapter 71, Psionic Cannon. Orange Weapons. Chen Feng's hands couldn't help but tremble. So far, this is the first time that an orange quality item has appeared, and it is a long-range attack weapon. Suppress your excitement, and take a look at its properties first. Psionic Cannon, Orange. Description: consuming psionic energy can cause artillery to attack. Psionic energy is converted into powerful fire elemental bombardment. There's a 10 chance of burning a living being, consuming 1/10 of the enemy's health per second, lasting 3 seconds, and there's a 1 chance of triggering energy recovery when hitting a living being, returning the psionic energy consumed by this attack. Psionic, 10 out of 10, 10 attacks. Comment: cannon, a man should have a cannon. Not installed on the vehicle. The recoil is too strong and cannot be used. There were a lot of introductions in the attribute column of the psionic cannon, and Chen Feng was almost dazzled. But there were several important features that made Chen Feng extremely surprised. 2. There are actually 2 items that can trigger the effect with probability. Combined with the European Emperor's talent, if this weapon triggers the item effect 100, the power will definitely be even more abnormal. First, there is a 10 probability of causing the life form to burn. If you have the European Emperor's talent, the probability is 100. It will burn 1/10 of the life value for 3 seconds, which means that 1/3 of the life value will be consumed in 3 seconds. Plus, the goggles have a 100 hit rate, so only 4 attacks at most are needed, and the enemy will definitely die. Of course, the prerequisite is to hit the target accurately. If the enemy blocks the attack and the attack fails to hit the enemy, or the attack hits an inanimate object, the effect will not be triggered. This psionic cannon consumes a type of energy called psionic energy, which Shenfeng had never heard of before. The artillery itself has 10 points of psionic energy. Each attack consumes 1 point of psionic energy, and it can attack 10 times. However, another probabilistic effect is that if a hit occurs, the cost of this attack will be returned. If Shenfeng attacks one trigger, that means 100 return of energy consumption. In this way, this artillery is equivalent to a weapon with infinite bullets. Of course, the prerequisite is to hit the body of a living thing. Hitting a non-living thing should not trigger it. As for what the energy source of psionic energy is, Shenfeng couldn't figure it out, and he didn't need to think about it for the time being. Since it is an energy source, as this doomsday game progresses, there may be ways to obtain psionic energy. Anyway, for Shenfeng, using this psionic cannon requires almost no energy consumption. Finally, there was a prompt below saying that it was currently unavailable. Shenfeng guessed that this weapon might be a heavy weapon like a cannon. It needs to be installed on a vehicle. After all, who has ever seen a normal person carrying a cannon to attack? Ah, the treasure on Treasure Island is really awesome. Shenfeng couldn't help but take out the psionic cannon. Today's psionic cannons are very small, only the size of a palm, completely black, and made entirely of an unknown metal. Under the long barrel, there's a fixed turret with multiple mounting and connecting bayonet points, which is probably installed in the vehicle. It is so small now that Shenfeng estimates that it can only become a normal size if it is installed on a sailboat. It's still under the water, and it's not the right time, so we can only put it back in the warehouse. Shenfeng, who was hiding under the water plants, poked his head out. There is very little light underwater, the brightness is very low, and it is pitch black around you, and you can't see clearly. But Shenfeng knew that there was a murloc 20 meters to the left, a murloc 30 meters in front, and there were murlocs more than 10 meters to the right and more than 50 meters behind. These murlocs are searching in the water or on the surface of the water. A large number of fishmen were mobilized, and they were all searching for Wang Ruoshi with all their might. This made Shenfeng secretly groan. Wang Ruoshi's ability to remain invisible underwater makes it easy for her to avoid the fishmen. If she runs out of oxygen, she could just sneak up to the surface to breathe. Now her position is gradually moving towards the outskirts of the lake. This also made it impossible for many fishmen to stop searching. If this continued, one of the fishmen might encounter Shenfeng, who could not become invisible. Shenfeng stared at the map, hoping that the surrounding fishmen could search the area as quickly as possible and leave, and he could also leave quietly without being noticed. However, Shenfeng suddenly discovered that the fisherman more than 10 meters to the right was slowly moving towards the watergrass where he was hiding. If he did not change his route, Shenfeng would have nowhere to hide. To go. 8 meters. Shenfeng took out a white double-edged axe from the warehouse. It looked very sturdy. This was the weapon of one of Tang Yuqing's men. The entire axe is about 60 centimeters long and made of metal, and looks quite sturdy. If this fisherman really finds Shenfeng, he will have to attack him first. Holding the double-edged axe tightly in his hand, Shenfeng waited quietly. I don't know whether it is Shenfeng's bad luck or this fisherman's bad luck. The fisherman had already swam over Shenfeng's head and happened to be flipping the water plants on his face. The fisherman turned over a thick piece of watergrass, and a handsome face instantly came into his sight. But before he could appreciate it carefully, an axe came towards him. Kupo. The fisherman only had time to scream. Puff, at such a close distance, and Shenfeng had been preparing for a long time. This low-level fisherman had no way to resist and died instantly. But his shout was so loud that it was immediately heard. Shenfeng immediately saw multiple red dots on the map, moving rapidly towards his position. Without further ado, now I could only run. Shenfeng paddled his limbs vigorously and swam diagonally towards the water surface. Since we have been discovered, we have to escape to the surface of the water. If a fight breaks out, we won't be restricted as much as we would underwater if we run to the sailboat. Whoosh, after a while, Shenfeng's head appeared on the water surface. The fishmen have a strong sense of water flow. When the first fishman discovered Shenfeng, he attracted the surrounding fishmen and they called to each other. Shenfeng can now see on the map that there are more than a dozen fishmen chasing him within 100 meters. Shenfeng cursed inwardly. How could he swim faster than these fishmen? He was about to be caught up by them. Gritting his teeth, Shenfeng shouted softly, "Summon." A huge sailboat appeared on the lake, creating huge waves. Shenfeng climbed up along the edge, took out the psionic cannon directly, walked to the bow and prepared to install it. Install. After Chun Feng chose to install it, the psionic cannon instantly fell from his hand onto the deck and continued to grow larger, with a thick, black barrel standing at the bow. Installing. 5 minutes remaining. It still takes time to install, and Chun Feng was a little anxious, but fortunately, it only takes 5 minutes. Bang, bang, bang. There were several muffled sounds coming from under the boat. It was the fishmen, and some of them were already hitting the bottom of the boat. Feeling the shaking of the bottom of the boat, Chun Feng sneered. This sailboat was 2 levels higher than Tang Yuqing's. Moreover, with this level of collision, the people underwater must be low-level fishmen. It would be impossible to destroy a level 14 sailboat. Seeing that the collision was useless, the low-level fishmen under the water emerged one by one and wanted to jump onto the sailboat to attack Chun Feng. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Multiple arrows from the fine iron bows were shot out at the same time, directly hitting several murlocs. The powerful bleeding effect killed these fishmen in just a few breaths. A fishman suddenly screamed in fear, "Don't attack. Go find the Commander-in-Chief." Chapter 72. Commander-in-Chief. Wow. An arrow was inserted into the mouth of the talking fishman, and he choked with 2 ho-ho-ho sounds before dying. When the other murlocs saw this scene, they immediately sank into the water one after another and dived away. Judging from their posture, they were going to call for the murloc leader. Having lost his vision, Chun Feng could only watch them escape. Chun Feng frowned. He had been hiding since just now because he was afraid of meeting the fishman commander again. I originally wanted to leave quietly, but now it seems that I have to fight. At the bow, there are still 4 minutes and 13 seconds left to install the psionic cannon. Now Chun Feng feels that the only weapon he has to fight against the leader of the fishmen is this orange weapon. The fine iron bow and arrow, including any other props, are of little use. Only the burning effect triggered by the psionic cannon that forces health loss can be used to fight against him. Hurry up! Chun Feng was anxious. He looked at the countdown of the installation and raised the sail again. The sailboat must be faster than swimming, and it could also delay some time. After a while, whoosh, a sound of breaking air was heard on the water's surface, and a figure was standing on the water and walking towards it. It was the ordinary-looking fishman commander. He finally came. He was able to control the wind element, and his speed was terrifying. Chun Feng couldn't help swallowing his saliva. The countdown now had only 1 minute left, so he couldn't attack. What should I do? What should I do? At this moment, Chun Feng was like an ant on a hot pan. His heart was in turmoil. But he didn't dare to attack first. Even if the fine iron bow and arrow hit him, the effect would be poor. What if he angered him and made him attack instantly? Chun Feng would die again. The merman commander approached the sailboat and looked at Chun Feng standing at the bow, an expression of disbelief emerging on his face. He was very sure that just now, in the fishman castle, Chun Feng had been minced into pieces by his hurricane. But at this moment, he is standing here just fine and smiling at me. This is too weird. If there is any difference from before, it is that one has clothes and the other has none. The fishman leader rubbed his eyes, trying to make sure if he had seen it wrong. Is there such a thing? The leader of the fishmen uttered the classic lines of fire, cloud, evil god. Haha, hello, Mr. Commander-in-Chief. With the arrival of the Commander-in-Chief, more and more low-level fishmen gathered around. Seeing that the fishman leader did not take any action, they all just watched. The naked Chun Feng looked arrogant. He stretched out his hand to wave hello, walked back and forth on the bow of the boat, and swayed from side to side, looking very arrogant. Even though Chun Feng was panicking inside, he had to pretend to be strong on the surface. Now that he had been resurrected from the dead, he might be able to scare the leader of the fishmen. As the fishman leader watched Chun Feng swaying, his eyes unconsciously avoided him. Suddenly, he saw the psionic cannon mounted on the bow of the ship, and his expression changed from embarrassment to rage. How dare you steal my artillery? The psionic cannon is his collection. How could he not recognize it? I don't say such harsh words. Since you know this is your cannon, you must also know its power. If you don't want to be killed by me, go back quickly. Chun Feng pretended to be calm. Although the psionic cannon had not been installed yet, the fishman leader did not know it. Really? I don't know my weapon? Although this cannon is very powerful, you have to hit me too. The fishman leader sneered. He was very familiar with artillery and felt that he was fast and agile, so it would not be easy for this artillery to hit him. Then you can try. Chun Feng was confident while silently reciting in his heart. The installation of the psionic cannon is about to be completed. Although I don't know the reason for your resurrection, I can kill you once, and I can also kill you a second time. The fishman leader was no longer surprised at why Chun Feng could be resurrected. Looking at the psionic cannons on the sailboat, anger burned in his heart, and he was about to prepare for an attack. There was a strong wind in the air. The wind element condensed in the hands of the fishman leader, and a hurricane was about to hit. 3, 2, 1. Psionic cannon installation completed. The system prompt sounded, and Chun Feng hurriedly stepped on the attack pedal behind the artillery, finally delaying until the installation was completed. Fire! Boom! A fireball blasted out from the barrel, and the psionic attack was directly transformed into a sphere of fire and sprayed out. The fireball was moving very fast and was about to hit the Fishman leader. Oomph! Do you know why I collected this psionic cannon but never used it? It's because the fireballs it attacks are too slow for me. It's too easy to dodge. Facing Chun Feng's artillery shells, the hurricane in the Fishman leader's hand temporarily stopped, and his body lightly rose into the air, easily jumping to a high altitude with a confident and relaxed expression. Looking at the trajectory of the fireball, it seemed that it would not attack him, and many low-level fishmen who were watching echoed it. Commander-in-Chief 666. Master Commander, let's fly. The commander is simply invincible. Just as the fishmen were loudly agreeing, Chun Feng revealed a hint of a sneer. The goggles had taken effect, and this attack once again had a 100 hit rate. You don't know. The shells I shoot can turn. As the Murloc leader jumped, the fireballs fired from the cannons also turned. It was like a football shot with the outside of the foot, drawing a graceful arc and hitting the Fishman leader in the air. The Fishman leader's expression gradually changed from confident and calm to astonished. The fireball was getting closer and closer, and he had no time to react. He could even feel the scorching heat from the fireball, which dried up his skin. Fuck you. The Fishman leader looked panicked and shouted, then hurriedly condensed a wall of wind in front of him. However, the attack of the orange-quality psionic cannon was not comparable to that of the purple-quality fine iron bow and arrow. The football-sized fireball was hardly affected by the wind wall. It passed through and hit the Fishman leader. Detected the use of probability props. The European Emperor's talent was triggered, and the modification probability was 100. The burning effect is triggered, forcibly deducting 1/10 of the health value per second, lasting for 3 seconds. Energy recovery is triggered. The consumption of this attack is returned. Hula. The flames instantly burned on the body of the Fishman leader. His skin was burned instantly, and even the bright red flesh under the skin could be seen. The Fishman leader only felt a sharp pain in his body, and his whole body turned into a fireman. After he dived into the water, he found that the flame did not disappear in the water. He could only continue to struggle. The low-level fishmen around were stunned and speechless when they saw that the strongest of their tribe was beaten like this. The look of agreement just now disappeared in an instant. The flames on the Fishman leader's body gradually went out 3 seconds later. But just after 3 seconds, Chun Feng fired another shot. While you are sick, I will kill you. I will let you taste death. If I shoot you 3 more times, you will definitely die. Chapter 73, Silver Treasure Chest. After 3 seconds of burning effect from the psionic cannon, the Fishman leader was seriously injured, and his skin was badly damaged all over his body. The skin was tangled together due to the high temperature, and blood was oozing out of it. The Murloc leader, who had just recovered, had no time to figure out why the fireball fired by the psionic cannon could track him. He roared angrily, "I'm going to kill you." But in the next moment, he saw Chun Feng fired another shot. His face became panicked, and he dodged quickly. The Fishman leader sank into the water, trying to use the lake water to stop Chun Feng's fireball. However, after the fireball sank into the lake along with the Fishman leader, the flame did not go out, just like before, but continued to burn. It seems that the effect of this psionic energy is indeed very powerful. The Fishman leader was very fast and kept moving in the water, trying to let the lake water slowly consume the energy of the fireball. However, he underestimated the speed and power of the fireball, and after dodging for 5 seconds, the fireball hit him again. Once again, the Murloc leader was engulfed by flames, and the burning effect lasted for 3 seconds. Even though the Fishman leader sank into the water, his heart-wrenching screams still rang out, making people shudder. The burning effect twice is enough to forcibly deduct 6/10 of his health. Moreover, the fireball itself causes huge damage. After the attack, the momentum of the Fishman leader instantly declined. If his life at this moment is calculated numerically, it is definitely less than 4/10. In other words, one more attack would kill the Murloc leader. Standing on the deck, Chun Feng couldn't help but clench his fists, looking excited, ready to fire again. The Fishman leader who was so terrifying before was now half killed by the psionic cannon. The wind wall formed by his hurricane could not stop the psionic cannon. In this way, with the powerful power of the psionic cannon, even if the enemy used something to block it, as long as it was in sight, the cannon could penetrate the blockage and hit the target. Then the burning effect and energy recovery effect will definitely be triggered, and there will be no situation where the psionic energy is reduced. The burning effect disappeared again. At this time, the skin on the surface of the Fishman leader's body had completely disappeared, and the fat and muscles under the skin were all exposed. The whole person looked like a demon crawling out of hell, extremely terrifying. The dignity of being the strongest among the merman clan made the merman leader not choose to escape, but to float to the surface with difficulty. He was covered in blood at the moment, and the fear in his eyes suddenly disappeared. Instead, he was filled with fighting spirit. Umans, you have been hunting us mermen since we arrived on the island. As the leader of the mermen, even if I die in battle today, I want to show you that we mermen are not lambs to be slaughtered at your will. After hearing these words, the many low-level fishmen who had been stunned in the water looked at the fisherman leader with excited expressions. Commander-in-Chief, run away. Commander-in-Chief, humans are so evil. We can't defeat them. Commander-in-Chief, you go first. We will stop this human. Many Murlocs spoke up one after another. The cohesion of the Murlocs was very strong. Even though the strongest of their race was injured and defeated at the moment, they were not afraid or panicked. Instead, they were aroused with fighting spirit and wanted to protect the Murloc leader. Looking at the scene in front of him, Chinfeng paused his attack and sighed. The fishmen said that humans are evil. But when Chinfeng first arrived on the island, the fishmen took the initiative to attack. There is no point in saying this now. If I don't kill you, you won't let me go either. If you want to blame someone, blame it on the difference in race. Without any hesitation, Chinfeng stepped hard and pressed the attack pedal of the artillery again. Boom! The hot fireball shot towards the fisherman leader again. The Murloc leader did not dodge this time. Instead, he said calmly, "Human, let me show you the true power of the Murlocs." As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body suddenly began to wriggle, and his flesh and blood began to surge, and he no longer had a human form. A mass of flesh and blood continued to spread and quickly turned into a giant whale over 50 meters long. The back was pitch black and the belly was white, but there were still countless burns on the body. The true form of this Murloc leader is a whale. The previous Murloc encyclopedia also mentioned that high-level Murlocs can switch back and forth between human bodies and their true forms. After turning into a whale, the many wounds on his body began to heal slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye. If he were allowed to recover like this, the health points forcibly deducted by the psionic artillery might no longer be accurate. The leader of the fishmen has now transformed into his original form, and is probably ready to fight Chinfeng to the death. Seeing the fireball coming, the huge whale, transformed by the fisherman leader, suddenly opened its huge mouth. Wind elements condensed in the abyss-like huge mouth, and a hurricane more than 10 meters wide was formed, sweeping up countless water currents on the lake and forming a light blue water tornado. Crash! The water tornado sprayed towards the fireball, forming a huge gully on the water surface. Is this fisherman leader stupid? The two previous times he tried to extinguish the fireball with hurricane force winds or water, it was ineffective, so the tornado formed by the hurricane force winds hit the fireball. It won't work at all. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The high temperature and the cold lake water blended together, making a violent sound and water vapor spread out. Sure enough, the water tornado did not have any effect. The fireball passed through the tornado and shot towards the fisherman leader again. At this time, his body was so huge that he couldn't dodge at all. Boom, the flames burned again. Just as Chinfeng smiled, he suddenly saw the water tornado that had just been pierced by the fireball roaring towards him. He didn't even try to block the fireball. This water tornado was coming for me. Only then did Chinfeng realize that the fisherman leader was ready to die together with him. He cried out in surprise, but it was too late to dodge. He could only lie down on the deck, ready to meet the coming attack. Pum! The knife-like hurricane and powerful current instantly enveloped Chinfeng and the sailboat under him. The hull was damaged by the waterspout, and countless wood chips were washed down. Chinfeng's own skin was also cut, and blood was flowing out. After a while, the waterspout slowly dissipated, revealing the damaged sailboat and the seriously injured Chinfeng. The sailboat is damaged and gradually leaking water. Repairing it requires 200 wood, 100 plant fibers, and 10 iron blocks. The repair time is 1 hour. Do you want to repair it? A reminder suddenly sounded in my mind. I didn't expect that the damaged sailboat could be repaired. It just required some materials. The sailboat was now leaking water and might continue to sink. Chinfeng did not hesitate and chose to repair it directly. Repair is in progress. Water seepage has stopped, and full repair will take 1 hour. Fortunately, when the fireball hit the waterspout, its power was weakened, and the sailboat was of a higher level. Otherwise, Chinfeng estimated that under the strongest attack of the fisherman leader, he would be torn into pieces like Tang Yuqing. The Murloc leader should only have 1/10 of his health left at this moment, and he should have died under the power of the cannon itself. But after transforming into his original form just now, he seemed to have recovered some strength and can move now. What a pity! As he floated on the water, dying, a huge sigh came from his mouth. Chinfeng hurriedly stood up and attacked again without giving him time to rest. Boom, the fisherman leader was unable to dodge. The fireball hit him accurately. The huge whale was burned by the flames. The power of the cannon and the burning effect harvested his last bit of life. The leader of the fishmen is dead. The strongest of the fishmen died under Chun Feng's psionic cannon. Then, a silver treasure chest appeared on top of the huge whale carcass. Chun Feng looked over. Silver treasure chest. Chapter 74, Fishman Riot. Great Commander. The Commander-in-Chief is dead. This human killed the Commander-in-Chief. Revenge for the Commander-in-Chief. Kill the humans. The many fishmen surrounding them screamed in fear. The death of the fishman leader was like the sky falling down for them. The surrounding fishmen were excited and rushed towards Chun Feng's sailboat one by one in grief and anger. Many fishmen rushed over, and it seemed that they would not stop until Chun Feng was killed. Chun Feng did not use the psionic cannon, but shot arrows with a fine iron bow again. Against low-level murlocs, the 100 hit rate of the fine iron arrow's lethality and bleeding effect are enough to kill them instantly. Moreover, it can attack multiple murlocs at the same time. If it uses psionic cannon, it can only hit one at a time, and the attack frequency is also relatively slow, with an attack once every nearly 3 seconds, which is not very efficient. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several fishmen who were about to board the boat were shot dead by Chun Feng. But this time, even though Chun Feng shot and killed a lot of murlocs, the other murlocs did not choose to escape. The death of the murloc leader ignited the desire for revenge among these low-level murlocs, and they swam towards the sailboat recklessly. Chun Feng frowned. There were dozens of murlocs around him. As time went on, if they kept rushing over like this fearlessly, they might attract other murlocs or intermediate murlocs. He would definitely not be their match. Although the fine iron bow and arrow is powerful, many arrows were destroyed by the fishman leader before. In addition to the damage, and those that were shot out and could not be retrieved in time, there are only dozens of arrows left. We can't keep wasting time with him like this. Next to the huge corpse of the fishman leader, the silver treasure chest lay there quietly. Chun Feng decided to escape after getting the silver treasure chest. The sailboat sailed towards the silver treasure chest. Chun Feng did not dare to stop shooting with the bow and arrow, and shot to death one by one the fishmen who had climbed onto the sailboat. Coming to the whale's corpse, Chun Feng took advantage of the gap in the attack of the low-level fishmen and jumped off the sailboat. Without taking time to take a closer look, Chun Feng first put the silver treasure chest into the warehouse, then jumped onto the sailboat, turned the boat around, and headed out of the island. Now Chun Feng has obtained the most precious treasure on Treasure Island and the silver treasure chest, dropped by the most powerful boss. The black iron treasure chests dropped by these low-level murlocs are not valuable, so there is no need to stay any longer. There were only a dozen or so low-level fishmen surrounding the sailboat shot dead by Chun Feng. Brothers, call for a large force, and make sure to exterminate all humans. The few remaining low-level fishmen might have been driven to despair by Chun Feng's bow and arrow. They all stopped, did not move forward on the water, but supported each other and sank into the water. After hearing one of the fishmen say this, Chun Feng understood that these fishmen would not attack him again. I don't have many bows and arrows left, so there's no need to shoot the fishmen in the water. Let them go back and call for help. By the time they gathered their companions, they might have already escaped far away. Walking to the stern, Chun Feng looked at the disappearing fishmen, and his expression relaxed slightly. The sailboat was moving at a fairly fast speed, and it slowly carried Chun Feng away into the calm lake. After a long time, Chun Feng disappeared on the water surface. One after another, the fishmen popped up, and it seemed that there were thousands of them. Among them are also some intermediate murlocs with human bodies and murloc limbs. That's where that human disappeared. Chase. The leader of the murlocs was killed by humans. All murlocs should leave their nests and attack the periphery. Once they encounter humans, they should be killed. We want all humans to be buried with them. The murloc team set out in a mighty force, and a battle between murlocs and humans was about to begin. Those human players who are still going deeper don't know this. At this time, Chun Feng changed the direction of the sailboat. After confirming that there were no mermen chasing him, he slowly felt relieved. Chun Feng took out the red medicine and applied it on the wound. The water tornado, led by the fishmen, just now had caused him considerable damage. Afterwards, Chun Feng looked at the messy sailboat and slowly began to clean up the battlefield. There were more than 30 low-level fishmen who had just climbed up and were shot dead by Chun Feng. Chun Feng pulled out the fine iron arrows from their bodies and put the drop black iron treasure chests into the warehouse. The bodies of these fishmen were thrown into the lake one by one, and they sat on the ground and rested for a while. It is indeed too dangerous to enter the Murloc Castle this time. But fortunately, although there were some unexpected things, they were not serious and the harvest was very rich. Looking at the map, the locations of the two friends appear. That woman Wang Ruashi is still near the Fishman Castle. Chun Feng was a little surprised. This woman was really good at hiding. She relied on her passive skill of becoming invisible in water and just stayed in the water like that. There was probably no other way. The entire merman tribe was out in force, and there must be countless mermen near the merman castle. Naturally, she didn't dare to act rashly. Chun Feng smiled faintly. This woman deserved it if she had chosen to run away with Chun Feng instead of abandoning him. Now Chun Feng is interested in rescuing her. But since Wang Ruoxi made this choice, Chun Feng naturally wouldn't care about her life or death. Clicking on Wang Ruoxi's avatar, Chun Feng deleted her as a friend. Her position also disappeared. Out of sight, out of mind. Let her die wherever she wants. Look at Zhou Lingrui's position again. At this time, she and Gina were at the edge of the lake, apparently waiting for Chun Feng. As Chun Feng got closer, Zhou Lingrui's message also came in privately. Chun Feng, you escaped, right? I knew you would be fine. Haha, I'm fine. We'll talk about everything when we meet. Soon, Chun Feng drove the sailboat to the shore. Zhou Lingrui saw Chun Feng from a distance and waved hurriedly. While waiting for Chun Feng to come ashore and collect the sailboat, she could no longer hold back her worry and rushed over to give Chun Feng a warm hug. I thought you were dead. The voice had a hint of crying, which made Chun Feng feel distressed. Okay, I'm Fina. Chun Feng chuckled as he patted Zhou Lingrui's slightly trembling back. When Zhou Lingrui hugged him, he just felt the touch was good, but then he realized that Chun Feng was naked at this time. Zhou Lingrui burst out laughing, reached out and pulled the faucet, quickly bought 2 pieces of clothing from the auction and handed them to Chun Feng to wear. We can't stay here for long. I've killed the leader of the Murlocs, and the entire Murloc tribe has started rioting. Let's leave quickly. What? The fisherman leader is dead? You killed him? Zhou Lingrui widened his eyes in disbelief. I'll explain it to you later. Chun Feng took the lead and walked in front. Gina, come on, follow me. Yes. Treasure Island is very large. It takes several days to walk from the lake in the center of the island to the periphery. And now, Treasure Island will sink in a few days. Chun Feng needs to reach the edge of the Treasure Island while avoiding the pursuit of the fisherman troops, and he doesn't have much time. Chapter 75. The Misery of Regional Chat. Just as Chun Feng and the other 2 were rushing towards the outskirts of Treasure Island. Because the entire Treasure Island will sink in 3 days, most human players have only just penetrated a short distance. Many people are still going deeper, and it is estimated that all players will start to evacuate Treasure Island only on the last day. In an area with dense reefs, a group of people are walking together. There were 5 people in the group, 3 men and 2 women, each holding a weapon, and they continued to move deeper into the island. Hey, Brotherwin, where have all the fishermen gone? I've been fishing for 2 days and haven't seen a single one. I'm so annoyed. The speaker was a young man who looked like a second-rate person, holding a shiny machete in his hand. Damn, yes. I can't even see the shadow of the Murloc. It's so confusing. Let's walk a little further. If there's really no other way, we can go no further. Anyway, the Treasure Island will not sink for another 3 days. Why are we in such a hurry? The 3 people who were speaking were all native Nanjing people, and most of their sentences started with the letter D and ended with the letter B. In fact, for people in Nanjing, this is not considered an insult. It is just a way of expressing one's tone. The team was relatively harmonious and had good fighting capacity, but after working for several days, they gained almost nothing. During these 2 days, most players went deeper into the city together, and almost all the Murlocs on the periphery were killed. Of course, there are no traces of Murlocs here. Several people are now becoming a little annoyed. At this moment, a sweet-looking girl behind them spoke, but as soon as she spoke, the accent of Nanjing dialect came out, which suddenly felt very different from her personality. Hey, Xiaowen, the sisters are thirsty. Get some water for them to drink. This sweet-looking woman and the other woman were both very beautiful. As soon as they spoke in the team, the 3 men echoed them, serving them tea and water, very attentive. The 5 people were all college classmates. After arriving on the island, they started traveling together. The 2 girls relied on their beautiful looks to make the 3 men serve them at their will. After drinking some water, they continued on their way. After walking for a long time, just when these people were getting impatient, the scene before them made them terrified. Murlocs, all of them. As they got closer, the fog no longer blocked their eyes, and countless fishmen appeared in front of these people, with no end in sight. I'm holding it. Brother one, we're holding it. Xiao one, what should I do? How the hell do I know what to do? The 5 people looked at the many fishmen and dared not move. After 3 seconds of stalemate, many fishmen screamed, waving their strange limbs or shaking their terrifying heads, and rushed towards the 5 people at full speed. The 5 of them turned around and ran without saying a word. The young man named Wengu ran the fastest. Xiaowen, wait for me. Haven't you always liked me? Save me. If you can escape this time, I will agree to be your girlfriend. Next time for sure. But Brotherwin didn't even turn his head. In the face of life and death crisis, the goddesses of the past were nothing to him. Among the few people, only Brotherwin had taken the level 1 strengthening potion. In the end, relying on his extraordinary physical fitness, Brotherwin successfully escaped. The companions behind him had disappeared into the Fishman army. Similar scenes are happening all the time on this treasure island. The leader of the Murlocs died, and the furious murlocs began to attack humans frantically. Regional channels. Who knows what's going on? Either we can't encounter any murlocs, or there are a bunch of them. All my companions are dead. Damn. Yes, there are 5 of us, and I'm the only one who escaped. It's terrifying. Players in this area, please note. After asking several friends, I can now confirm that for some unknown reason, the number of murlocs on the treasure island in this area has suddenly increased dramatically, from 1 or 10 to hundreds or even thousands. It is recommended that all players leave the island as soon as possible. I repeat, it is recommended that all players leave the island as soon as possible. What should we do? We just formed a team and haven't hunted down a few murlocs yet. Are we going to run away now? What should I do? I gave the heart of the raft to someone else to upgrade a sailboat. Now that person is dead, the sailboat is gone, and I have no vehicle to escape. Who could take me in? Woo. Yeah, that's my situation too. Even if I have someone else's raft heart, I can't create a raft anymore. I can only use my own raft heart to rebuild a raft. From now on, I can only rely on others. Find solution upstairs. You have to bear the consequences of handing the heart of the raft to someone else now. What happened? What made the fishmen crazy? I know. I took the fishman capsule and know the language of the fishmen. I was lucky enough to escape the last time they attacked me. I accidentally heard the fishmen shouting revenge for the commander-in-chief, kill all humans. It should be that the commander-in-chief of the fishmen was killed by humans. What? You mean the fishman commander was killed? That's impossible. Which team has such strong capabilities? I heard that the leader of the murlocs is a high-level murloc. That's right, who is so awesome. Our team can't even beat a mid-level fishman. Bah, why are you focusing on different things? No matter how powerful they are, they killed high-level murlocs and caused the entire murloc tribe to riot, implicating us all. Now the murlocs are forming teams in large numbers. Not only can we not hunt them, but it's hard to guarantee our own safety. Yes, what the above person said is right. Who the hell killed the leader of the fishmen? This bastard made all of us suffer as a result. Are they Tang Yuqing's gang? Didn't Tang Yuqing recruit people to form an alliance all day long? In terms of strength, they are probably the strongest. Absolutely not. I am a member of the alliance. I didn't have time to join them before. Now our alliance members can't contact Tang Yuqing anymore. I think he is probably dead. Tang Yuqing is dead? What about the supplies we left with him? What should we do? Just leave it alone. I've known for a long time that this kind of alliance is a lie. You were so foolish as to hand over your supplies to them for centralized management. But now, there's nothing left. Fuck. Dam Dan Yu Zheng. If it's not Tang Yuqing and the others, then who else could it be? Who else has such a strong ability? What do you think? Could be Boss Chunfeng. That shouldn't be possible. That's a high-level fishman. Even if Boss Chunfeng is strong, you shouldn't be able to kill him. In our area, apart from Tang Yuqing's group, who is stronger, there is only Chunfeng. Who else could it be but him? It's him. Damn Chunfeng. He has caused us so much trouble. Yes. It's that Chunfeng. There's no one else but him. I will not let him off next time I see him. It's not good to be so arbitrary without any basis. The regional chat has exploded, but the person involved, Chunfeng, is in no mood to pay attention to the regional chat. He has no idea what the chat is about. He is now focused on escaping to the outskirts of Treasure Island. Chapter 76, preparing to leave the island. 3 days later, in front of the strange and sturdy plants on the outskirts of Treasure Island, Chunfeng and the 2 girls were sitting on a reef to take a rest. After 3 consecutive days of high-intensity travel, I only dared to take a simple rest at night. Chunfeng, Zhou Lingrui, and Gina were all exhausted. However, after traveling day and night, they finally reached the outskirts of Treasure Island and would be able to get out in a few hours. There is no need to rush now. Take a rest, eat some food, and replenish your energy before leaving the island. Count down to the sinking of Treasure Island. 3 hours and 14 minutes. Count down to the great disaster sea storm. 12 days, 3 hours, and 14 minutes. On the black reef, a smooth black spear was stuck on it. As Chunfeng pressed the switch at the tail of the spear, the black spear tip suddenly expanded and contracted rapidly and vibrated violently. Click, click, click. Finally, the inserted reef was shaken into stone with a bang. Chunfeng pulled out the spear and couldn't let it go. This spear was the item that Gina brought back from the treasure chest that dropped after Tang Yuqing died. The last time Chunfeng saw Tang Yuqing using it from a distance, he became extremely fond of this spear. This spear is also a very powerful melee purple weapon. Alloy vibration spear purple. Description: made of solid alloy, with high-strength toughness, the spearhead is very sharp and consumes electricity. When the switch at the bottom is turned on, the spearhead will continuously retract and shrink, causing huge shock damage to the attacked object. There is a 5 chance of triggering a critical hit effect, directly shaking the target into pieces. Comment: is the spearhead constantly expanding and contracting? I have a female friend who wants to ask, is it expanding and contracting quickly? This is another powerful weapon with an entry that can trigger the European Emperor's talent. The electricity consumed is not a problem. There's a power station nearby anyway, and electricity is not expensive. After the spear tip penetrates, you can turn on the switch to make it vibrate rapidly, causing damage. If the European Emperor's talent is triggered, it will also cause a critical hit, directly tearing the stabbed target apart. The reef just now was directly shattered. From now on, close combat is no longer a weakness for Chen Feng. As long as he can pierce the enemy's body, the enemy will die instantly. However, if you encounter something with hard skin or with special equipment that you cannot pierce, the spear will naturally not be able to play a role. Ever since the white quality longsword was destroyed, Chen Feng has not had a suitable melee weapon. After obtaining the alloy shock spear, he's been using it frequently in the past few days and has become very fond of this retractable spearhead. Chen Feng carefully wiped the spear and put it back into the warehouse. Looking at the sailboats that were being upgraded, he nodded with satisfaction. After Tang Yuqing's death, Chen Feng not only obtained the heart of the sailboat and the alloy vibration spear, but also nearly 2 tons of food and 100 L of fresh water, and most importantly, 20 raft hearts. I don't know where Tang Yuqing got so many raft hearts, but this just solved Chen Feng's urgent problem. With 20 raft hearts, he no longer has to worry about upgrading his sailboat. Chen Feng has been upgrading the sailboat since he came ashore. As it takes a lot of time to upgrade the sailboat, it is currently in the process of upgrading from level 14 to level 15. Tang Yuqing's warehouse is the small one. A day ago, Chen Feng opened the silver treasure chest dropped by killing the Murloc leader. The silver treasure chest also drops items that are 1 level higher than the bronze treasure chest. In addition to supplies, there's also a chance of getting a purple item. With the European Emperor's talent plugin, purple props are naturally a must. Silver treasure chest obtains. Space gem 10. Description: each gem can expand an inventory in the warehouse. Evaluation: how does it feel to be able to get warehouse expansion props by killing monsters without having to spend money to recharge? Chen Feng still remembers that there's a plus sign at the bottom of the warehouse. After obtaining the space gem, this plus sign can be clicked. With the explanation of the props, we naturally knew that the space gem was a prop for expanding the warehouse. It just so happened that both Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui had only a few item slots left in their warehouses. Of course, they were all used. Active skill: Wind Wave Purple. Description: a skill that controls the wind element. It can condense the wind element for defense and attack. It is the signature skill of the Fisherman Leader and High-Level Whaleman. Requirements: can only be used after taking level 2 Enhancement Potion. Review: Face the Wind. When Chen Feng learned about this item, he was excited for a long time. The hurricane controlled by the Fisherman Leader's signature ability is still fresh in Chen Feng's memory. I didn't expect to get this skill directly from the silver treasure chest, but there are requirements for using it. The sailboat is not of a high enough level now, and the level 2 enhancement potion is probably only available in the level 3 mall. This active skill can only be left in the warehouse and gather dust. The items obtained from the silver treasure chest and the items in Tang Yuqing's warehouse are all very important things to Chen Feng. Among dozens of black iron treasure chests, only some food and fresh water were worthy of Chen Feng's attention. The white quality items were either too useless or of little use. Chen Feng put those things up for auction in exchange for supplies. In short, Chen Feng gained a lot from this trip to Treasure Island. Even if other players form a team, what they get may not even be 1% of what Chen Feng gets. While Chen Feng was tidying up the warehouse, Zhou Lingrui was preparing some food. Zhou Lingrui was seen waving his hands excitedly. In front of her, a stream of water as thick as her arm actually started to swim in the air as she waved her water, but it was slow and crooked like a giant flying earthworm. Chen Feng, look, I can't control the water flow and fly. What's the point of being able to fly? The little water you control can't kill anyone. Chen Feng's ruthless attack immediately dampened Zhou Lingrui's excited expression. After a delicate snort, she continued to cook with a pout. Zhou Lingrui can control the flow of water because Chen Feng gave her the passive skill, Water Control, Blue, from the Fisherman's Treasure. After acquiring this skill, Zhou Lingrui can control a small stream of water within 10 meters of himself. However, the controlled water flow is very slow and has basically no killing power. It is now suitable for washing ingredients and cooking. This made Chen Feng even more disdainful of this passive skill, hoping that it could be of some good use in the future. As for Gina, she is still an intermediate Murloc. There is also a coral essence, purple, in the treasure. Chen Feng originally wanted to use this prop immediately, but when he was about to use it on Gina, the system prompted him that it needed to be applied all over the body, and secondly, it would take a lot of time to use. Chen Feng decided to wait until they left Treasure Island and were completely safe before giving it to her to use. After the three of them had a simple meal and rest, Chen Feng stood up. Okay, we've rested enough. Treasure Island will sink in 2 hours. Let's leave. The merfolk are still rioting, so it is always dangerous to stay on the island. Moreover, when the treasure island sinks, the entire seawater may cause a huge whirlpool, so it is safer to go to the surface. The two girls nodded obediently and followed Chun Feng to the beach. Chapter 77. The Sinking of Treasure Island. Treasure Island's sinking begins. 10, 9, 2, 1. As the game prompts sounded in my mind, the huge treasure island in front of me slowly sank. It is early in the morning. After a lot of running around, Chun Feng and his companions finally left the island and moved several hundred meters away. Chun Feng couldn't help but marvel at the strangeness of the entire ocean doomsday game. A giant island just sank directly into the water. The visual effect was really shocking. The island sank very quickly, and the surrounding sea water began to fluctuate violently, gradually forming a huge whirlpool with the island as the center. Chun Feng raised the sail and used the power of the sailboat to counter the suction of the vortex. He was not affected at all and was able to move forward steadily. It seems that the game world has been modified, otherwise the noise caused by such a huge island sinking into the water would definitely cause a tsunami, rather than just a whirlpool with such a small suction force. At this time, the world is chatting. Oh my god, have the treasure islands in other areas of your area sunk? This scene is so shocking. Isn't this nonsense upstairs? Aren't we playing the same game? Everyone, be careful, don't get too close to the treasure island, or you might get sucked into the whirlpool and sink to the bottom of the sea. Of course, I left early and am now more than 1,000 meters away from the island. Hey, I'm still on the island. There are a few fishmen who have been blocking me. I'm hiding in a cave on the reef and haven't come out yet. Whoa, now the island is starting to sink. What should I do? Fuck, 666 above. If you don't die after sinking into the sea, remember to tell everyone what the underwater world looks like. I'm so curious, but it's a pity that you have run out of world chat times. Haha, this is incredible. Why are you still hiding in the cave? You'll die if you sink into the sea. You might as well come out and fight the Murlocs. By the way, everyone, how did you get from Treasure Island this time? How many treasure chests did you get? Our team is very strong. We hunted down 3 mid-level Murlocs and more than 40 low-level Murlocs. You dare to say that about 3 intermediate-level Murlocs? I killed 6 intermediate-level Murlocs in our area. I'm too lazy to count the low-level Murlocs. Tisk, what's a mid-level Murloc? Did you kill the Murloc leader? In our area's treasure island, there was a team of 300 people who successfully killed the Murloc leader. I heard that the Murloc leader was a high-level shark man. In order to kill him, only a dozen of the 300-man team died. The people above are amazing. I've heard of the Murloc leader. He lives in the Murloc's lair, right? If we don't lure him out, we'll have to face the other Murlocs in the lair. It's too difficult. We didn't dare to do it and gave up. We also killed the leader of the fishmen, a high-level lobsterman with a low IQ. The things in the silver treasure chest are really great. We were lucky and got purple armor. Purple armor? I'm so jealous. Hey, the one who killed the Murloc leader upstairs. Have you ever been to the Murloc castle? There's a treasure inside. Did you take it? We have been there and gained a lot. Oh my god, there's treasure. We left right after we killed the Murloc leader. We didn't go in. Damn, this is such a pity. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You guys are all showing off. Can you please consider other people's feelings? I feel really bad seeing that you didn't kill any Murlocs and just chop some wood. 0/1 daily speeches. 2.3 billion people online. Chun Feng watched World Chat for a while. Sure enough, there are capable people on the treasure island in every area. Chun Feng was not the only one who killed the fishman leader. On the treasure islands and other areas, there are also people who can kill the leader of the fishmen. They're either a powerful team with a large number of people, or they have special props. According to the information from these people, Chun Feng guessed that the fishmen leaders on each treasure island were not necessarily of the same type. The ones on Chun Feng's island were high-level whale people, while those on other islands might be shark people or lobster people. There are many more types. Even though the abilities of the Murloc leaders are different, the silver treasure chests they drop are the same. As for what is dropped, everyone's luck is different, so the items should also be different. However, the best they got was the purple item. Some people also obtained treasures. As for whether there were orange items, like Chun Feng's psionic cannon in the treasure, no similar information was seen in the world chat. Chun Feng estimated that even if someone got it, they would be as low-key as he was. Regional channels. Phew, that was close. Fortunately, I ran away quickly and got into the sea, completely avoiding the pursuit of the Murlocs. Me too. Treasure Island started to sink. Only after we left the island did those fishmen stop chasing us. We were almost sucked under the whirlpool just now. Hey, don't mention it. It's all because of that bastard who killed the fishman leader. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in such a mess. What do you think? Was it Chun Feng who killed the leader of the fishmen? It must be him. After the death of the Murloc leader, the Murlocs went crazy. I've been chasing him for several days. I'm so tired. Not necessarily. Don't blame Boss Chun Feng. Chun Feng, if you are still alive, come out and explain. Otherwise, I curse you to never give birth to a son. Online users, 1124. Chun Feng took a quick look at the chat channel, and then he understood. It turned out that after he killed the leader of the Murlocs, the rioting Murlocs began to slaughter humans crazily. He didn't expect that in just a few short days, the Treasure Island, which originally had several thousand people, now has only a little over 1,000. This means that the deaths of so many people are indirectly related to Chun Feng. Chun Feng smacked his lips and disagreed. There are countless treasure islands in the entire ocean game. Although the Murloc leaders on most of the treasure islands are not dead, and the Murlocs do not riot, most players can survive. However, there was also a Murloc leader on the treasure island who was killed. The Murlocs rioted and countless people died. When facing the final boss, if you have the ability to kill it, would you not kill it? I believe that any normal person would choose to kill. As for causing the fishmen to riot, that was not Chun Feng's intention, and Chun Feng himself was unaware of everything. Somehow, these people in the area began to suspect him, which made Chun Feng very helpless. Do you want to admit it or not? Chun Feng thought for a while and made a decision in his heart. It was not him who instigated the riot of the fishmen. Afterwards, Chun Feng edited a message and sent it to the regional chat. Hello everyone, I'm Chun Feng. Regarding your suspicion that I killed the Murloc leader, causing the Murloc riot, and resulting in a large number of innocent players being killed by the Murlocs, I want to say, bah, there is no evidence at all. How can you say that I killed him? Is there still a king's law? Is there still a law? Be careful, or I will sue you for slander. Slander. Damn it. I told you it wasn't Boss Chun Feng who killed him. You guys misunderstood him. But I believed your shoe's evil. Boss Chun Feng, I almost misunderstood you. Chun Feng naturally would not admit it. Nonsense, if you admit it, just wait to be chased and scolded by those people every day. Before we knew it, a long time had passed and the treasure island had completely sunk, which also meant that the first novice copy of the ocean game had truly disappeared. The entire sea surface returned to calm. Chun Feng hoisted the sail and was about to set sail. But in the distance, under the calm ocean, a huge creature was rushing towards Chun Feng's sailboat. Chapter 78, Ocean Behemoth. Chun Feng on the sailboat did not notice the movement on the seabed. A new prompt from the system attracted his attention. Hello players in Area 310184. Due to the drastic decrease in the number of players in your area, there are only more than 1,000 left. Therefore, the game will merge this area with other areas with smaller numbers of players and gradually increase the number to 10,000. We apologize for the inconvenience caused to you. As soon as the game announcement came out, Chun Feng asked Zhou Lingrui. She and Chun Feng were in the same area, so naturally she also received this system notification. Later, Chun Feng discovered that many people in the world chat had also received this notification. Chun Feng speculated that during these days on Treasure Island, some areas may have suffered heavy casualties, while others may not have suffered too many deaths. The system issued this kind of notification, which should be the same as the game Chun Feng played before. When the number of people on some servers decreases and they become ghost servers, the game will solve the problem by merging servers. Let many players have a better experience. But why do games like this merge servers? Are they deliberately creating contact between players? Shaking his head, Chun Feng couldn't care less about these things now and looked at Zhou Lingrui standing beside him. Zhou Lingrui, be alert to strangers. Okay. Zhou Lingrui nodded to show that he understood. Chun Feng walked to the mast and raised the entire sail. Although the sea was relatively calm, the wind was quite strong. When there is no wind, the speed of the sailboat is 30 kilometers per hour. Now the breeze blows the sails, and the sailboat is moving very fast, sailing forward at a speed of 60 kilometers per hour. The entire treasure island sank, leaving only a vast ocean. Chun Feng still had things to do, and an important partner had not been found yet. Chun Feng stood at the bow, enjoying the cool sea breeze. Suddenly, a map popped up, and a red dot coincided with his own dot. The radar detection showed that there were living creatures around. What's going on? Have you detected the enemy? Why are they in the same position as you are? Looking at the display on the map, Chun Feng was a little confused, but suddenly he realized that he was not on land, but on the vast ocean. It is possible that the position overlaps with my own, so the moving creatures are either in the sky or on the seabed. Looking up at the sky, it was empty. Chun Feng's heart tightened. He must be in the sea. Gina, get ready to fight. There's something on the bottom of the sea. Yes, master. Gina nodded and was about to jump into the sea. With a bang, a loud noise and shaking came from the bottom of the sailboat. The familiar scene made Chun Feng sigh helplessly. No way. Could it be that another fisherman has hit the bottom of the boat? But the scene that followed surprised Chun Feng. As the sound of impact was heard, the sailboat shook and a huge tentacle stretched out from the sea and landed on the deck with a snap. Oh my god, what a long tentacle. Wouldn't it be so delicious if I roasted it and ate it? The tentacle slapped in front of Zhou Lingrui, causing her to scream, but not out of fear but surprise. Chen Feng frowned and looked over. What kind of tentacle was that? It looked very similar to an octopus's tentacles. However, this tentacle that stretched from the sea to the deck was too thick and too long. After one tentacle climbed onto the deck, 4 or 5 more tentacles followed, extending onto the sailboat from all directions. After a while, a huge head emerged from the water and appeared at the bow, staring at Chen Feng with eyes as big as water tanks. It grabbed the sailboat with its multiple tentacles and kept exerting force, as if it wanted to crush the sailboat and drag it into the sea. This is a squid? Chen Feng had 3 question marks on his face. The huge creature in front of me is exactly the same as the squid I've seen in the vegetable market before, except that the squid in the vegetable market is the size of a palm, while this squid is at least dozens of meters long. Master, I'm the best at dealing with this kind of soft-body creatures. How about I just electrocute it to death? Gina was originally preparing to go into the water, but when she saw the creature that hit the seabed surfaced on its own, she started to ask Chen Feng. Wait! Chen Feng raised his hand and stopped Gina. Hey, this is such a big squid. I have never seen it before. It looks silly and cute, and wants to crush Chen Feng's sailboat. But the sailboat has reached level 14, and it is so hard that it cannot resist the impact no matter how hard it tries. The sailboat only shook twice, without any sign of damage. This giant squid doesn't look very threatening. Chen Feng looked at it with interest. Anyway, I was standing at the bow, right in the field of view of the psionic cannon. As long as it made any move to attack me, I could just shoot it with a fireball, and it would be over. Bending down, Chen Feng touched its tentacles. If this is made into grilled squid, it will take how many days to eat? Looking at such a big squid, Chen Feng suddenly remembered the announcement of the game before he landed on Treasure Island, and then he suddenly realized. The announcement at the time said that all marine life began to mutate, including but not limited to body shape, size, ability, intelligence, and became more aggressive. This giant squid must have mutated over 10 days, and its size has increased by dozens or even hundreds of times, turning into a marine behemoth. I don't know what the mutation effects of other creatures are like. The giant squid perhaps felt that it could not do anything to the sailboat, and that Chen Feng's touch seemed somewhat insulting, so it quickly retracted one of its tentacle, spurred out again. Hit Chen Feng hard. Master, be careful. Chen Feng, be careful. The 2 girls noticed it, so Chen Feng would definitely notice it. The aggression has become so strong. The squid is actually going crazy too. Just when the huge tentacle was about to hit Chen Feng, a spear suddenly appeared in Chen Feng's hand and blocked him in front of him. With a puff, the tentacle pierced the spear, and with a violent vibration, the huge tentacle more than 10 meters long instantly turned into minced meat. The shattering effect of Chen Feng's alloy vibration spear is 100 triggered. However, Chen Feng was surprised that only one tentacle of the squid was broken. Then he thought that it might be because the squid's body was too large and the shattering effect had an upper limit that could not be covered. The squid felt pain, and several tentacles quickly pulled away from the sailboat with a whoosh, then sank into the sea, trying to escape. Gina, go down to the sea and kill him. Don't let it get away. A squid this big is enough for us to eat for a month. Seeing that the giant squid wanted to escape, Chen Feng ordered Gina to prepare to attack. With Gina's attack, the power of the electric shock would make it impossible for it to escape. Just as Gina was about to enter the water, another noise interrupted her. In the distance, a dorsal fin like a door panel appeared on the sea surface, and it was more than 3 meters high above the water. How big a shark is this? Gah! A roar came from the creature's mouth, and then its dorsal fin sank to the bottom of the sea. There seemed to be a fierce fight going on in the water, and the sea was full of wind and waves. What the hell is this again? Zhou Lingrui and Gina walked to the bow of the boat and looked at the seabed in surprise with Chen Feng. Walala! Followed by a sound of water breaking. A giant shark that was at least 50 meters long was biting the giant squid that had just attacked Chen Feng and jumped out of the sea. The squid was swallowed by the huge shark in a few seconds and had no way to resist. Chen Feng and others even saw that one of the shark's teeth was more than 50 centimeters long. The bloody scene is right before our eyes. Gina, Zhou Lingrui, Great White Shark? Chen Feng, Little Fatty. Chapter 79, Xiaopang. This shark looks exactly like the great white shark Xiaopang that Chen Feng had tamed before. Especially its silly expression made Chen Feng think it was Xiaopang. But before, its size was only a few meters. Now it has grown to about 50 meters. Hearing Chen Feng's call, the giant shark tried hard to open its small eyes wide. After seeing Chen Feng, it hurriedly chewed up the giant squid that had already died in its mouth. Gah! After the giant shark confirmed that it was Chen Feng, it shook its head in the water and turned around excitedly several times, looking very happy. It's really you, Fatty. Chen Feng shouted in surprise. He had just called out tentatively and didn't expect it was really it. I haven't seen it for more than 10 days, and it has grown so big. Chun Feng jumped off the sailboat excitedly and stepped on the back of the little fat boy floating on the sea. Oh my god, Xiaopeng, how did you get so big? Chun Feng affectionately patted Xiaopeng's huge head shaking in the water, and the love in his eyes was beyond words. Gah! The only answer he got was Xiaopeng's same cry as usual, which Chun Feng couldn't understand at all. The man and the giant shark spoke different languages to each other, but they could communicate with each other through body language without any obstacles, just like humans and dogs. Xiaopeng is Chun Feng's first partner and has given Chun Feng a lot of help in this ocean apocalypse. Chun Feng was just about to set sail to look for Xiaopeng in the sea where Treasure Island sank. I didn't expect this guy to come here by himself. Chun Feng was attacked by a giant squid, and then Xiaopeng came over to eat the squid. It was such a coincidence. On the deck, Zhou Lingrui and Gina stared in amazement at Chun Feng playing with Xiaopeng, their faces full of shock. They haven't come to their senses yet. Hey, that's a shark, bro. It's a giant mutated shark, bro. 50 meters, bro. You're standing on its back, and you're touching its teeth. Zhou Lingrui, standing on the boat, was devastated. The master is so unpredictable. The current on Gina's hand gradually dimmed. The sudden appearance of the fat boy made her very alert, but then she felt relieved when she saw Chun Feng being so intimate with it. Maybe Xiaopeng was overly excited. He swam frantically on the sea with Chun Feng on his back. The speed was so fast that Chun Feng, who was standing on his back, was almost blown to tears. Wow. Chun Feng was very excited and didn't feel nervous at all. The man and the shark swam around the sailboat on the sea for nearly 10 minutes before they stopped. Chun Feng patted Xiaopeng's head. All right, fatty, come closer to the sailboat. After getting closer, Chun Feng climbed up from the side and explained to Zhou Lingrui and Gina. Only then did the two girls know about Xiaopeng's existence. Phew, you scared me. It's okay as long as it's brother Chun Feng's pet. Zhou Lingrui patted his trembling chest hard, still feeling frightened. Xiaopeng is also a marine creature. The system prompts that all marine creatures are beginning to mutate, and it should also be affected. Chun Feng felt that this was the only explanation for Xiaopeng's changes. Otherwise, how could he have grown so big? It was completely beyond the scope of biology. Chun Feng was very happy about Xiaopeng's return. Although he had only had a brief contact with it just now, Chun Feng felt its power. As his body grows bigger, Xiaopeng's attack ability can be said to have become stronger, and he can kill a giant squid so easily. It is estimated that its strength is similar to that of the ordinary intermediate murlocs on the Treasure Island, but it is definitely not comparable to a talented murloc like Gina. And it swims very fast, about 80 kilometers per hour in seawater. It will also be a powerful weapon for Chun Feng in the future. However, Chun Feng began to worry when he looked at Xiaopeng. With such a big bird, he would definitely need a lot of food in the future. But then I thought, Xiaopeng is a shark, the overlord of the ocean, so he doesn't have to worry about hunting for food. The little fat boy in the sea gradually calmed down. There were many squid carcasses floating on the sea that Xiaopeng had not finished eating, and Xiaopeng continued to swallow them next to the sailboat. I guess this squid can meet its food needs for several days. The huge squid head on the water surface was swallowed into Xiaopeng's mouth. After chewing it several times, Xiaopeng suddenly spat out a piece of gleaming stone, which fell on the sailboat. What is this? Chun Feng walked in and looked at the fist-sized stone with doubt on his face. Holding the stone in his hand, he felt warm to the touch, and it was still emitting light. Chun Feng observed it carefully, and then the system prompted him. Phantom Crystal. Description. The crystals that may be produced in the brains of mutated marine creatures have very powerful energy. Marine creatures will become stronger and stronger when they devour psionic crystals. They can also be used to consume energy for other items. Evaluation. New energy produced by mutant organisms, high energy efficiency, and absolutely environmentally friendly. Psionic energy. This crystal actually contains psionic energy. Chun Feng grabbed the stone and was extremely surprised. The orange weapon, the psionic cannon, that you got before, consumed psionic energy when firing. In the past, Chun Feng only knew that psionic energy was a new type of energy, but he didn't know where it was produced. This time, Xiaopeng bit the giant squid to death. He didn't expect that psionic energy was the crystal in the brain of this mutant creature. Psionic energy can not only be used as an energy source, but can also enhance the strength of mutant creatures. Chun Feng squeezed the psionic crystal in his hand, smiled slightly, and looked at the fat boy in the sea. You are quite loyal. You don't want the benefits for yourself, and you still think about me. Xiaopeng also needs this kind of crystal stone. He didn't expect that it could spit it out after having already put it in its mouth. This made Chun Feng a little touched. However, Chun Feng's current psionic cannon can trigger the energy recovery effect, so he has no shortage of psionic energy for the time being. So he threw the psionic crystal back to Xiaopeng. You eat it first this time, and we'll talk about it next time. Ga. The fat boy opened his huge mouth and swallowed it in one gulp without any pretense, then let out a comfortable cry. Your pet's loyalty plus 10, currently 53. Before Chinfeng came to the island, Xiaopeng's loyalty was not high. After being away for so long, its loyalty naturally decreased. Unexpectedly, just returning the crystal stone it had obtained could increase its loyalty. Chinfeng sighed that it was easy to feed it. If you throw some food to it later, its loyalty will definitely increase. In the future, it should be able to achieve absolute loyalty like Gina. After giving the psionic crystal to Xiaopeng, Chinfeng kept thinking about it in his mind. In this world, psionic energy, as the energy consumed by orange weapons, will definitely be a scarce resource in the future, and its value will definitely be very high. Now that he knew the source of psionic energy, Chinfeng already had a plan for what to do next. The previous attack by the giant squid made Chinfeng realize that with the toughness of the current level 14 sailboat, most of these mutated creatures on the seabed should be helpless. It would be a shame not to make good use of such a favorable advantage. Let's go. Next, hunt down mutated marine life. With Chinfeng's shout, 3 people, a boat, and a huge shark set off in a mighty manner. Chapter 80 Regional Merger completed. On the calm sea, Chinfeng's sailboat sailed against the wind and waves, moving forward all the way. In front of him, a huge triangular dorsal fin emerged from the water. It was Xiaopeng. After just a few hours, Xiaopeng seemed to have grown a little bigger, and the dorsal fin that was exposed above the water looked wider and thicker. Chinfeng guessed that the psionic crystal had a very good effect on mutated marine life. It has been about half a day, and Chinfeng has not encountered another mutated marine creature. It seems that mutated marine life is not particularly easy to encounter, but the chat channel is quite lively. Whether it is world chat or regional chat, the topic of conversation shifted from the sunken treasure island to the mutated creatures on the seafloor. Many people have reported being actively attacked by underwater creatures. For humans who have high-level vehicles, or at least have sailboats, the risk factor is not high when attacked by mutant creatures. But currently most players' vehicles are still rafts, and it is indeed difficult to resist marine life with the help of rafts. Many players were crying and complaining in the chat channel. Through the content of the chat channel, Chinfeng roughly sorted out the characteristics of some mutated marine organisms. Almost all marine life undergo dramatic changes in size. Chinfeng also accidentally saw during the conversation that a group of people encounter clownfish. This clownfish had become larger than a human. There was another group of people who were more miserable. They encountered a school of sardines. Someone took pictures of the school of fish at that time. Hundreds and thousands of sardines bigger than humans kept attacking the vehicles under the sea, and finally jumped onto the boat to attack the people. It is said that the people on this ship have not sent any news now, and they must have all died. In addition to the changes in body size, the mutated creatures also become more aggressive. As soon as the novice period ended, Chinfeng was attacked by a large lobster that jumped onto the raft. Nowadays, marine creatures are more aggressive when they see humans. However, there are exceptions. Someone once saw a mutant turtle that chose to run away after seeing many humans on a sailboat. Some people speculate that the intelligence of this kind of mutated creature may also change. In short, the huge changes in marine life have caused many humans to panic. Because this change is still ongoing, no one can predict whether marine life will turn into terrifying monsters several hundred meters in size in the future. By then, humans will be as weak as ants to them. Thinking of this, Chinfeng sighed. Faced with more and more dangers in the ocean apocalypse game, only constant upgrading of vehicles can bring him some sense of security. Currently, it takes 7 hours for a sailboat to reach level 15. Considering that the time required to upgrade a sailboat doubles each time, if a major storm or disaster strikes at sea in more than 10 days, the sailboat will definitely not have enough time to upgrade to the next major level. However, even if he has not reached the next major level, Chinfeng is sure that his vehicle level should be among the best in the world. There is no need to rush now. Chinfeng opened the regional channel to chat. Instead of paying attention to the chat content, I want to see the number of people online in the area chat. Previously, the system prompted that players in areas with smaller populations would be merged into one area. The current number has reached 9,862. The server merger should be completed, and the number is not an integer of 10,000, probably because someone died in the area within half a day. Suddenly, so many people showed up, and the chat channel was in a mess. Chinfeng was too lazy to even look at it. The sailboat was very quiet at this time. Xiaopeng was still navigating alone in the sea, while Gina was in the control room, controlling the direction and keeping alert. Ever since Zhou Lingrui acquired the passive skill of controlling water, she has been like a possessed person, controlling a small stream of water all day long. Probably she wanted to figure out new uses for it. Chinfeng was happy about this. At least it would allow her to stop studying how to use it for herself. Chinfeng got a wooden stool from somewhere, sat on the deck, and looked ahead leisurely. The farmland that Zhou Lingrui had previously managed had sprouted new buds after being watered with her passive skill of controlling water. The tender young seedlings of corn and tomatoes are growing vigorously. With the ripening function of the farmland, I believe they will mature soon. In such a quiet environment, the entire sailboat looks as peaceful as a painting. However, the sailboat did not remain stable for long. Chun Feng stood up, and a moving black appeared faintly on the sea level in the distance. This is because the distance is too far to see clearly, but this black spot indicates that there is definitely something abnormal in the distance. Gina, drive in that direction and see what's going on. Chun Feng turned around and shouted loudly to Gina in the control room. After receiving Chun Feng's order, Gina began to change the direction of the sailboat, slowly approaching the black spot on the horizon. There was movement on the sea, either a player or a mutated marine creature. I hope it is a mutant creature. Chun Feng is very interested in the psionic crystal in the mutant creature's brain. As Chun Feng gradually approached, the black spot in the distance gradually became larger. Chun Feng vaguely saw the scene in front of him. It was exactly as Chun Feng thought, except that both situations occurred. 1,000 meters away, a mutant creature is attacking humans. A group of humans were standing on a large raft, holding some weapons in their hands and attacking something under the sea. From time to time, a long leg that looked sharp and very hard would emerge from the sea. The people on the raft were extremely terrified, and they all held their weapons tightly, hoping to gain some sense of security. After the long leg stretched out from the sea, the people on the raft chopped at it fiercely, but the long leg was covered by a hard shell. There was only a ding sound, and the long leg was not damaged at all. Instead, it went straight in and pierced the chest of a person on the raft with a puff. Afterwards, the man let out a cry of extreme pain and fear and was dragged directly into the sea and swallowed by the mutant creatures in the sea. This is not just one long leg. When Chun Feng got closer, he found that there were dozens of similar long legs around the raft, constantly trying to attack the humans on the raft. There were 7 of them, both men and women. The men began to tremble constantly due to fear and could only barely resist the long-lasting attack. The woman cried and was at a loss. This mutated creature is quite strange, as it has so many legs. If this continues, it is only a matter of time before they are stabbed by these strange long legs. It looks like a giant centipede. Zhou Lingrui walked to Chun Feng's side at some point and said with some disgust when he saw the limbs of the mutant creature exposed above the sea. Women are naturally afraid of creatures with many legs, not to mention that the creature in front of them looks at least 30 meters long. This is not a centipede. How can there be a centipede in the sea? It should be a mantis shrimp, or you can call it a mantis shrimp. As the sailboat got closer, Chun Feng finally saw the mutant creature's appearance clearly. Chapter 81 Mantis Shrimp. This is not a centipede at all. It is clearly a nearly 30-meter-long mantis shrimp, also known as a mantis shrimp. At this moment, it was flipping over its body, with its many sharp and hard, long legs facing upwards, lying on the bottom of the raft. Every time its long legs pierce a human, it drags them directly into the sea and then gradually puts them into its mouth to swallow them. It's full of hideousness and horror. When a mantis shrimp was placed on the dining table before, Chun Feng thought that this kind of seafood looked rather ugly. Now that it is so big, it looks even more hideous and abnormal. The figures on the raft could also be seen clearly, 2 women and 5 men. The woman hid in the middle, and the 5 men stood on the edge of the raft, struggling to resist the mantis shrimps that kept attacking them. Chun Feng, should we go and hunt that giant mantis shrimp now, or should we wait a while? Zhou Lingrui came forward, and now she was gradually becoming more realistic. Tang Yuqing and others whom she met on the treasure island, as well as Wang Ruoshi who escaped alone, all told her that in this doomsday, humans might be more terrifying than monsters. Chun Feng naturally knew what she meant. I don't care about the people on the raft. I only care about that mantis shrimp. Let's go now. It will be troublesome if it escapes later. Chun Feng is now very calm towards these strangers. Whether to save them or not is not something Chun Feng is considering. What Chun Feng is considering now is whether this mutant shrimp will escape and the psionic crystal in its brain. Xiaopang, sink into the sea first, and don't show your head without my order. Ka, Xiaopang responded and slowly disappeared on the sea. Standing at the bow, Chun Feng gave instructions to Xiaopang. He was afraid that with Xiaopang's huge size, the mantis shrimp would be scared away when it saw him. With the psionic cannon on his ship and Gina's electric shock ability, it is definitely more than enough to deal with this mantis shrimp. The sailboat was getting closer and closer, and naturally the people on the raft who were fighting desperately saw it. One of the men, who was about 40 years old, excitedly said to his companions, "Look, it's a sailboat. It's approaching us. We are saved." The other 4 men and the 2 women in the middle also looked up at the approaching sailboat, their faces instantly revealing surprise at having survived a disaster. "Help! Help! Hey, we are here. Come here quickly." Several people waved at Chun Feng's sailboat, with excited smiles on their faces. "Honey, we are saved." One of the middle-aged women stood up excitedly and walked to the middle-aged man. "Yes, This guy's vehicle is actually a sailboat. It looks like it's of a fairly high level. Once we get on board, we won't have to worry anymore. Everyone was calling for help and talking excitedly. Feng's sailboat sailed at full speed and soon arrived alongside. The mantis shrimps in the sea water seemed to have low intelligence. They did not react at all to Feng's arrival and only knew how to attack the people on the raft. Gina, go fix it. Feng ordered Gina to take action. This kind of mantis shrimp, which is about 30 meters in size, is estimated to be as powerful as a mid-level merman. With Gina's ability, dealing with it is no problem. This saves Feng from having to use psionic cannons and fine iron bows. After all, the effects of these two weapons are consumable, and it takes some time to kill them. It is not as quick as Gina using electrocution. Yes. Upon hearing this, Gina simply jumped into the sea and disappeared in an instant. Hey, can you come closer and let us get on your boat first? This monster is still attacking us. It's too dangerous. The middle-aged man on the raft shouted at Feng on the boat. A raft is a flat surface, which poses almost no obstacle to the mantis shrimps in the sea, but it is different for a sailboat. Just standing on the deck, you are about 3 meters above the sea surface. Standing there, the mantis shrimp should not pose any danger. Feng looked at them and ignored them. He didn't know these strangers at all, and there was no way he would let them on board. Didn't you hear me? Can you come closer? There were other people shouting on the raft, but seeing that Feng was unmoved, they could only watch anxiously, and kept using their weapons to poke away the sharp legs that kept stabbing at them. At this moment, bursts of blue light suddenly flashed in the deep sea. The roar continued to come from the sea, and waves surged up on the calm sea surface. It was Gina who made the move in the seawater. The electric current was released in the highly conductive sea water and directly hit the mantis shrimps surrounding the raft. His tilde. The mantis shrimp instantly let out a shrill scream, causing several people on the raft to hold their ears and look extremely uncomfortable. A strong electric current exploded in the mantis shrimp's body. Perhaps because it had strong vitality, it was not killed instantly by Gina. Instead, its huge body was struggling on the sea, and its countless long legs on its abdomen were waving wildly. Suddenly, a long leg waving wildly stabbed towards the middle-aged woman who walked to the edge of the raft. The men defending on the edge of the raft were covering their ears and had no time to defend themselves. Puff! The long leg pierced her chest fiercely and dragged her into the sea in an instant. A wife! When the middle-aged man saw his wife being dragged into the sea, he hurriedly reached out to grab her. However, the mantis shrimp was struggling in pain so fast that he only tore off a piece of the woman's clothes. With a plop, the woman who sank into the sea was stabbed by several long legs and died instantly. Seeing the woman die, the people on the raft looked stern in an instant, and they all moved to the middle, not daring to move. Gina attacked again. After surfacing, the light blue electric light in her hand crackled with a loud bang, stirring up waves on the water and filling the sky with fog. As the second electric shock came, the countless long legs of the struggling mantis shrimp slowly stopped, and the light in its eyes gradually dimmed. It was definitely dead now. Watching the mantis shrimp die, Feng waved to Gina. Okay, come up. Just died like that. The people on the raft looked at the mantis shrimp corpse floating on the sea in surprise, their faces full of disbelief. There were more than 10 of them in total, and when facing the mantis shrimp, they could only passively defend. The hard shell made their weapons completely useless, and in the end, only 6 people were killed. But when the young man in front of him came, the woman who looked like a merman jumped off the boat and killed the huge monster in just over 10 seconds. Everyone's eyes gradually became filled with awe as they looked at Gina and Feng. Feng ignored these people, jumped into the sea, put his hand on the giant mantis shrimp corpse, and put it into the warehouse. A mantis shrimp of this size only takes up 1 inventory slot. Why didn't you come over quickly? If you had let us on the boat earlier, my wife wouldn't have died. At this time, the middle-aged man on the raft pointed at Feng angrily, his eyes bloodshot. Chapter 82 What Does Should Mean? Feng returned to the sailboat and glanced indifferently at the middle-aged man who was roaring at him. This guy's logic is strange. It was obvious that her wife was stabbed to death by the shrimp, but now she blames Feng. Yes, Feng could have sailed the boat over earlier and allowed them to get on board. Perhaps the tragedy could have been avoided. But don't forget, this is a doomsday survival game, and none of the people Feng encountered before, such as Su Xiaoli, Tang Yuqing, Wang Ruoxi, etc., are good people. Feng was naturally wary of strangers. How could he let them on board easily? This person is somewhat of a moral blackmail. Gina, let's go. Since the mantis shrimp had been killed and the body had been put into the warehouse, Feng had no intention of talking nonsense with this group of people and told Gina to prepare to leave. Seeing that Feng ignored them and even intended to leave, everyone on the raft started to panic. Uncle, stop talking. They saved us out of kindness. Don't make them angry. Someone on the raft whispered and pulled the roaring middle-aged man. Under the pull of this man, the middle-aged man had no choice but to hold back his anger and salvage his wife's battered body from the sea onto the raft. The sailboat under Chen Feng's feet looked much more sturdy than their raft. Now, there was such a giant monster attacking in the sea, and they had just seen hope of survival. How could they remain indifferent? Chen Feng, you're Chen Feng, right? Another person on the raft spoke, pointing at Chen Feng and shouting. It's true, Boss Chen Feng. We have heard about you for a long time. In our area, you have the strongest ability. Is it the fisherman you subdued? You are really amazing. Boss Chen Feng, if you hadn't come, we would all have died. Thank you so much. In the chat channel, you can see the photo and name of the person who sent the message. Chen Feng had sent messages several times in the regional channel before, and these people recognized him after just a few glances. Unexpectedly, these people actually recognized him. Chen Feng turned around and said, it was just a coincidence. He was only doing it for the mantis shrimp, and Chen Feng didn't really care whether he saved them or not. Boss Chen Feng, you see the treasure island has sunk. We are often attacked by these mutant creatures in this ocean. It is too dangerous. I wonder if we can take refuge on your sailboat. After all, we are all compatriots. The only remaining woman among the 6 people walked to the edge of the raft, smiled slightly, and said with eyes full of expectation, take refuge? When Chen Feng heard this word, he couldn't help but frowned. It could be seen from the battle just now that only 1 or 2 of these people were level 1 enhancers, and the others were ordinary people. It is estimated that he did not go deep into the treasure island and survived until now by cutting wood. Letting them on board, regardless of whether they can be trusted or not, these people are simply a burden to Chen Feng. Chen Feng shook his head, naturally unwilling. My sailboat is very small and can't accommodate so many people. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Wait a minute, that's just an excuse. Since you have such a large vehicle and so many supplies, why don't you help more people so that everyone can survive? Your behavior is so selfish. If I were you, I would definitely help more people in need. When the woman saw Chen Feng's refusal, she immediately accused him indignantly. The middle-aged man who had just gone to collect his wife's body suddenly turned around and said, I told you, this man is selfish. He obviously has the ability, but he watched her die without helping. If he had come earlier, my wife wouldn't have died. Yes, Boss Chen Feng, the greater your ability, the greater your responsibility. Yeah, we still call you boss. You should help us weaklings. Chen Feng was so angry that he laughed. He really couldn't understand these people's logic. What's wrong with being strong? My strength, including supplies, were all obtained through my own efforts. I even died once to get the treasure on the treasure island. Just because these people call me boss, should I go and help them? This statement is too ridiculous. What do you mean by should? I owe you. Don't blackmail me. I bought my sailboat with my life. If you want to get on the boat, just build one yourself. You guys are all old, weak, sick, and disabled. Get the hell out of here. You are a bunch of ungrateful people. Chen Feng was filled with rage and started shouting and cursing without mercy. One cannot be polite to such a person. I even regretted coming here so early to kill the mantis shrimps. I should have waited until all of them were dead before coming here. Gina, what are you waiting for? Get out. Chen Feng shouted at Gina in the control room and left the edge of the sailboat, unwilling to pay attention to these people. Yes, master. Feeling Chen Feng's anger, Gina's expression became serious. She did not dare to stop and turn the sailboat around. Chen Feng, are you just going to watch us die? Chen Feng, you are such a selfish bastard. When everyone saw the sailboat slowly turning around, they suddenly became anxious. If they encountered mutant creatures again in the vast ocean, they would definitely die if they relied on the raft. Hurry, let's climb up directly. I don't believe he can kill us directly. The middle-aged man's face turned red and he waved his hands excitedly. Yes, let's get on board. Once we're on board, he won't be able to do anything to us. The woman echoed. Upon hearing this, everyone on the raft nodded, jumped into the water one by one, and swam quickly towards the sailboat that was turning around. The distance between them and the sailboat was not far, only about 20 meters, and they soon came to the side of the sailboat. There were many hemp ropes hanging on the side of the wooden sailboat to control the sails. These people grabbed the hemp ropes one by one and prepared to board the ship. Chen Feng naturally knew this and gave Gina a look, signaling her to take action. Gina walked out of the control room, and more than a dozen tiny arcs of electricity appeared in her hands. With a click, arcs of electricity spread out like spider silk, moving across the bodies of the people who had climbed halfway. Suddenly, the 6 people twitched, their hands and feet became uncontrollable, and they fell into the water one after another. The sailboat straightened its direction and headed forward at full speed. Gina understood what Chen Feng meant, so she didn't kill them. She just paralyzed them for a short time and made them fall into the water. We are all human beings. For what they have done, not killing them is already a mercy. Chen Feng shook his head and thought it was just a small episode. The world is really big and there are all kinds of people. If these people want to blame someone, they should blame themselves for being too cowardly when they were on Treasure Island. With a loud splash, the sea water was pushed away, leaving only the backs of the people on the sea. It was impossible to catch up now. Damn it, this Chun Feng. He actually let the fishmen attack us. That's right. I didn't expect him to be such a selfish person. I must go to the chat channel and expose his true face. Forget it. Let's go back to the raft first. The 6 people had no choice but to climb back onto the raft, looking extremely miserable. Chapter 83 Large Sailing Ship. 6 people got on the raft and all sat on it. Facing the scorching sun, they all looked wilted and listless. Uncle, we won't be able to survive for long at this rate. Even if no mutants attack us, when the great calamity storm hits, relying on this broken raft will surely lead to our death. We can't afford the upgrade blueprint for the sailboat, so there's no way we can upgrade the raft. Yeah, what should we do now? Hey, let's wait and see if there are any passersby. Now we can only hope that a passing sailboat can save us. Well, this is the only way. There are probably only a few people like Chun Feng who watch someone in danger and do nothing to help. Several people on the raft were actually planning to ask others to rescue them. In this doomsday, this was a bit too naive. The sea breeze blew on their faces, quickly evaporating the sweat from their bodies. The sun in the sky slowly set, and the people were baked all day and felt listless. Uncle, is there any water? I'm dying of thirst. The woman couldn't help but purse her cracked lips twice. No more. The last bottle has been finished. The middle-aged man's answer made everyone feel a little desperate. If it doesn't work, we can only dismantle the raft and sell the wood to buy some water. Just when everyone was almost in despair, the woman stood up excitedly, pointed at the sea in the distance, and shouted excitedly, Look, look, there's a sailboat over there. Really, it really is a sailboat. It seems to be much bigger than Chun Feng's. As if they saw hope, several people stood up and waved and shouted at the sailboat in the distance. The people on the sailboat in the distance seemed to have seen them and were slowly approaching. Only when the sailboat gradually approached could everyone see its appearance clearly. If Chun Feng saw this sailboat here, he would definitely be shocked. The sailboat in front of me looked to be at least 40 meters long and about 15 meters wide. There's not just one sail on the deck, but 3 sails, 1 large and 2 small. This sailboat is definitely more than level 14. Judging from its size, it is at least level 17 or 18. Chun Feng was the first person in the entire server to upgrade the raft to the maximum level, which means that this huge sailboat began to be upgraded after Chun Feng upgraded the sailboat. Chun Feng upgraded the sailboat almost without stopping. He would upgrade to the next level when the time came. I really don't know how this huge sailboat was upgraded in such a short time. Hey, we are here. The woman on the raft waited until the sailboat approached and waved her hands excitedly. Great. This sailboat is willing to come over. It must be willing to rescue us. Yes. He is nothing like Chun Feng, who watched someone in danger and did not help. He is so selfish. Just as a few people were shouting excitedly, a huge rock suddenly flew from the sailboat and smashed hard at the raft. Get out of the way. What the hell? What's going on? The people on the raft only had time to scream in fear twice before jumping into the sea. If they were hit by the huge rock, they would be crippled if not killed. With a bang, the huge rock hit the raft, breaking it instantly and splitting it into several pieces of wood. Just when the people on the raft were at a loss, a few people walked to the bow of the sailboat. They were 2 tall men. What are you doing? Why are you attacking us? The woman pointed at the 2 men angrily. Others also cursed angrily. There were 2 men at the bow, one with a full beard, and he said to the man next to him, Big brother, look at how accurate I am. His words let everyone know that the huge rock was actually thrown by him. Okay, stop playing around. Let's catch those people in the sea and see if there's anything good to loot. The other man didn't look that rough, but his fierce eyes showed that he looked a bit fierce. After saying this, he added, By the way, don't forget to bring up the heart of the raft. Okay. The bearded man touched their heads and shouted excitedly, then pointed behind him. You, follow me down and catch them. In the direction he pointed, there were actually 3 murlocs, one of whom was an intermediate murloc with a human body. Several people jumped into the sea and grabbed the person in the water who was about to resist like a chicken. The bearded man searched in the water for a long time and finally found a piece of wood, which was the core of the raft. Then he climbed back onto the sailboat with several people in the sea. Why are you attacking us? The woman with her hands tied raised her head stubbornly. Brother, this woman asked me why I attacked them? She is so stupid. The bearded man couldn't help laughing when he heard this. At this time, there were more than a dozen figures on the deck of the sailboat. The people on the sailboat were also a group, and there were quite a few of them. Hearing this, the fierce strong man also revealed a playful smile. You have such a good sailboat and such strong military force. Shouldn't you help the weak more? Why are you so selfish? The middle-aged man whose wife had died roared. Brother, why are the people in this area like fools? They are so stupid. The bearded man laughed and grabbed the middle-aged man's head. While talking and laughing, he suddenly stabbed a dagger into his neck. The middle-aged man uttered a few ho-ho-ho sounds, but could not utter anything. Fear was in his eyes. After a while, blood spurted out, and he fell to the ground and died. Seeing the bearded man killing people at will, the women and their group dared not say a word. Keep the 2 level 1 enhancers, kill the ordinary people, and leave the woman to the brothers for fun. The vicious man's words made the group of people lose their souls. I saw a few people walking on the deck at the back, killing the other 2 who were not level 1 enhancers, and then dragging the woman to the back with lewd smiles on their faces. The 2 level 1 enhancers who luckily survived were even more timid and didn't dare to even breathe. No, let me go. The woman struggled fiercely, and at this moment she no longer had the condescending attitude. However, the struggle of an ordinary woman was no match for these men. Even though she screamed at the top of her lungs, the men still did not stop her. She was killed directly on the deck. Hey, from now on you will follow us. If you don't obey us, we will throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Do you hear me? The bearded man kicked the 2 level 1 enhancers who were slumped on the ground and said impatiently, Yes, I heard it. The 2 of them nodded hurriedly, very obedient. The fierce-looking man took 2 steps forward and said, We just merged into your area through the system today. Are there any strong people in your area? The kind with more supplies? Yes. There's a guy named Chinfeng in our area. His vehicle is also a sailboat, and there's also a murloc. Judging from his appearance, he should be a mid-level murloc. Yes, that's right. He was also in this sea area at noon. We saw him before. The fierce man raised his eyebrows and became interested. Chinfeng? Which direction did he go? Chapter 84 Master, I want it so much. Chinfeng naturally had no idea what happened to the people on the raft afterwards. At this time, night fell and the cool sea breeze blew on the face. On the deck, Chinfeng, Zhou Lingrui, and Gina were sitting around a fire. After killing the mantis shrimp at noon, Chinfeng continued sailing in the afternoon. His luck was not very good, and he did not encounter any mutated marine creatures again. It seems that the game will become more dangerous for human players as marine life mutates. However, these mutated marine creatures will also devour the psionic crystals that may exist in each other's minds, causing their numbers to decrease sharply. Therefore, it will not force humans into a dead end. It took Chinfeng half a day to cut off the entire head of the mantis shrimp that were stored in the warehouse at noon. The infuriating thing is that after searching inside the skull for a long time and getting covered in slime, I still didn't find the psionic crystal. In the end, Chinfeng could only guess that because this mantis shrimp was not particularly large, it did not evolve into a psionic crystal. The inedible head was thrown to Xiaopeng, and it swallowed the nearly 10-meter-long head in 2 or 3 bites. Its loyalty rate rose again to 60. Ordering Xiaopeng to rest near the bottom of the boat, Chinfeng weaved a longer and thicker hemp rope and threw it to it, letting it hold it in its mouth as an anchor. At night, Chinfeng did not plan to continue sailing, so he just stayed where he was to rest and regroup. The body of the mantis shrimp is nearly 30 meters long. Even if the head is removed, the tail is still about 20 meters long. The weight reached a terrifying 5 tons. If Chinfeng and his friends eat so much shrimp meat, they won't be able to finish it even if they get sick. Of course, if Xiaopeng, a 50-meter-long giant shark, were to come, it would probably only take 2 or 3 meals. Chinfeng cut off a large piece of shrimp meat from the shrimp tail and threw the rest into the warehouse. He didn't plan to sell it for the time being and could give it to Xiaopeng as a snack later. The stove is still that simple stove, but the seasoning is no longer the coarse salt produced by seawater separators. The treasure chest can reveal all kinds of strange supplies. The cumin powder, pepper powder, and barbecue sauce that Chinfeng occasionally opened before all came in handy at this moment. The shrimp meat was being roasted on the stove, and soon it started to sizzle. Gina and Zhou Lingrui gathered around early. Chinfeng, look, I'm very useful now, Zhou Lingrui said as if he was presenting a treasure in a mysterious tone. Zhou Lingrui put his hands close to the stove, and his expression suddenly became serious, as if he was trying hard to control something. Chinfeng looked at her carefully to see what she was up to. The shrimp meat that was originally roasted on the stove lost moisture continuously due to the high temperature, and steam kept coming out. But at this moment, after Zhou Lingrui's control, the water vapor suddenly stopped floating out, but instead lingered beside the shrimp meat and kept drilling into the meat. Is she controlling water loss? Chinfeng rolled his eyes. Is this how you use a passive skill that controls water? Huh, Chinfeng, try it and see how the shrimp tail meat that I specially prepared tastes. Zhou Lingrui was very excited. He cut a piece of shrimp meat with a knife, held it in his hand to prevent it from falling, and slowly put it to Chinfeng's mouth. After Chinfeng finished eating, she was still waiting with anticipation, waiting for Chinfeng's praise. As soon as the shrimp meat entered his mouth, Chinfeng felt the chewy meat bursting in his mouth. After chewing it, the shrimp juice was even more delicious because the moisture was firmly locked in. Paired with a cup of huiyuan juice full of grains, my god, my life is like thunder and lightning. I have to say that the barbecue made by Zhou Lingrui using his passive skills tastes really good. I didn't expect her water control skills could be used like this. The ability to control water varies a lot. Although Zhou Lingrui's ability to control water is very weak now, it may be of great use in the future. Not bad. It's delicious. I'll leave the cooking to you from now on. Chen Feng nodded with a smile. If you give a high score to someone's cooking skills, it will greatly motivate her to cook. Of course, you must make her believe that you really think the food is delicious. If you don't believe it, you can try it. Sure enough, when Zhou Lingrui heard this, he patted his chest and suddenly felt that he was no longer a burden to Chen Feng, but a crucial helper, guaranteed to complete the task. Gina laughed and saw that the shrimp meat was ready, so she grabbed it and ate it without fear of the heat. The two girls started to fight for it and glared at each other while eating, like two kittens protecting their food. When Chen Feng saw this, he pursed his lips and smiled. This kind of scene is really rare. Two beautiful girls with fair skin and good looks surrounded him. One cooks for me, and the other is extremely obedient. If it were before the time travel, an ordinary person would be dreaming if he wanted such treatment. Not to mention two beautiful girls. Even just one is not something Chen Feng can get. Maybe you have to lick hard to get the qualification of being a spare tire. As the saying goes, if you have no money, you can only appreciate your sweetness. But if you have money, you can taste your saltiness. Who cares if you have no money? At this moment, Chen Feng suddenly felt that traveling to this doomsday survival game seemed to be a good life for him. After a while, dinner was successfully prepared, and Chen Feng, as usual, took a screenshot of the chat channel to show off. It made those players who were still worried about their livelihoods cry out in cruelty. Chen Feng entered the cabin with a laugh, and a friend request suddenly popped up on the game interface. Want to add you as a friend, do you agree? During this period, many people harassed Chen Feng through private messages and adding friends, but he didn't take it seriously and just clicked no. Zhou Lingrui, you'll be on guard in the control room tonight. Gina, come down, I have something to talk to you about. Chen Feng walked into the cabin, blocked the entrance to the cabin, and said to Zhou Lingrui, who was looking sly behind him. Yes, master. Oh no, why do you let me be on top? I want to be on the bottom. Zhou Lingrui looked reluctant and said coquettishly with a pout. Hurry up. Stop talking nonsense. Chen Feng's face was stern. If it didn't scold her, she would go crazy. Oh, seeing Chen Feng's stern face, Zhou Lingrui didn't dare to act rashly. He could only respond dryly and stood in the control room and watched. When Chen Feng and Gina entered the cabin, he couldn't help but spit. I was wondering why you were indifferent to me. I didn't expect you to like this. She has a fish under her. You left me alone and went to pickle a fish. I'll beat her and make fish head soup tomorrow. Zhou Lingrui found a place to sit down angrily. She only dared to say such words in a low voice. Chen Feng and Gina walked into the cabin. In the dim room, Chen Feng hurriedly took out the iron basin and lit a piece of dry firewood for lighting. Take it off. Chen Feng pointed at Gina's upper body. Yes, Gina said decisively and did it in no time and cleanly. Even though Gina was his pet, Chen Feng still felt a little embarrassed. He avoided her gaze somewhat unnaturally and took out a glass bottle of red liquid from the warehouse. The liquid looked very sticky and flickered with a strange glow under the light of the fire. When Gina saw the liquid in Chen Feng's hand, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened, her red lips slightly opened. She seemed to want to say something but stopped, her face full of desire. After hesitating for a moment, Gina spoke with difficulty. Master, I want it so much. Chapter 85, Purchasing Furniture. The thing that made Gina take the initiative to ask Chen Feng, for it was naturally not an ordinary thing. What Chen Feng was holding in his hand was the purple quality item, the coral essence, which he had opened from the treasure of the Murloc Castle. This is the sacred object of the Merman clan. It is made of coral essence extracted from a large amount of corals. After being smeared on the merman, it has the possibility of advancement. There is a 100 probability of advancing a low-level merman to an intermediate-level merman, and a 1 probability of advancing an intermediate-level merman to a high-level merman. As soon as the red sticky coral essence was taken out, Gina was deeply attracted to it. To her, it seemed to have a fatal attraction. If it wasn't held by Chen Feng, Gina would definitely snatch it away if it were someone else. Don't worry, since I took it out, I'm naturally going to give it to you. Chen Feng sat down and motioned Gina to lie down. Thank you, master. What is this thing? Why do I seem to be naturally attracted to it? Gina lay on the flat wooden board and couldn't help revealing a hint of curiosity in her eyes. This is a treasure of the Murlocs. Apply it on your body, and there's a chance that you can upgrade to a high-level Murloc. Hearing this, Gina couldn't help but widen her eyes. She has always been a mid-level Murloc. Although she wanted to upgrade to an advanced Murloc, she didn't know the specific method. At this moment, Chun Feng actually took out the items for advancing to advanced murlocs to help her advance. Gina naturally knew how precious this kind of thing was. She was so moved that her eyes filled with tears and she choked with sobs. It is rare to have coral essences preserved until now. Chun Feng guessed that the Murloc leader had kept it until now because he felt that there was no point in adding a mid-level Murloc to support the low-level Murlocs, and there was a high probability of failure if used on mid-level Murlocs. So he kept it like this, and in the end, it benefited Chun Feng. Okay, lie down, close your eyes, and I'll apply it for you. They're all family. Chun Feng doesn't care how precious the coral essence is. Gina is a powerful fighter. If she becomes stronger, doesn't that mean he becomes stronger too? As for why I apply it myself, it must be because the effect of the coral reef is probabilistic. There is only a 1 chance of upgrading an intermediate Murloc to an advanced Murloc. If you apply it yourself, the probability of triggering the lucky chance will be 100, right? Although this effect is not targeted at me, and I don't know whether it will trigger my European talent, what if it could be triggered? If Zhou Rue is asked to apply the makeup because of gender differences, the probability is 1, which is pitifully low. If it fails, who will be responsible? So, I can only paint it myself. Humph. Chun Feng thought smugly in his heart. It must not be because he is an LSP. He put on leather gloves to prevent electric shock from touching Gina's body, but for some reason, Chun Feng felt a little lost after putting on gloves. Pour a little coral essence onto your hand. The system prompts that this liquid needs to be applied all over the body to be effective. Chun Feng is about to take action, pressing on Gina's chest and preparing to draw a circle. Gina, I'm going to do it. Master, come on. As the liquid from her palm dripped onto Gina's chest, the reminder sounded. Detected the use of probability props, triggered the European Emperor talent, and modified the probability to 100. Chun Feng originally thought that this kind of probability prop used on others would not trigger the European Emperor's talent, so he just wanted to give it a try. He did not expect it to be so effective. He was a little surprised. Since it was effective, Chun Feng began to speed up. His big hand slid quickly, causing Gina, who was lying down, to twist back and forth uncontrollably. Finally, after the last trace of the coral essence was applied cleanly, the system prompt sounded again. The coral essence is applied. The Murloc is about to enter a dormant state for 8 hours and will become a high-level Murloc after waking up. That's great. The coral essence was used successfully. Gina only needs to sleep for a while to become a high-level Murloc. Thinking about the abnormal combat power of the advanced fishmen, Chun Feng couldn't help but look forward to it. Has it started? Gina asked with a blush on her face, and she opened her eyes. It's over. From now on, just relax and get some sleep. Sure enough, as soon as Chun Feng finished speaking, Gina felt her eyelids becoming heavier and heavier, and she slowly fell into a deep sleep. After finishing the work, Chun Feng covered Gina with her clothes, went out, entered an empty room, and lay down to rest. Today's sailboat was successfully upgraded to level 15. Chun Feng consumed some materials to allow the sailboat to continue upgrading. This upgrade actually took 200 hours. It seems that it will be difficult to upgrade to level 21 before the Great Disaster. A sailboat upgraded to level 15 has basically no changes except for a larger area and outline. It just looks more spacious than before, and the hull is also more solid. There was nothing else. The cabin was empty, just a bunch of empty rooms. Lying on the hard wooden board, Chun Feng smacked his lips, feeling a little unhappy. Now the combat capability and supplies are good, but the living conditions are too poor compared to before the time travel. There's not even a decent bed. It's time to get some furniture too. Chun Feng did what he said and opened the trading market to see if there were any special items for sale. Search the keyword furniture, and suddenly, a wide variety of products appear before your eyes. Product, dining table 0.81.2 m. Seller, XXX. Items needed, 50 kilograms of meat. Note, handcrafted by an old carpenter, strong and durable. This dining table is nice. As you can see from the picture, it is made very meticulously. I guess the person who made it must have some skills. Although the asking price is 100 kilograms of meat, Chun Feng has enough food now, so it doesn't hurt to spend some money to buy it. Click on the transaction, and after the transaction is successful, a dining table will appear in the room. As expected, craftsmen will never starve to death no matter where they go. Chun Feng couldn't help but sigh when he saw the well-made dining tables even in the doomsday. Continue browsing products. Product, large wooden round bed. Seller, XXX. Required items, iron 100. Note, I didn't do anything on Treasure Island, but I made a bed like this. It is absolutely solid, and I guarantee it won't creak when you do things on it. It won't creak. It's another big round bed. This one is really good. Chun Feng smiled. It's only 100 iron blocks. There are plenty of iron blocks in the warehouse that can be decomposed from the black iron treasure chest. Buy it. Chun Feng browsed for a long time and found that this kind of furniture has a certain value, but it is not too expensive. After all, in the end times, there is not much demand for such enjoyable things. Chun Feng bought a lot of furniture, using only some food, fresh water, the heart of the raft, some iron blocks, and white quality weapons. In addition to the double bed and dining table, Chun Feng also bought some stools, as well as bedding made of plant fibers and some spare clothes. Moreover, Chun Feng got a bargain by using only a dozen liters of fresh water to buy a rechargeable desk lamp. Finally, there was no need to light firewood in the cabin. The light from the table lamp was soft and sufficient, and the whole room was bright. In the future, when you run out of power, just ask Gina to charge it. Chun Feng took off his clothes, lay on the big bed which had been made soft by the sheets, and looked at the furniture around him comfortably. Good, now it finally feels a bit like home. Chapter 86. Public Information. In addition to purchasing some furniture, Chun Feng also casually browsed the world chat messages. There was an extremely long message that caught Chun Feng's attention, and many people even forwarded it and spread the word. Hello everyone. This is the official Huaxia website. I am spokesperson Lu Xiaopei. If you are from Huaxia, please be sure to forward this. It has been almost 20 days since we traveled to this world. I believe everyone has already understood something about this world. This world is cruel and dangerous, and has nothing to do with our original world. However, although the world is gone, China has not perished. The officials contacted each other as quickly as possible to collect and properly distribute supplies. We have now successfully constructed a base made up of many vehicles in Area 125103 and are constantly gathering new members. In the face of disaster, we must unite as one and work together to overcome the difficulties. I am making a clear announcement here. As long as you're Chinese, as long as you are willing, as long as you are in Area 125103, the base absolutely welcomes you to come, join the base, and resist the coming great disaster together. In addition, the official is also willing to provide some free help to those who are in extreme difficulties. As long as you show your vehicle and take screenshots of the warehouse to prove that you really need help, you can receive survival supplies from the official after passing the review. However, since the base was established not long ago, supplies are not sufficient, so those who pass the review will only be given enough supplies to survive for one day, so you still have to rely on yourself. Finally, the Chinese authorities decided to fully disclose the intelligence collected over the past 10 days at sea and on Treasure Island to try to help everyone survive. Intelligence 1. Danger. The Treasure Island has sunk, and the Murloc race has now disappeared. Only a small number of humans have obtained the Murloc summoning cards and summoned some pet Murlocs. However, after research and analysis by experts, it was found that creatures in the ocean mutate very quickly and have a strong desire to attack humans. They're the main enemy we are currently facing. The currently known mutations include body size, intelligence, and superpowers. There is a storm at sea in 10 days. The only advice from the experts is to upgrade the vehicle. If one person does not have enough supplies, form a team of 2. It is important to upgrade as soon as possible. Intelligence 2. Resources. The resources that can be found in treasure chests are varied, including some modern industrial products, special props with magical effects, and some magic-like items are also not uncommon. Intelligence 3. Pets. As explained above, some people have obtained the Murloc summoning card, which can summon a Murloc. There's also an item, the Taming Scroll, which also has a certain probability of taming a pet, but the probability is too low and very dangerous, so it is not recommended. Pets also have loyalty, and feeding and interacting can increase their loyalty. Intelligence 4. Skill. A special card can give humans special abilities, which is not an exaggeration to call superpowers. This superpower is called a skill. Skills are divided into passive and active. You can only have one passive skill, and it is most likely related to water. Active skills are usually of purple quality, and no one can use them yet. This skill card can only be used by a body that has taken a level 2 strengthening potion. Although I've never seen anyone with active skills now, it is certain that the active skills will definitely be very powerful. The types of skills currently known are extremely rare. Chinese people who hope to obtain skills should actively report to the authorities and keep records. Intelligence 5. Special items. There is a chance of obtaining psionic crystals by killing mutated marine creatures. This type of crystal has been studied by experts, and it is found to contain extremely powerful power, which we call psionic energy. Currently, we know that marine creatures can enhance their mutated characteristics by swallowing psionic crystals. Many marine creatures have undergone different changes, such as this giant sea turtle with horns.jpg, and this dolphin with huge wings.jpg. The uses of psionic energy are far more than this. We have also collected some intelligence that a few players have obtained some orange quality items. Psionic energy is the energy consumed by these items. From now on, psionic energy will definitely be an item of very high value. Please pay attention. There is also a very peculiar prop, which is so important that I will explain in detail. It is called the hourglass. As we all know, many of us have upgraded our vehicles to level 11, which is the sailboat. However, The upgrade of the sailboat is different from that of the raft, and the upgrade is no longer completed instantly. It takes a lot of time to upgrade a sailboat to a new level. It seems that the upgrade time will double with each level increase. However, the hourglass can actually reduce the upgrade time of the vehicle. Each hourglass will reduce the upgrade time by 100 hours, and this item should come from the silver treasure chest. The quantity is very scarce. The great disaster is coming, and I believe the price of hourglass will become higher and higher. The last one is the space gem. All of us have 30 slots in our warehouse, and a space gem can add an inventory slot. Its price is second only to the hourglass. Chen Feng could no longer remain calm. After many days, he finally saw the official news. As a Chinese, Chen Feng was also very excited when he saw this. The authorities have not given up on ordinary people until now. So far, Chen Feng has only seen official news from China and no news from other countries. This shows that China's cohesion is unmatched by any other country. However, this alien game divides everyone into units of 10,000 and distributes them all, which seriously hinders the official group control. It's a pity that Chen Feng is not in the area where the official base is built, otherwise he would definitely go there. However, although he could not find the official base, the information provided by the official this time was of great help to Chen Feng. Among the mutated creatures in the ocean, intelligence says that there are currently 3 general directions of mutation: size, intelligence, and superpowers. So far, Chen Feng has only seen 3 mutant creatures: squid, fathead shrimp, and mantis shrimp. These 3 creatures all began to mutate towards increasing size. Chen Feng had no idea about creatures that mutated in intelligence and superpowers. After knowing this information, Chen Feng decided to stay in the chat channel more often in the future to see the characteristics of the mutant creatures encountered by other players so that he could be prepared in the future. Chen Feng generally knew the rest of the information. He had pets, psionic energy, space gems, and skills. This prop called Hourglass was the first time Chen Feng had heard of it. This is an item that was opened from the silver treasure chest, and it can actually shorten the vehicle upgrade time. Thinking of this, Chen Feng couldn't help but be a little shocked. If only he could upgrade the vehicle as soon as possible. Not only can you calmly face the upcoming sea storm, but there may also be a big surprise. When Chen Feng upgraded the raft to the maximum level, he was rewarded with a purple quality fine iron bow and arrow by the system because he was the number 1 in the entire server. This weapon directly helped Chen Feng a lot, and he relied on it to hunt so many murlocs. According to the nature of sailing games, the first person to upgrade the sailboat to the top level will definitely receive a generous reward. Now that the official power is gradually getting stronger, it will undoubtedly be very difficult for Chen Feng to be ahead of the official and people from other organizations and be the first to upgrade the sailboat to the maximum level. Whether it is wood, plant fiber, iron blocks, or the heart of the raft, players in a team must have a lot of these supplies. If Chen Feng wants to upgrade his sailboat as quickly as possible, the only way is to use the hourglass. 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 Let me see if there is anything for sale in the transaction. Chen Feng muttered while checking in. Transaction. Chapter 87. First contact. Search for the keyword hourglass in the trade. Sorry, the item you searched for was not found. The trading column is empty. There is nothing in it. This was also within Chen Feng's expectations. An item like the hourglass, which had abnormal effects, was opened from a silver treasure chest and was already scarce. Even if someone was willing to put it up for trading, it would be sold out in minutes. There was no way it could be kept online forever. Chen Feng shook his head, feeling somewhat disappointed. Since the transaction had not been completed, there was nothing he could do now. There is only an auction listing for the hourglass at a high price, and the details can be discussed in detail. See if anyone will contact you. This is the only way at the moment. After the information was posted, there were more private messages, but most of them had nothing to do with the hourglass. They were either requests for support or threatening messages. Chen Feng curled his lips, blocked these people one by one, and set his friend's settings to refuse to be added actively. There's no other way. Chen Feng is quite famous, and there are always people harassing him. This is the only thing I can do. Chen Feng had been sifting through private messages for a long time when suddenly someone's private message caught Chen Feng's attention. Lu Xiaopei. Hello, Chen Feng. This is Huaxia Official. I am Lu Xiaopei. I saw your acquisition information in the transaction. I wonder if I can talk to you in detail. Lu Xiaopei? Isn't this person the official spokesperson? I didn't expect that an acquisition information would attract official people. Since it is official, and it seems that they're interested in selling the hourglass, Chen Feng replied hurriedly. You're welcome, Mr. Lu. Of course. As soon as Chen Feng sent the message, Lu Xiaopei replied very efficiently. Chen Feng, first of all I want to ask you, which area are you assigned to now? I'm currently in area 310184, which is not the same area as the official base. Oh, that's a pity. There aren't many humans who have developed well like Brother Chen Feng. It was no secret in the world chat that Chun Feng had abundant supplies and his vehicle had been upgraded to a sailboat. As an official, it was natural that they would not fail to notice it. Lu Xiaopei's implication was that he wanted to win over Chun Feng, and Chun Feng naturally saw that, but since they were not in the same area, it was impossible to achieve that. Mr. Lu, please tell me in detail. Do you have an hourglass that you can sell to me? Yes, there are some hourglasses in the base that are ready for sale, but I don't know if Brother Chun Feng can afford them. When Chun Feng saw this, he was overjoyed. It was an acquisition information, and he really got the news from the hourglass. Trying to suppress his excitement, Chun Feng continued to reply. Whether I can afford it or not depends on how Mr. Lu sets the price. If the price is too high, I naturally can't afford it. Haha, Brother Chun Feng is too modest. In the chat channel, everyone calls you Brother Chun Feng. I believe you have a lot of supplies. Of course, as an official, we also hope that all Chinese people can live safely, so the price of items like hourglasses will naturally be fair. Okay, Mr. Lu, since I'm sure I can trust the official, why don't you just give me a price? Do you need food, fresh water, or something else? Okay, since Brother Chun Feng is so direct, I will also say it directly. At present, the official bases are all connected by a large number of Chinese people using rafts and sailboats to facilitate grouping. Therefore, the official can only upgrade some vehicles first, and there are many hourglasses that are not used for the time being. There is no shortage of hourglass bases for the time being, but material bases such as food, fresh water, props and weapons are scarce and urgently needed. So Brother Chun Feng, you can use these things to exchange for hourglasses with me. Of course, the exchange rate will be determined by me. 1 hourglass can be exchanged for 300 kilograms of food, 100 L of fresh water, 10 white quality items, or 1 blue quality item. Brother Chun Feng, see how many you can exchange for. Lu Xiaopei simply attached the items needed to exchange the hourglass at the end. Chun Feng took a look and heaved a sigh of relief. He had thought that Lu Xiaopei would ask for an exorbitant price, but he did not expect that the price he mentioned was quite fair. After thinking about it, Chun Feng felt relieved. After all, they were official, and they would definitely not make things difficult for him on purpose. Chun Feng now has about 10 tons of food and nearly 1,000 L of fresh water and drinks. Moreover, with farmland and seawater separators, food and fresh water can be produced continuously, so Chun Feng is not scarce. When hunting low-level murlocs before, he had opened dozens of black iron treasure chests, so naturally Chun Feng had a lot of white quality props. Knowing what he was thinking, Chun Feng replied, I can accept Mr. Lu's price. I wonder how many hourglasses Mr. Lu has. I'll see if I can eat them all. After Chun Feng said this, Lu Xiaopei did not respond for a long time. He was deeply shocked. The price of the hourglass was actually very high. Although a long time has passed in the game, for ordinary people, supplies are still very scarce. Chun Feng's words seemed to show that he didn't care about the pricing of the hourglass at all. He might even think it was a little cheap. How many supplies did Chun Feng have? This made Lu Xiaopei wonder if he had priced it too low. However, as an official, Lu Xiaopei will naturally not go back on his word. There are currently 20 hourglasses available for sale at the base. Can Brother Chun Feng eat all of them? Yes, I will exchange 3.9 tons of food, 100 L of fresh water, and 60 white quality items, including weapons, with you, which just matches your price. Brother Chun Feng's supplies are indeed abundant. Chun Feng did not use a large amount of food and fresh water, but first exchanged most of the white quality items in the warehouse. Anyway, these props are of no use to Chun Feng. Chun Feng and Lu Xiaopei successfully completed the transaction, and a prop instantly appeared in his warehouse. Hourglass 20. Description: reduce vehicle upgrade time by 100 hours. Review: time is money. Seeing the hourglass lying quietly in the warehouse, Chun Feng couldn't help but reveal a smile. With it, he could upgrade the sailboat a little faster. However, why doesn't the official use so many hourglasses themselves, but instead sell them? Chun Feng thought about it and understood a little. The higher the level of the sailboat, the longer it takes to upgrade. This hourglass is still not enough to upgrade it to the maximum level. The official might as well sell it in exchange for some supplies to stabilize the base. After the transaction, Chun Feng and Lu Xiaopei became friends and agreed to trade again if they had the chance. Although they are friends, Chun Feng cannot see the other party's location on the map. This map function can only display the location within the area. On a vast sea, a land on water made up of countless rafts and a few sailboats was floating peacefully. In a small hut in the center, 2 men in camouflage whispered to each other. The strength of this Chun Feng should not be underestimated. We must do our best to show our goodwill. Judging from his appearance, he still has a lot of supplies in his hands. Yes, nearly 4 tons of food and dozens of white items were taken out just like that. If we merge the servers again in the future, and we are lucky enough to be able to merge them together, we must let him join the base. Chapter 88. Sailboat Acceleration Upgrade. Chun Feng closed the game interface. Since the hourglass had been successfully purchased, there was nothing to wait for. The sailboat is currently being upgraded and will take 198 hours to complete. Chunfeng took out 2 hourglasses. Are you sure you want to use 2 hourglasses to reduce the upgrade time by 200 hours? The time that the hourglass overflows will be invalidated. As Chunfeng confirmed the use, the system prompt popped up. Each hourglass can reduce 100 hours, but if the upgrade time is less than 100 hours, the excess time will be invalidated. Does that mean that if the upgrade time is less than 100 hours, it will also be treated as 1 hourglass? 98 hours, a difference of 2 hours can be discarded. But if the difference is only a few hours and it consumes an hourglass, it would be a huge loss. Yes, 2 hours doesn't matter. Chunfeng clicks to use it. Hourglass used successfully, sailboat upgraded, current level 16. After the upgrade was successful, Chunfeng saw that the sailboat he was on was getting bigger at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he hurried to observe. Excellent sailing boat. Level, LV16. Length and width, 3514. Upgrades, wood 865 remaining, 800 needed, plant fiber, 821 remaining, 800 needed. Iron block, 608 remaining, 300 needed. Raft heart, 18 remaining, 1 needed. Comments. The hull is very strong and has good waterproof performance. The sailboat has been upgraded again, and it only needs to be upgraded 4 more times to reach the maximum level 20. Now that there are enough materials, Chunfeng clicks on upgrade to see how long the next upgrade will take. Sailboat is being upgraded. It will take 410 hours to upgrade to level 17. 410 hours. There is indeed a fraction, and this fraction makes Chunfeng feel a headache. Don't ask which fraction it is. If the time was longer, I could just use an hourglass, but with such a short 10 hours, it would be a waste to use an hourglass. Are you sure you want to use 4 hourglasses to reduce the upgrade time by 400 hours? Yes. After thinking about it, Chunfeng decided to use 4 hourglasses to reduce the upgrade time by 400 hours. He could use up the 10 hours slowly, as he couldn't bear to use up an hourglass. Anyway, 10 hours will go by quickly if you just sleep. After turning off the desk lamp, Chunfeng was exhausted after a busy day. There's a fat man on guard under the sailboat, and a radar detector is monitoring the movements within a radius of 100 meters at all times. So Chunfeng doesn't have to be on edge all the time. Closing his eyes, Chunfeng slowly fell asleep, leaving Zhou Lingrue in the control room playing with his waterboardly. At the same time, a huge sailing ship was sailing at full speed in the distance, but it was not very conspicuous on the sea as night fell. There were many people gathered on the boat. Hey, boy, is the Chunfeng you mentioned really going in this direction? We've been chasing him for a long time, but why can't we see anything? If we can't find them, we'll throw you into the sea to feed the fish. A bearded man on the boat kicked the thin young man next to him and asked impatiently. Yes, we both guarantee that he was going in this direction. The young man answered tremblingly, and he and the person next to him looked at each other with fear in their eyes. These 2 people were the ones on the raft who managed to escape when Chunfeng was hunting mantis shrimps. As for the woman who had morally blackmailed Chunfeng, she was now lying in the corner of the deck with a dazed look on her face. Her clothes had long disappeared, leaving only stains all over her body. Dozens of big men were talking beside her with a smile on their faces, and there was a hint of aftertaste in their eyes. In this kind of situation, you can tell what she went through even with your toes. I believe that at this moment, she no longer has those selfless thoughts that she expressed to Chunfeng. Okay, second brother, don't be impatient. Let's go forward and take a look. Another middle-aged man with a sinister face chuckled and kept looking at the sea level in the distance with a pair of binoculars in his hand. Hold the telescope and continue observing. I'm going to take a rest. The middle-aged man with a sinister face left the bow, walked to the middle of the deck, sat down on a wooden chair, looking very leisurely. Okay, big brother. Although the bearded man was very rude to other people, he was very obedient to him. At this moment, he couldn't help showing a hint of satisfaction at the corners of his mouth and murmured to himself, "This world is really suitable for me." The vicious middle-aged man is named Wang Rulong, and the bearded man is named Wang Ruhu. They are brothers. Before traveling through time, both of them were serious criminals serving their sentences, and there was no telling how many lives they might have taken. The 2 are also a pair of tough guys in prison, and it is not an exaggeration to call the prison bullies. When we traveled to this world, since we were all in prison before and the distance between us was relatively close, we were naturally assigned to the same area. After the friend function was activated, the 2 brothers naturally met each other and even attracted many of their former inmates from the prison. A very powerful team was formed. These days, this group of people relied on their ruthless temperament and powerful means on Treasure Island. It can be said that I am like a fish in water and have reaped a lot of rewards. Before the Treasure Island sank, they also took advantage of their numbers to successfully kill the Murloc leader in the Murloc Castle. After the Treasure Island sank, the game servers were merged and they were teleported to the area where Chunfeng was. They have a lot of members now. A rough estimate is that there are at least 50 of them on the deck. All of them look ferocious. Ordinary people would probably be scared and dare not look them in the eye. These people are the elites left after killing the Fishman leader. Each of them has taken a level 1 strengthening potion and is very skilled. They all have weapons of different styles in their hands. The equipment looks good. After arriving in this area, Wang Rulong has robbed many people with the help of his many men and sophisticated weapons. He was also happy about this. After all, nothing was faster than grabbing something ready-made. As for those who were robbed, the women suffered a miserable end, but if the men were level 1 enhancers, it would be fine as they could join in. Otherwise, the Wang Rulong brothers would directly throw them into the sea, which was extremely cruel. Wang Ru, a bearded man at the bow, holding a telescope in his hand, suddenly shouted excitedly, "Brother, come quickly and take a look. There seems to be a sailboat ahead." Upon hearing this, Wang Rulong's face showed some joy. He walked forward, took the telescope, and looked at it carefully for a while. Yes, there's indeed a sailboat. It should be the Chun Feng they're talking about. Wang Rulong paused for a while and continued shouting to the people behind him. "Brothers, grab your weapons. There's a fat sheep ahead. Go full speed ahead." In response to him were the excited shouts of many strong men. These people were also criminals and loved burning, killing, and looting. They came to the edge of the deck, waving their weapons, looking forward to what would happen next. At this time, Chun Feng was unaware of all this and was still sleeping soundly. Chapter 89. Damn, where are the people? The sailboat of Wang Rulong and his group looked to be one size larger than Qin Feng's. It must have also used an hourglass, and its current level must be higher than level 16. The sailboat was sailing at full speed at this time, and the speed was very fast. Before long, the distance between it and Chun Feng's sailboat was getting closer and closer. "Second brother, ask your men to lower the sails. We shouldn't get any closer." Wang Rulong looked at the sailboat 800 meters away, thought for a while, and said. Wang Ruhu yelled, looking puzzled, "Brother, why did you stop? Do you have any ideas?" After he said this, dozens of his men were very confused and waited for Wang Rulong's explanation. The reason why this group of people were so convinced that Wang Rulong was the leader was because he had a very smart mind. He was able to think carefully before every robbery, minimizing the losses and maximizing the benefits, including killing the leader of the fishmen in the original area, which was also his credit. At this time, Wang Rulong revealed a sinister look. "I have heard of this Chun Feng before. He has a lot of supplies. Now looking at his sailboat, the level is not low. I guess he still has some tricks. We rushed over with such a big fanfare. Even if we can kill him, we may suffer heavy losses. What should we do, big brother?" Wang Ruhu scratched his head, a little impatient. He has always been like this, doing things without thinking and just doing it when he wants to, in stark contrast to Wang Rulong. Wang Rulong pondered for a moment, then pointed out the 2 people who betrayed Chun Feng. "You 2 take the lead, plus our 8 brothers, a total of 10 people, dive over there and make a little noise. At this time, Chun Feng should be resting, and he will definitely not be discovered. It would be best if we can kill him by surprise." The 2 men's faces tensed, and they looked embarrassed. They had seen how powerful Chun Feng was, but since Wang Rulong had spoken, they could only nod in agreement and did not dare to resist. They could only hope that Chun Feng had rested by now. This is a good idea. When the brothers go up, maybe Chun Feng will be killed before he wakes up. Wang Ruhu slapped the back of his head, looking excited. "You 2 plus you and 2 low-level fishmen, a total of 10 people. Quietly get on the boat and kill Chun Feng for me." Wang Ruhu looked at the men surrounding him and gave orders casually. It has been 20 days since the ocean apocalypse. Now almost everyone can swim, so it will not be a problem for these people to swim across. "Okay, second brother. Just wait and see. We will succeed. Big brother, second brother. Let's go." Jili Gulu, Mercemen language. Except for the 2 people who betrayed Chun Feng, the others were very excited and seemed to like this kind of murder and robbery very much. "Well, keep quiet and be safe." Wang Rulong folded his arms across his chest and nodded. 10 people slowly entered the water one by one from the side of the boat, and then slowly swam towards Chun Feng's sailboat. On calm sea, a distance of 800 meters can be covered in just over 10 minutes for someone who can swim. Soon, after swimming for a while, these people only had a distance of 100 meters left. "We're very close now. Be careful to hide and don't expose yourself to avoid being discovered." "Let's dive over," said one of the 10 people. Then, the 10 people took a deep breath, dived into the water, and approached again. On Wang Rulong's side, Wang Ruhu was observing with binoculars. "Brother." They passed by, diving over at about 100 meters. These idiots have learned their lesson this time and know how to dive over. "Huh." Wang Ruhu was very happy and kept talking. "All right, be quiet. I'm always watching their position." Wang Ruhu frowned, obviously a little impatient with his brother's noisy voice. However, as he looked at his subordinates gradually approaching on the map of the game interface in front of him, he also had some expectations in his heart. The men are about to board the ship. I didn't expect that they would be able to get close to Chen Feng so easily this time. I originally thought that since he was so famous in the chat channel, he would have some abilities, but I didn't expect that his vigilance was so poor that he didn't even notice someone approaching. After all, you're still young unlike me. You are brave and resourceful. Only people like me can live long in the doomsday world. People like Chen Feng, who are young and frivolous, only know how to show off in the chat channel. They are impetuous and will definitely not live long. This time, thank you. I wonder what surprises your warehouse can bring me. Wang Rulong couldn't help but tighten his grip on the deck railing. His 10 men had already reached the bottom of the sailboat. Once they were on the sailboat, they would be able to kill Chen Feng silently. But suddenly, Wang Rulong's face turned very ugly, with a look of disbelief, and he was surprised. Fuck, where's the person? Wang Ruhu, who was standing by, didn't understand what was going on. He stopped sneering and turned around. Brother, what's the matter? Where are the positions of my men? Wang Rulong exclaimed again as he looked at the map. There were several red dots moving on the map just now. He was only distracted for a moment, and when he looked carefully again, the only points on the map that showed the location of the crew members on their own sailboat were left. The positions of the 10 people he had sent over had all disappeared. This is too weird. What? Big brother, what's going on? Why are their locations gone? Did they suddenly delete us? After hearing this, Wang Ruhu also opened the map to observe, but his brain capacity was obviously not high, and he could only keep asking questions. Shut up. Wang Rulong's face was gloomy. He scolded Wang Ruhu, who was chattering beside him, and continued. They're dead. The locations of so many of his subordinates suddenly disappeared. Either these people deleted them as friends, or they died. Delete friends? These men were very happy with Wang Rulong. How could they do such a thing? The only possibility was that they were all killed by Chen Feng, and in an instant. However, at this moment, Chen Feng's sailboat did not move, and there was no movement on the sailboat. Wang Rulong saw clearly that there was no one on the deck. He couldn't understand how Chen Feng killed 10 of his men in an instant. Now Chen Feng's sailboat was still motionless, but Wang Rulong felt a sense of crisis. This situation was too weird, and Wang Rulong was actually a loss at the moment. Brother. So, that Chen Feng has discovered it. After being scolded by Wang Rulong, Wang Ruhu was silent for 3 seconds. Then he couldn't help but speak again. Fuck, now that he's found out, why don't we just rush over and kill him? What are we waiting for? Wang Ruhu talked to himself, as if he didn't notice Wang Rulong's uncertain expression. Can you please shut up and leave me alone for a while? Wang Rulong gritted his teeth. But while the two were still arguing, Chen Feng's sailboat in the distance suddenly moved, and the bow of his sailboat turned over. Suddenly, a beam of fire shot up into the sky, bringing a brief and dazzling light to the dark sea. Chapter 90, Is That a Cannon? 5 minutes ago, Chen Feng was very tired after running around for many days. Today, he had a full meal and sent Zhou Lingrui away. No one disturbed him, so Chen Feng slept soundly. Although the living facilities on the sailboat are poor, Chen Feng has everything in his dream. Chen Feng had just dreamed of a swimsuit party on a boat when he was awakened by sirens, which made him very annoyed. When I opened my eyes, I saw an image of a radar detector detecting activity within 100 meters and making a sound. Chen Feng originally thought that it was a mutated marine creature, but the multiple red dots scared him. But then he noticed that these red dots were moving slowly and seemed very cautious. So Chen Feng vaguely guessed that it must be humans coming to attack. Since it was a human, Chen Feng relaxed a lot because there was Xiaopeng standing guard of the sailboat. With its combat power being stronger than that of the average intermediate Murloc, it is no problem for it to deal with more than a dozen people. Sure enough, Chen Feng saw these people just reaching the bottom of the boat. Xiaopeng's position suddenly moved, and in an instant, Xiaopeng was the only one left among the multiple figures detected by the radar. Chen Feng knew that Xiaopeng had successfully swallowed these people. He got up and climbed up to the control room. Zhou Lingrui was lying on the side at the moment, sleeping soundly. There was still some water in his hands from playing with it before. He was speechless towards this silly girl. If he really relied on her to be alert, Chen Feng felt that she might not even know if he died. He shook his head, leaned against the window of the control room, and observed the environment on the surrounding sea. After looking around, Chen Feng finally saw a sailboat vaguely parked on the sea about 800 meters away in the dim night. There was a sneak attack just now, and there was a sailboat in the distance. Chen Feng was not a fool, so he naturally understood that it was the other party who was attacking him. It's rude not to reciprocate. Since you're not sleeping and making trouble so late at night, let me set off some fireworks to liven up the fun. Chen Feng sneered. Control the sailboat's steering and aim the bow at a strange sailboat in the distance so that the other party will appear within the shooting range of your psionic cannon. Gina is currently being upgraded and will need to sleep for a long time. To deal with such distant targets, psionic cannon is the best choice. Walking to the bow, Chen Feng put on goggles that increased his hit rate by 100. With a click, he stepped hard on the artillery's attack pedal. Rumble, a fiercely burning fireball, like a meteor, illuminated the entire sea surface and smashed into the sailboat in the distance. Since it appeared in Chen Feng's sight, it must be a 100 hit rate. With a bang, the fireball hit the opponent's sailboat accurately, but Chen Feng was a little surprised at this moment. After hitting the sailboat, there was no prompt to trigger the burning effect of the psionic cannon, nor was there any energy recovery effect. The cannon also showed 9 out of 10 of the attack times. After thinking about it, Chen Feng remembered that the probability effect of the artillery would only be triggered when it hits a living organism. The attack just now should have only hit the sailboat, so the effect of the entry was not triggered. However, even the pure attack power of the artillery is very strong. The deck of the sailboat in the distance is already on fire at this moment, and Chen Feng can vaguely hear someone screaming on it. And on Wang Rulong's side, the huge sailboat was in chaos at this moment, with many men crying and shouting for their parents. Although the fireball did not hit them, it successfully burned on the sailboat. The sailboat reminded Wang Rulong that it was damaged in many places and needed to be repaired. The scorching flames were running everywhere, burning many people. Is that a cannon? Wang Ru, who had retreated to the side, looked at Wang Rulong and asked in confusion, with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. With a slap, Wang Rulong slapped Wang Ruhu in the face, his face full of anger. Shut up now. You keep asking questions all day long. I'm not blind. This kind of attack power. It must be an orange weapon. That Chen Feng must have an orange weapon. Wang Rulong was angry and shocked at the same time. He himself has a purple weapon, so he naturally knows the attack power of the purple weapon. Chen Feng can actually fire a cannon, and the power is so strong, which is definitely not the power that a purple weapon can possess. You put out the fire first. I'll repair the sailboat, and you go and activate the psionic defense shield. Wang Rulong shouted at his men who were in a mess, and then roared at Wang Ruhu. Yes. Okay, big brother. Under his command, the chaotic scene was quickly restored to order. It seems that this Wang Rulong is quite capable. Dozens of men picked up wooden buckets, went into the water to fetch sea water, and poured it on the flames spreading on the boat. And Wang Ruhu, after being slapped in the face, was stunned for a moment, then hurried to the control room, tinkering with something. After a while, a light flashed in the control room, and a circular translucent barrier appeared, wrapping the entire sailboat. Brother, the psionic defense shield is activated. Wang Rulong stood up when he saw the barrier appear. Now that our orange defense items are activated, his cannons will definitely not be able to penetrate us. Charge forward. I want to see what else Chen Feng can do. After saying this, Wang Rulong's face turned ferocious, and he shouted at his men. The sails were raised, and his sailboat moved accordingly, rushing towards Chen Feng. After Chen Feng hit the sailboat with one shot, he saw a light flashing on the sailboat in the distance, and then a barrier appeared, and then they rushed over. It should be a defensive prop. Muttering to himself, Chen Feng attacked again and fired another cannon. Bang, the barrier on the sailboat was hit accurately, but what surprised Chen Feng was that this time the artillery fire was ineffective. I saw that the barrier in the distance just dimmed a little, but soon returned to normal and did not seem to be damaged at all. It can actually block the attack of orange weapons? Could it be an orange item as well? The attack was blocked, and the psionic cannon's attribute became invalid again, reducing the number of attacks to 8. Let's shoot you a few more times. I want to see how long you can hold on. Bang, 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 3 fireballs hit in succession. The barrier flashed 3 times, but still no change. Chen Feng frowned. If he continued like this, the artillery's attack times might be exhausted. Without the psionic crystal to replenish the artillery's psionic energy, Chen Feng was unwilling to use up all the times. Shaking his head, Chen Feng stopped attacking, ran to the edge of the deck, and shouted towards the sea. Little fatty, get out here and die. Wang Rulong's face became uglier. He turned around and shouted at Wang Ruhu in the control room. How many times can the psionic shield block this? Brother, there are 2 more times. If he fires again, we will have to replenish the psionic crystals. Damn it, Wang Rulong cursed inwardly. He only had 1 psionic crystal, and even if he replenished it, he could only defend against 1 more attack. If Chen Feng continued to fire, he really wouldn't be able to stop it. But at this time, Chen Feng finally stopped firing, which made Wang Rulong overjoyed. Brothers, hurry up. His cannon must be out of psionic energy. We will directly board his sailboat and kill him later. Just as Wang Rulong's sailboat was approaching rapidly, the sea suddenly surged with huge waves. A gray figure jumped out of the sea and appeared in front of Wang Rulong, staring at him with huge eyes. Seeing the creature clearly in front of them, Wang Rulong and his gang began to sweat slowly. The scene was eerily quiet. Chapter 91, Is That a Shark? The huge figure was 50 meters long, and its skin was shiny and oily under the firelight. Wang Rulong's sailboat sailed over. It hit it with a duong sound and bounced away. The huge creature in front of him was definitely another mutated marine creature. Wang Rulong swallowed his saliva. He didn't understand why this mutated creature would block his way. If it has been here all the time, why didn't it attack Qin Feng's sailboat? Could it be Qin Feng's pet? Wang Rulong racked his brains and suddenly remembered that a blue-quality item had been mentioned in the chat channel. It was a tool that could tame marine life called the Taming Scroll. However, the condition of sticking it on the body of a creature was too harsh, and the probability of success was pitifully low. Many people had obtained it before, but almost no one succeeded in using it. So this blue-quality item has always been called the Touch of Death, and no one knows how to use it. Could it be that Chun Feng used this prop to subdue this marine creature? Wang Rulong was shocked. Brother, is that a shark? Wang Ruhu walked out of the control room and looked at the huge Xiaopeng with a dull look in his eyes, exactly the same words he said when he saw the artillery before. With a slap, there was another slap in the face. Wang Rulong was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Are you a Fking repeater? Covering his face, Wang Ruhu looked aggrieved, but he dared not say a word in front of his elder brother. Lai Fu, this big shark is left to you. Wang Rulong stepped back a little and shouted to a fisherman behind him. Gurgle! A figure suddenly jumped out from the crowd behind him. Judging from his appearance, his upper body was a male human, and his lower body was actually a fishtail as thin as a blade. He must be a murloc, and judging by his appearance, a mid-level murloc. When the intermediate merman heard the order, he jumped into the sea in an instant. When Wang Rulong saw him jump into the sea, he immediately felt relieved. This intermediate murloc was a murloc summoning card he obtained. He was extremely lucky and unexpectedly summoned an intermediate murloc who became his right-hand man. Xiaopeng saw a merman jumping into the sea and heading straight towards him. He angrily opened his huge mouth that was more than 10 meters wide, ready to swallow the merman in one gulp. However, as soon as this intermediate fisherman fell into the water, his thin tail swung quickly and his body turned flexibly in the sea water, leaving Xiaopeng empty-handed. Afterwards, this intermediate fisherman actually took the initiative and swam quickly to Xiaopeng's side. His tail, as thin as a cicada's wing, flashed past Xiaopeng's smooth belly, and then he quickly dived into the sea. Suddenly, a wound more than 1 meter long appeared on Xiaopeng's abdomen, and blood flowed out, dyeing the sea red. Xiaopeng felt pain, and the blood in the sea suddenly made him go crazy. He jumped up and chased after him quickly. The man and the shark disappeared under the sea. Chun Feng put away the murloc illustration, his face still very calm. He had just read the information about this intermediate murloc, and there was nothing special about it. Xiaopeng should be able to handle it. Intermediate fisherman, skilled in being flexible in the sea. His tail is like a blade, which is his main means of attack. Weakness, poor endurance, attacks often cannot last long. Zhou Lingrui had already woken up. After asking Chun Feng about the whole story, he stood on the deck vigilantly, looking as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Everyone, it's so late. Is there anything going on? Chun Feng looked at Wang Rulong and others who were only a few dozen meters away from him, and asked even though he knew the answer. Wang Rulong finally saw Chun Feng in person and suddenly laughed. Brother Chun Feng is really good. Not only does he have an orange weapon cannon, but he also has a mutant shark as a pet. I also heard that you have an intermediate fisherman. How come I didn't see it? Wang Rulong answered the question irrelevantly. He had previously learned that Chun Feng had a fisherman helper, but now he didn't see him, which made him a little afraid. Want to see my merman? Why don't you just come to my boat and take a look? Chun Feng looked confident. He stepped aside and motioned the people opposite to him to come over and take a look. The opponent's defense shield has not disappeared yet. Otherwise, Chun Feng would have fired cannons or shot iron arrows long ago, and there would be no need to waste time talking to them. The more Chun Feng acted like this, the more suspicious Wang Rulong became, and he became a little hesitant. Brother, what are you still worried about? Can't we just rush over and kill him? There are only him and that girl on his boat, and there is at most one intermediate murloc. There are dozens of us. If we rush over, he won't die. Wang Ruhu rubbed his head, unable to wait any longer. Wang Rulong's pupils trembled. Now that the intermediate fisherman had restrained Chun Feng's shark pet, there was no time to lose. Now was the best time to attack. After hearing Wang Ruhu's advice, he became a little anxious. Okay. His sailboat started moving again, approaching Chun Feng's sailboat quickly. Chun Feng, what should we do? Zhou Lingrui looked nervous. There were dozens of big men on the other side, which was a man on top of a man. He didn't know if Chun Feng could handle it. Don't worry, just go into the control room and control the sailboat to escape. Chun Feng pinched Zhou Lingrui's plump body, pushed her into the control room, and prepared to meet the man. Chun Feng had his own plan in mind. These people were now on the sailboat. If they wanted to attack him later, they would definitely leave the sailboat. By that time, when they were out of the protective shield, wouldn't cannons and bows and arrows be able to destroy them? Their sailboat seemed to be of a higher level than Chun Feng's. It must be faster. As for letting Zhou Lingrui drive the boat away, Chun Feng wanted to move so that the other party would not swarm him when he climbed onto the sailboat. Brother, look, he ran away. Wang Ruhu shouted in surprise, pointing at the sailboat where Chun Feng was escaping. Yeah, chase at full speed. Chun Feng's escape made Wang Rulong's worries completely disappear. At this moment, he only wanted to kill Chun Feng as soon as possible. The distance between the two sailboats was getting closer and closer, only a few meters away. Brothers, jump over with me. Wang Ruhu was holding a metal baseball bat in his hand and greeting the people behind him. Suddenly, several figures approached the bow and wanted to jump over it, but as the space was not large, only 2 or 3 people could jump forward at a time. Chun Feng saw 2 people jumping onto Wang Rulong's boat and out of their protective shield. It seemed that this kind of protective shield could only allow exit but not entry. He immediately sneered. He quickly pulled out a fine iron bow, an arrow from the warehouse, and put 2 fine iron arrows on it. With 2 whoosh sounds, arrows whistled towards the 2 people. Puff! 2 arrows were inserted between the eyebrows of the 2 men. Chun Feng's bow and arrow were now frighteningly accurate. The bleeding effect was triggered, and the 2 men's foreheads were like a spring, continuously spurting out red and white substances. By the time their bodies fell on Chun Feng's sailboat, they were already dead. Shit, that's a bow and arrow. Wang Ruhu repeated it in astonishment. Chapter 92, The Power of the Ocean. How many tricks does he have? Wang Rulong's face turned extremely ugly when he saw the 2 men who jumped over and died tragically. Chun Feng started with the psionic cannon, then got his pet fatty, and now he took out a bow and arrow. There are too many means of attack. Wang Rulong compared himself to himself and realized that his group only had cold weapons as weapons, and their long-range attack means were very weak. The only thing they could show off was the orange psionic shield placed on the sailboat, which they had obtained after they had gone through great pains to kill the Murloc leader and rush into the Murloc castle to take out the treasure. It's not that he doesn't have a purple weapon in his hand, but when compared with Chun Feng's bow and arrow, Wang Rulong suddenly felt that there was a world of difference. Second brother, don't rush over so easily. Try to hit him. Wang Rulong frowned and stretched out his hand to signal his men not to jump off the boat. Okay, big brother, I'll go move the rocks right away. Wang Ruhu nodded, reacted, and then turned around. Come on, follow me to the cabin and move all the collected reefs up. Chun Feng put down his bow, an arrow, and shot 2 people dead, which frightened the group of people so much that they stopped rushing forward. But it's better this way. If they don't rush over and the stalemate remains like this, it will definitely be beneficial to me. The radar detector shows that the fat man in the sea is chasing the intermediate cutlass fishman. The weakness of the intermediate cutlass fishman is that he has poor endurance and cannot sustain a fight for a long time. I believe it won't take long for Xiaobang to deal with him. The longer it drags on, the more advantageous it will be for Chun Feng. The 2 sailboats were very close to each other, and Chun Feng had been looking at each other. Their sailboat was 1 size larger than his own. Chun Feng immediately understood that they must have used the hourglass to accelerate and upgrade the sailboat. I don't know if they still have the hourglass in their hands. Now Chun Feng is more interested in this group of people, and their supplies must be very abundant. In a blink of an eye, Chun Feng actually saw the woman he met during the day on the other side sailboat. She was lying miserably in the corner of the deck, without any protection on her body, like a dead fish. He was speaking righteously to me at noon, saying something selfless, but now he has ended up like this. He sighed softly. This was also a pitiful woman. She was just too idealistic and didn't know how terrible human nature was. When Chun Feng saw what happened to her, he naturally guessed that this group of people must have attacked them. They also got Chun Feng's approximate location from the woman and chased after them at night. Hey, I say, are you guys just going to waste time with me like this? My shark will kill your fisherman later, and you'll be in trouble. How about we each take a step back and stop fighting? Seeing that the other party had not moved for a long time, Chun Feng opened his mouth to test him. Just wait. Wang Rulong was extremely angry. He had lost a total of 12 men, and the psionic shield had been used up 5 times. If he just left like that, it would be a huge loss. Wang Rulong would naturally not leave easily. Relying on the protection of the psionic defense shield, he would fight no matter what. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Ruhu led everyone back to the deck, each holding a huge reef in their hands. They are all level 1 enhancers, and although it is difficult to move these huge reefs, they can still do it. Are these people planning to throw stones at me? Chun Feng was puzzled. Even if he was a level 1 enhancer, he might be able to lift such a huge rock, but he definitely couldn't lift it and throw it out. Chun Feng wanted to see what tricks these people on the opposite side were playing. Wang Ruhu was seen holding the huge rock and spinning around twice, then suddenly letting go. The huge rock flew out from a height of 5 or 6 meters and hit Chun Feng's position. This reef is as big as a water tank and weighs at least 400 or 500 kilograms. What? This time it was Chun Feng's turn to be shocked. He didn't expect that the bearded man who looked quite strong could actually throw such a big stone. This is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. Could it be that they have already opened the level 3 mall and purchased level 2 strengthening potion? Chen Feng thought quickly and rejected it quickly. If they open the level 3 mall, the vehicle will definitely not be a sailboat. There must be something special about it. In a blink of an eye, the reef was already above Chen Feng's head. Fortunately, Chen Feng himself was also a level 1 enhancer and was agile, so he quickly dodged. Bang! The reef hit the deck, and even though the 16-class sailboat was very strong, the wooden deck was still cracked and gaped. Haha, second brother, why didn't I think of it before? Just hit him like this and sink his sailboat. Then I'll see what he can do. Wang Rulong was delighted when he saw that the attack of the reef was effective, and he urged Wang Ruhu to continue. When Wang Ruhu attacked the raft before, he also threw a huge rock at it, and the raft was smashed into pieces instantly. Wang Ruhu responded with an excited laugh. Ha! Big brother, my passive skill of ocean power is pretty good. As long as there is sea water within 100 meters, my strength will be 10 times its own. This passive skill is too strong. After saying this, he moved another reef weighing several hundred kilograms and smashed it again. This time his target was the cabin. He wanted the sea water to sink Chen Feng's sailboat. Whoosh bang! The reef hit the side of the sailboat and a crack appeared. Power of the ocean! Chen Feng also heard Wang Ruhu's words. It was indeed a passive skill, and the ability was very strong. It had 10 times his own strength. No wonder he could move hundreds of kilograms of reefs like a piece of cake. The sailboat is damaged and gradually leaking water. Repairing it requires 50 wood, 10 plant fibers, and 1 iron block. The repair time is 20 minutes. Do you want to repair it? Repair. The system was lifting Chen Feng's sailboat, and it began to leak water. If he continued to hit it like this, the leakage would become more and more serious, and it might even sink. Bang! Another reef hits it, and the system prompts damage again. Chen Feng suddenly felt a little anxious. If Gina wasn't still upgrading and sleeping in the cabin, Chen Feng could have easily folded up the sailboat and taken Zhou Lingrui into the sea, and this group of people would have had no way to do anything to him. At the moment, Xiaopeng can't free his hands. They are protected by a defensive shield. If they don't come out, they can't attack them. Now he is forced into a desperate situation by them. Chen Feng gritted his teeth and was about to run to the bow. Even if it would use up the remaining attacks of the psionic cannon, he would still fight them head-on. But suddenly, the system prompted again. Your Murloc warrior will be upgraded in 10 minutes. It takes 8 hours for Gina to upgrade. Chen Feng had slept for a long time before and didn't pay attention to how much time had passed. Only now did the system prompt him that Gina's upgrade was about to be completed. In 10 minutes, Gina will wake up and become a high-level Murloc. Chen Feng naturally knew the power of the high-level Murlocs. The high-level whale Murlocs he had killed before would not have been possible if it had not been for the abnormal effect of the combination of his European talent and psionic cannon. Chen Feng asked himself, it is impossible for him to kill him by himself. If Gina wakes up, her electric shock ability will be incredibly powerful after it evolves again. 10 minutes left. Chen Feng looked at the damaged parts of the sailboat and knew it would be no problem to keep repairing it for another 10 minutes. Looking at the people on the opposite side, who were smashing things vigorously, Chen Feng slowly revealed a hint of a sneer. Chapter 93, 10 million volts. Smash it. Brother, smash it quickly. That kid's sailboat has a big crack in it. Second brother's divine power. Well done, second brother. Revenge for the dead brothers. When everyone on the deck saw that the effect was good, they all shouted excitedly. If they could rely on these reefs to sink Chen Feng's sailboat without any casualties, they would definitely be very happy. Wang Ruhu threw out huge reefs one after another, and there were still dozens of them piled on the deck. If he was given some time, throwing all these reefs would definitely sink Chen Feng's sailboat. Seeing that Chen Feng was helpless at this time, Wang Rulong crossed his arms and his brows gradually relaxed. The passive skill of ocean power was also obtained from the treasure at that time. Originally, he wanted to use it himself, but his younger brother was born strong, and if he gave it to Wang Ru, the tenfold strength increase could be maximized. Although Wang Ruhu is a little stupid, fortunately he has always listened to me since he was a child. After all, they are brothers, so Wang Rulong naturally trusts him. Wang Rulong was smart. When he left Treasure Island, he took away a lot of heavy reef blocks and gave them to Wang Ruhu for use, which was very helpful. Boy, I see that you are quite strong. If you are willing to submit to me, I can spare your life later. Confident of victory, Wang Rulong said to Chen Feng with confidence. Surrender? You're like a toad yawning. You are so arrogant. Chen Feng shook his head. Anyway, they didn't dare to get on his boat, so he simply stepped aside. In his left hand, he held a glass of Huiyuan juice taken from the warehouse, and in his right hand, he held a red Nanjing cigarette. Taking a deep breath and blowing out a smoke ring, Chen Feng smiled and started to mock. Smash it. Smash it hard. If you don't smash my sailboat today, I will look down on you. After hearing this, Wang Rulong had no reaction. However, the many men behind him could not bear it anymore. They were so excited that they wanted to rush over and tear Chen Feng to pieces. Subordinate, I'm warning you, don't be so arrogant. Chen Feng, haha, is it illegal to pull? Can you tell me which law stipulates that people cannot pull? Henchman, brother, don't stop me. I'm going to kill him. He looks at me like I'm trash. Wang Rulong, don't be impulsive. If his boat sinks, we'll see how he pulls it. Chen Feng, no, don't get me wrong. I'm not targeting you. I'm saying that everyone here is garbage. Wang Rulong, don't stop me. I'm going to kill him. The subordinates, brother, don't be impulsive. Wang Rulong took a deep breath and suppressed his inner restlessness. I have never seen such an arrogant person in my life. Hey, you'll see it today. Chen Feng flicked the cigarette, but in his hand over and drank the last sip of juice. He looked so arrogant that anyone who saw him would want to slap him. Hit him. Everyone cheered for Wang Ruhu. If they could move the rocks themselves, they would have picked up the rocks and thrown them at Chen Feng. Bang, bang, bang. The reefs kept coming down. So, Chen Feng took 2 steps back to take shelter for a while. Chen Feng smacked his lips, feeling somewhat helpless. Even though he was so arrogant, these people were really tolerant and just stayed in their protective shield and refused to come out. It seems that taunting doesn't work very well for them. Fix it, fix it, fix it all. Chen Feng clicked repair on all the system prompts that kept popping up. Fortunately, this level of damage to the sailboat did not consume much materials, and the stock in the warehouse was sufficient. But as time went on, the speed of repair gradually caught up with the speed of damage, and the sailboat was now leaking water. Looking at the sinking sailboat, Chen Feng initially estimated that the sailboat would sink completely in more than 10 minutes. It's okay, I can wait, Gina will wake up in 5 minutes. Time passed slowly, and as Chen Feng's sailboat slowly sank into the sea, a bright smile appeared on Wang Rulong's face. As for Chen Feng, he looked at the system prompt panel with a smile on his face and counted down silently. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The show is about to begin. Sizzle, sizzle. Just as Wang Hiru was working hard to smash the rocks, he heard a series of electric current sounds. Although the sounds were not loud, they seemed to pierce into his soul. A look of joy appeared on Chen Feng's face. Gina had finally succeeded in upgrading. From the damaged deck, he could vaguely see a strong electric current spreading out from the cabin. One could feel a tingling sensation in the air. Gina, kill them. Chen Feng shouted towards the crack in the deck with an excited look on his face. Zhou Rui was not particularly surprised to see this scene in the control room, because Chen Feng had just taken the time to tell her about Gina's upgrade. Brother, what's going on? I feel my arms are numb and I can't use any strength. Wang Ruhu was holding up a reef, but at this moment he felt as if his hand was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The electric current in the air made his arms tremble uncontrollably, and he had no strength at all. How should I know? I'm numb too. Wang Rulong's face was bitter, and then he seemed to remember something. Could it be that his intermediate fisherman who can discharge electricity? Brother, I can't smash it anymore. What should I do? The reef in Wang Ruhu's hand slid onto the deck with a thud. At this time, he could no longer throw it. Wang Rulong's expression flickered. At this moment, Chen Feng's sailboat was about to sink, and he was really unwilling to accept it. However, he didn't know whether his mid-level Murloc could resist the shark, and he didn't know how powerful Chen Feng's intermediate Murloc was. The current situation was impossible for them to win. There is no point in wasting time now. It is best to leave as soon as possible while the energy of the psionic shield is still there. Gritting his teeth, Wang Rulong spat. Go. Turn around and leave. Hearing this, many men became busy and started walking around on the deck. The sailboat slowly turned around and prepared to leave. Want to leave? Not that easy. Chen Feng sneered secretly. Suddenly, the deck next to Chen Feng began to shake. With a bang, a black shadow more than 10 meters long broke through the deck and rushed out. Deep blue electric light was flowing all over her body, and the powerful electric current actually supported her body to swim in the air. At this time, Gina actually turned into an electric eel that was magnified many meters. She turned into an electric eel with her flat mouth open, and the electric light from her mouth was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. With a click, Chen Feng clearly heard Gina roar. 10 million volts. Advanced Electric Eel Man. Specialties. Powerful electric shock ability is her main means of attack. She can send out strong current to injure the enemy. Speed is no longer her weakness. Whether underwater, on land, or even in the air, she can rely on her own electric current to move quickly. Advanced Fishmen can also switch between human body and original body freely. Weakness. Her only weakness is her body without any protective shell. Wang Ruhu looked at Gina in the air and recalled the battle they faced with the fisherman leader on the treasure island. Brother, is that a high-level fisherman? Chapter 94. All turned to ashes. But he didn't get an answer, and Wang Rulong no longer had the calm look on his face. The complete Murloc in front of me must be a high-level Murloc. They had deeply understood the horror of high-level Murlocs. Wang Rulong still remembered that in order to kill the Murloc leader, he and his group of hundreds of people risked their lives and finally managed to kill him. His side also suffered heavy losses. If Wang Rulong were given another chance to choose, he would rather not have the silver treasure chest and the Murloc treasure than fight with the high-level Murloc again. Damn it, those guys are lying. They are not intermediate fishmen at all. Wang Rulong roared in grief and anger, cursing at the people on the raft. Although he didn't understand why Chun Feng, who had a high-level fisherman, let her attack now, Wang Rulong had no time to think about it at the moment. He roared at the people behind him and said, "Hurry up and run. Full speed." However, Gina's electric current had already taken shape, and light gushed out of her mouth, and a stream of light that seemed to materialize instantly shot out. The entire sea surface was illuminated, and the surroundings were as bright as day. The blue materialized light hit the protective shield opened by Wang Rulong and others with a click. Suddenly, the translucent protective shield shone brightly, flickering. The two materialized energies continued to collide, creating countless sparks in the air. With a bang, the circular protective shield shattered and finally disappeared. Chun Feng, who was standing on the sailboat, saw this and couldn't help but clench his fists in excitement. Gina's attack at this time was actually comparable to the power of the orange weapon psionic cannon, and was even more powerful than it. However, Chun Feng had no plans to take action. You want to see how powerful Gina would be after being upgraded to a high-level Murloc. Brother, the last two defenses of the psionic shield have been used up at once. We must replenish the psionic energy. A subordinate in the control room of the sailboat shouted anxiously. Second brother, go and replenish your psionic energy. Wang Rulong took out a psionic crystal and threw it to Wang Ruhu. This was also the only psionic crystal he had left. Okay. Wang Ruhu no longer had that vicious look on his face. He stumbled into the control room, and after groping for a few seconds, the protective shield appeared again. Chun Feng rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. Their defense shield should be the same as my psionic artillery, which also consumes psionic energy. The previous artillery attacks should have almost consumed their energy. Gina's final attack directly destroyed the defense. If I had known earlier, I would have kept firing. A few more hits would have smashed it to pieces. But now that Gina is here to help, it doesn't matter. Gina, keep going. After the attack, Gina turned into an electric eel and swam around. Electric light flashed in her mouth again, and energy continued to condense. It's over. It's all over now. Although the defense shield rose again, Gina's attack just now destroyed 2 charged defenses, and now there's only 1 charge left, which is definitely unstoppable. Wang Rulong's eyes were dull, and he no longer had any thought of resisting. It's all your fault. If you hadn't told me the news about Chun Feng, we wouldn't have chased him. Wang Ruhu ran out of the control room with a fierce look in his eyes and smashed the metal baseball bat in his hand towards the woman in the corner. Everyone else on the raft was dead, and he was taking it out on this poor woman. The woman was hit by the stick with all her strength, and her head was bleeding, but a smile of relief appeared on her face. Crack! Electric light, as thick as a bucket, surged again and hit the protective shield hard. After holding on for 2 seconds, the protective shield shattered again. The remaining energy of the lightning was sufficient to rush towards Wang Rulong and others without any hindrance. After getting close, they quickly split up, as if turning into fast-wriggling little snakes, accurately drilling into everyone's brain. Theta. Wang Rulong and others had no ability to resist and were all shaking continuously from the electric current. The entire sailboat looked like a glowing light bulb, constantly flashing bright lights on the sea. The electric current continued, and soon smoke began to come out of the bodies of these people, and a burning smell spread. Finally, the electric current exhausted all its energy and burned everyone to charcoal. The bodies of Wang Rulong and others all turned black, and they stood on the deck motionless. The sea breeze blew gently, and the charcoal suddenly scattered to the ground, turning into ashes. Only dozens of treasure chests fell on the deck, proving the existence of everyone. There are so many of us here, and no one knows who is who. On the deck, Chun Feng and Zhou Lingrui stared blankly at the scene in front of them. They look at each other, both too shocked to speak. Turtle, this power is really too strong. Only after seeing the power of electric shock attack on people did Chun Feng truly understand how powerful Gina had become at this moment. Seeing that all the enemies were eliminated, Gina twisted her tail and swam back to the deck from the air. Master, done. Wow. Gina, you are so strong. I will follow you from now on. Zhou Lingrui looked around Gina's body and said excitedly. Chun Feng also stared at Gina carefully for a while, and just as he was about to praise her, countless waves suddenly splashed on the sea surface. Gah! Xiaopeng emerged from the water with the corpse of a fisherman in his mouth. It was the intermediate fisherman. Lifting the corpse in his mouth, Xiaopeng raised his head and put him on the deck, squinting his eyes, waiting for Chun Feng's praise. It took Xiaopeng nearly 20 minutes to kill the fishman. Compared with Gina, the gap in strength was too big. Chun Feng thought so in his heart, but on the surface he was not vague at all. He walked to the edge of the deck and stroked Xiaopeng's head. Not bad, not bad. This time it all depends on you. Feeling the owner's praise, your pet is very happy, and its loyalty increases by 20, currently 73. Okay. Chun Feng shook his head and laughed, looking at the many scars on its body. He felt distressed and took out a few bottles of level 1 red potion from the warehouse. Anyway, this thing can also have a healing effect if taken internally, so I just threw it into its mouth and threw a lot of food in it. Chun Feng comforted Xiaopeng and went into the sea to rest. Gina, do you feel any difference after upgrading to a high-level Murloc? Chun Feng turned around, eager to get to know Gina more deeply. Master, my abilities have changed a lot now. Not only has the power of the electric current increased by about 100 times, but speed is no longer my weakness. I can even fly for a short time with the help of the electric current. However, I cannot use the electric current of that power too often. I can only use it 3 times a day at most. After that, I need to rest and recover. Well, Chun Feng nodded. He also understood that no matter how strong Gina was, her energy was not inexhaustible. An attack as powerful as the one just now could not be sustained forever. However, even if it happened 3 times, it was powerful enough. Okay, Gina, change back into human form, and let's go to the sailboat next to us to collect the spoils. Now that the enemy has been eliminated, it is natural to take a good inventory of their supplies. Now Gina is too big, so Chun Feng ordered her to become smaller to make it easier to move. Yes, Gina agreed softly. The huge body changed rapidly and slowly turned into a human form. But in the next second, Chun Feng almost had a nosebleed when he saw Gina's body clearly. Wow, Gina, your lower body is also human. Chapter 95, Gina's Changes. There are 2 types of physical states maintained by advanced merfolk. One is the merfolk body that is very similar to that of humans, and the other is the fish body. Gina upgraded to an advanced Murloc, and her original body changed back to a normal Murloc's body, which naturally looked like a normal human body. But at this moment, she was naked, and the smooth fishtail on her lower body completely disappeared, turning into 2 straight and long, beautiful legs. It wasn't obvious before when Gina's lower body was a fish, but now it has become legs. Her height is only slightly shorter than Chun Feng, at around 178 centimeters. Although Chun Feng turned his head to the side, he couldn't help but look up at Gina. Her pair of delicate and pink feet looked playful and cute. Her calves were white and shiny, and her thighs were soft and smooth without a trace of fat. As for the middle, that is a secret that cannot be told. It is the happy planet. This is why Chun Feng almost had a nosebleed. Zhou Lingrui, hurry up, get her some clothes to wear. Although Chun Feng had seen Gina's body before, he still felt a little excited when he took another look at it this time. Zhou Lingrui was also stunned just now. At this time, he saw Gina standing straight in front of Chun Feng. Chun Feng turned away on the surface, but he was actually still secretly observing her. This immediately made her feel a little jealous, and she hurriedly took out some clothes from the warehouse and handed them to Gina. As a woman, Zhou Lingrui has much more clothes in her warehouse than Chun Feng. Underwear, short-sleeve shirts, and shorts are all available. Gina followed suit and put them all on. After she was all dressed, Chun Feng looked at her boldly. I thought to myself, I can't let her transform into her original electric eel form anymore. Otherwise, when she transforms back into human form, I'll have to buy her clothes again. Gina now looks like a mature lady, and her pair of straight and slender legs give people endless imagination. But her expression was cold, giving people a feeling of being difficult to approach. Of course, he would still smile at Chun Feng. Chun Feng's gaze suddenly stopped on Gina's forehead. He saw a thumb-sized lightning pattern standing in the middle of her forehead, which looked very strange. Chun Feng couldn't help but feel curious and reached out to touch it. He remembered that the merman leader on the treasure island also had a special pattern on his forehead, which might be the only feature that distinguished high-level mermen from humans. Gina did not dodge when touched by Chun Feng, and seemed no longer worried about electrocuting Chun Feng. Chun Feng realized it later and remembered the experience of being electrocuted, so he quickly retracted his hand. Thinking back, it seemed that there was no current. Chun Feng asked curiously, Gina, your body is not charged now. Yes, master. As a high-level electric eel man, I have completely mastered my own electric current. Now I can control it freely. Master, you will not be hurt if you touch me in the future. Zhou Lingrui, who was standing by, suddenly fell in anger when he heard this. He said in a voice that only he could hear, It's over. Gina has a lower body, and it's not electrified anymore. Moreover, she's taller than me. Her legs are longer than mine. In the future, Chun Feng might. That's good. I don't have to worry about being accidentally electrocuted by you when I'm with you in the future. Chun Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He must have suffered a lot from his previous contacts with Gina. After saying this, Chun Feng's face was a little mysterious again, and he suddenly asked Gina in a low voice, "Hey, Gina, can you get the current out of your body again?" "Yes, master. With my current control, I can generate an electric current anywhere on the body. It can be large or small, numb or tingling. It can cause twitching or convulsions. I can. Yeah, okay. I got it. Not bad. Very good." Chun Feng nodded, with a smile on his face like a flower blooming. Zhouling Rue, LSP. "Okay, let's stop talking nonsense and see what we have gained first." Chun Feng put away his smile and stopped thinking about any bad ideas for the time being. After all, there is still a long time to come, and it will not be too late to talk about such things later. "Yes, master." The 10 people who had just launched a sneak attack under the cover of night were swallowed by Xiaopeng in the water, and the boxes they dropped were gone. It was impossible for Chun Feng to cut open Xiaopeng's belly and take it out, so forget it. As for the intermediate murloc that Xiaopeng brought up, it didn't drop anything either. Chun Feng estimated that this kind of summoned murloc would not naturally drop a treasure chest. In this case, the harvest will all be on the sailboat on the opposite side. At this time, there was no living person on the opposite sailboat. The huge sailboat was almost damaged by the electric current and was gradually sinking. It seemed that it could no longer be used. The two ships were very close, and Chun Feng and the other two jumped over effortlessly. On the huge deck, dozens of boxes were lying on the ground. Chun Feng thought the scene was too spectacular. However, Chun Feng did not see any weapons. He clearly remembered that the group of people were holding weapons in their hands. And the metal baseball bat in the bearded man's hand looks very good. But at this moment, nothing could be seen. Chun Feng suddenly had a bad idea in his mind and hurriedly checked the box on the ground. Food and fresh water, the heart of the iron block and raft. I checked 2 or 3 boxes and found they were all filled with supplies, no weapons at all. Chun Feng wailed, and his thoughts were confirmed. The group of people just now were holding all the weapons in their hands and did not put them into the warehouse. Under Gina's powerful attack, even the weapons in their hands were destroyed and disappeared. Now, Chun Feng didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Forget it, the weapons are gone, but at least there's still a lot of other supplies and props, and the harvest is pretty good. Suddenly, Chun Feng slapped his forehead and ordered Gina and Zhou Lingrui, "Hurry up and pack up the things on the deck. If the warehouse is full, bring them to our sailboat. This sailboat will sink soon. The sailboat belongs to someone else, so Chun Feng certainly cannot upgrade or repair it. When it sinks, Chun Feng will completely destroy it and pick up the heart of the sailboat." The reason why Chun Feng was anxious was because he had an important prop to find. At this time, Chun Feng was even a little worried that Gina's attack would destroy it as well. "I think that bearded guy went to the control room to tinker with something. Let's look inside." Chun Feng muttered to himself and hurried into the control room. This sailboat is 1 or 2 levels higher than Chun Feng's, and its control room is also much larger than Chun Feng's. After Chun Feng came in, he looked around. In the empty control room, there was only a steering wheel-like rudder and a spherical object the size of a football hanging from the ceiling. The material of this object looks similar to glass. It is transparent throughout, but has multiple refractions, making it difficult to see the center. It is obvious at first glance that this is not an ordinary prop, but at this moment, it looks dull and has lost its luster. Chun Feng walked over and looked up at the props above his head. Psionic Shield, orange. Chapter 96, Psionic Defense Shield, orange. Psionic Shield, orange. Description: consume psionic energy to generate a spherical shield with a radius of 30 meters, effectively blocking attacks from outside the shield, will not affect existing substances, such as seawater, vehicles, etc. Psionic energy, 0/10, a total of 10 charges. When the generated shield resists the attack of orange quality weapons, it will consume 1 charge. For attacks higher or lower than orange quality, the charge consumed by the shield may increase or decrease. Evaluation, DLS, Escort for Love. Sure enough, it was an orange prop. When Chun Feng saw that the protective shield on the sailboat was activated and could withstand the attack of psionic artillery, he knew that this prop must be extraordinary. The only thing that can withstand attacks from orange weapons is orange armor or higher quality armor. For Chun Feng, this is the first real defensive item. Although Chun Feng had obtained defensive items from treasure chests before, but they are all protective gear, such as leather gloves and leather armor, and the defensive effect is very poor. This psionic shield is extraordinary. It can withstand attacks from orange weapons. If the psionic energy is sufficient, it can withstand attacks like Gina's electric current, which has higher attack power than orange weapons, with only 2 charges. Although this psionic defense shield does not have a probabilistic effect and cannot trigger Chun Feng's European talent, its powerful defensive ability alone is enough to be compared with the psionic cannon. Moreover, the range of the defense shield is a sphere with a radius of 30 meters. Chun Feng's current sailboat is only 35 meters long, which is more than enough to fit within the defense shield with a diameter of 60 meters. I believe that even if the sailboat is at the maximum level, this protective shield can still be used. In this way, the defensive capability of the sailboat is definitely a qualitative improvement. But now, the psionic energy of the psionic shield has been exhausted and can no longer provide a protective shield. In order to use it successfully,